It's outrageous. Traveling through a fantasy world and binding to the villain system, he made me suppress myself. Mou looked at the system in front of him with a confused look on his face. Villain counterattack system loaded. Detected the son of luck. Mou, suppress him to get rewards. Mou, you snatched Ling Qingyue, the girl of destiny, from Mou. Reward, pure yang holy body. Mou, no? Are you really going to give it to me? Then I won't be sleepy anymore. Picked up the magic grass. Detected that you intercepted Mou's 7-colored immortal grass. Reward, 9-colored immortal grass. Accidentally entered a dangerous place. Detected that you led Mou into a dangerous place. Reward, immunity to all poisons. There is a bug in the villain system, and rewards can be obtained at random, which directly makes Mou take off. A few years later, the true destined villain descended from the upper realm. Destined villain, I encountered the Destiny Child in the lower realm. His system was so powerful that he was like a monster. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't defeat him. Chapter 1 Protagonist Template. What the hell is the villain system? Mou slowly opened his eyes and his consciousness regained consciousness from the chaos. The surroundings are dim. This is an airtight secret room. Patterns are carved on the stone walls, revealing the vicissitudes of time. There was a faint fragrance in the air, sweet and cool. He felt something soft in his hand. I pinched it subconsciously. It has a delicate touch, is as soft as jade, and has amazing elasticity. A soft moan sounded, instantly shattering his remaining chaos. Turn your head suddenly. I saw a stunning fairy sleeping soundly beside me. The face is exquisite, her skin is as white as cream and as white as snow, eyebrows are like distant mountains. Dark without any drawing, the lips are like a dot of crimson, delicate and beautiful even in her sleep. She remains cold and aloof, like a snow lotus on an iceberg, sacred and inviolable. But at this moment, she was naked, and her beauty was revealed. The perfect curves are clearly visible, which makes your blood boil. It is just the right size, can be held in one hand, and is very white. The next moment, Fairy Ling Qingyue suddenly opened her eyes. In her beautiful eyes, shock, shame, anger, and cold murderous intent intertwined. Take your hands off me. Her voice was cold and trembling, and she was obviously suppressing her anger. Mou immediately withdrew in embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish his words, Ling Qingyue disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing several steps away. Her clothes were intact, whiter than snow, and spotless, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Cold and aloof, Ling Qingyue looked down at the clothes on her body, and the scenes of last night emerged in her mind. Accidentally poisoned by a charm, she lost all her sanity. A feeling of shame swept over his body, and a ripple appeared in his cold eyes. The remaining touch and dull pain on her body reminded her of what happened last night. She took a deep breath, suppressing her shame and anger. At this point, killing this man will not help. Ultimately, he was the victim, being used to forcibly detoxify himself. If you dare to reveal this, I will kill you. She left this cold warning and turned to leave. Fairy, I can take responsibility. Mou called her. Ling Qingyue turned around, her eyes wandering over him. He has a handsome appearance, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. However, his cultivation, refining stage. No need, she said indifferently, without a trace of warmth. The gap between you and me is too big, it's impossible. She was about to leave when Mou called her again with a firm tone. No one is strong from the beginning. I will become stronger. Ling Qingyue paused, a ripple in her heart. Taiching Holy Land, Ling Qingyue, come find me within 3 years. She paused, her voice barely audible. If you didn't come, forget all this. I have an engagement with the Holy Son of Tianxian Holy Land. After saying this, she did not linger any longer, but turned into a streak of white light and disappeared into the secret room, leaving behind only a faint fragrance. Seeing her leave, Mou shook his head and sighed. It's too classic. The classic novel plot of the previous life. That's right, Mou was a time traveler. In the previous life, he died suddenly from staying up late playing with his phone. I was reborn into this world called Tianyuan continent and started a new life. There are many sects here, and the strong are respected. Demons are rampant and dangers are lurking on every side. Fortunately, he is a standard protagonist template. A strange background, absent parents, a genius in cultivation, a mutant waste, a beautiful woman in a ring, and a strange encounter on a cliff. By the way, he has no memory of the time before he was 6 months old, and he happens to be missing a bone in his body. In short, he has everything that the protagonist has. The same is true this time. He found a treasure map at a street stall, was kidnapped by a villain to explore the way, and accidentally helped Ling Qingyue to remove the charm poison. One thing leads to another, a classic plot. Next, I will practice hard, beat up the holy sun in 3 years, and reach the pinnacle of my life, right? Xiaoyu has finally grown up. This really makes me happy. Red smoke flowed beside Mou, condensing into a peerless and beautiful woman. She was wearing a long red dress, her skin was whiter than snow, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and her eyes were bright and lively. Her hair is white like frost, her eyes are red like fire, and the weirdness and holiness are perfectly blended in her, forming a heart-pounding charm. The gentle voice, with a hint of teasing, echoed in the dark room. Mou looked at the golden finger of his medicine master template and said helplessly, "Sister Yanxi, please stop teasing me." He took out a diary he had obtained at an auction from his storage ring and compared it carefully. Walked to the corner of the secret room, his fingertips touched the cold stone wall, groping carefully. Finally, a mechanism was found behind a landscape painting. With a click, the stone wall slid open, revealing a secret compartment. An ancient pill bottle lay quietly inside. "You are so lucky, kid." She looked at the pill bottle and couldn't help but sigh. "Eat it, and your strength will be restored. You are always so reckless. If you weren't lucky this time, you would have been in danger." She recalled the battle between Mou and the old demon Huashan, and still felt a little scared. It was that battle that caused Mou's cultivation to be sealed. Mou smiled indifferently. "I have great luck and cannot die." She sighed lightly and said no more. After spending a few years together, she also had some understanding of Mou's destiny. This guy always jumps off cliffs and has adventures. He is simply a monster. Mou swallowed the pill, the shackles in the body are broken. A golden elixir slowly emerged in the dantian. The spiritual power was like a wild horse running wildly. The momentum is rising steadily. His cultivation level soared from the chi refining stage to the 4th level of the golden core stage. Finally recovered. Mou clenched his fists and felt the strength in his body. That woman said she was engaged to which saint? As he spoke, he took out a small notebook, which was densely filled with his enemy list. That he has offended so many people that he is naturally not afraid of the Son of God. It's as if everyone is the same. She had a strange look on his face when he heard this. Tianxian Holy Land. Mou was stunned. Tianxian Holy Land, Son of God, isn't it just him? That's right. He is the only holy son of Tianxian Holy Land, but he never heard that he was engaged. I'm green with myself. What the hell is this plot? At this moment, the sound of an instrument rang in his mind. Ding. Conditions detected. System awakening. System. Mou was ecstatic and instantly threw away his previous doubts. You will know those things when you return to the Holy Land. As a time traveler, he naturally knew what the system was. Although the protagonist template is also good, it's so cool to upgrade all the way. But he didn't like the exciting life of jumping off cliffs every day to look for opportunities. The system is really good. Destiny is already an invincible road, with multiple systems and multiple paths. Villain counterattack system binding successfully. Detected the Son of Destiny. Mou, suppress him to get rich rewards. Mou, villain counterattack system, suppress the Son of Destiny, or suppress yourself? System, are you mistaken? After inspection, correct. Since your fiancé was taken away by the Son of Fortune, you meet the system activation conditions. The corner of Mou's mouth twitched. Unique idea, that's true, but I must be sick to suppress myself. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the Girl of Destiny, Ling Qingyue, the Holy Maiden of Taiching Holy Land. You forced Ling Qingyue into a relationship. Although you were somewhat passive during the process, you still caused her irreversible bleeding damage across 3 realms. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward, pure yang kidney body, pure yang holy body? Mou's heart was filled with turbulent waves. This is the legendary top physique. Those who possess this physique not only have a cultivation speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, but also have the potential to become immortals. He can also control the pure yang fire, burning the sky and boiling the sea, with infinite power. Is this considered a villain's counterattack? This system has good stuff, and it really gives it away. Then he won't be sleepy anymore. But, system, the word is wrong. After inspection, correct. Begin to fuse the physique. Chapter 2 Bug System in Mou's dantian. The hot and powerful pure yang power erupted. It instantly spread throughout every part of his body, every inch of flesh and blood. Every meridian seemed to be baptized by flames, crackling, and making sounds with muscles and bones. Soon, the fusion of physical bodies was completed. Mou subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. The cultivation level of the 4th level of Jindan rose rapidly, and he vaguely touched the Bottleneck of breakthrough. The integration of this physique is equivalent to his nearly 1 year of hard training. MOU was ecstatic. As the useless protagonist, he finally has a usable physique. This is really not easy. Yan Shi, who had been paying attention to MOU, also noticed his change, and a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Become stronger? Because of dual cultivation? Her spiritual awareness is too weak now, and she cannot see through MOU's situation. MOU didn't answer her, just because the system's prompt sound did not stop there. MOU's opportunity was snatched away by you. He must be heartbroken. Now is the perfect time to plunder his luck. Plundering your luck. Detected that an unknown force is trying to plunder your luck, automatically activated the defense mechanism. MOU looked strange. Why does this system feel a bit silly and cute? Plunder your own luck, and then protect yourself. This operation is really outrageous. There really is a bug. Failed to plunder luck. Automatically replenish your luck plus 1000 villain points plus 1000. MOU didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is too outrageous. Soon, he accepted this setting. Now that you are here, make the most of it. I guess the dog author sent it to the wrong system. But he calmed himself down and began to study this strange system. You can get rewards by suppressing the Sun of Fortune. Rewards include cultivation, martial arts skills, magic weapons and elixirs, special abilities, luck, villain points, etc. Villain points can be exchanged for various rare items in the system mall. But he is the son of destiny. How can he be suppressed? He decided to put the issue aside for now and study it later. MOU checked the information of the Chunyang kidney body. Compared with ordinary ones, it has two more functions. The first is to strengthen designated organs. Another thing is that those who take Yang to replenish their yin from him will be replenished by him and returned up. That's good. Although the pure Yang holy body is powerful, it is also a furnace cauldron physique on par with the pure Yin holy body. By the way, he took a look at the system mall prices from low to high. Chaos Dao Ju, a supreme skill, priced at 1 billion villain points. After seeing this, he stopped watching. 10 zeros, 10 billion. Are you trying to fool the villains? This kind of thing can't be exchanged even after it's finished. Quickly scan the other cheap stuff. There's nothing good to buy right now. So he ignored this function for the time being. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Name, MOU, Realm, Golden Core Stage, Level 4, Constitution, Chaos Divine Body, Unawakened. Pure Yang Kidney Body, Kung Fu, Tianxian Sacred Scripture, Heavenly Grade, Top Grade, Great Burning Heaven Technique, Human Grade, Top Grade, Upgradable, Spells, Tianxian Sword, Tianxian Spear, Tianxian Thunder, Special, Immortal Bone, Remnant, Azure Spiritual Flame, Pure Yang True Fire, Luck, 11,000, Gold, Villain Points, 1,000, Comment, you're so useless, I don't know how you became a villain. This system will help you become a super invincible villain. Note, the levels of luck are divided into black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and color. There's nothing we can do about it. All of us useless protagonists are like this. MOU complained inwardly. He was not surprised by the existence of the immortal bone and the chaotic body, which Son of Luck hasn't used to cheat to defeat the enemy. However, these two are useless if they exist. I have to say, this system is really powerful. It can actually allow a person to obtain two physiques. Detected the girl of luck, Yan Shi, suppress her to get rewards. MOU turned his head. Yan Shi was standing next to him. A fiery red dress, like flowing flames, perfectly outlines her heart-pounding curves. She was like a red lotus blooming in a dark cave, enchanting and holy. The otherworldly temperament, with a bit of ethereality that does not belong to this world, makes people dare not desecrate it easily. Her snow-white hair fell softly to her waist, and each strand of hair shone with a lustrous luster, like pouring moonlight. Those ruby-like eyes are as bright as stars, deep and charming. She is so bright and beautiful that she is unparalleled in her beauty. It's like a goddess descending to earth. The system panel pops up. Name, Yan Shi, Luck, Purple, Favorability, 100, Treat as your own child. Introduction, once a powerful immortal, he fell due to betrayal by his best friend and fell asleep in a ring until he met MOU, who helped him cultivate. The two became both teacher and friend, and their relationship was like that of a mother and son. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the girl of destiny, Yan Shi. You and Yan Shi now have a relationship like that of a mother and son. She is willing to sacrifice her life for you. Although there is no love between men and women at the moment, it is a good choice to build a good relationship first and then have sex. This system respects any of your hobbies, even if you like master-disciple play. System, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? MOU shouted in his heart, how could he do such a thing? Yan Shi treats him as his own son. He has always respected her. As long as Yan Shi doesn't want to, even if he dies, he will never do such a thing as betraying his teacher and ancestors. The system had no consciousness and naturally would not respond to his complaints. but would just continue broadcasting. As a villain, you are naturally hated by those favored by heaven. I believe you must have paid a high price for this game to deceive such a powerful person. Not much, just the golden core cultivation level. At that time, all the golden elixir was sucked away. If the Holy Land hadn't had someone to protect him, he would have been kicked out according to the rules. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: Netherworld Will-O-Wisp, Ghost Fire of the Netherworld, extremely vicious, it can burn the soul and incinerate all filth in the world. It has a strong killing power on the primordial spirit and needs to be strengthened by the soul as fuel. Pilgrimage of MOU's luck is in progress. If the plunder fails, it will be automatically replenished for you. Luck plus 1000, villain points plus 1000. MOU's mind was shaken, and he subconsciously looked inward at his dantian. I saw a cluster of white flames dancing quietly, emitting a heart-pounding chill. The flame was silent, yet it seemed to be able to freeze the soul and devour all life. Ghost fire from the underworld, it looks quite weak now and needs soul feeding to become stronger. After being strengthened with the soul, it is even more powerful than pure yang fire. He has been the son of destiny for 20 years, there has never been such a great opportunity, the system is so good. Xiaoyu, why do I feel like there's something wrong with you? Yan Shi's voice brought MOU back from his shock. He quickly collected his thoughts and pretended nothing had happened. What's wrong? He carefully observed Yan Shi's expression to make sure that he did not show any intention of attacking the master. Yan Shi frowned slightly, her red eyes rolling. You seem to have become much more handsome? Can dual cultivation improve appearance? She had never experienced it, so naturally she didn't understand. MOU immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yan Shi, have you ever heard of the acquired awakening constitution? Have you awakened your physical condition? Certainly. MOU smiled confidently, radiating his aura. The powerful pure yang force poured out. Chapter 3. It's not that easy to grab the things of the Son of Fortune. This is the pure yang holy body. Yan Shi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. That's right. Where did this come from? Yan Shi's voice trembled slightly and he spoke incoherently. She remembered it clearly. MOU didn't have any special physique before. MOU pretended to be silent. I don't know either. I had it as soon as I woke up. Maybe it's from dual cultivation? Yan Shi stood there in a dazed. It took a long time before I came to my senses. A faint sigh, evildoer. She has been in the upper realm for many years. I have never heard that dual cultivation can improve physical fitness. Physical fitness is either innate or forged by consuming massive resources, and MOU actually obtained the pure yang holy body through dual cultivation. This is fucking hell then. She looked happy. The pure yang holy body has its own pure yang true fire. Use it to upgrade the Great Burning Heaven technique. MOU nodded. The Great Burning Heaven art was given to him by Yan Shi. Similar to the burning technique, it absorbs fire to become stronger. There is no grade of martial arts. The skills in this world are divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man, and each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. He sat cross-legged, concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, practiced his skills, and began to improve the Great Burning Heaven art. Inside the body, the pure yang fire burned fiercely, like a roaring fire dragon, running wildly in the meridians. Bang! With a muffled sound, the energy in MOU's body surged. Tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden elixir, as if a life was about to break out of its shell. His cultivation level soared directly from the 4th level of Jindan to the 8th level of Jindan, breaking through 4 levels in a row. The Great Burning Heaven art was also successfully promoted to the middle level of the Earth rank. The Netherworld Ghost Fire lacks the soul enhancement, so it is not suitable to be used to enhance the Great Burning Heaven art. Good. Yan Shi nodded slightly, his eyes full of admiration. MOU stood up and took a step forward. Those rookies outside must be getting impatient too. In the Wolf Head Mountains, the mountain wind is howling. In front of the gloomy mine, Yizheng San crossed his arms, his flesh trembling. Brother, that kid has been in there for so long, is he dead? Li Si gently waved his feather fan, covering half of his sinister face. Even the 2nd level of chi refining is not enough. The secret realm. He narrowed his eyes and looked deep into the mine. The air was thick with mist, faintly revealing a heart-pounding feeling. Go, call all the slaves in the mine and have them line up to go in and explore the way. Zhang San and Li Si are the elders of the Wolf Head Gang. The Wolf Head Gang dominated the area within a radius of hundreds of miles. The gang leader is even a powerful person in the foundation building stage. He is so notorious that no one dares to offend him. This mine was originally owned by the Wolf Head Gang, but an entrance to a secret realm unexpectedly appeared. Naturally, they coveted such a great opportunity. Fearing the danger, he captured Mou, who was passing by as cannon fodder. Who is Mou, son of destiny? When I heard about such a good thing, how could I refuse? I agreed immediately. I found it after entering. What a coincidence! Isn't this the secret realm of the Yin Yang sect recorded on the map he bought from a street stall? Following the instructions on the map, he easily arrived at the Master's Hall. Hey, what a coincidence again! Isn't this the sect Master's Hall, the place where the treasures are hidden as recorded in the ancient diary he bought at the auction? And it just so happened to contain the elixir he wanted. He checked the diary, found the secret door, and entered the secret room. What a pity Ling Qingyue got there first and took the treasure away first. However, it turned out that the things belonging to the Son of Fortune were not so easy to snatch. Something has to be left behind. Brother, we have brought all the miners here. Zhang San smiled obsequiously and bowed to Li Si. The huge crowd was driven by the Wolf Head Gang and moved staggeringly. They were half naked, skinny, with dull eyes, like the Walking Dead. Those are miners, the Wolf Head Gang's private property, the cheapest consumable. Lic waved his feather fan and sneered cruelly. Everyone, get in. The miners trembled in fear but did not dare to resist. They have long been accustomed to being dominated and trampled upon. Among the crowd, there was a young girl in her prime. Her clothes were tattered and her messy hair covered her face. The skin is covered with mud and its original appearance cannot be seen. Chu Yuli has been held captive here for 2.5 years. Over the years, she has witnessed too much darkness and cruelty, and has long buried fear deep in her heart. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms. The pain kept her awake and made her more alert. She doesn't want to die. Mou hurried along in the secret realm. Soon, the spiritual consciousness saw the entrance to the secret realm. At the entrance, dozens of corpses were lying in a mess. Shocking, the air was filled with the sickening smell of blood. They are all mortals. Damn it! Mou cursed inwardly. He increased the speed of flying the sword. These idiots actually used mortals to explore the way. He has no common sense in the spiritual world at all. This secret realm can accommodate cultivators, at least in the chi refining stage. Anyone who steps in will surely die. Moreover, there are not just one or two, but so many. It's simply a disregard for human life outside the secret realm. Next. Zhang San's voice exploded. Chu Yuli raised her eyes and met those fierce eyes. It's her turn. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. She moved towards the cave entrance step by step, her whole body shaking violently. Zhang San grinned with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Don't be afraid, little girl. Go in and take a look. You might find some treasure. Before she finished speaking, Chu Yuli's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised her hand suddenly, and a sharp stone piece flew out of the air and headed straight for Zhang San's throat. Zhang San's pupils suddenly shrank and the hideous smile on his face froze. He obviously didn't expect that a seemingly weak miner would dare to attack him. Just at this moment, a strong wind swept over. Bang! Chu Yuli's chest felt like it was struck by lightning, and her body flew backwards. A puff. Blood splattered, staining the soil. Lic appeared in front of Zhang San at some point. He gently waved the feather fan in his hand, and a cold aura lingered around him. Little girl, you are quite courageous, but unfortunately, you are only at the 3rd level of chi refining, so you are too weak. Zhang San touched his neck and felt a surge of fear in his heart. Bitch! How dare you sneak attack me? I'm going to tear you into pieces. Chu Yuli struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face as pale as paper. She's finished. All efforts and struggles are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Zhang San grabbed her hair. You stinky bitch, I'm going to send you off right now. He dragged Chu Yuli to the entrance of the mine and was about to throw her in. A cold wind whistled out of the cave, ruffling the strands of hair on Chu Yuli's forehead. Faced with the threat of death, she still struggled desperately. However, it was all in vain. The force was too great and she couldn't break free. At this moment, a cold light burst out from the cave. A flower of blood suddenly bloomed between Zhang San's eyebrows, and his body fell straight down. Who? The feather fan in Li Si's hand fell to the ground, and his face turned as pale as paper. Mou was seen stepping out of the secret realm. It's you! Li Si widened his eyes in disbelief. He remembered that when he caught Mou, he was only at the 2nd level of chi refining. Zhang San was a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refining, yet he was killed instantly with just one strike. How is this possible? Chu Yuli took advantage of the chaos to get up, mixed into the crowd, and quietly observed Mou. So strong. Is he a great foundation building master? Li Siqiang suppressed the fear in his heart. Who are you, sir? Don't you know that He wanted to use the name of the Wolf Head Gang to intimidate Mou, however, before he could finish his words, an invisible force broke through the air. Phew. Chapter 4. Chu Yuli, the girl of Fortunelisi, fell to the ground and died before he even had time to scream. I know. The Wolf Head Gang will kill them. Mou looked indifferent. He was tired of hearing these boring threats. This is the standard for being a child of luck. The ghost fire of the underworld appeared in the palm of his hand. The ghost fire swept across and instantly engulfed Zhang San, Li Si, and other members of the Wolf Head Gang. In an instant, everyone seemed to have lost all their energy and fell to the ground, lifeless. The miners were stunned as they witnessed this horrifying scene, with waves of shock in their hearts. Immortal, this is definitely an immortal method, only immortals can possess such power. In the crowd, Chu Yuli lowered her head, not daring to look Mou in the eye. So scary, although this man saved her life, but the thoughts of such a powerful monk are impossible to predict. If he wanted to kill her, she would have no room to resist. Mou carefully sensed the ghost fire of the underworld and found that it had hardly any effect. He sighed helplessly. These people's cultivation is too weak and they are unable to strengthen the netherworld ghost fire at all. What kind of fire is this? When did you get it? Yanshi's slightly surprised voice sounded in Mou's mind. The ghost fire of the underworld, the companion, just awakened today. Mou made up a reason. Ghost fire? Yanshi's tone suddenly rose. She had naturally heard of this flame. It is rumored that the netherworld ghost emperor of the immortal world rose to power thanks to this fire. She frowned slightly and spoke in a serious tone. Your life experience is not simple. Of course, I've already said it. Humph, maybe my father is even the immortal emperor. Mou looked proud. Yanshi was amused by his nonsensical look, and didn't care about his bragging, but just gave him a warning. Although the netherworld ghost fire is powerful, it is also very dangerous. You must be careful and never let it affect you and make you lose your mind. Okay, Sister Yanshi. A warm feeling surged in Mou's heart. He has never seen his parents, and Yanshi is like a mother to him. Even if he had any questions, there would be no doubt. He looked around at the shivering miners. Mortals are the lowest level of existence in the world of cultivation. It is also the most numerous. If he was not a son of destiny, his fate would be the same as theirs. Disperse, everyone. The Wolf Head Gang will cease to exist today. He casually waved his hand, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged out, restoring the sluggish spirits of all mortals. The mortals looked at Mou. His eyes were full of awe, gratitude, and admiration. After a brief silence, someone mustered up the courage, knelt down and kowtowed, his voice trembling. Thank you, immortal. Thank you for saving my life. One person knelt down, and the others followed suit, and the sound of kowtows echoed one after another. Mercy, immortal. The immortal's great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten. Besides gratitude, I am more relieved to have survived the disaster. Chu Yuli also knelt down with everyone else. She buried her head deeply, not daring to look at Mou, for fear of attracting attention. I saw some mortals running away in all directions impatiently. She also mixed in with the crowd and left quietly. Mou naturally noticed her. 14 years old, at the third level of chi refining. With decent aptitude, however, he had already formed the golden elixir for the first time at the age of 14. As the holy son of Tianxian, how can you not have some talent? If he hadn't been sucked dry by Yanshi once, he would probably be in the nascent soul stage now. Therefore, he did not take Chu Yuli to heart. The cultivation realms in this world, from low to high, there are 9 realms: chi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, return to void, fusion, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels, implying that everything returns to one, and the great way is simple. Mou planned to go back to his hometown first, and then go to the Holy Land to ask his master about the engagement. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Detected the lucky girl, Chu Yuli, suppress her to get rewards. Mou's eyes fixed on the slender figure in the crowd. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Chu Yuli like a ghost, blocking her way. Chu Yuli was startled and quickly stopped and bowed. I wonder what instructions you have, senior. Mou looked at her. Name, Chu Yuli, luck, 8000, purple, idea, 20, first acquaintance, synopsis. Born into a declining immortal cultivation family, he was abducted by human traffickers while fleeing and became a miner. He unexpectedly gained an opportunity while mining and embarked on the path of cultivation. A favorability of 0 means strangers, and 100 means everlasting love. This luck is almost catching up with him, the rest is just too ordinary, there are no highlights. Mou slowly raised his hand. A gentle spiritual power surged out and gently brushed across Chu Yuli's entire body, the dirt instantly dissipated, revealing her original face, nothing special. The kind that no one would notice if you threw it on the street. Chu Yuli's heartstrings were tense and her breathing became cautious. At this time, Mou raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wow, there are actually multiple disguises. He almost didn't notice. Wave again, the spiritual power turned into a breeze that blew across Chu Yuli's face, and layers of disguise disappeared without a trace. The pure and beautiful face is presented without reservation. It was a face that could captivate everyone. It has not yet fully grown, but it has already begun to show its charming appearance. Her skin was whiter than snow, as smooth and radiant as jade. Her eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her eyes like autumn water. Her nose was straight and her lips were crimson. Her long black hair flowed down to her waist like a waterfall. Her ragged clothes could not hide her natural beauty, but instead made her look even more pitiful. It is like a dusty pearl, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Mou's eyes flickered slightly. Although the system is a bit slow, it does have no problem in finding the daughter of luck with this appearance and temperament. She is definitely a girl of luck. But how to suppress it? As a good young man in 2 lives, he has never done anything to bully the weak. Chu Yuli felt the changes in her body and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This disguise technique was left by her family's former ancestor who had established the foundation of her family. It is a top-grade human-level spell. It is said that even ordinary Jindan cultivators cannot decipher it. Now, it was easily resolved by the person in front of him who looked not much older than him. Not as so scary. What realm is this person in? The mortals who were originally planning to leave stopped and stared at Chu Yuli blankly, their eyes full of amazement. This is so beautiful. Is this a fairy? Chu Yuli took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and bowed again. Senior, I didn't mean to hide my appearance. His posture was extremely humble and his tone became more and more humble. Mou noticed her nervousness and smiled. Don't be nervous, I'm not a good person. Well, actually I'm a good person. I'm so used to saying it that I can't get used to it for a while. Chu Yuli's heart sank suddenly. You admitted it directly, Mou asked in as calm a tone as possible. May I have your name? Li Fei Yu. Chu Yuli answered decisively. Chapter 5 Human Emperor Banner Li Fei Yu. Wow, this little girl is really cautious. Mou laughed secretly in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. I see that you are very talented and have excellent bones, so I want to confirm it. Chu Yuli was speechless. She is a useless person with only 5 spiritual roots. What a talent! Fortunately, a waist like her is not suitable to be used as a cauldron. Before she could think about it, Mou had already grasped her slender wrist. Yes, Chaos Spiritual Root. After a moment, Mou released his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Talent is not important. For the son of luck, everything is the same anyway. The law of nature will chase you and feed you. Chu Yuli frowned slightly, her voice slightly bitter. Senior, my daughter has 5 spiritual roots. Mou explained. A single spiritual root is a natural spiritual root, 2 spiritual roots are true spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots are mixed spiritual roots, 4 spiritual roots are false spiritual roots, and 5 spiritual roots are useless spiritual roots. Do you know? Chu Yuli nodded slightly. 5 spiritual roots are useless spiritual roots and have no value at all. She's not even qualified to be a furnace. Mou raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The counterattack of the 5 spiritual roots is the Chaos Spiritual Root. I think you have that ability. Chu Yuli's heart tightened. Are you really going to capture me and use me as a cauldron? On the surface, he said he wanted to help her fight back, but in fact he was just greedy for her body. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. She suppressed her fear and remained respectful on the surface, but I was thinking in my mind how to escape. Mou stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, like a banished immortal descending to the earth. I see you have great perseverance, and your future is limitless. A golden scale cannot be confined to a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? He already had an idea in mind. Keep the girl of luck by your side first. We will study how to suppress it later. Chu Yuli's heart was filled with alarm, but her expression became more respectful, even with a hint of ecstasy. I'm willing. I will definitely live up to Master's high expectations. She leaned forward and kowtowed, her voice clear and crisp. With a barely perceptible tremor, she cleverly disguised this trembling as excitement, but I was complaining madly in my heart, what golden scales turning into a dragon, chaos spiritual roots, the future is limitless, it's all bullshit, these hypocritical immortals are all like this, he must want to use her as a cauldron, Chu Yuli is not a naive girl who allows herself to be manipulated by others, she will definitely find a chance to escape. You forced Chu Yuli to be your disciple. Although she was unwilling, you will have plenty of time to train her, whip her, and humiliate her in the future. This is a good start. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward, Human Emperor Banner, a banner of all souls tempered by the primordial purple energy. Its evil power will not backfire on its owner. MOU was speechless. You're just going to quit acting, right? How could the 10,000 souls banner be mentioned in the introduction of the Human Emperor Banner? Also, could you please not say it in such a vicious way? What about training, whipping, and humiliation? I see such a person. He thought about it and checked the system. Space.an ancient black banner comes into view, floating quietly, as if it has lasted forever. The densely packed runes on the banner flowed, flashing with mysterious light and emitting heart-pounding fluctuations above it. Wisps of primordial purple air were entwined, so purple that it turned black. It is worthy of being the treasure of the human race. The Human Emperor Banner. It looks extraordinary, very good. Considering that you might use Chu Yuli as a furnace in the future, please choose whether to plunder its luck points. No. MOU decisively refused. If others don't provoke him, he naturally won't make things difficult for others. He is the son of luck and has a system. Do you still need to snatch it from others? Joke. Since you refuse to plunder your luck remains unchanged. Villain points plus 300. Now MOU has a huge sum of 2,300 villain points. There are still about 100 small goals to achieve before reaching the Chaos Avenue agreement. It's equivalent to suppressing 1 million of him. This system really knows how to do business. Using a set of martial arts techniques as bait can drive people to kill 1 million sons of destiny like him. The mortals around were whispering, and their envious eyes were focused on Chu Yuli being favored by the immortal. The future is limitless. MOU reached out and helped Chu Yuli up. From now on you will be my eldest disciple. With a wave of his hand, a set of Tianxian Holy Land disciple uniform and a storage ring flew towards Chu Yuli. I only have one request. Don't look for me if you don't have anything to do. And if you do have something to do, try not to look for me either. He has plenty of people in Tianxian Holy Land, so there is no need for him to bring this disciple with him, and they don't get along. He is a reckless man who will do anything to get himself killed as long as he can avoid death. Disciple, please bear this in mind. Chu Yuli responded respectfully, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. This suited her perfectly. Her slender fingers gently stroked the exquisite disciple uniform. Her intuition told her that this thing was not simple, but she couldn't see anything special about it. It can only be put back into the storage ring. She's teasing voice sounded in MOU's mind. Why did you accept her as your apprentice? Are you attracted to her? Sister Shi, how about we make a bet? She will at least be a Mahayana in the future. Shi raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard that. You think so highly of her? Of course, she is my apprentice. So what do you want to bet on? Shi chuckled, obviously not believing MOU's judgment. Do you really think Mahayana is as cheap as cabbage? Can anyone you pick up on the street become a Mahayana practitioner? This is not something that can be achieved by piling up resources, talent, perseverance, and that elusive opportunity are all indispensable. MOU was speechless for a moment. He really didn't know what to bet on. After all, given their relationship, he could just ask for what he wanted. Shi also saw what he was thinking and smiled sweetly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. How about this? I've never enjoyed your service before, so if you lose, you wash my feet, and vice versa. How about that? MOU's spiritual sense subconsciously swept towards Shi's feet. The jade feet are white, tender, slender and graceful. The tiny blue veins on the snow-white skin are faintly visible. The ankles are round and small. The insteps are white, tender and smooth, and the toes are crystal clear and cute, lined up like pearls. Although it is a soul body, it emits a faint halo, adding a bit of hazy beauty. He quickly looked away. Okay, Sister Shi, just wait to wash my feet. Shi chuckled, his eyes moving around. Without commenting, she gracefully brushed back the white hair on her temples. It must be interesting to let Xiao Mayu wash your feet. MOU looked at Chu Yuli again. It looked like she was injured when she fought against those two. He also had many hidden and old injuries on his body. Eat this. Mou took out a golden pill and handed it to Chu Yuli. Yang Yuan pill, a third-grade healing pill. There are 9 grades of elixirs in this world, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest, corresponding to 9 realms. Chu Yuli took the pill. It felt warm to the touch, and a faint medicinal fragrance was refreshing. She frowned slightly, her alertness rising sharply. Could it be a poison pill? Her previous master was planning to give her a poison pill in order to take over his body. Fortunately, it was discovered in advance and escaped, but then I thought about it. With Mou's strength, it wouldn't be that difficult to harm her. Thinking of this, she swallowed the pill directly into her mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. Of the wound, which was originally extremely painful, now felt a tingling sensation and healed quickly. Many old hidden injuries in the body were also repaired. Even the spiritual energy has improved, and there are signs of a breakthrough. Master, this is Yang Yuan Dan. Yang Yuan Dan? The Yang Yuan Dan that Jin Danjunren uses to heal his injuries? Chu Yuli screamed in surprise, her beautiful face filled with shock and confusion. She had heard about it from her family elders. That is a holy medicine for healing used by Jin Dan stage monks. It is priceless and hard to come by. Why? This kind of elixir can be exchanged for a bunch of qi refining furnaces, so there is no need to give it to her. Chapter 6 The Reborn. You are my apprentice, so I must treat you well. Mou said lightly. Chu Yuli felt mixed emotions, bitterness mixed with a hint of warmth. Do you really treat her as your disciple? But if not, what's the point? She has nothing nice. In the world of cultivation, beauty is the least valuable thing. Chu Yuli was silent for a moment, then bowed deeply again, this time more sincerely than before. Thank you, Master. Chu Yuli favorability plus 40, current favorability, 60, close. Under your guidance, Chu Yuli has begun to accept you. Raising a stunningly beautiful girl is one of life's greatest joys. As a woman of mortal luck, Chu Yuli is extremely wary of anyone with low luck. As the destined villain, you must have made unimaginable efforts to gain her trust. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward, 3rd grade realm breakthrough pill. 3rd grade realm breaking pill can break through a small level of the golden core realm without any side effects. System produced, it must be of high quality. Villain points plus 600, it really took a lot of effort. It's just a 3rd grade Yang Yuan pill. None of the pets on his mountain will eat this thing. Carefully observe the realm breaking pill. Although it is a 3rd grade product, in fact, it is definitely more than this level. If placed outside, it can at least be equivalent to a 5th grade elixir. Mou raised his arm slightly and placed his palm on Chu Yuli's shoulder. Although this world is dark, it's not as bad as you think. At least, you can trust me. This place is located at the junction of Tianxian Domain and Luanqing Domain. The spiritual energy is thin and the order is chaotic. The breeding of darkness is inevitable. Chu Yuli's delicate body trembled slightly. The name Yuer made her feel a little uncomfortable, but also strangely gave her a sense of warmth. She seemed to see her deceased mother. Is this world dark? The family was destroyed. The master poisoned him, the traffickers tortured him, the mines exploited him. All she saw was endless darkness. She raised her head and looked at Mou. Those deep eyes made her unable to see through them, but she couldn't help but want to get closer. Her intuition told her that the master could be trusted. After a long time, she opened her red lips. Master. Yuer still doesn't know your name. Me? Li Fei Yu. The corners of Mou's mouth rose slightly. Chu Yuli's delicate little face was full of confusion. Why is master's name so similar to my own pseudonym? Mou ignored her doubts and summoned the flying sword. Let's go and destroy the wolf head gang together. Chu Yuli didn't ask any more questions and stood on the flying sword. Immediately the flying sword broke through the air, leaving a streak of light, and headed straight for the wolf head gang. The main hall of the wolf head gang, Xinsho stood with his hands behind his back, staring sinisterly at the trembling Wang Gang in front of him. Wang Gang, the leader of the wolf head gang, has reached the 2nd level of foundation building and is considered a hegemon in this area, but at this moment, he was like a lamb to be slaughtered, not daring to breathe. I'll ask you again, Chu Yuli, have you heard of it? Xinsho's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the 9 nether hell. Wang Gang trembled all over and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Master, I've never seen him before. There's no such person around here. Xinsho kicked out and Wang Gang flew several meters away. He slammed into the wall, his screams echoing throughout the hall. Xinsho stepped forward, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Is there an entrance to a secret realm here? Wang Gang spoke with difficulty, his face flushed. Yes, a secret entrance has recently appeared. In the mine east of the Wolf Head Gang, a gleam flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, the secret realm of Yin Yang sect, the place where Chu Yuli first rose to prominence. Very good. The corners of his mouth curled up and he turned his wrist. Wang Gang's neck made a crisp breaking sound. The body fell, its eyes wide open. Qin Shou threw the body away with a cold look. He raised his hand, and a black flag appeared in his palm. The banners are filled with ghostly shadows, and are eerie and terrifying. 10,000 souls banner, swallow it. Qin Shou let out a low roar, and the 10,000 souls banner fluttered in the wind, and a powerful suction force burst out. Outside the hall, bursts of shrill screams were heard. Before the Wolf Head Gang's minions could react, they were sucked in and turned into food. The entire Wolf Head Gang instantly turned into a ghost town. Qin Shou walked out of the hall with a gloomy expression. Chu Yuli, God has given me a chance to be reborn. In this life, I will kill you. Mou took Chu Yuli flying on the sword. The wind whistled in my ears. Chu Yuli hugged Mou's waist tightly. Her knuckles turned white and almost dug into his flesh. You hold on so tightly, it's not convenient for me to fly the sword. Chu Yuli did not answer, but buried her head deeply in his back, her delicate body trembling slightly. She didn't dare look down or speak too high, too fast. To let your disciple know the difference between high and low, you took her on a high-speed flight, making her afraid of heights from then on. Successfully suppressed the daughter of luck, villain points plus 200, afraid of heights. Mou was slightly stunned. I see, but he only used the escape speed of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. This speed is no different from that of a turtle. Did Chu Yuli develop acrophobia due to being scared? As expected, human joys and sorrows are not shared. At the beginning, he was so excited when he was taken by his chief master who was in the tribulation crossing stage and flew to the Tianqian Holy Land. He patted Chu Yuli's shoulder lightly. Arrive. Chu Yuli noticed that the flying sword had stopped, so she let go of Mou and raised her head cautiously. What comes into view is a small sect. Inside the sect, corpses were lying everywhere. Some had hideous faces and wide open eyes, as if they had seen something terrifying before they died. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a cold and eerie aura. Chu Yuli's face turned pale and her stomach was churning. She had to hold it in to avoid vomiting. Mou frowned and looked around. Evil cultivator? Only evil cultivators would use such evil means. The spiritual consciousness spread out instantly. Soon, an evil aura was detected. The source is at the entrance of the sect's central hall. Mou looked over. A man in a black robe stood there. His face was sinister, and his narrow eyes flashed with cold light. He exudes a gloomy aura. This person is Qin Shou. Qin Shou's gaze immediately locked onto Chu Yuli. When he saw Yuli's beautiful face clearly, his eyes couldn't help but flash with amazement. What? A stunning beauty, she is so beautiful that she brings disaster to all living beings. However, after being stunned, murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chu Yuli, although he had only seen her true appearance once, that beautiful face was deeply imprinted in his mind. What a coincidence, it actually came to my door, so I don't have to look for it. Qin Shou curled up a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, stepped on the void, and walked towards the two of them. He didn't care about Mou at all. How could there be a powerful person in this godforsaken place? Chu Yuli saw Qin Shou. He subconsciously took a half step back and protected Mou in front of him, walking in the air. This is the great power of the golden elixir. Mou swept his spiritual sense and instantly understood Qin Shou's situation clearly. The first level of golden elixir. What? A loser. The system panel automatically appears. Name, Qin Shou, Shiluck, green, introduction, a minor villain, of little value. The only thing worth noting is that he saw a glimpse of the future. Chapter 7 is the 9th level of the Golden Core. Very powerful. See the future. What future? Mou saw that Qin Shou's attention was always on Chu Yuli. I had a vague guess in my mind. For details, just ask and you will know everything. Moreover, evil practitioners are punishable by anyone. What he hates most is evil cultivators. Qin Shou hovered in the air, his eyes as fierce as a wolf's and a tiger's. Unscrupulous and unbridled. A wicked smile played at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was filled with undisguised greed. I have to say, she's really pretty. He hadn't finished speaking yet Mou moved. There were no unnecessary movements and no magic weapons were used. Just raise your right hand casually. The spiritual energy gushed out instantly and turned into a huge spiritual palm. The palm of his hand covered the sky and the sun, emitting a terrifying pressure. It seems as if the world can be held in the palm of your hand. Bang! There was a loud bang. With lightning speed, he captured Qin Shou firmly before Qin Shou even had time to react. He was trapped in midair, unable to move. The hideous smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by endless horror. How is that possible? He frantically mobilized the spiritual power in his body, trying to break free from the giant palm, but found that everything was in vain. That power is as vast as an abyss and as heavy as a mountain. He was almost suffocated by the pressure, and his internal organs seemed to be about to burst. He raised his head in horror and looked at Mou. Only then did he realize that he was completely unable to see through this person's cultivation level. Damn it, how could there be a cultivator stronger than him in this damn place? Mou jumped down from the flying sword and landed steadily on the ground. Why did you attack my disciple? Qin Shou was shocked. Disciple? How is that possible? How could she have a master? She remembered that Chu Yuli was a casual cultivator, and she didn't even have a friend, let alone a master. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, startling the birds in the forest. How dare you! Release my young master immediately! Mou looked up and saw an old man in a black robe coming towards him with a fierce momentum. Hope rekindled in Qin Shou's eyes. His protector, Qin Kuei, the 9th level of golden elixir. This is the basis for his arrogance. The Qin family is a family of gods that has been passed down for thousands of years. His profound foundation is far beyond the reach of the casual cultivators in this remote area. Even if they are both in the Jindan stage, Qin Kuei's magic weapons and experience far surpass those of ordinary cultivators. Today, he will make this ignorant cultivator pay the price. Chu Yuli frowned slightly, a trace of worry rising in her heart. That old man could walk in the air, and he was also a powerful golden elixir master. Master might get hurt if he fights such a powerful enemy. At this moment, a sound came like spring thunder. Fellow Daoist, let me lend you a hand. Mou looked in the direction of the sound. I saw an old man in a white robe with an immortal look coming. Every gesture and movement reveals the demeanor of a master. I advise you to stay out of other people's business. Qin Kuei roared angrily, and the sound shook the whole area. This person is also at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. Mou, who is at the 8th level of Jindan, is not easy to deal with. The old man in white robe said loudly. I am Xianfeng Jinwen from Xianjian Villa. I sense the evil spirit rising from this place, so I have come here to exorcise it and defend the way. He looked at Mou and said, Don't panic, Daoist friend. I am enough to deal with him alone. Thank you very much. Mou clasped his fists to him. I and the entire Tianxian region, the forces with the word Xin in their names are basically all affiliated with the Tianxian Holy Land. His gaze fell back on Qin Shou. Now, we can talk. What do you want to know? Qin Shou's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't think that Master Xianfeng could defeat Qin Kuei. What he has to do now is to delay time. On the other side, Qin Kuei snorted coldly. Summon a magic sword. He bit his tongue, sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the sword, and performed the sword technique. The magic sword let out a sharp hiss, carrying with it a monstrous demonic energy, as it cut through the sky and pierced straight into Master Xianfeng. Master Xianfeng did not dare to be negligent and also summoned a flying sword to resist. However, as soon as his flying sword came into contact with the magic sword, it was cut like tofu and shattered into pieces. His pupils suddenly contracted. Spiritual weapon? You know, spiritual weapons are magic tools that only Yuaniing true people are qualified to obtain. The next moment, the magic sword continued to move forward and pierced his forehead. Fellow Daoist, come and help me. Let's work together to eliminate the demon. Master Xianfeng was horrified and hurriedly condensed his spiritual shield to resist. Depend on, if I had known this would happen, I would not have come here to join in the fun. Now I am afraid I will die here. Mou witnessed this scene and sighed helplessly. This was done too quickly. He snapped his fingers, and a stream of spiritual energy entered Qin Shou's body, instantly sealing his golden elixir, and then threw him aside. The next moment, Mou appeared in front of Master Xianfeng. He stretched out 2 fingers and easily caught the flying magic sword. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Qin Kuei's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. In order to win the battle quickly, he directly burned his blood. In essence, this is definitely the strongest attack below the nascent soul stage. It was caught so casually. Master Xianfeng was also shocked. Immediately afterwards, his face turned red and he felt ashamed. People don't need to save themselves at all. Chu Yuli stared at the scene blankly. Master is so handsome. Mou held the magic sword between 2 fingers. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and he looked like an immortal. He threw the magic sword casually, and it penetrated deeply into the ground. His figure flashed and turned into a shadow, instantly approaching Qin Kuei. I don't know when a long spear with a cold glow appeared in his hand. Runes flowed on the gun body, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. The tip of the spear emitted a cold light, carrying an unparalleled murderous aura, and pointed directly at Qin Kuei's heart. Qin Kuei's heart was filled with alarm, and a shadow of death instantly enveloped his whole body. He didn't have Time to think about it, and hastily summoned a spiritual shield that was gleaming with black light and placed it in front of him. On the spiritual shield, the black tortoise pattern is lifelike, exuding an aura as heavy as a mountain. Boom, a deafening explosion resounded through the sky, the tip of the gun collided violently with the spiritual shield. The extremely strong spiritual shield shattered into pieces like a fragile paper. The spear was as powerful as a bamboo that could break through anything, and it pierced through the old man's chest in an instant, blood splattered, dyeing the sky red, but strangely avoided. Qin Kuei's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and despair. He was at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and holding a spiritual shield, but he couldn't even block a single shot from the opponent. This spiritual shield cannot be easily destroyed even by a nascent soul expert. Are you? The old man let out a broken roar from his throat, wanting to get to the bottom of things. However, Mou didn't give him any chance at all. He flicked his wrist. A cold white flame suddenly burst out from the spear, spreading out in an instant and swallowing Qin Kuei whole. Under the burning of the ghost fire of the underworld, Qin Kuei's body and soul turned into nothingness in an instant. Mou retracted his spear, and the ghost fire on the tip of the spear slowly went out. Is the 9th level of the Golden Core very strong? The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Master Shenfeng was shocked. This guy is so good at pretending. Got it, next time he will build his foundation like this. Chu Yuli looked at Mou's back with a strange look in her eyes. Master is so awesome, it can actually kill a Jindan expert in seconds. Master must be at the nascent soul stage, and has hidden his strength to the Golden Core stage. She will do the same in the future. Don't let others know your true strength. Chapter 8. Who gets the Hongmeng Purple Chi Soul Refining Banner? Qin Shao's was completely dumbfounded. His protector, the 9th level of the Golden Core, actually got killed in seconds. How is this possible? Who is this person? Why is it so strong? Why are you in this damn place? I have been investigating Chu Yuli for so many years in my previous life, but I have never heard that she has a master. Mou turned slowly and his cold eyes fell on Qin Shao, who was lying on the ground, trembled all over and subconsciously wanted to escape. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a powerful pressure descending upon him. The fear of death came like a tide, drowning him. In despair, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. You forced me to do this. If we're going to die, let's die together. He gritted his teeth and swallowed a blood-red pill, and the seal left by Mou was instantly broken. He summoned the 10,000 Souls banner, using the banner body as nourishment. He activated secret techniques to enhance the combat power of the resentful spirits within it. The black banner burned, emitting a pungent burnt smell and accompanied by a sizzling sound, like the wailing of an evil spirit. Thousands of resentful souls poured out from the burning banners, densely packed like a swarm of locusts. The wind was blowing coldly and the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling were endless, which was creepy. Chu Yuli was so frightened that her face turned pale and she subconsciously retreated behind Mou. Shen Fengzhenren's face was solemn. It's the 10,000 Souls banner. Damn it! The leading spirit has actually reached the nascent soul stage. He looked at Mou. Fellow Taoist, if we join forces, we might have a chance to escape from this place. I'll return to the villa, report the situation, and then capture this evil cultivator. Mou stared at the resentful souls tumbling in the sky, remaining silent. He hates evil cultivators. In this life, all his relatives who took him in were killed by evil cultivators. Evil practitioners should all die without the restraint of the 10,000 Souls banner. These resentful spirits quickly locked onto the three people and pounced on them with a terrifying cold aura. Dao Yu? Master Shenfeng urged anxiously. No need. Mou's voice was flat. Master Shenfeng was stunned, thinking that Mou had given up resistance, but he flicked his fingers. A wisp of cold white flame floated out and fell into the resentful soul. The ghost fire fell to the ground and spread rapidly, turning into a blazing sea of white fire, enveloping countless resentful souls. Wherever the flames passed, the resentful souls sighed with relief, as if they had been liberated, and eventually turned into points of spiritual light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Mou carefully felt the ghost fire of the underworld. After devouring a large number of resentful souls, the power of the netherworld ghost fire increased greatly. If it was at the chi refining stage when it was first acquired, it is now at the nascent soul stage. Master Shenfeng was dumbfounded, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an EGG. Is this something that the golden elixir can do? Can the Yuanying stage owner of their Shenzhen villa do it? Absolutely not. The person in front of me is definitely a high-level nascent soul, or even a powerful being in the spirit transformation stage. Fellow Taoist, I have something to ask that guy. Mou's voice rang out, Breaking the silence, Master Xianfeng immediately understood. Senior, I am the elder of Xianjian Villa. If you are interested, you can come to visit my Xianjian Villa. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away on his sword and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye, fearing that he would be affected. Mou walked up to Qinshu and said calmly, "Answer my previous question. Why did you attack my apprentice?" Qinshu trembled all over and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that the nascent soul stage banner spirit that he was so proud of would be so vulnerable in front of Mou. His knees went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice trembling like a sieve. "Senior, I am actually a reborn person. I don't want to kill her, but she will kill me hundreds of years later, so I took action in advance. Senior, please understand. I am willing to serve you at my utmost. Please spare my life." Mou frowned slightly. "Reborn?" he secretly asked the system. "System, are you sure he's not the son of destiny? The son of fortune isn't just anyone, he's useless. Am I not worthy of being the son of destiny even after rebirth?" Mou became even more confused. At this time, Yan Shi's cold voice came from the ring. "Xiaoyu, I think I know what he means." Mou raised his eyebrows. "Sister Yan Shi, do you know? I've seen it in the ancient books of the immortal world." Yan Shi's red pupils moved slightly, as if she was lost in memories. Nine-leaf fate grass, a magical grass born in response to a great catastrophe in heaven and earth, has 9 leaves that allow 9 people to glimpse the future. One of them will be blessed with great fortune and the responsibility of saving the world, and the future he sees will be the most distant. This person must be one of the 9, but he shouldn't be the one who will be robbed. Mou suddenly realized it is the plugin of the reborn person, which appears in a reasonable way. Therefore, this world has a reborn son of destiny. As for the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, but he didn't care at all. Qinshu was killed hundreds of years later. I don't know how long it will take for the great catastrophe of heaven and earth to happen. Let your future self worry about the future. Now he just needs to do his current job well. Mou's gaze once again fell on Qinshu, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. Make use of this person's memory and see what opportunities you will encounter in the future. Go and intercept it in advance. He took out the 10,000 souls. No, it's the human emperor banner. An ancient banner as black as ink appeared out of thin air above the banner. Purple mist was swirling and cold wind was blowing, emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The human emperor banner has many abilities. One of them is to obtain some of the memories of the captured soul, only partially, but enough. Qinshu's face suddenly changed. He also has the 10,000 souls banner. How could he not know Mou's thoughts? He kowtowed repeatedly. "Senior, no matter what you ask me, I will answer you honestly, but if I search your soul, you won't be able to know everything. I don't care, evil cultivators deserve to die. Besides, if I let you live, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night." Mou smiled and prepared to wave the human emperor banner in his hand. Qinshu's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fear of death made him roar desperately. "Wait! My grandfather is a god. You can't kill me. God transformation?" Mou paused, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "That's right, let me go, otherwise, my grandfather will definitely kill you." Mou fell into deep thought, tapping the human emperor banner with his fingertips, as if weighing the pros and cons. Seeing him hesitate, Qinshu felt more confident. "If you're not afraid of death, just kill me." However, the next moment, he saw Mou's mouth corners slightly raised. "Okay, as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Mou shook his wrist, and the human emperor banner fluttered, with black air surging on the surface of the banner. The terrifying suction force exploded instantly, and Qinshu didn't even have time to scream before he was sucked into the banner and refined in an instant. Mou licked his lips. "Huashan is great. I like this buy one get one free deal the most." At this time, Yan Shi's curious voice sounded. "Xiaoyu, where did you get that soul flag? It feels a little strange." She felt that there seemed to be a faint, Hongmeng purple energy. Then, she herself found the idea funny. Who would have nothing better to do than to use the Hongmeng purple Qi soul refining banner? Chapter 9: The Reborn in Tianxian Holy Land? It's a natural magic weapon that awakens along with my physique and will-o'-the-wisp. Mou talked nonsense. Yan Shi frowned slightly, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her red eyes. "Are you the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's biological son? Also,
Who would set the awakening condition to dual cultivation?
She also knew that Mou's background was unknown. She always thought he was just an orphan from a mortal family, and now it seems that his father is not really the immortal emperor. Mou looked calm.
I don't know. I've lost my parents since I can remember.
Yenxi's heart softened, a hint of pity flashed in her red eyes, and she comforted him softly.
It's okay, you still have me.
A warm feeling surged in Mou's heart.
Thank you, my dear sister, my good master.
Afterwards, he stopped thinking about it and focused his attention on Qinshuo's memory. On the side, Chu Yuli's heartbeat quickened slightly. That black banner. Could Master be an evil cultivator? She secretly looked at Mou. The atmosphere was peaceful, without any cold or evil feeling. This made her feel relieved. It would be disastrous if you boarded the evil cultivator's pirate ship.
Anyone who practices evil should be punished by anyone. This soul flag must have been snatched from other evil cultivators. Yes, that must be it. Mou quickly finished checking his memory. The location of the Qin family, the time and location of the opening of the secret realm around the Qin family, are all known. There is very little information about Chu Yuli. Qinshu didn't even know that Chu Yuli was Li Feiyu. However, an important piece of information was found. 1 year later, Li Mozun, also known as Chu Yuli, will emerge in a secret realm in Tianshan domain. Mou decided, when the time comes, I will take Chu Yuli with me and ask her to hand over some of her resources. This will definitely be considered as suppression. Then he asked the system, can you find the location of that reborn person?
He wanted to bring that over as well and suppress it slowly. Price, 500 villain points. Mou's face darkened. He himself only has 10,000 luck points. Even if he was killed, he could only check 20 people. However, when I think about the bug in the system, I can block the villain points. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Change, villain points minus 500, reborn location.
Tianshan Holy Land. Mou was stunned. Tianshan Holy Land, he and another son of destiny are in the same force, and he never noticed? System, do you have a specific name or a more specific location?
Price, 500 villain points. Mou, black. It's so fucking dark, even more cruel than Zhou Baiopi. He took a deep breath to calm his heart, asked a very important question.
What will happen if I kill the son of luck before I finish plundering his luck?
If you kill the child of luck will die. What if I let someone else do it? For example, let Chu Yuli, or ask a tribulation stage expert to kill the other sons of luck? Even the son of fortune finds it difficult to kill the son of fortune. Other strong people will only become the opportunity of the children of destiny. Mou nodded. Learn 3 important pieces of information. Point 1.
The system is greater than the way of heaven. Point 2. He doesn't have to worry about other sons of luck. Point 3.
No one can kill him. All in all, he opened its eye. In this case, the identity of the son of destiny is no longer important. Moreover, the system can detect the son of luck. Once you return to Tianshan Holy Land, you will naturally know who that person is. Mou bent down and started licking the bag. As soon as the storage ring was received, the system prompt sounded.
Qinshu is one of the important opportunities on Chu Yuli's path of cultivation. You successfully intercepted it.
Reward, 1 spiritual banner. Spirit of the first level in the spiritual transformation stage, villain points plus 100. Mou curled his lips.
The spirit of the divine banner? What do you want me to use to support it?
Although I read novels before and heard that the 10,000 souls banner was so awesome, but you will only know it after you actually travel through time. This weapon is useless. The production process is extremely demanding, even more difficult than getting the best entries. Subsequent maintenance is even more troublesome. It requires a constant source of resentment to maintain. Not if it was someone at the same level as him. He could still barely use his spiritual energy as a substitute, but this is a banner spirit in the spirit transformation stage. Where does he get so much spiritual energy? System response. Frowny face. The spirits awarded by the system are all perpetual motion machines and require no maintenance. As for the other spirits, I suggest you conduct a world massacre and genocide, using the resentful souls of countless living beings to create supreme ferocity. A few black lines appeared on Mou's forehead. It's worthy of being called a villain system. It's really villainous. He turned his attention to the human emperor banner. Except for Qinshuo's soul, there was an extremely powerful humanoid soul inside, emitting a heart-pounding aura, the spirit of the divine banner, just as the system said, even without the nourishment of resentment. This banner spirit will not dissipate. He couldn't help but sigh. The system is really abnormal. What he gained today was much more than what he had gained from countless life and death crises and experiences in his entire life. if the original identity of the Son of Luck was just a cheat that increased the explosion rate. So now, it's just unlimited resources. This is simply a step to heaven. So cool. MOU's spiritual sense probed into the storage ring. Suddenly, a stream of light shot out from the storage ring. Chaos Star region. Broken Star State. Sheen family. I in the soul lamp hall. The two soul lamps slowly went out, turning into tiny embers that drifted in the air. Shower. A shrill roar exploded like thunder, shaking the entire Sheen family. Then, a figure suddenly rushed out, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. He was dressed in a black robe, his face was haggard, his eyes were red, and he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. It was none other than the Sheen family's ancestor, Sheen Jun, the notorious demonic leader who had transformed into a god in Broken Star State. At this moment, this usually unfathomable god-transforming power was roaring towards the sky like a madman. Who is it? Who on earth dares to kill my shower? Sheen Shou is his most beloved grandson and the heir to the family he has high hopes for. It takes 100 years to form a pill. Although this kind of talent is not the best in the Chaos Star domain, but in Shattered Star State, it is rare enough to make the Sheen family glorious for another 1,000 years. And now, he was killed. How could he accept this? He waved his hand violently, spiritual power surged, and a huge map appeared above the Sheen family. There is a white mark on it, which is exactly where MOU is. Pass my order, dig 3 feet into the ground and catch the murderer. I want him, and everything behind him, to be buried with Shower. Before he finished speaking, the map in the sky suddenly exploded, the airwaves rolled, sweeping across the entire Sheen family, making bursts of roars. Sheen Jun's face darkened and he waved his hand violently. A tremendous force surged out instantly, blocking the violent airwave. Immediately afterwards, a huge middle finger gesture slowly emerged in the sky. There was another line of large characters following closely behind. You idiots, you still want to track me down with your level? This extremely arrogant and provocative act was clearly visible in the area surrounding the Sheen family. Like a loud slap in the face of the Sheen family, many people began to talk and point fingers. Some of the Sheen family's rival families even began to secretly investigate the matter. Sheen Jun's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Now not only is the grandson dead, but the entire Sheen family has also lost face. It is such a shame and humiliation. What's more troublesome is that he has now lost track of that person. The other side, after performing the small spell, MOU wiped out the mark of spiritual consciousness. These are nothing new. I work on these spiritual marks every day. He checked the information about the Sheen family in his memory. The Sheen family has 3 old monsters in the god transformation stage. There are more than a dozen nascent souls. However, there are many people who want to kill him. Who does the small Sheen family think they are? After thinking about it, MOU made a decision. Go back to the Holy Land, mobilize people, and destroy the Sheen family. Chapter 10. Even after being sold, I still have to say thank you. He would not do this to ordinary enemies, and the Holy Land would not send anyone. But the Sheen family is different. They are hiding evil cultivators, and the Sheen family is definitely a great opportunity for Chu Yuli. If you kill it in advance, you will probably get some good stuff from the system. MOU looked at the ring again. The contents of the 2 storage rings combined are probably only worth about 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the ordinary Jindan stage, they are already considered rich, but in front of MOU, it is completely not enough. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous little gadget in the corner. It was a completely black fragment with a bumpy surface, as if it had fallen from a broken jar. However, there was a faint demonic aura entwined with it, emitting a strange aura according to Sheen Shou's memory. He picked up this thing from a corner of a secret realm. If he hadn't taken a second look for some unknown reason, he would have missed it. He also tried to study the tile, but found nothing. Over time, it was forgotten in the corner of the storage ring. MOU can conclude this is a great opportunity. Good things must be reserved for the protagonist. Apart from this mysterious fragment, there was nothing else in the ring worthy of MOU's attention. He casually threw the ring to Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli subconsciously took the ring and probed her spiritual sense into it. The next moment, she was completely stunned. In the ring, there were mountains of spirit stones, flashing with dazzling light, almost blinding her eyes. Various magical weapons, emitting colorful light, are obviously not ordinary items. After a long pause, she came to her senses, opened her mouth, and her voice trembled. Master, you gave these to me for safekeeping. Aren't you afraid that I might steal them? MOU raised his eyebrows. What are you thinking? Those are for you. For me? Chu Yuli was completely stunned. She widened her beautiful eyes, looked at MOU in disbelief, then looked at the treasure in the ring. Her mind going blank. Any one of these things would be enough to drive her former family crazy. Master actually said that these were all for her. Master is so generous. A warm feeling surged in Chu Yuli's heart. She quickly bowed deeply to Mou.
Thank you, Master.
What did Master take out before? Chu Yuli thought of the black fragments, and questions arose in her mind. Although the fragment looked ordinary, it gave her a sense of danger. Soon, she figured it out. Master must have taken it away because he was afraid that I would go astray. Master is so kind and thoughtful. While Chu Yuli was lost in thought, Mou also received a prompt from the system. Chu Yuli favorability plus 20.
You successfully intercepted Chu Yuli's opportunity, the fragment of the heavenly demon inheritance, demon secret realm. Gather all 7 fragments to unlock. You must possess a fragment to enter. It contains the inheritance of the demon, and is one of the important opportunities for Chu Yuli to become an immortal. Due to your deception, Chu Yuli's opportunity was taken away. She still has you to thank her. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: 2 heavenly demon inheritance fragments, villain points plus 300. Chu Yuli's luck plundering function has been automatically disabled. It can be enabled when needed. Mou checked the system space. There were indeed 2 more fragments inside that were flickering with faint light. I just don't know if this reward is the system getting another fragment or if it created a new one itself. At the same time, he also roughly understood the principles of the system rewards. The system rewards depend on what you intercept, and some villain points will also be given. The increase in the favorability of the Son of Luck will also bring in villain points. There will be big prizes at some special times. For example, Ling Qingyue got the first blood, Yan Shi had a full impression, and Chu Yuli became his apprentice. After figuring these out, it would be much easier for him to do things later, since Chu Yuli will destroy the Qin family in the future. He destroyed the Qin family ahead of time and robbed all their things, which can definitely be considered as intercepting. Then he checked the system panel. Name: Mou, Realm, Golden Core Stage 8th level, Constitution, Chaos. Divine Body, Unawakened, Pure Yang Kidney Body, Kung Fu, Tianxian Holy Scripture, Heavenly Grade, Top Grade, Great Burning Heaven Technique, Earthly Grade, Mid Grade, Upgradable, Spell, Mysterious Heavenly Sword Technique, Magic Weapon, Human Emperor Banner, Special, Immortal Bone, Remnant, Azure Spiritual Flame, Pure Yang True Fire, Netherworld Ghost Fire, Luck, 12,000, Gold, Villain Points, 3,000. Next, take the Realm Breaking Pill and you can reach the 9th level. By integrating the Netherworld Ghostfire and improving the Great Burning Heaven technique, one can reach the nascent soul stage. He decided to return to his hometown first and then return to the sect for a breakthrough. By the way, see if the senior and junior sisters are the girls of luck. Then, he sent people to destroy the Qin family. Mou quickly made subsequent plans. He glanced at the ragged Chu Yuli, and then looked at the huge sum of 3,000 villain points. I opened the system mall without hesitation. Among the dazzling array of goods, he locked onto a low-grade spiritual weapon, Qinglan Yuehua Skirt, 200 villain points. The magic weapons in this world are divided into 3 levels: magic tools, spiritual tools, and spiritual treasures. Each level is divided into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and extreme. This Qinglan Yuehua Skirt is green all over, as light as gauze, with a faint moonlight flowing on the surface, like a dream, able to resist attacks below the Jindan stage. It also has the effect of gathering spirits, which can speed up the practitioner's cultivation speed. Most importantly, this skirt is really beautiful. Thinking of this, he decisively exchanged for the spiritual weapon. A green skirt appeared out of thin air in his hands. He handed it to Chu Yuli. Don't wear the one I gave you before. Try this one. It's a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapon? Chu Yuli took the Qinglan Yuehua skirt. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, as if she was thinking about the meaning of the spiritual weapon. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled violently. He quickly shook his head, his tone firm. Master, I can't accept it. She remembered, I've read it in a book before. Spiritual weapons are magical tools that can only be used by cultivators above the nascent soul stage. Each piece is priceless and extremely precious. If this is given to Master, it will definitely take his strength to a higher level. Wait, Master seems unable to wear this skirt. Chu Yuli's thoughts suddenly froze, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Take it, it's of no use to me. Mou said lightly. His magic weapon is, at worst, a low-grade spiritual weapon, but Chu Yuli didn't understand what he meant. She shook her head stubbornly. Then I can't take it either. Master can give it to his future Taoist partner. Mou looked at her determined eyes and felt helpless. He frowned and pretended to be angry. I told you to accept it, so just accept it. Why are you talking so much?
Shuyuli lowered her head slightly. There is a warm current flowing in my heart, master. He is so nice, such a treasure was given to me without even blinking an EYE. It has been a long time since anyone cared about her like this. Tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes, and crystal tears rolled in her eye sockets. Chapter 11. Encountering a beautiful girl in the ancestral land. You thought she was frightened by him, and his heart softened.
I didn't mean to be mean to you. And never mind.
Shuyuli quickly raised her head, her voice a little hurried, fearing that Mou would misunderstand. When Master saw that she was unhappy, he actually took the initiative to apologize, much better than his previous master. She also became more certain that her master must be a good person. Some things can be seen from a person's daily behavior. Shuyuli injected spiritual power into the Qinglan Yuehua skirt in her hand. The skirt seemed to come alive, stretching out lightly and automatically fitting. On her body, she looked down, then turned around in front of Mou, her skirt fluttering like a fairy descending to earth.
Master, how is it? Does it look good?
There was both joy and anticipation in her beautiful eyes. No girl doesn't like a beautiful dress. A look of surprise flashed in Mou's eyes. Nice. The Shuyuli in front of him had skin whiter than snow, eyebrows and features like paintings, and bright eyes that were as clear as a spring. She wore a Qinglan Yuehua skirt, the hem of which was dotted with stars, as if the Milky Way was scattered across it. A light blue ribbon around her waist outlines her slender waist, adding a touch of femininity. Although her figure has not yet fully developed, her exquisite curves are already visible, like a bud about to bloom, exuding the charm of youth, especially the slender waist, which is so thin that you can hold it in your hands, making people want to hug it in their arms. At this moment, she is incredibly beautiful. She is completely different from the dirty little girl she was at the beginning, with such stunning beauty. Perhaps only the senior sisters in his mountain can compare with her. Shuyuli felt a little embarrassed when Mou praised her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head and gently twisted the hem of her skirt with her fingers. Shuyuli was even more charming at this moment, but Mou didn't have much time to appreciate her, so he summoned his flying sword.
Come on, come back to my house with me first.
Shuyuli hesitated slightly and was a little scared, but still nodded gently, took light steps, and stepped onto the flying sword.
Master's home? Don't you have a sect?
Go home and take care of some things, then go to the sect. Mou answered briefly, jumped onto the flying sword, stood in front of Shuyuli, and flew up on the sword. In order to take care of Shuyuli, the flying altitude was lowered and the flying sword slowly passed by at low altitude.
Are you going to meet your parents?
Shuyuli muttered softly. Mou's hearing was so sharp that he naturally heard her whisper. I'm just a little curious. A look of panic appeared on Shuyuli's beautiful face. I don't have any parents, and there's no one left at home.
Mou spoke lightly, without joy or anger or awe.
Shuyuli was stunned, surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then a deep heartache surged up. Mou did not continue to explain, but just flew the sword quietly. Shuyuli was very smart and had guessed something. Master, he must have had a similar tragic experience as mine, right? She couldn't help but gently hug Mou from behind and put her cheek against his broad back.
Master, you have me now. I am also your family.
Thanks. Mou felt the warmth coming from behind him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He recalled his past. According to vague memories, he seemed to be born into a large family. Later, there was a gap in his memory, corresponding to the loss of his sacrum. When he was half a year old, he appeared in Mo village and was adopted by the villagers. That's where his memory really begins. When he was 3 years old, evil cultivators massacred the Mo village, and he narrowly escaped. Being too young, he couldn't survive alone in this cruel world, but an inexplicable force saved him and allowed him to practice fasting. Later I found out that it was Sister Yen Shi who did it. When he was 4 years old, he was picked up by Yishime, the head of Suiwei Peak in Tianxian Holy Land, and became her 5th direct disciple. There are 4 senior sisters and 1 junior sister. Half a day later, the 2 arrived at Mo village.
This is Master's hometown?
Shuyuli looked around, astonishment welling up in her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. Of the dilapidated houses, like empty eyes, stare at the sky, telling of endless sadness. Weeds are growing among the broken walls and ruins, wantonly occupying every inch of land. The whole village was desolate and dead silent. Mou did not respond, but walked silently towards the old locust tree at the entrance of the village that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Here, the elders and villagers of Mo village are buried. It was Master Yishime who helped bury it back then. He took out some spiritual fruits and fine wine from his storage ring and placed them in front of a relatively intact stone tablet.
Now I am about to break through to the nascent soul stage. When I become an immortal, I will kill all the evil demons in the world. He spoke slowly, his voice low and each word weighed 1,000 pounds. Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes were fixed on Mo's back. Master's ambition is so great, become an immortal and kill all evil spirits. Can it really be done? Of course you can, Master is the strongest. She looked at the stone tablet with a puzzled look on her face. Isn't Master's name Li Feiyu? Why is this Mo village? Follow me. Mou interrupted her thoughts and walked towards the depths of the village. Chu Yuli hurriedly followed, her steps light as a well-behaved kitten. The two came to an ancient building made of bluestone. There are 4 big characters on the plaque above the building. Mahist Ancestral Temple. Pushing open the heavy stone door, a long-forgotten smell hit me in the face. I in the Ancestral Temple. Tablets of the ancestors of the Mahist school are enshrined. In front of the tablet, the incense table was covered with thick dust. Mou walked to the incense table and prepared to clean the dust. The moment he touched the tablet in the center, the space around him distorted. The two of them only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they came to an unfamiliar environment. Here is a plain. The place is filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers, and it is full of spiritual energy, just like a fairyland. Is this a secret place? Mou was a little surprised that he never imagined that there was a secret realm hidden in the Mo family's ancestral temple. Sure enough, a child with double luck has double happiness. However, this should have nothing to do with Chu Yuli, and this opportunity is most likely his. Chu Yuli hid behind Mou. Master, what is this place? A secret place, a place of opportunity. Mou explained as he walked forward with Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli was very careful, fearing that she would be held back by any danger. Mou looked normal, not caring at all. Anyway, we are all children of destiny and cannot die. After passing through a dense forest, the view suddenly opened up. A huge lake appeared before them. The water was crystal clear and sparkling. In the center of the lake, there is a small island, shaded by green trees and colorful flowers. In the center of the island, golden bubbles were suspended in the air, and inside them was a beautiful girl. The girl was dressed in white, her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque. His eyes were closed, as if he was in a deep sleep. Chu Yuli was stunned. She had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and she couldn't even describe it in words. It seems to have transcended the mortal world, as if the Queen Mother of the 9 heavens has descended to the earth, making people dare not have the slightest blasphemous thoughts. Yuan Zun. Mou spoke softly. Master, who is Yuan Zun? It's not someone. I met a beautiful girl in the ancestral land. I call her Yuan Zun. Master, do you often encounter beautiful girls in the ancestral land? Chu Yuli tilted her little head, her big eyes full of confusion. Mou. Chapter 12 Ancestors of Moism. Suddenly, an old man in black appeared in front of the two of them out of nowhere. The old man has a kind face and a weathered look in his eyes. Ha, someone is here. Pure Yang holy body, born with immortal bones, not bad, not bad. He stroked his beard lightly, looked at Mou, sighed softly, and then showed a look of regret. What a pity, the immortal bone was dug out. It's miserable, so miserable. Mou was shocked, but remained calm on the surface. Senior, you really have a keen eye for talent. You saw through my situation right away. You know, even his master Yishime, who was in charge of transcending tribulation, and the Mahayana Saint Lord of Tianqian Holy Land could not see that he once had immortal bones. This person is either a Mahayana expert who was extremely strong in exploration, or an immortal. Junior Mou, may I ask who you are and where this place is? Mou bowed and asked respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back. Turning around, I saw Chu Yuli with her cheeks puffed out and her eyes wide open. It looked like an angry kitten, so cute. Mou then remembered, I used a pseudonym to tease her before. Little guy, interesting, you're not afraid of me? The old man's voice brought Mou back. He turned his head, his expression calm, with a hint of a smile on his lips. Senior, you're joking. What's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is death. This old man is just a remnant soul, and is extremely weak. That is the power of transformation into a god. There are ghost fires from the underworld and thunder magic, which are completely defeated. What are you afraid of? Upon hearing this, the old man was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud towards the sky. Interesting. Interesting. Boy, I like you more and more. To be honest, I am Mo Yuan, the ancestor of the Mahist school. Ancestor of Moism. Mou's heart moved,
and he quickly opened his panel. Name, Mo Yuan, luck, purple, introduction, a former powerful man, trapped in the Mo family's ancestral land, and the fortune-bringing boy of Mou, the son of destiny, the boy who brings wealth. Mou's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "Ancestor, what realm were you at during your peak period?" Mo Yuan stroked his beard, a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, as if he had returned to that powerful era.
"I was also an 8 Tribulations Lucy mortal back then."
There was a hint of loneliness and a hint of pride in his voice.
"Immortal!"
Shu Yuli screamed, covered her mouth with her little hands, and her eyes were full of shock. Although she hadn't even learned all the realms of cultivation, she knew about immortality. The purpose of cultivating immortality is to become an immortal, and the senior in front of him was actually an immortal. She couldn't help but become wary of Mo Yuan. Immortals and the like are too dangerous. Mo was not worried at all and asked quickly,
"Does the ancestor have a magical weapon?"
Mo Yuan was slightly stunned, thinking he had misheard. It took him a while to react, and he was so angry that his beard stood up.
"No. I have revealed my identity to I in the end. You only came to me to ask for the magic weapon. Are you polite? Are there any magical treasures or immortal techniques?"
Mou continued to ask. When Mo Yuan heard this, his deep eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe his ears.
"You little bastard, how come you're even more greedy than me? Do you think these treasures are just cabbages on the street? You can have them whenever you want?"
Mou felt a little regretful. It would be a pity if there is none. Mo Yuan took in every subtle change in Mou's facial expression, and felt extremely angry. He was about to open his mouth to scold, but was interrupted by Mou.
"In that case, senior, please tell me what you have and what you want me to do."
Mo Yuan was slightly startled and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth.
"Good boy. Not bad, not bad. I like you even more."
There was admiration in his tone.
"I do have something I want you to do."
"There's no such thing as a free lunch. But don't worry, you are the blood of my Mo family after all, and this will only benefit you." He slowly turned his head and cast his gaze towards the floating golden bubble in the center of the island.
"See that? That's the opportunity here." "I see, and then what?"
Mou followed Mo Yuan's gaze. In the center of the island, the golden bubble was still floating quietly, emitting soft light, giving people a holy feeling.
"What you need to do is simple.
Gain her approval, and you will gain the opportunity here."
Mo Yuan said slowly, "Then I will be free, relief?"
"Indeed, I have been trapped here for far too long, so long that I can't even remember the passage of time. As long as she is still here, I will never truly die.
I can only linger on in this tiny place." Mou nodded, understanding it means becoming a gravekeeper. He then asked a series of questions. "Who is she?
Why is she here?
Why am I the one going? Why do you think I can succeed?"
This series of problems made it impossible for Mo Yuan to deal with them. He explained patiently. "I don't know who she is either, but what I can confirm is that she comes from the upper realm and is a very important person. She has connections with our Mahist school, so only descendants of the Mahist school have the opportunity to gain her recognition. Even though I can't see outside, I still know something." And Mo Yuan paused, his expression solemn. "I predict that there will be a great catastrophe in the Tianyuan continent in the future."
"You must really need this opportunity." "Great catastrophe?"
Mou pretended to be confused. Mo Yuan nodded, his face solemn and his voice low. "Within 1,000 years, there will be a catastrophe that will sweep across the Tianyuan continent." He paused, as if weighing his words. "In 100 years at the earliest, in 500 years at the slowest, this disaster is bound to come.
As for what it is specifically, I don't know." "I see."
Mo nodded slightly, with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. At this moment, there was a slight tug behind me. It was Chu Yuli. She grabbed the corner of Mou's clothes tightly. He looked back and met those clear eyes. He knew what she was thinking without words. She felt that there was something wrong with Mo Yuan, although Mou felt that Chu Yuli had this idea about everyone, but this time, he agreed. The human emperor banner quietly flew out from the system space, turned into the size of a willow leaf, and gently wrapped around Chu Yuli's fingertips.
"Little girl, how dare you doubt me?"
Mo Yuan didn't notice Mou's little movement, but he saw what Chu Yuli was thinking, and there was a hint of anger in his tone.
I never bother to deceive anyone. Mou gently patted the back of Chu Yuli's hand and soothed her softly. Don't worry, he is my Mo family ancestor and he won't lie to me.
That's right, that's right. Mo Yuan quickly agreed. Chu Yuli looked at the human emperor banner on her finger, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly let go of her hand. Mo thought about it, then took off his flying sword and flew towards the island. As soon as he landed, Yanxi's voice rang in his mind.
That Mo Yuan gives me a strange feeling, be careful.
Okay, Sister Yanxi. Mo Yu nodded slightly. He discovered it too. First of all, he was picked up and is not of Mahist bloodline. Secondly, the timing of the catastrophe doesn't match. Qin Shou lived for more than 500 years. Even if Mo Yuan had a problem, he still had to come over and take a look. This is a great opportunity. Chapter 13. Thank you for the gift from heaven. Mo Yuan's eyes were burning as he locked onto Moyu. In fact, he is not the real ancestor of Moism. Mo Yuan has already fallen. He is just the incarnation of Mo Yuan's inner demon. He really didn't know the identity of the people on the island. All I know is that she has been waiting here for her destined person. If not, you will be attacked. Mo Yuan had seen too many people from the Mo family return empty-handed. Among them are many peerless geniuses who have the potential to become immortals. Some people's physiques are even stronger than Moyu's immaculate body, immortal sword body, innate Taoist body, flawless holy body, but even they could not gain recognition and could only leave sadly. It was so long that even the Mahis school outside had experienced several ups and downs. In the end, Mo Yuan went crazy, and then he was born. But he felt that the destined person did not exist at all. This is a pit. He longed for liberation, longed for freedom, and longed to escape from this place of confinement. Although Mou will not die after being attacked, he will be temporarily weakened. Then he would be able to take over Mou's body. Mou's eyes fell on the golden bubbles. Inside the golden bubble, a girl was sleeping quietly. He could see her figure clearly, but he couldn't use his spiritual sense to penetrate the thin barrier. Only when the spiritual consciousness can see it can the system panel be opened. He approached slowly. Just as he was about to touch the edge of the bubble gradually dissipated and the girl's figure gradually became clear. She floated there quietly, her eyes closed, as if she was sleeping. The long light golden hair exudes a faint halo, holy and noble. There is an indescribable aura emanating from his whole body. It is ethereal and sacred, as if it does not belong to this mortal world. All the words in the world pale in comparison to her, and no words can describe even 1/10,000th of her beauty. Just looking at her quietly makes people feel awe and dare not disrespect her in the slightest. Mou's mind was shaken and he was even distracted for a moment, as if his soul was sucked into the endless holiness. A strong desire surged in my heart, wanting to be close to her, to understand her, to submit to her. Wake up. At this moment, Yanxi's voice exploded in Mou's mind like thunder. Be careful, it's an illusion. Yanxi reminded again, his voice solemn. Thank you, Sister Yanxi. Mou came back to his senses and his gaze fell on the woman again, his alertness suddenly rising. At this moment, she was still stunningly beautiful, more beautiful than anything Mou had ever seen, but it won't feel the same as before. After the bubbles disappeared, his spiritual sense was able to detect the girl. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Name, Ji Xianyao. Luck? Favorability, 0. Unfamiliar. Introduction. The daughter of the ancestral dragon, sealed in the lower realm. Mou's greatest opportunity will provide Mou with an endless supply of luck. Mou widened his eyes. What the hell is this luck? Continuous supply, infinity, that's too exaggerated. He was ecstatic. Thank you for the gift from heaven. On the other side, Mo Yuan's face was full of confusion, and his eyes were fixed on Mou. Why is this attack method so strange? It was the first time he saw the golden bubbles dissipate. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he looked at Ji Xianyao, trapped here for endless years. I have never truly seen what she looks like. At this sight, he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, as if his soul had been pulled out. Chu Yuli also looked at Ji Xianyao curiously. In an instant, she also fell into a chaotic and hazy state, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. However, at this moment, a hint of green quietly emerged from the depths of her eyes. She suddenly woke up and broke free from that strange state. She looked around, feeling a little confused, not knowing what was going on. I just think that the sister on the island is really pretty. A strong sense of crisis arose in her heart. That person must be very dangerous. She couldn't help but worry for Mou, and silently prayed in her heart that he was safe. Mou sent a message to the ring. Sister Yanxi, do you know Zulong? Yanxi frowned slightly, as if trying hard to recall. After a moment, she shook her head slightly. I haven't heard of it. What's wrong? MOU's gaze fell on the beautiful woman sleeping in front of him, and he spoke slowly. As soon as I saw her, this word popped into my mind. It might be related to her. Boy, are you tempted by her beauty? Yen, she said in a joking tone. MOU smiled helplessly. Please stop teasing me. Yen Shi's expression suddenly became serious, and his tone was solemn. This woman is indeed very beautiful. Even in the upper realm, I have never seen anyone who can surpass her. She doesn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, nor does she have any cultivation. She looks like she'll fall down with just one push. But I can feel that she is very dangerous. I suggest you leave first. It won't be too late to come back after you reach Mahayana cultivation. MOU looked at Yen Shi, her face showing a solemnity she had never had before. It can be said that Yen Shi has never been so cautious since they met. Ever since he survived the fourth time he jumped off a cliff, Yen Shi no longer interfered with his seemingly suicidal behavior. But she said at this time, this is enough to show that in Yen Shi's mind, the danger hidden in this mysterious woman has reached an extremely terrifying level. MOU smiled confidently. Believe me, Sister Yen Shi, I have great luck and nothing will happen to me. Besides, if I don't seize every opportunity to improve myself, how can I expect you to be resurrected sooner? Yen Shi stared at MOU's confident smile, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Actually, you don't have to work so hard. That's all. I know it's useless to persuade you. For some reason, she felt a strange throbbing in her heart, as if something was quietly sprouting in her heart. She quickly suppressed the sudden emotion. Xiaoyu grew up under her care. How could she have such thoughts? MOU's gaze returned to Ji Xianyao again. Not if even Sister Yen Shi doesn't know what the ancestral dragon is, then he could only guess. For now, let's just assume that he is the god of creation. He slowly raised his hand and reached out to Ji Xianyao's slender, white hand. His fingertips touched her skin for a moment. Ji Xianyao's body was surrounded by golden light, which turned into a stream of light and sank into MOU's sea of consciousness and disappeared. MOU was slightly stunned. Does this count as passing the level? He quickly collected his thoughts and looked inward at his sea of consciousness. Ji Xianyao was seen floating quietly in the sea of consciousness, her eyes closed, still sleeping, like a holy goddess. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the daughter of destiny, Ji Xianyao, the daughter of the ancestral dragon. Ji Xianyao possesses boundless luck, and can help you restore your luck to that of a holy dragon. You will capture her unconscious body into your sea of consciousness with an irresistible gesture. She is now in your hands. You can manipulate her at will and play with her to your heart's content. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: restore Holy Dragon luck with one click. Holy Dragon luck, a unique and special luck, high quality luck, making you invincible in the fight for opportunities. Pilgrimage of MOU's luck is in progress. Failed to plunder. Automatically replenish. Luck plus 1000, villain points plus 1000, recover. Several question marks popped up in MOU's head. It's numb. When a python swallows a dragon, the number of enemies increases by 1. Chapter 14 Sacrifice. MOU had already automatically imagined the whole thing in his mind. He was born with the luck and immortal bones of a holy dragon. All were robbed. In order to protect him, his parents threw him into this underworld. The way heaven cultivates people is surprisingly consistent. It would be perfect if we could cancel the engagement. He didn't think anymore and began to study the holy dragon's luck. There are 8 kinds of luck from black to colorful, and there is actually an extra 9th special kind of luck. This holy dragon luck is one of them. Black can only be an ordinary mortal. He has some achievements among mortals, but ultimately he is unable to practice cultivation. By the vast majority of ordinary monks, from green to purple, being blessed by heaven, one will often have a good life. Gene, you will be promoted to ascension, and it will be difficult for you to die. Kai, ascended to the upper realm, is still invincible. Special luck transcends the entire luck system and is above everything. Even if you encounter colorful luck, you can remain invincible. The luck of the holy dragon can make it easier for him to plunder the opportunity of the son of luck. It also has many hidden effects. According to normal procedures, the recovery process of the holy dragon's luck is extremely long. I'm afraid that even if he ascends to become an immortal, he may not be able to transform everything. But with the help of the system, it was done in a flash. However, this luck system is different from what MOU saw in the novel. According to this system, even a villain can have purple luck. Soon, he felt relieved. Even the most insignificant villain has a life much better than that of an ordinary mortal. How can a person who can become the enemy of the son of destiny be a mediocre person? At this time, the system voice sounded. Please make Ji Xianyao surrender as soon as possible so that she can provide you with luck.
Based on Ji Xianyao's favorability or submission, your luck will continue to improve.
The higher the favorability or submission, the faster the improvement. Mo couldn't help but mutter to himself, she is still sleeping and I don't know when she will wake up. How can I increase her favorability? Please use your personal charm to conquer her.
This system does not provide any mental control methods.
Mo was slightly surprised. This system is quite principled. Of course, even if he had precision control, he would definitely not use it. He's not a villain. What's more, if even love is fake, what else is real? Cuckold, in this regard, the system still won his heart. Xiaoyu, just now, at this time, Yanxi's voice sounded.
She entered my sea of consciousness. Mo said, I don't know why. Why did she enter your sea of consciousness? I don't know, maybe I'm the one she's been looking for?
How is it possible that all good things happen to you? Yanxi complained inwardly. After a moment's silence, she finally said, be careful. After Ji Xianyao disappeared, Mo Yuan suddenly woke up. What just happened? His consciousness seemed to be devoured by something for a while. He looked at Mo hurriedly. Fortunately, Mo is still here. He breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, his heart rose to his throat again. Where did that woman go? No, this was an opportunity that the predecessor had waited for countless years, but no one had taken it away. It was taken away not long after he took office. Could it be that he is the devil of fate? Then, his face darkened and his eyes became determined. Even so, he still wants to take over the body of this younger generation. He still has his own things to do with the pure yang holy body, the immortal bone, and this opportunity combined, one can definitely become an immortal, while he is still receiving the inheritance. Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw Mo coming over on his sword. Have you accepted the inheritance so quickly? Although he has the strength of a god, Mo is only in the golden core stage, but he didn't have the confidence to defeat Mo now. Because of the opportunity of that mysterious woman, he didn't dare to guess Mo's current strength. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Chu Yuli out of the corner of his eye, and a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. His original requirements for possessing another's body were that the person must be alive, male, have a special physique, and be of high status. Now we can only settle for the second best. Just a living person will do. Chu Yuli stared at Mo closely, but her peripheral vision kept an eye on Mo Yuan. She has already figured out how to use the human emperor banner. Just inject the spiritual power into your body and it will automatically protect the master. There's no need to be afraid of Mo Yuan at all, right? Even though her master gave her this, she was still a little scared. It wasn't that she doubted her master's ability. That's a fairy. Although he is about to die, he is still an immortal. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. At this moment, Mo Yuan moved, turned into a wisp of black air, and pounced towards her. Chu Yuli reacted quickly. Immediately inject spiritual power into the human emperor banner on your finger. The human emperor banner instantly returned to its original appearance. A flag, cuckoo, was emitting black air. Soul flag? Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were full of horror, but in just a moment, horror turned into disdain. How powerful can a mere chi refiner exert the soul banner? In the world of cultivating immortals, we must also abide by the basic laws. It is impossible to control souls above the foundation building stage by refining chi. However, the next moment, Mo Yuan was completely dumbfounded. I saw a soul in the spirit transformation stage rushing towards him, although it was only the first level of the God transformation realm. Mo Yuan could still feel that this God transformation realm had extraordinary strength when he was alive. He is definitely a god who has the potential to become an immortal. Depend on. Mo Yuan cursed in his heart. How did you two? One of you is a Jindan cultivator and the other one is a chi refiner. Catch the Xinhua, you are just a chi cultivator. So where do you get the spiritual power to control this spirit transformation? He did not dare to be careless and immediately activated his secret technique, burning his soul and forcibly increasing his own strength. As his strength continued to grow, hope began to rekindle in his heart. It only takes one breath to kill this spirit of the divine banner. However, the next moment, a purple lightning appeared and struck him hard. Boom, amid the roar, Mo Yuan's soul became increasingly transparent, as if it would dissipate in the wind at any moment. How could this be? Mo Yuan couldn't believe it, his voice trembling. He turned around and stared at the source of the thunder. Mo Heavenly grade thunder technique? You can actually perform heavenly grade thunder technique? This is impossible. Mo Yuan cried out in shock. The Mahdist school has long since declined. All the heavenly level skills should have been lost. How is it possible that someone else could use a heavenly level spell? In an instant, Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Mou's figure flashed and he was in front of Chu Yuli in an instant, and the human emperor banner was retracted. Chu Yuli looked at Mou's back, her heart filled with joy. Master is so awesome, he must be hiding his strength. Maybe Master is actually
an immortal too. Mou didn't know what Chu Yuli was thinking.
He was about to take action to completely solve this hidden danger, but he heard Mo Yuan's laughter.
Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Boy, the young are to be feared.
There was a hint of admiration and relief in his laughter, but more of an indescribable complex emotion. What does this mean? Mo frowned slightly, feeling confused, but did not let his guard down. Lightning flashed in the palm of his hand, and the Tianqian Thunder method was ready to be unleashed, ready to deal with Mo Yuan's counterattack at any time. Boy, I originally thought you were just lucky to get this far, but I never thought your ability could reach such a level.
It seems that God will not destroy my Mo family. Mo Yuan's voice sounded again. Mou, right? The last of the Mo clan. The rise of the Mo clan depends on you.
His voice suddenly became high-pitched, filled with endless expectations. Before he finished speaking, his entire soul body began to burn fiercely, and purple flames rose, reflecting his increasingly illusory figure. Burning the soul?
Boosting combat power?
But hasn't it already been burned once? Mou was confused, but still didn't relax. Mo Yuan's figure gradually became illusory and dissipated like morning mist. Only the purple flame became more and more intense. In the center of his body, a purple sphere slowly emerged. It is crystal clear and emits a strong soul fluctuation, like an elixir. This is the soul pill condensed from my lifelong spiritual power. It can help you strengthen your soul and let you have a smooth path of cultivation before the fusion stage.
Chapter 15. What to do if the disciple is not dignified. Mo Yuan's body gradually became transparent.
I did have the thought of taking over your body, but since you have the ability to revitalize the Mahist school, the future should be handed over to young talents. His eyes were complicated, with sadness, relief, and expectation. All kinds of emotions intertwined together and finally turned into a sigh. Mou also understood what he meant. When a man is about to die, his words are good. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, and he finally spoke.
Unfortunately, Senior, I am not a true Mo family member.
I was abandoned by my original family and came to Mo village.
Your Mo family's bloodline cannot be passed on after all. Mo Yuan was slightly startled, then seemed to understand something, and his smile became even brighter. I won't be wrong.
I've been guarding here for countless years and have never missed a beat.
He stared at Mou deeply.
Be careful, at the latest 500 years, there will be a great catastrophe on Tianyuan continent. His voice became softer and softer, more and more ethereal. In the end, his words dissipated along with his soul. Only a soul pill emitting a faint light was left, floating quietly in the air. Mou was slightly distracted when he heard this.
Never bothered to cheat?
Recalling what Mo Yuan had said before, he murmured softly. Therefore, Mo Yuan determined that he had the blood of the Mahist school. That great catastrophe did indeed occur within 500 years. In other words, Mo village is actually just the origin of the Mahist school, so he is actually from the Mahist school in the upper realm, another classic template. Mou complained inwardly. The soul pill slowly floated in front of him, and he came to his senses and reached out to gently catch it. It feels cold to the touch, but a warm current flows into the body through the palm. He bowed slightly towards the place where Mo Yuan disappeared. The younger generation will definitely not let down our ancestors' high expectations. You got ahead of Mou by pretending to be a member of the Mo family, gaining the approval of the Mo family ancestor and successfully intercepting his opportunity. Without the soul-nourishing pill, Mou will find it difficult to quickly help Yan Shi recover her soul.
You can take advantage of this opportunity to sneak in.
The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: Ghost Gathering Jade Box, Immortal Artifact, Gathering Ghost Jade Box. It absorbs the power of the moon and naturally generates a random soul-type elixir every month, without the need for spiritual power to activate it. Lucky Plunder Failed, automatically replenished, Luck plus 200, Villain Points plus 200, Immortal Weapon. Mou was stunned when he saw the Jade Box in the system space. The Jade Box is crystal clear all over, with intricate patterns carved on the surface. In the center is a Tai Chi pattern, and the yin-yang fish are lifelike, as if swimming slowly. emitting a faint moonlight. It requires no spiritual energy, and produces a pill every month that is equivalent to the soul pill transformed by Mo Yuan. All that needs to be done is to place the jade box under the moon. This is too exaggerated. What the system gave him in one day was much more than what he had put in over 20 years of hard work. It's random, but who is he? What son of destiny, the coolest
thing is rolling the dice. So cool. That pill is fine. Come on, eat it. Its uses are far more than what your ancestor said.
Yan Shi's urging voice came from the soul ring. Mo came back to his senses and put the pill into the soul ring. Sister Yan Shi, this will be of greater help to you.
You can refine it.
Inside the soul ring, the purple soul pill was quietly suspended, and the soft light sprinkled on Yan Shi, making her beautiful figure even more dreamy. She stared at the soul pill, and emotions surged like a tide in her ruby-like eyes, moved, relieved, hesitant, a mixture of emotions, finally turning into a hint of anger.
Xiao Yu, you're messing around.
Yan Shi's voice rose an octave, with a hint of blame and a hint of heartache. This soul pill contains the lifelong soul power of your ancestor.
It originally belongs to you. How can you give it to me? Mo Yu was stunned.
He didn't expect Yan Shi to react like this, and a warm feeling surged in his heart.
Sister Yan Shi, do you remember how many times you have saved me? Who knows, who would remember that? Just eat it.
Yan Shi said nonchalantly. Since the very beginning, when you saved me from being discovered by the evil cultivators in Mo village, you have saved me 48 times, and you fell into a deep sleep after 8 of those times.
Mo Yu said seriously. Yan Shi was speechless for a moment.
She didn't expect Mo Yu to remember it so clearly. She opened her red lips slightly. I'm doing this for myself. After she finished speaking, she realized that she didn't even believe it herself. Mo Yu smiled, a warm and sincere smile.
I know.
I will definitely help you reshape your body in the future. I will use the best materials to help you reshape the most beautiful body.
Then he said seriously.
But this, I have great luck, and there will be better things in the future. Your soul is damaged, so this will be more useful to you. Besides, the faster you recover, the better you can help me in the future, right? Yan Shi was speechless for a moment, feeling touched, helpless, and a little sweet in her heart. She stared at Mo Yu, his resolute face filled with sincerity and concern, without a trace of falsehood. Her heart seemed to be gently touched by a gentle hand, causing ripples to appear. Since they met, Mo Yu has never let her down. He has survived desperate situations time and time again, and changed his fate time
and time again.
He is no longer the ignorant child he used to be. He is like a piece of unpolished jade, which will eventually shine brightly after being polished. An inexplicable emotion grew in Yan Shi's heart. This emotion went beyond the relationship between master and disciple, spreading in her heart with a trace of throbbing that she herself had not even noticed. She took a deep breath and suppressed the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Forget it, Yan Shi sighed softly. Since you insist, then I'll do as you say. She raised her bare hand, took the purple soul pill, opened her cherry lips slightly, and put it into her mouth. In an instant, the light inside the soul ring became brighter, and a powerful soul wave swept over her. Flames rose around Yan Shi, her red skirt fluttered, and her white hair flowed, like a phoenix reborn from the fire, absolutely beautiful and sacred. Nourished by the soul pill, her spirit solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting an even more powerful aura. In the end, Yan Shi's soul was much more solid than before, as if it were real. She whispered, my strength has now recovered to the level of transformation spirit.
If I can control your body, I will be able to fight even against return to void.
Mo Yu smiled with satisfaction. Little sister Yan Shi, you can manipulate her at will, and now even if we don't go back to call for help, we can still defeat the Qin family. His eyes fell on Chu Yuli beside him.
We should get out.
Chu Yuli nodded, a hint of doubt on her face. Master, your ancestor, why did he do this? Mo Yu was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Who knows, not figuring it out, but being afraid of death, how is that possible? He even sacrificed himself, but can you say you don't know? Cannot. Image is important. If I don't establish a majestic image, what will happen if my apprentice rebels against me in the future? Chapter 16. Is there really anyone who is afraid of the blue-silver entanglement? Yan Shi's voice came from the soul ring.
That Mo Yuan is an inner demon, an obsession.
If he hadn't sacrificed himself in the end, his obsession might have been freedom, but now it seems that's not the case. It's more appropriate to say that it's the prosperity of the family. He was trapped here for countless years, witnessing the Mahist school's decline from glory, yet he was powerless to do anything. The long-term depression eventually gave rise to a demon within him. If you don't have the ability to defeat him, he will take over your body and personally revive the Mahist school. I see.Mou relayed Yin Shi's words to Chu Yuli word for word. After hearing this, Chu Yuli nodded thoughtfully, her eyes full of admiration. Master is so awesome, not only is he powerful, but he is also knowledgeable. Mou saw what she was thinking and felt a little embarrassed. How could he know that it was just a token of his gratitude? At this time, the surrounding environment began to change, and the two returned to the Mo family ancestral temple. Mou felt it and found that the secret space had disappeared forever. Master, where are we going next? Use the nearest sect's teleportation array to return to Tianxian Holy Land. Tianxian Holy Land. Chu Yuli exclaimed. Although her knowledge was limited and she had never heard of this force, she knew that this was the Tianxian territory, being directly named with the word Tianxian. It goes without saying that it must be a huge monster. Mou looked at Chu Yuli's little face, which was slightly flushed with excitement, and smiled. The Tianxian Holy Land is the largest force in the Tianxian territory and one of the 9 superpowers of the human race. You'll find out the details when you return. These are just introductory basics. After saying that, he flew on his sword, took Chu Yuli with him, and flew towards the nearest sect, which was Xinjian Villa. Ku on the flying sword. Chu Yuli's stomach rumbled. Master, I'm hungry. Chu Yuli's face turned red, feeling a little embarrassed. Mou then remembered that she had not yet started fasting. He looked down and saw a lush forest below, with towering ancient trees that blocked out the sun. Mou fell in the forest. I don't have any fasting pills with me, so let me help you find out if there are any monsters nearby. Chu Yuli nodded vigorously. Mou released his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. What's strange is that there are surprisingly few monsters in this area, not even a large monster. Mou was confused and continued to expand the scope of his spiritual awareness. Finally, at the end of his spiritual consciousness, he discovered a rabbit demon in the Jindan stage. A pair of ruby-like eyes sparkled with a lively light. The 2 long ears shake from time to time, which is extremely cute. It looks delicious at first glance. Mou thought so. With a thought, the flying sword shot out, and with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, it rushed towards the direction of the rabbit monster, at a speed as fast as a missile. Luck detected. As a qualified villain, you have learned to kill quickly. You took advantage of the fact that Xiaowu, the daughter of Luck, had not yet grown up and killed her instantly. Reward, divine power, immortal golden body, automatically cultivated to perfection for you. You successfully killed the beloved of Tang Si, the son of Luck. He must be heartbroken and trying to plunder his luck. Luck plus 1000, villain points plus 1000. A series of prompt sounds made Mou a little confused. What happened? Who I am? Where am I? But soon, he didn't care anymore. Just kill him. The person just killed must be the wife of the protagonist of Hydrogen Flow. Anyone named Tang Si is definitely not a good person. As for revenge? Is there really anyone who is afraid of being entangled by blue silver? His attention was quickly drawn to the immortal golden body. Mou closed his eyes, carefully feeling the newfound magical power, and a surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. The indestructible golden body is immune to all damage below the fairyland within 3 seconds. Above the fairyland, it depends on proficiency. The system allowed him to cultivate to perfection, making him immune to damage within the 5 major realms, also for 3 seconds. The spiritual power consumption is almost negligible and can be used once a month. This is simply an incredible skill. In this world, sword cultivators are the mainstream. They focus on killing and strive to inflict the strongest damage in a short period of time. There are even some extreme sword cultivators who can gather all their spiritual power into one strike, pursuing the ultimate burst in killing with one blow. This is how Jianzi of the sword sect became the #1 nascent soul cultivator of the contemporary era, relying on his sword, and became famous throughout the world. And this immortal golden body is simply the nemesis born for those people. Mou opened his eyes, walked to the dead Xiaowu, and breathed a sigh of relief. Find out it's still a rabbit. If he were to become a human, he really wouldn't know how to eat it. Looking at Xiaowu, Mou fell into deep thought. The world is so big, he definitely won't be able to find that guy named Tang Si. If he just left like this, Tang Si wouldn't be able to find him. Wouldn't that be a waste of a son of fortune? But he couldn't let Tang Si come to him directly, as that would be too passive. He began to search in his mind. Soon, a perfect scapegoat emerged, the Holy Land of Stars, one of the 7 stars, Yuhang. The two had a minor feud and had clashed several times. Later, MOU's strength declined and they stopped communicating. That guy had a unique set of needle-type hidden weapons. It just so happened that when the two of them fought before, MOU was stabbed and a few needles were left behind. It's decided to be you. He began to set the scene, randomly scattering a few needles on the ground to create a scene where Showa was killed by the needles. After the arrangement was completed, MOU clapped his hands neatly. He picked up Xiao's 2 long ears and brought it to Chu Yuli. Today, we'll eat this. It is a bit strange that 2 sons of luck are together and share the wife of another son of luck. Chu Yuli's gaze fell on Xiao's body. Her beautiful eyes widened. What a strong sense of oppression, just a corpse, but the pressure it exuded was even stronger than that of her family's ancestor. Master, this is a great golden elixir demon? MOU nodded slightly, and his hands began to skillfully deal with the rabbit demon. Chu Yuli's eyes were full of shock. The golden core demon can easily destroy her entire family, and now, this powerful being is about to become Ramil. This is so magical. She felt like she was dreaming. A bizarre and absurd dream, yet extremely real. She unconsciously shifted her gaze to MOU's face. Master is so beautiful. There should be a lot of suitors, right? I don't know if there is a Taoist partner, just how high is Master's realm? When will I be stronger than Master? When will I be able to? Okay, let's eat. MOU's voice brought Chu Yuli back to reality from her chaotic thoughts. With the help of the pure young true fire, the rabbit demon was quickly dealt with, emitting an alluring aroma. Chapter 17. Suewe peaked 10 minutes later. Chu Yuli burped with satisfaction. Master, I can't eat anymore. I'm too bloated. MOU looked at the rabbit demon, which had hardly been touched, feeling somewhat helpless. A Jindan stage monster is still too nutritious for a small fry like Chu Yuli, who was only at the 3rd level of chi refining. As for himself, he just took a small taste, very delicious, but for various reasons, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Rabbits are so cute, why do we eat them? He is kind-hearted and does not eat creatures that can transform into humans. The system should wait until he finishes eating before reminding him. At this moment, a doubt arose in MOU's mind. If I can really resurrect my love, will I get double the reward? Although there is only one luck, Tang Xi's limit is limited, but the system's rewards are not. This time I gave you the immortal golden body, but what about next time? He decided to leave the roasted rabbit and give Tang Xi a chance. He cut off a small piece of meat and handed it to Chu Yuli. It's time to go. Chu Yuli took the meat, and a hint of confusion appeared on her beautiful face. Wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't take it away? It's not tasty. It's just a Jindan monster. There are better ones when we go back. There was a gleam in Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes. The Jindan monster said no, and that's it. What realm is the master at? I really want to become stronger than Master. I really want to be a teacher. It's time to go. 3 days later, Tianxian Holy Land, the mountain gate is towering into the clouds. It is made entirely of an unknown jade stone. It sparkles in the sunlight and exudes a faint spiritual aura. Is this the Tianxian Holy Land? Chu Yuli looked up at the magnificent mountain gate in front of her and was extremely shocked. MOU smiled and nodded to right. Suddenly, an old man in a green robe and with a dignified face appeared in front of him. He has white hair and his face is full of traces of time, but his eyes are bright and lively. He first glanced at Chu Yuli, then his eyes fell on MOU. Xiao Yu, is she your new apprentice sister? MOU smiled and said, Elder Qing Xian, this is my new disciple. Li Fei Yu. Chu Yuli wailed in her heart. It's over, it's completely over now. She actually forgot to tell her real name to her master. If my master finds out about this, I won't be expelled from the sect, right? MOU turned around and pointed at Elder Qing Xian to introduce him. This is the Grand Elder of Tianxian Holy Land, Qing Xian, a Mahayana powerful one. Chu Yuli quickly withdrew her thoughts, suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, and bowed deeply to Elder Qing Xian. Meet Elder Qing Xian. Although she didn't know how powerful Mahayana was, she also heard the hint from her master. Elder Qingxuan's expression was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. With a casual wave of his hand, a green long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. On the sword body, spiritual energy flowed and cold light flashed. It was obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. The Qingfeng sword is a top-grade spiritual weapon. It's a meeting gift. Top-grade spiritual weapon. Chu Yuli just felt her head buzzing. The ultimate spiritual weapon is, which realm is it used for? I haven't learned it yet. In short, it is very, very powerful. MOU took the Qingfeng sword, handed it to Chu Yuli, and said with a smile.
Why don't you thank Elder Ching quickly?
Shu Yuli finally came back to her senses, quickly took the Qingfeng sword with both hands, and said excitedly,
Thank you so much, Elder Ching.
Elder Qing Xin didn't care too much about these two people fleecing him. He waved his hand, and a soundproof formation appeared instantly, enveloping MOU.
What's the matter, Elder?
MOU frowned slightly, having a bad feeling. Elder Qing Xian retracted his serious expression and forced a kind smile onto his old face.
Xiaoyu, when will you continue writing your book, Martial Universe?
MOU suddenly realized that he also has a side job here, plagiarizing. I haven't made any progress in 3 years, so I have to find something to do. I hid my identity and copied a few novels from my previous life. Elder Qing Xian is one of the few people who knows his identity as a writer. He smiled sheepishly. Master Qing, no, I've been very busy lately.
I'm busy going to secret realms and practicing every day. I don't have time to write at all. I can write 2,000 words in 1 hour. There are 12 hours in a day. Can't you even squeeze out an hour?
What's more, we monks can easily control 10 pens at a time.
You, stop. Stop it, Elder Ching.
If you continue like this, I will have no choice but to find my master. MOU interrupted Elder Qing Xian before he finished speaking. Elder Qingxuan's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to be quite afraid of Yi Shimei.
Ahem, forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything.
Before he finished speaking, his figure in the soundproof formation disappeared from the spot. MOU sighed. I should have been more careful when I wrote the book before. Who would have thought that the Supreme Elder of Tianxian Holy Land actually liked to read pretentious articles and even used divination to find him? It was also thanks to the fact that my master held a relatively high position among the Supreme Elders. Otherwise I would have been caught and forced to update the book every day.
Master, are you the elder here?
Shu Yuli asked curiously, blinking her clear eyes. MOU turned to look at Shu Yuli and shook his head. No.
He explained as he led Shu Yuli deeper into the Holy Land.
The Tianxian Holy Land is roughly divided into 3 areas, the Outer Gate area, the Inner Gate area, and the Elders area.
We are currently in the Inner Gate area.
There are 10 main peaks in the Inner Gate area: Tianxian Peak, Dan Peak, Qi Peak, Lingshou Peak, Jinfa Peak, Wuxing Peak, Jian Peak, Lianti Peak, Fulu Peak, and Xing Peak.
Then, which peak are we on? Neither of them. My master is the Grand Elder, and the mountain we are on is called Suiwei Peak.
There were originally 7 people on Suiwei Peak, and you are the 8th. The peak master is Yi Shimei, who loves wine and gambling. The senior sister is Luo Suxin. MOU was about to give a detailed introduction when suddenly, a burst of conversational sounds came into his ears. Following the sound, I saw a group of inner sect female disciples gathered together, having a heated discussion.
Who do you think is the most talented person in our Holy Land? It must be Fairy Luo Suxin, a Mahayana. She deserves the title. And she's so gentle. Fairy Bai Xuanying is also very powerful.
I saw with my own eyes that she killed that tribulation stage demon with just one sword strike.
So cool. I absolutely love her. I like Fairy Xianingbing. She's really chill. I love that the most.
Fairy Su Mayer, I heard she's a 9-tailed celestial fox. Her looks and figure are simply stunning.
I want to marry her. Hey, you're off topic. Who asked who you like? If you ask me, the most handsome one has to be Saint MOU.
If he hadn't inexplicably lost his cultivation, he would definitely be the #1 prodigy in the Tianyuan continent in the past 10,000 years.
Hee, Saint, alright, wipe your saliva quickly. I think Junior Master Ling Wanqing is not bad. Who is Ling Wanqing?
Listening to their discussion, MOU thought, fortunately, the Best of the Year award wasn't me. He turned around and looked at Shu Yuli. They are talking about Suiwei Peak now. I will take you up the mountain with your uncles and aunts.
Chapter 18. I don't want to lose anything in this life. Suiwei Peak, this is the most remote mountain in the Elders District.
It is seldom visited by people, but it is also extremely quiet and peaceful. On the mountainside, a small courtyard stands quietly, surrounded by towering ancient trees and spiritual energy like mist. MOU slowly descended on his sword, and Shu Yuli beside him had a look of curiosity in his eyes.
This is where my junior sister and I live. There are extra rooms here. It will be your home from now on. MOU said calmly, of course, if you like, you can live somewhere else. Your master won't mind. I live here.
Chu Yuli responded crisply, her eyes full of anticipation. MOU nodded and pushed open the gate. In the center of the yard, there is a towering ancient tree with lush branches and leaves that blocks out the sun. Under the tree, a stone table and several stone benches form a simple resting place. Not far away, a spiritual spring was gurgling, making a crisp sound. Chu Yuli followed MOU closely, looking around this new home curiously. Suddenly, a clear voice was heard.
Brother! You're back!
A girl in a light blue dress rushed out of the room, holding an unfinished formation plate in her hand, obviously studying the formation. Ling Wanqing, MOU's 6th junior sister. MOU ranks 5th in Suiwei Peak. When she saw Chu Yuli, surprise flashed in her blue eyes.
Brother, is this the new junior sister? She's so pretty.
Even though they were both women, Ling Wanqing couldn't help but admire Chu Yuli's appearance. MOU shook his head slightly and introduced, she's not my junior sister, she's my new disciple. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Wanqing carefully. He picked up Ling Wanqing outside after his master took her into the Tianxian Holy Land. He has always treated her as his own sister. Ling Wanqing's appearance is outstanding among mortals. Her pretty face and lively blue eyes give her a girl next door like warmth. Although it is not stunning, it is very attractive, and the more you look at it, the more charming it becomes.
However, in the Tianxian Holy Land, where everyone is stunningly beautiful, her appearance seems a little ordinary.
She is hard to be noticed among a crowd of women. He has a quiet and elegant temperament, and can be said to be a bit of a otaku. Because of this, she is not well known in Tianxian Holy Land and almost no one knows her. MOU opened her panel. Name, Ling Wanqing, flesh and blood puppet. Introduction, an extremely realistic puppet. Detected the lucky girl Ling Wanqing, suppress her to get rewards. Puppet, MOU was stunned. He didn't know whether this puppet was realistic or not, but he really couldn't tell. It's completely invisible. Wanqing's attainments in the art of puppetry can definitely be described as terrifying. Brother, what's her name?
Ling Wanqing's voice rang out, interrupting MOU's thoughts.
Well, Li Feiyu. MOU said. As soon as the words fell, a strange color flashed across Ling Wanqing's blue eyes. The formation plate that he was holding tightly in his hand also slipped and fell to the ground with a pata sound, making a crisp sound.
What's wrong?
MOU looked at her in confusion. Ling Wanqing quickly bent down to pick up the formation plate that had fallen to the ground.
No, nothing. I'm a little tired from studying the formation lately.
As she spoke, she glanced at Chu Yuli inconspicuously.
Remember to rest and don't get too tired.
MOU said. He had originally planned to let his junior sister take Chu Yuli to register her identity, but now he had to find someone else. By the way, senior brother, master asked you to go to senior sister to report on your recent situation after you come back. She also left some things with senior sister. Ling Wanqing lowered her head and wiped the dust off the array plate with her fingertips. MOU nodded. I haven't been back for a long time. It's time to go see my master and senior sister. I also need to ask master about his engagement. Thinking of this, he asked, is master here? No, only the 3rd and 4th senior sisters are here. MOU nodded slightly, and the figures of his 2 senior sisters appeared in his mind. 3rd senior sister Xianingbing always looks like she doesn't want strangers to approach her. He is cold as ice, never smiles, and looks like an iceberg that has never melted. 4th senior sister Sumayer is the incarnation of a 9-tailed celestial fox, and her personality is completely opposite to Xianingbing's. She is passionate, charming, and enchanting, and every frown and smile is full of temptation. My
favorite thing is to turn into a furry little fox and sleep in MOU's arms.
Brother, are you having dinner at home today? Ling Wanqing asked softly, like a gentle breeze blowing across the lake. MOU's thoughts were brought back to his senses, and his gaze fell on his junior sister's expectant eyes. He wanted to refuse, but was defeated by those eyes that sparkled like stars, and could only nod slightly. It's just right. I can also take this opportunity to get the favor reward from Wanqing. You can't use a puppet to eat, right? Ling Wanqing's eyes were curved, and her joy was beyond words.
Great! I'll go prepare it right away. We'll have chicken soup tonight.
I specially got the Xianling colorful feather chicken from the Spirit Beast Peak. After saying that, Ling Wanqing walked lightly into the kitchen. MOU pondered for a moment, thinking about who to send to take Chu Yuli to register her identity. He quickly selected a candidate, then took out a communication talisman and sent a message. It's also a good opportunity to see if she is a girl of luck. Suddenly, he felt his sleeve being gently tugged. Looking back, I saw Chu Yuli with her head down,
Looking nervous. Master, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Actually, I concealed my real name before. My name is Chu Yuli, not Li Feiyu. At that time, I was worried. Mou raised his hand and stroked her hair, comforting her softly. It's okay. It's a good thing to be careful. However, as I said before, you can trust me and my fellow disciples on Suiwei Peak. Chu Yuli felt relieved and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I see. In the kitchen, Ling Wanqing set up a soundproofing formation and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Feiyu, the future Li Mozhen, has actually become my senior brother's disciple. Recalling Chu Yuli's peerless beauty, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. It's rumored that no living person has ever seen the demon lord's true appearance. It turns out she's so beautiful. But, isn't she a free cultivator? Why did she become my senior brother's disciple? Is it because of her rebirth that everything has changed? No matter what, she is also a future peerless powerhouse. As long as she is guided and put on the right path, it won't be difficult for her to become my helper. In this way, the tragic fate of the previous life will not happen. Ling Wanqing's mind was full of thoughts. She has a huge secret. She was actually reborn from the future. Strictly speaking, it would be more accurate to say that she saw the future after eating the 9-leaf destiny grass, but her senior brother called this rebirth in his novel, so she called it that too. After the catastrophe of heaven and earth, she struggled for more than 10 years, but ultimately could not escape death. No. To be more precise, the entire Tianyuan continent was destroyed, and no one survived. In this life, she vowed to reach the top and ascend to become an immortal. She had lost everything before, and this time around, she didn't want to lose anything. He shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, thinking of her senior brother. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up sweetly. She went to the stove and began to concentrate on cooking. This chicken was carefully selected according to the senior brother's preferences and trained for 2.5 years. Chapter 19. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Yan Shi's voice rang in Mou's mind. I didn't notice it before, but now that my spirit has recovered a little, I realize that Xiao Wanqing is a little strange. Are you referring to the flesh and blood puppet? Mou responded. Well, you noticed it too? Yan Shi was quite surprised, with a hint of surprise in his tone. She only saw it after her soul was elevated to the level of spiritual transformation, and Mou, who was only at the golden core level, can actually see through it? I guessed it. Mou explained casually, yet he can't say that he has a system, right? Yan Shi was even more surprised when he heard this, being able to guess this through just a few details. This insight is truly amazing. You are making progress faster and faster. Now, even in the immortal world, you are worthy of the title of a genius. She exclaimed in sincere admiration. It's all thanks to Sister Yan Shi's good teaching. Mou responded with a smile. You're just sweet-talking. Yan Shi snorted lightly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a bit of pride. At this moment, a stream of green light tore through the sky and rushed towards Mou, accompanied by a crisp call. Uncle Junior Master, here I come. The voice was melodious and beautiful, like a clear mountain spring, with a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal. A green light descended in front of Mou, and a graceful girl emerged from it. Mou recognized the person. It was the one he asked for help, the most beautiful woman in the inner sect of Tianshan Holy Land, the chief of Zuan Peak, Meng Lanin. She seemed to have dressed up carefully today. She was wearing a snow-white gauze dress with delicate blue patterns embroidered on the hem. It swayed gently with her movements, and her 2 white legs were faintly visible as she walked. On her wrist, a crystal-clear crystal bracelet made her skin look whiter than snow. Her long hair was gently tied up with a silver headband, and a few strands of hair fell by her ears, adding a bit of charm. She moved lightly with lotus steps, her eyes moving with a hint of shyness and expectation, yet pretending to be calm. There was a hint of charm in her purity, which made people's heart beat fast. At this time, the system voice sounded. Detected the lucky girl Meng Lanin, suppress her to get rewards. Name, Meng Lanin, luck, purple, favorability, 100, admiration, introduction. After being saved by Mou several times, he fell deeply in love with her. He is gifted in music, especially in playing the flute. He possesses the 9-bend exquisite body. Although he has not awakened, he is still a top-grade furnace tripod. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the girl of destiny, Meng Lanin. Meng Lanin has now completely surrendered to your charm and is willing to sink into it. As long as you invite her, she will be happy to play the flute for you. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward, Immortal Soul Calming Flute. You successfully intercepted MOU.
He must be heartbroken and has begun to plunder his luck. Lucky plunder failed. Automatically replenish luck plus 1000 villain points plus 1000. System, are you playing the flute properly? Is Juku the same Juku as the Juku corridor? MOU secretly cursed. Sure enough, Manglanin is also a girl of luck. Her favorability towards me is as high as 100. This surprised him a little, recalling the scene of rescuing her. It was more like rescuing someone. Retreat and let me enjoy the opportunity alone. There are always some hidden cards that cannot be seen by others and can only be used when no one is around. In the eyes of other disciples, he sacrificed his life to cover his companions, moved God, and survived by chance. He shifted his gaze to the system space and landed on the soul calming flute. The entire body of the flute is carved from green jade, with a faint flickering light on it. It is extremely exquisite, and the body of the flute is carved with ancient runes. Just looking at it can make people feel peaceful. It can attack, defend, calm the soul, and provide assistance. It is an excellent all-round magic weapon. Moreover, it is a magical weapon, very awesome. You should know that there are only a few immortal artifacts in the entire Tianyuan continent. Even if there is, it is the treasure hidden in the bottom of the box of the superpower. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to do this, but it doesn't matter. This kind of magic weapon can work just by blowing at it randomly. While he was thinking, Manglanin had already gently put her arm around Moyu, her cherry lips slightly pouted, with a bit of coquettishness and resentment. Junior Master, you actually ignored me. I rushed over as soon as I received your message. Feeling the warmth on his arm, Moyu came back to his senses. His eyes moved down and inadvertently swept across Manglanin's collar, whether intentionally or unintentionally. From this angle, he could easily see what was underneath her clothes. The velvety neck is icy and the skin is translucent, and the collarbone is soft and charming. A faint fragrance wafts out from the collar, refreshing the heart and even attracting a bee greedy for nectar. He looked away, collected himself, and smiled slightly. Isn't it because you are so beautiful, Ener, that I was stunned for a moment? Listening to Mou's praise and feeling his gaze, Manglanin felt secretly happy in her heart, but on her face, she still maintained a reserved and calm expression. You're so sweet, she hummed softly, her voice soft and charming. I'll forgive you this time. My junior uncle praised me for being pretty. Does he like me? Sure enough, Wanqing was right. We have to take the initiative. Mou felt like he was going to sink. Which cadre can withstand such a test? If you travel to a fantasy world and don't have a harem, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The god of artillery once said the ultimate goals of a man's life are nothing more than two: conquering the world and conquering women. Conquering the world is to reach a sufficient height in life, while conquering women is to embellish the scenery of life. If you cannot conquer the woman you want to conquer, even if you conquer the whole world, you will still be alone on a lonely peak, full of loneliness. Manglanin was even more delighted when she saw Mou's reaction. Junior Master must be attracted to me. If he confessed his feelings to me now, should I agree? Or should I hold back a bit before agreeing? Mou forced himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart and coughed lightly. I'm looking for you this time because I want to ask for your help. He secretly reminded himself that Chu Yuli was still hanging around nearby and he couldn't let the child see anything bad. A hint of resentment flashed in Manglanin's beautiful eyes, but her voice remained sweet. Junior Master, you are too distant. What is our relationship? No matter what you ask for, I will agree to it. She secretly added in her heart that even if they had to sleep together, that was fine. Thinking of this, her snow-white skin turned an alluring pink, and she looked very charming. I recently accepted a disciple, and I want you to help her complete the procedures for joining the sect. Mou said seriously. Well, okay, but before that, Manglanin took out a jade flute from her waist with her delicate hands, and her voice was gentle. I just learned a new song. It's really nice, let me play it for you. He looked at Mou expectantly. Mou coughed lightly and said, let's do it another day. I have something to do now. Then, tonight? Manglanin insisted, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mou with anticipation. I'll go to your room tonight and play a song for you, okay? Chapter 20, 100,000 level Destiny Girl. Mou took a deep breath and said, okay, come to my room tonight. Although he knew Manglanin didn't mean that, but a beautiful woman who was both pure and charming and truly admires him would say such seductive words in such an ambiguous tone. Can this heart withstand it? The path of cultivation is long and one's heart still needs to be honed. Just as the atmosphere was becoming more and more charming, a crisp voice broke through the ambiguous atmosphere.
Master, is this the senior sister who will take me to complete the procedures for joining the sect? Mou turned around and saw Chu Yuli standing there, neither happy nor angry. Yes, this senior sister Meng Lanin will take you to get your ID card, take the entry test, and light the soul lamp. Mou turned to Meng Lanin again and nodded slightly. She is my disciple Chu Yuli. I'm in trouble. This set of procedures will take at least a few hours to complete. Meng Lanin was flattered. No trouble, no trouble. Her gaze then fell on Chu Yuli, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. This little girl is so pretty. Alarm bells rang in her heart, and a sense of crisis arose. How could such a person actually live with Junior Master Uncle day and night in the future? How is this possible? She could accept Mou and Ling Wanqing living together simply because she was confident that her charm far surpassed Ling Wanqing. But she wasn't completely sure about this little beauty. Chu Yuli's current appearance is only slightly inferior to mine. What will her future hold? Her eyes inadvertently swept across Chu Yuli's chest, and she felt secretly proud in her heart. Fortunately, I have an absolute advantage in this regard. Meng Lanin let go of Mou's hand and showed a gentle smile. Junior sister Chu, come with me. Chu Yuli didn't step forward immediately, but smiled sweetly with a faint dimple. Sister Meng, what realm are you in now? Me? I broke through to the nascent soul stage not long ago. Meng Lanin answered with a smile. Wow, senior sister is so awesome. Chu Yuli exclaimed. However, beneath this innocent exterior, she was secretly plotting something. No, the nascent soul stage is too far away, and I can't reach it in a short time. By then, she and Master will have children. I have to do something. She doesn't want to have another Master's wife. Although this woman's appearance is slightly inferior to hers, her capital is really huge. It is as big as, why, that I only have this much. There is no comparison at all. It's so big. Does it really not affect? Walking, she quietly lowered her head to look at her undeveloped breasts, secretly becoming furious. We must find a way to become bigger. She calmed herself down and walked to Meng Lanin's side obediently. Senior sister, let's go. Mou looked at the two people getting along well with a look of relief on his face. He reminded, by the way, you is afraid of heights. Einer, please fly lower. Meng Lanin secretly thought that this was not good, as the junior master uncle cared so much about this disciple. Chu Yuli pretended to be afraid and grabbed Meng Lanin's sleeve. Yes, Sister Lanin, I'm afraid of heights. Please don't fly as fast as Master. Meng Lanin suddenly grasped the keywords. Junior Master Uncle flies fast. This means that Junior Master Uncle will not fly slower for her, which means that Junior Master Uncle does not like her. Sure enough, Junior Master still likes my size. This is a sure thing. Thinking of this, she inadvertently straightened her proud chest. Chu Yuli noticed Meng Lanin's reaction. She remained calm on the surface, but was secretly happy in her heart. As the art of war says, show the enemy your weakness and take advantage of your strength. Let her lower her guard against you first. There will be plenty of time to deal with her later. After the two left, Mou also went to find his senior sister to report the situation. Everyone in the courtyard left. Abi flew towards the kitchen, passed through the half-open window frame, and landed steadily on Ling Wanqing's white and slender fingers. Chu Yuli? Ling Wanqing frowned slightly. She called out this strange yet familiar name softly and couldn't help but gasp. Chu Tianzuan, respected by everyone. She couldn't help but exclaimed, I just felt a dull pain in my temples and my thoughts were in a mess. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly understood. No wonder, it turns out Chu Tianzuan and Li Mozin are the same person. She let out a breath to calm her agitated heart. Chu Tianzuan's cultivation speed is so slow. He and my senior brother are from the same era, but he became famous so long after my senior brother's death. Is it because you don't have the resources? Now that she's become your disciple, perhaps she can lend a helping hand when the catastrophe strikes. The top of Suiwei Peak is shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Mou walked forward and came to a bluestone on the edge of the cliff. He saw a woman sitting cross-legged with her back to him, a faint chill surrounding her. Her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, and a simple jade hairpin tied it lightly, making her look even more elegant and refined. She was wrapped in a gorgeous black long skirt with a lifelike golden phoenix pattern on the hem, with wings spread out as if about to fly, showing her nobility. The whole person exudes a noble and cold temperament, as if the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens has descended to the mortal world. In his arms was a snow-white six-tailed fox, its fluffy tail swaying gently. This woman was Mou's third senior sister, Xianingbing. The six-tailed white fox in her arms is Mou's fourth senior sister, Su Meier. At this moment,
Su Meier was curled up in Xianingbing's arms, with her eyes closed, seemingly sleeping. Mo bowed respectfully. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Xianingbing didn't turn around, her voice as cold as a spring, and asked lightly, "How are you these days?"
Not bad.
Mou's voice trembled a little. Just because, detected the daughter of destiny, Xianingbing, Su Meier, suppressed them to get rewards. Name, Xianingbing, luck, 100,000, color, favorability, 80, regarded as a virtuous minister. Introduction, the reincarnation of the Empress. In her previous life, she was a celestial emperor who ruled the celestial realm. However, she failed to break through and died with hatred. She possesses the body of a divine phoenix and possesses a top-grade furnace tripod.
Note, held difficulty.
Although it doesn't suit the villain's style, with your current strength, it is recommended to escape directly. Name, Su Meier, luck, 100,000, color, favorability, 80, considered a good brother. Introduction, nine-tailed heavenly fox, phantom divine body, top-grade furnace cauldron. Note, it is also extremely difficult, so it is recommended to escape. The reincarnation of the Empress, 100,000 luck, held difficulty, suggesting to escape? Mou's heart was shocked. Depend on, these two otaku girls are so fierce, no wonder they don't usually go out. If he is so brave, why would he go out to find such an opportunity? The system's voice continued to sound. Detected that your favorability with Xianingbing and Su Meier has reached close or above. You entered the Tianxian Holy Land and became their junior apprentice. You lurked beside them, taking every step carefully, and ultimately gained their trust. As the colorful daughters of destiny, they are not only powerful, but also extremely disgusted with the villains of destiny.
You must have made unimaginable efforts.
The villain's counterattack is successful. Please choose whether to plunder Lucknow. Villain points plus 1,600. As a villain counterattack system, this is the first time I have seen such a scheming and determined host. In less than a week, he has already captured 7 women of destiny.
Reward, Chaos Yin Yang Art.
Chapter 21 Xianingbing, Destiny Comparison System, Chaos Yin and Yang Secret, seize the creation of heaven and earth, and steal the mysteries of Yin and Yang. It is divided into 2 parts, Yang Ju and Yin Ju, which can be practiced alone or together.
It can be advanced by absorbing the power of Yin and Yang. The current level is Immortal Grade 1.
Note, chaos-based techniques can assist in awakening the chaos divine body. Chaos Yin and Yang Art, Immortal Grade Skills. Mou is shocked. You must know that there are no real immortal skills in the entire lower world. The system actually gave it to me directly. At the same time, he was a little amused and helpless. System, if you want to give me something, just say it directly, no need to find a reason. Fortunately, he has a good relationship with his senior sisters, not to mention that there is a system to get rewards. Even if you don't have a system, you can still have food and clothing without worries by relying on these big guys.
Are you in trouble?
Xianingbing's cold voice interrupted Mou's thoughts. Mou came to his senses and put the system reward aside for the time being. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began to tell Xianingbing about what had happened recently. Many insignificant details were deliberately omitted, such as what happened with Ling Qingyue and what happened in the Mo family. Then he explained the later goals and looked for an opportunity to destroy the Qin family. Xianingbing listened quietly to Mou's report, responded softly, and then there was no more movement. Brother, I'm going to help you destroy the Qin family. A lazy and charming voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. Immediately afterwards, a white light flashed, and Su Meier in the form of a white fox appeared in Mou's arms.
Thank you, Sister Meier.
Mou gently stroked Su Meier's soft white fur. Su Meier seemed to enjoy Mou's touch. She narrowed her eyes slightly and let out a satisfied moan. Then, she rubbed her little head in Mou's arms, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. Mou looked at Xianingbing again. Sister, I recently ran into the holy maiden of Taiqing, Ling Qingyue. She said she was engaged to me.
Do you know what's going on?
Xianingbing waved her hand lightly, and several pieces of paper flew lightly into Mou's hands.
Master left this for you to see for yourself.
Mou took it and glanced at it with his eyes lowered. The first one is a letter left by Yi Shimei. The handwriting is vigorous and unrestrained. The general meaning was that in recent years, she had gambled with others and helped him win a lot of good things, including beautiful women. She even used him as a bet on a whim. The veins on Mou's forehead were throbbing. What a crap master! This is too unreliable. He quickly flipped through the remaining photos. The engagement of the holy maiden Taiqing, the challenge letter from Jianzi of the Sword Sect, assisting the holy maiden Huanggu to go to the secret realm, refining the 5th grade elixir, helping the 7th prince of the Dacian Empire to win the throne, and assisting in killing demons in Zen Moyuan. His face lit up instantly. Chance, opportunity. It's all opportunity. Fortunately, it's okay if he is not sold, although these things seem troublesome, they are a piece of cake for him. The son of luck, recalling the realm and cultivation of those people, the one closest to him was Jianzi, the sword sect master who was in the nascent soul stage. He is known as the best person in the nascent soul stage and the greatest genius of the sword sect in a million years. He once became famous for killing a powerful person in the spirit transformation stage with a single sword. At this moment, Mou suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It's not fear, just pure disgust, because he used to spar with the 2nd and 3rd senior sisters, who both used swords, and he became autistic after being beaten by them. As we all know, sword cultivators have a special ability that can prevent people whose sword comprehension is lower than theirs from drawing their swords. After being beaten and becoming autistic, he used all kinds of weapons except the sword. Xianingbing seemed to sense Mou's inner uneasiness and spoke to comfort him. Don't worry too much. With us here, there won't be any problems even if there's a breach of contract. Her tone was cold, overbearing, and majestic, vaguely revealing a bit of the style of an empress. Thank you, senior sister. Mou bowed. He was about to turn around and leave when Xianingbing's voice rang out again. Wait a minute. Mou stopped and looked back at Xianingbing's beautiful back. Is there anything else, senior sister? Xianingbing raised her jade hand gently, as gracefully as picking up a flower, and took out the hairpin from her hair. The black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, drawing a graceful arc in the air. The hairpin flew out of his hand, turned into a stream of light, and flew into Mou's hand. He held the hairpin, which felt cool and had a faint fragrance. He looked at it carefully, with a look of surprise on his face. This is not a hairpin at all, it's clearly a flying sword, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, containing Xianingbing's sword energy, is enough to rival the attack of a cultivator in the fusion stage, with astonishing power. Xianingbing didn't explain, but Mou understood what she meant. Thank you, senior sister. Mou left, leaving Xianingbing alone. She opened her beautiful eyes, gazed at the sea of clouds in front of her, and whispered softly, her voice like the fragrance of orchids in a valley. 8th level of the golden core, pure yang holy body, broken and then rebuilt. After a moment, a translucent panel appeared in front of her. Name, Xianingbing, realm, 9th level of fusion stage, comparison object, Mou, cumulative wins, 198, after winning 200 times cumulatively, the reward will be multiplied by 100, comparison countdown. 0 destiny comparison system. This is her biggest secret. In existence that even she couldn't fully understand. Soon after Mou entered the sect, this system appeared in her consciousness, setting Mou, the destined child of this small world, as a comparison object. As long as she defeats Mou in the battle, she will receive a generous reward. Over the years, relying on the system rewards, her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and she has even obtained many immortal artifacts. Because of this, she is confident that in this life, relying on the system and her own foundation, she can break the shackles of the fairy world and set foot in the supreme realm that no one has ever reached. Xianingbing gently closed her eyes and silently said in her heart, begin. The 199th battle begins. After a breath, Xianingbing opened her eyes calm and unperturbed. Battle victory, cumulative wins, 199, reward, a wisp of Hongmeng purple energy, comparison countdown, 1 month in the system space, a faint, almost transparent purple airflow was quietly suspended, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Even Xianingbing, whose mood had long been calm, couldn't help but feel a ripple at this moment. Hongmeng purple energy, this treasure, created when the world was first created, has countless uses, the most well-known of which is that it can be used to create imperial weapons. It can be said that having this is equivalent to having an imperial weapon. This thing was easily available to her in her previous life, but for her now, it is a rare treasure. The newbie bonus period has expired. In the next battle, you need to suppress it to the same level as the opponent. Xianingbing looked calm. She admitted that Xiaoyu was indeed a genius among billions. After all his cultivation was sucked away by the remnant soul of the immortal world in the ring, he was still able to return to the 8th level of golden core in such a short time. This aptitude is enough to be called a genius even in the fairy world. However, there are also gaps between the geniuses. After all, she was the supreme immortal emperor who once suppressed an era. Dealing with my junior brother is as easy as pie. Suddenly, she remembered that there seemed to be a punishment for losing. Chapter 22 Loser's Punishment Game. That's right, failure will result in a penalty game. since you have bound yourself to the system, you have sworn an oath with your Tao heart, promising to abide by the game rules set by the system. If you fail to fulfill the punishment game, your Tao heart will suffer a severe blow. At the very least, cracks may appear, and at the worst, the product may completely break. Xiaoning Bing frowned slightly, then relaxed. The shattering of the heart of Tao has a huge impact on practitioners. Once the heart of Tao is damaged, the cultivation will stagnate or even regress, and repairing the heart of Tao is as difficult as ascending to heaven. She knew the pros and cons of this very well, so she naturally wouldn't joke about her own path. But, so what? How could she, a great immortal Emperor, be defeated by MOU? The outcome has already been determined. She slowly closed her eyes, covering her deep purple eyes, and continued to immerse herself in cultivation. In this life, she wants to hone every realm to perfection without leaving any regrets. With the most perfect posture, step into the highest realm. MOU held the petite Su Mayor in his arms and walked down the mountain step by step. No wonder third senior sister is always so cold and icy. It turns out she is the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Ha ha ha. Stao Yu. A hearty laugh suddenly came, interrupting MOU's thoughts. This voice was from the head of Tianxian Holy Land, Shang Suzi. He looked in the direction of the voice and stopped. An old man in a black Taoist robe came floating over. It was Shang Suzi. He has a kind face, bright eyes, and an immortal-like appearance, which is the standard image of a leader in the world of immortal cultivation. Beside him, a graceful young girl was looking at MOU curiously with a pair of bright eyes. Without waiting for MOU to speak, Shang Suzi spoke impatiently. Xiao Yu, come and take a look. This is my new disciple, Ling Luo. He's only 28 years old and already in the nascent soul stage. He's only a little behind the sword sex sword master. There was pride in his words. As he spoke, Shang Suzi turned to look at the girl beside him and spoke kindly. Ling Luo, this is your junior master uncle MOU, the current holy son of our Tianxian Holy Land. Upon hearing this, the girl bowed to MOU in a clear and pleasant voice. Ling Luo meets junior master. MOU's gaze fell on Ling Luo. She was wearing a simple dress that outlined her graceful figure and had a beautiful and refined appearance, like a lotus emerging from the water. Her big, watery eyes are crystal clear, as if not stained by a speck of dust, giving people a feeling of intimacy like a girl next door. MOU nodded slightly and bowed. Congratulations, senior brother, you have a great disciple. Shang Suzi stroked his beard and said with a smile. I intend to make her a saint and train her as the heir to the sect. MOU said, brother, you have finally found a successor. This is truly a cause for celebration. A trace of regret appeared on Shang Suzi's face. Although you won't be able to become the head of Tianxian Holy Land in the future, don't be discouraged, eh? He was suddenly stunned, opened his mouth and asked in surprise. Xiao Yu, you actually reached the 8th level of the Golden Core? His voice unconsciously rose an octave, and he was obviously extremely shocked. I was lucky enough to get some opportunities outside this time. MOU said. No, I was just in seclusion, and you went straight to the 8th level of the Golden Core after 3 years of no cultivation? You're only 24, right? Shang Suzi's face was filled with disbelief. Even the #1 nascent soul cultivator of the contemporary era, the sword master of the sword sect, he started practicing since birth and only entered the nascent soul stage at the age of 24. MOU is also 24 years old. He started practicing at the age of 4, reached the Golden Core stage at the age of 14, and then fell in the next 3 years. Now, it only took him 7 years to reach the 8th level of the Golden Core stage again. Doesn't this mean that MOU is the #1 prodigy in Tianyuan continent in millions of years? Since there is no clear age data for his monster senior sisters, we will leave them aside for now, but if we judge from their current cultivation speed, even they are probably not as good as MOU. He forced himself to suppress his shock. Maybe it was just luck that gave me some great opportunities. With careful cultivation in the Holy Land in the future, Ling Luo may be able to be on par with MOU, or even surpass him. What's more, MOU acts recklessly and is not the best candidate to be the leader of a sect. He silently comforted himself in his heart. MOU looked at Ling Luo with interest, and Ling Luo looked back at him without hesitation, and their eyes met in the air. This time the system didn't say that she was the daughter of luck, which meant that she had nothing to do with itself. He opened Ling Luo's panel, name, Yi Ling Luo, luck, purple, introduction, the saintess of the demon sect, ordered to infiltrate the Tianxian Holy Land, skilled in disguise. Her 1,000 change demonic body isn't a high-quality furnace, but she's quite interesting in role-playing, Cough, when MOU saw the system's introduction, he almost choked on his own saliva.
Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Shang Suzi asked doubtfully. Nothing. MOU looked at Shang Suzi strangely. Poor brother with kidney deficiency. Instead of having the energy to look for an heir outside, he might as well do it himself and have one. He glanced at Yiling Luo inconspicuously, feeling secretly emotional in his heart. It is indeed seamless. Without the system prompt, I would not be able to tell. Why Yiling Luo stared straight at Moyud. Is the legendary number one genius among the younger generation in Tianyuan continent. Apart from his handsome face, there was nothing special about him in other aspects. As expected, she should be the number one of this generation. Although she was slightly inferior to the sword master of the sword sect on the surface, deep down in her heart, she always felt that she was better than the sword master. Moreover, she has not used the magic sect's cultivation method yet. Once she uses it, her cultivation speed will only be faster. She shifted her gaze to the sleeping white fox in MOU's arms. Su Mayor, the white fox from the demon clan and MOU's senior sister, whose strength is unknown, but looking at his lazy appearance, I don't think he poses any threat. Okay, Xiaoyu, we have to go. Shang Suzi spoke up, interrupting the stare between the two. He waved his sleeves, and a soft light enveloped Yiling Luo. The two figures disappeared from the spot and turned into a stream of light and went away. MOU looked at the direction where Yiling Luo disappeared, thoughtfully. When should we give the demon sect a surprise? I don't know which force sent them. After thinking about it, MOU decided to put this matter aside for the time being. The most urgent thing now is to practice and then go. Find the Qin family. The Qin family is very likely related to evil cultivators. If we say that 8 out of 10 demon cultivators are bad, even if 10 evil cultivators are killed, there will still be some that escape. He found an open space on the mountain and put Su Mayor down. Sister Mayor, I'm about to break through. Su Mayor stretched her body lazily, nodded slightly, and her voice was a little charming. Brother, remember to call me sister after you've made the breakthrough. After saying that, he curled up and fell asleep. Chapter 23. Su Mayor, Destiny Autohook System. MOU sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in the chaos yin and yang art. This exercise is divided into two parts, yin and yang. Men cultivate yang and women cultivate yin. Yin and yang are harmonized and complement each other. If people who practice two kinds of skills practice both together, they can achieve twice the result with half the effort and make great progress every day. He tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body and circulate it according to the path described in the exercises. In an instant, the golden elixir in the dantian spun rapidly, shining brightly like a miniature sun, shining brightly within the meridians. The spiritual power is like a wild horse running and roaring, and it is also like the Yangtze River, vast and mighty, flowing endlessly. He was surprised to find that he was perfectly compatible with this technique. I think it's because I am a chaotic divine body. Moreover, the speed of practicing this technique is terrifying. It is hundreds of times stronger than the Tianqian Holy Land's signature technique, the Tianqian Holy Scripture. You must know that if you only rely on the Tianqian Holy Scripture to break through from the 8th level of the Golden Core to the 9th level, even if you are extremely talented, it will take 2 years of hard work without the blessing of opportunity, and with this technique, it only takes 1 month. If a large amount of resources are consumed to assist in cultivation, this time can be shortened to 7 days. 1 month is the upper limit of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it is far from the limit of the practice. Therefore, becoming an immortal is not easy. Any great catastrophe of heaven and earth can be destroyed with one hand. Thinking of this, Moyu's mouth corners slightly raised. Everything he is now is due to his hard work, but that won't be the case anymore. A dark blue, add some. After taking the 3rd-grade realm-breaking pill, the medicinal power instantly dissipated, nourishing his limbs and bones like a sweet rain inside the dantian. The golden elixir is already covered with dense cracks, and the nascent soul is about to break out of the shell. In just a moment, the 9th level of the golden elixir was completed. MOU did not stop at all and struck while the iron was hot. Concentrate your spiritual consciousness on the ghost fire in your dantian. Use the netherworld ghost fire to practice, improve the great burning heaven technique, and reach the nascent soul stage. Su Mayor stretched her body gracefully, and her 6 snow-white tails swayed gently behind her. Like 6 fluffy and soft clouds, she lazily narrowed her charming pink eyes, and her gaze fell on Moyu, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. The 9th level of the golden elixir. The little guy has become stronger again. I should work harder too. It would be bad if I was surpassed one day. Then, a translucent panel appeared that only she could see. Name, Su Mayor, Realm. Return to Void Stage, Level 6. Practice Multiplier, 100. Reward Multiplier, 100. Destiny Autoplay System. As long as you hang up near a specific target, you can automatically gain cultivation and rewards.
The efficiency of this hang-up is determined by the target's luck. If the target is of the opposite sex, the hang-up speed can be doubled. Everyone on Suiwei Mountain is a person with great luck, except for junior sister Ling Wanqing, who was slightly inferior. The basic multipliers provided by others are the same, however, because MOU is of the opposite sex, her AFK efficiency has doubled, so she has always liked this junior brother. Sumeya recalled the scene when her master brought MOU back to the mountain gate. MOU was still a little boy at that time. His eyes are so clear that people can't help but want to hold him in their arms and love him. But if her master hadn't accepted him as a disciple, she would have wanted to turn this little cutie into a doll and hold him in her arms every day. But there is nothing I can do about my junior brother. You can only hang up in the usual way. Ever since MOU was little, she liked to sleep in his arms to ensure maximum efficiency in her practice. Just now, she was surprised to find that the AFK multiplier had reached its highest value ever, 666 times. Usually when you're hanging up around other senior sisters, your speed is only a few dozen times faster. In the past, when I was AFK on MOU, the power was only about 100 times. Now it has improved so much. Sumeya was secretly delighted, but also felt a little regretful. If MOU wasn't her junior brother, she really wanted to turn him into a doll that would always be by her side. After her brother got married, she would no longer be able to use him as a tool to help others rumble. At this time, above the sky, disaster clouds rolled and thunder rumbled. The originally clear sky was quickly covered by thick dark clouds, like a huge black curtain, enveloping the entire Tsuiwei Peak. Sumeya stared at this sudden change, her heart filled with shock. This guy has made continuous breakthroughs. He is not satisfied with the 9th level of Golden Core and wants to attack Nascent Soul now. This idiot, how dare he be so reckless without making any preparations? The 69 heavenly tribulations are no joke. The strange phenomenon above Tsuiwei Peak quickly attracted the attention of the top leaders of Tianxian Holy Land. Streams of light streaked across the sky, rushing towards Tsuiwei Peak. Among them were Shang Suzi and Yi Lingluo, who had just left, as well as the Supreme Elder Qin Xin. They hovered in the air, their eyes fixed on MOU. MOU closed his eyes tightly, and the spiritual power around him surged, forming a huge vortex, madly devouring the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. I've never seen anyone from Tsuiwei Peak transcend tribulation before. I'm going to observe it carefully today. Elder Qingxian stroked his beard and laughed. Didn't he just return to the 8th level of the Golden Core? Is he about to undergo the tribulation? Shang Suzi said in shock. Are you getting old and confused? You can't even tell the realm of the younger generation? Isn't it obvious that they are undergoing a tribulation? An elder questioned. Xingxiu is right about this. I also met Xiaoyu today. He is at the 8th level. Elder Qingxian explained. For a moment, all the elders present were stunned. Continuous breakthroughs, is there such a thing? Qingxian said, there is nothing to be surprised about, Master Yi. How could the fairy's disciples be mortals like us? Everyone showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and nodded in understanding. Yi Lingluo was filled with shock. Are all of Yi Shimei's disciples like this? The demon sect has very little information about Tsuiwei Peak. All we know is that Yi Shimei is addicted to alcohol and gambling. Although he is undergoing a tribulation, he does not pose much of a threat. His eldest disciple Luo Suxin is the #1 person in Tianyuan continent, and he is about to ascend to heaven, so there is no need to worry too much. The second disciple, Bai Shuangying, is the #1 person under the Mahayana stage. He is immersed in the battlefield of demon suppression abyss all day long and is expected to ascend to heaven within 200 years. There is no need to worry about him either. Others are less well known. All we know is that the 5th disciple, MOU, became a disabled person inexplicably 10 years ago, and has since disappeared without a trace, and no news has been heard of him since then. Who would have thought that he would return with such a strong force and display such terrifying talent? There must be a big conspiracy hidden in the Tianxian Holy Land. Yi Lingluo's heart tightened. She had to report this matter and give up on dealing with the Tianxian Holy Land. Above the sky, the calamity clouds grew thicker and thicker, dark and overwhelming, as if they were about to swallow up the entire world. Everyone, why don't we open a bet and see how many heavenly tribulations Xiaoyu will have? Shang Suzi suddenly suggested, breaking the silence. When everyone heard this, they all became excited and interested. Okay. I agree. Elder Qingxian laughed out loud. Then let's do as the sect master said and start the sale. As usual, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The other elders also echoed. Shang Suzi turned around and explained to Yi Lingluo.
69 Heavenly tribulations are the heavenly tribulations that nascent soul cultivators must go through.
The more heavenly thunder there is, the greater the potential. Generally speaking, 36 is a genius that is 1 in 10,000. Those who have more than 45 are truly exceptionally talented. And the 54 heavenly thunders are even rarer, and have the potential to become immortals.
Chapter 24, Overcoming the Heavenly Tribulation and Forming the Heavenly Yuanying Yi Ling Luo nodded slightly. Of course she knew all this. Her number of heavenly tribulations is 54, the same as Jianzong Jianzi's. This is also the reason why she dares to compete with Jianzi. All the elders reported their guesses. 50. 53. 52. Shang Suzi smiled slightly. I think it's 54, Uncle Qingxian. What about you?
I also guess 54. In the sky, disaster clouds rolled and grew stronger, and thunder rumbled. Looking at the scale of these calamity clouds, there are probably more than 50 of them.
This calamity cloud is much larger than when I was forming my infant.
Based on my years of experience, I believe there are 54 calamity clouds. Shang Suzi's gaze was as sharp as a torch. Our sex holy son has the potential to become an immortal. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Time passes by minute. The calamity cloud finally stopped changing. The it quietly floats in the air, like a sleeping giant beast that can wake up at any moment and unleash its destructive power. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. On the top of the mountain, Xianingbing slowly opened her eyes and looked up at the sky. A strange color flashed in her purple eyes.
69 in 1.
She parted her red lips and murmured to herself, "Not bad." A strange silence enveloped the mountaintop where everyone's eyes converged. The calamity cloud seemed to solidify. It did not continue to expand, nor did it bring down thunder, it just hovered quietly.
What's going on? Why isn't this calamity cloud moving?
Yes, it stands to reason that once the calamity clouds gather, thunder will fall from the sky.
But why are these calamity clouds still motionless?
The elders were discussing this. Elder Qingxian looked solemn as he stared closely at the calamity cloud. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he cried out incoherently, "The heavenly tribulation is united."
It's actually the heavenly tribulation is united. How is this possible? Uncle Qingxian, what is the unity of heaven and earth tribulation?
Shang Suzi asked hurriedly. The unification of the heavenly tribulations is the gathering of all the tribulation thunders into one, and its power is 100 times greater than that of ordinary heavenly tribulations. This kind of heavenly tribulation can only be triggered by someone who possesses great luck and is destined to become an immortal. Although it is a huge test for cultivators, it also brings great benefits. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, cultivators will become even stronger. Elder Qingxuan's voice was excited and even trembling. Will you definitely become an immortal? When everyone heard this, they all took a deep breath, and the temperature around them actually rose a few degrees. Yi Ling Luo stared at the calamity clouds in the sky, her eyes full of fear. You will definitely become an immortal. It's so scary. The Tianqian Holy Land will rule the Tianyuan continent for another era. There were clearly two, but another one came. This damn god is so unfair. Tianqian Holy Land is too dangerous. The combined heavenly tribulations will inevitably be even more dangerous. Can Xiaoyu survive it? Shang Suzi was shocked but also a little worried. It's hard to say. Elder Qingxian shook his head slowly, his brows furrowed with wrinkles all over his face. Yi Ling Luo clenched her slender hands in her sleeves into fists, her knuckles turning white, and prayed silently in her heart. Oh, God, he must be struck to death. Living in the same era as such a monster is simply a nightmare. Suiwei peaked. Mou looked up at the sky. Why hasn't this heavenly calamity struck yet? Suddenly, Yan Shi's anxious voice sounded in his mind. Xiaoyu, hurry up, use all your strength to resist this heavenly tribulation. If all the heavenly thunders are combined together, you will really die if you are not careful.
Well, what do you mean?
Mou was stunned and confused, but he trusted Yan Shi so much that he did as he was told immediately. The golden elixir in the dantian was spinning wildly, and the vast spiritual power surged to his limbs and bones like a bursting river. At the same time, something strange happened above the sky. An extremely thick golden lightning pillar, like a mad dragon, roared down from the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world, and headed straight for Mou, wherever the golden lightning pillar passed. The space twisted and emitted bursts of explosions, as if it could not withstand this terrifying force. The air was filled with a suffocating smell of destruction. Depend on, Mo was shocked and his hair stood on end. Are you kidding me? Is this thing a nascent soul thunder tribulation? He quickly activated his supernatural powers and created an indestructible golden body. A faint golden glow instantly appeared on the surface of the body. Boom! The golden lightning column struck Mo hard for a moment. The entire Tsuewe peak was shrouded in golden lightning. In the distance, all the elders were dumbfounded, with expressions of horror on their faces. Can this really survive? Anyway, I can't withstand this attack when I'm at the golden core stage. Don't even mention your golden core. Even I, who have reached the spiritual transformation stage, can't withstand this attack. The elders were discussing this. Everyone, please prepare to apologize to Fairy Yi. Her beloved disciple was struck to death by thunder in front of us. Elder Qingxian sighed. Obviously, he didn't believe Mou could survive. Yi Lingluo closed her eyes and didn't dare to look. It's too terrifying. Not to mention myself, who was at the peak of the golden core stage. Even if I were at the nascent soul stage now, I would never dare to resist this heavenly calamity. A little aftermath can annihilate oneself. Of the holy sun, Tianxian is probably dead now. Tianyuan continent has lost another future immortal. Their ghost demon sect has lost a future great enemy. At the top of the mountain, Xianingbing stared at the place where Mou was going through the tribulation. Her purple eyes, which were usually calm, now had a ripple of surprise. Everyone says that heaven is heartless, but in fact, heaven also has feelings. As the most intelligent creatures on earth, humans are more favored by heaven. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation has always been commensurate with the strength of the practitioner, leaving a glimmer of hope for survival. Mou's heavenly tribulation was so powerful that it even reached the limit of 69 heavenly tribulations. This only means that heaven has determined that he has the ability to withstand this heavenly thunder. This surprised her a little, but that's all. Such strength is indeed unprecedented and unparalleled in this small world, but in the 3,000 immortal realms, he can only be considered as above average. Perhaps there is a chance to aspire to the throne, but it is far from enough to defeat her who was at the same level. Call. Mou breathed a sigh of relief. It's so scary. Fortunately, there is an immortal golden body, otherwise, you will have to stay in bed for at least a month. Heaven is too much. Is he your biological child? He carefully felt the changes in his body. In the Dantian, the original golden elixir has disappeared, replaced by a little man about 3 inches tall. The little man is crystal clear and shining all over, emitting a soft yet majestic light. It was completely different from the nascent soul that Mou had seen before. The word awesome is written all over his face. Sister Yanxi, I feel like my nascent soul is a little different. It seems stronger. For ordinary practitioners in the first 3 stages of the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul is fragile and cannot be separated from the body for a long time, but he is different. Even if his nascent soul is out of his body for a long time, he will not feel any discomfort, and the spiritual power within it is even more powerful. It's the heavenly Dao Yuanying. Yanxi's voice rang in his mind, with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Chapter 25, Immortal Emperor's Talent. What is that? Mou was puzzled. Are there different levels of nascent soul in this world? Yanxi explained patiently. Nascent soul is divided into 3 levels: heavenly Dao, earthly Dao, and human Dao. After surviving 54 thunder tribulations, the earthly Yuanying was condensed, and the heavenly Yuanying was united with the heavenly Yuanying. The heavenly Dao Yuanying is more powerful than ordinary Yuanying. At the same level, a heavenly Dao Yuanying cultivator can often fight against 100 earthly Dao Yuanying cultivators without losing. And judging from the scale of your heavenly tribulation, it has already reached the limit of the 69 heavenly tribulations. What you have condensed is the top-level heavenly Dao Yuanying. She became more and more excited as she spoke. Xiaoyu, if you were in the immortal realm right now, you'd be considered an upper-middle-level genius, with the potential to become an immortal emperor. Mou coughed lightly. This is not something you can say casually, there are serious consequences. But don't be too proud. Even though you have the potential to become an immortal emperor, you only have a slim chance. Back then, I was also at the nascent soul stage of the heavenly Dao. Although not the best, it was not bad either. However, even so, I still couldn't even reach the threshold of the immortal emperor. Although she said so, Mou is still in the lower realm after all. When you reach the upper realm, your potential will definitely be more than what you have now. You might actually be able to become the immortal emperor in the end. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and look very proud. Mu complained in his heart. It is obvious that you are more proud. He calmed himself down. It's not over yet. He can continue to break through. He took out a large amount of spirit stones from the storage ring and continued to practice the great burning heaven art, absorbing them madly. The golden light gradually dissipated. Su Mayer, who was closest to her, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Mu. I was so scared. Her beautiful eyes moved as she looked at Mu with some surprise. This little guy is actually unharmed. Even if she had the system, she might not be able to withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation when she was in the Jindan stage, and Mu actually did it. It seems that going out more often does have its benefits. You might come across some great opportunities. Senior sister Luo Sushin really likes to play outside, and she also happens to be the strongest. Su Mayer was about to step forward, but found that Mu was still breaking through, angry, very angry. The stinky little brother is such a worry. She must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Shang Suzi and the elders prepared to go into the mountains to collect Mu's body. However, as soon as they passed through the Tsuiwei Peak formation, they found that Mu was safe and sound, still sitting there peacefully, even practicing. Is this okay? The elders looked at each other in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Shang Suzi was stunned at first, then burst into hearty laughter. The holy son of our sect has the potential to become an immortal. He will definitely become an immortal. Yiling Luo stared at Mu closely, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement, and her heart was filled with turbulent waves. It's over. This is not dead. The Tianxian Holy Land can rule the Tianyuan continent for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Elder Qingxian had a smug smile on his face. Since Xiaoyu is fine, then everyone, each of you has 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Don't forget, bring them here quickly. The elders handed the spirit stones to Qingxian and Shang Suzi. Although he lost the spirit stones, his face did not show too much frustration. Mu is still alive, which is a great thing. Mu slowly opened his eyes. Now he has broken through to the third level of nascent soul and his strength has greatly increased. The great burning heaven art was also promoted to the middle grade of the heavenly rank. He was confident that he could defeat the sword sect's sword master right now. After feeling it, I realized that the him of today could easily defeat the him of yesterday. At this time, he noticed that there were more than a dozen elders around. Qi Peak, Dan Peak, Jian Peak, Lingshou Peak, Five Elements Peak. The masters of each peak actually gathered here. Dear brothers and uncles, this is, Shang Suzi smiled slightly. It's okay, we'll just take a look. He walked forward and patted Mu's shoulder gently, his eyes full of admiration. Good boy, continuous breakthroughs. Very good. Very good. You have some of the style of me in my old days. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Mu responded, then he thought for a moment and continued. My fellow brothers, I recently accepted a disciple. Elder Qingshuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's right, everyone. Xiaoyu has accepted a disciple. You elders must show your appreciation. Mu gave Qingxian a grateful look. This uncle master is really good. Shang Suzi pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, then I'll give you 100,000 top-grade spirit stones as a gift. This is both a congratulations to Mu for accepting a disciple and a congratulations to him for breaking through the nascent soul stage. The marrow cleansing pill can improve your aptitude and increase your cultivation potential. 10 Xianling colorful feather chickens. They are great to watch as spiritual beasts. I want to eat them every day. Really? The 5 Elements Soul Bracelet is a top-grade spiritual weapon that can speed up cultivation. It is also a good treasure for your apprentice. Legging Hammer, a top-grade spiritual weapon, can be used for forging iron and fighting, a must-have for tough men. After seeing off the elders, Mu counted the gifts and couldn't help but smile. Although the system gives better and more, it is still cheating after all. The IT has a completely different meaning from this kind of thing that is obtained through fraud. Just as he was immersed in the joy of harvest, he suddenly felt a chill in his ears. Soft but powerful slender fingers grabbed his ear and twisted it gently. You've grown up, haven't you? How dare you scare your sister? A charming voice sounded in his ears, tinged with anger. Sister Mayer, how dare I scare you? Even if I lied to my master, I wouldn't scare you. MOU quickly turned around and saw a charming and domineering girl with animal ears, silver hair like a waterfall draped over her shoulders, and her pink eyes with slightly upturned corners were naturally charming and captivating. The furry white fox ears trembled slightly, adding a touch of cuteness. She was wearing a white chiffon dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The delicate and large fruit was actually a few inches bigger than Meng Lanin's. This is exactly what Su Meier looks like after she transforms into a human form. She looked very angry, as she usually didn't bother to transform into a human. Su Meier's pretty face moved closer, her nose almost touching Mou's face, and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. You are always so reckless. If you really lose your life one day, there will be no one to collect your body. Having said that, she still let go. His figure flashed and turned into a snow-white fox, jumping into Mou's arms. Mou quickly reached out to catch it, gently stroked Su Meier's soft fur, and coaxed her softly. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Sister Meier, please don't be angry. Su Meier in his arms snorted softly but did not respond. It just rubbed its furry little head against his arms again, as if looking for a more comfortable position. In front of her, a system panel appeared, and the idle multiplier on it reached 666 times. Shang Suzi returned to Tianxin Peak, sent Yiling Luo away, and contacted Yi Shimei using a communication symbol. Yi Shimei's figure slowly emerged. She was wearing a lavender dress, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders. She is leaning on a soft couch. Her posture is lazy, but it cannot hide her peerless elegance. That face was breathtakingly beautiful, as if it had gathered all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and every detail was just right and flawless. When Shang Suzi saw this woman, his originally straight back bent down instantly, his knees went weak and he fell to the ground, his voice choked with sobs. Ancestor. Chapter 26. Yi Shimei, the Destiny Apprentice System. An old man with white hair and beard knelt down and cried in front of a woman who looked no more than 20 years old. The scene is weird no matter how you look at it. Moreover, this old man is the leader of the Tianxian Holy Land. If outsiders knew about this, they would be shocked. Didn't I tell you not to call me ancestor? It sounds awkward. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste time. Yi Shimei frowned slightly, parted her red lips, and there was a hint of displeasure in her voice. Ancestor, I beg you for a favor, you must agree to it. Shang Suzi choked. If you have to fart, please do it. I'm very busy. Yi Shimei spoke softly, picked up the wine gourd beside her with her delicate hands, and shook it gently. Please, let Xiaoyu be the next sect leader. Our Tianxian Holy Land cannot live without him. Shang Suzi was in tears. Luo Suxin, Bai Xuanying, Xianingbing, and Su Meier all don't want to. If you don't get Mou to agree, we will have no one to succeed us. Yi Shimei put down the wine gourd, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes as clear as autumn water. What happened? Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Xiaoyu's heavenly tribulation is the 6-9 combined heavenly tribulation. That's it? You came to me for such a trivial matter? Yi Shimei's tone was impatient. Obviously, as an ancestor, she knows more and has broader knowledge than Shang Suzi. Not only that, the power of his heavenly tribulation was extremely great. Even I, who was in the spirit transformation stage back then, couldn't withstand it, but he was unharmed. Shang Suzi said. Don't be ridiculous, Yi Shimei sneered. The power of the heavenly tribulation depends on the cultivator's strength. It is impossible to survive the heavenly tribulation without any injuries. Ancestor, what I said is true. Everyone saw it. Not only was he not injured, he also broke through several small realms in succession. Yi Shimei was silent. After a long time, she slowly spoke. I'll go back later. Ancestor, you haven't agreed yet. Shang Suzi wanted to say something else, but Yi Shimei's shadow had already disappeared. At the same time, in Taiching territory, Taiching Holy Land. In an elegantly decorated room filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Yi Shimei leaned lazily on the couch, her slender white fingers tapping lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. Why was he able to survive the tribulation without any injuries? Could it be that even the 69 heavenly thunders couldn't hurt him? System, do you know? The child of destiny, blessed with great fortune, possesses any talent that is not surprising. Yi Shimei thought about it and agreed. Her disciples are all more evil than each other, so it's no surprise that they do something shocking. A new child of destiny has been detected. Shuyuli, location, Tianxian Holy Land, host, please accept him as your disciple as soon as possible. When Yishime heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up and her original laziness disappeared instantly. The seventh one finally appeared. She is finally going to ascend. The Destiny Disciple Recruitment System. You can become stronger by accepting disciples. As long as you gather 7 Sons of Destiny, you can ascend directly to the Fairyland, become the Immortal Emperor, reach the sky in one step. The system gave her endless life, but she was never able to break through to the Mahayana stage no matter how hard she practiced. Now, she has adopted 6 children of destiny, only the last one is missing to complete it. Over the years, she has met many lucky children. For example, a boy named Tang Si has been taking care of his healthy father since he was 2 years old, but the system looks down on it and says don't be mean. There is also the eldest senior brother of the small sect, who is extremely caring towards his fellow sisters and worries about them like an old mother. The system still looks down on it and says don't be a turtle man. There are also virgins among the women who say, I don't want eunuchs. If she hadn't accepted MOU, she would even suspect that the system didn't want men, and now, the 7th child of destiny has finally appeared. How can she not be excited? Yishime quickly stood up and prepared to go back now. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. Are you leaving? A woman in an elegant purple robe walked in gracefully, followed closely by Ling Qingyue. The visitor is the leader of Taiching Holy Land, Ling Yunxue. She exudes an aura of majesty without being angry, and she is graceful and elegant with extraordinary temperament. She is also Ling Qingyue's master and adoptive mother, and the two of them have a relationship like a real mother and daughter. Let's go. I'll have a drink with you another day. Before Yishime finished speaking, her figure had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint fragrance. Ling Yunxue snorted coldly, it's best not to come here again. After Yishime left, the room fell into a brief silence. Ling Qingyue suddenly spoke, her voice as cold and clear as the moonlight. Master, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can help me. What is it? Ling Yunxue's gaze fell on Ling Qingyue. Ling Qingyue bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Disciple wishes to cancel his engagement with the Holy Son of Tianxian. Why? Ling Yunxue frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Ling Qingyue, who had always been well-behaved, sensible and considerate, would suddenly make such a request. Although it is true that Master and Yuranchi made a bet and lost you, you also know that our Taiching Holy Land is in a difficult situation right now and needs the help of Tianxian Holy Land. And since the 7th year, the Holy Son of Tianxian has no longer been a useless person. Besides, he's handsome and has a powerful senior sister. Even if he's useless, it's not because of these. Ling Qingyue interrupted Ling Yunxue. The scene in the secret realm of Yin Yang sect unconsciously emerged in her mind. Perhaps I had feelings for that stranger that I shouldn't have. Perhaps he didn't want to damage the reputation of Taiching Holy Land. Or perhaps they were afraid of causing a war between the two holy places. And no matter what, this marriage has to be called off. I have lost my virginity to someone and I have no face to face the Holy Son Tianxian again. Ling Qingyue said calmly. When Ling Yunxue heard this, her elegant face instantly turned cold as ice, her aura suddenly changed, and a powerful pressure swept out like a tide. What happened? Ling Qingyue told him everything that happened that night. There was no concealment, no exaggeration, just a calm narration, as if telling someone else's story. At the end, she lowered her eyes slightly and added, everything started because of me. I didn't leave any means to find that person. Master, please don't blame that person. Ling Yunxue listened quietly. Her expression was unpredictable, with anger, confusion and worry intertwined on that dignified face. Finally, she sighed, her voice full of helplessness and heartache. You should have killed that man back then. I just hope he doesn't affect your subsequent cultivation. The person who defiled her disciple will definitely not be found. It is simply a pipe dream to find a Chirifying cultivator in the vast Tianyuan continent. The engagement will definitely not go ahead. As the number one force in the Tianyuan continent, how could Tianxian Holy Land allow its own holy son to marry a defiled person? Finally, she sighed. Forget it, I'll go with you to Tianxian Holy Land and cancel this marriage. Chapter 27. Yishime is not trustworthy. As night falls, Suiwei Peak is bathed in hazy moonlight. Chicken soup is here. A clear and pleasant sound broke the silence. Mou looked up and saw Ling Wanqing walking towards him with a bowl of steaming chicken soup in her hand. She was still dressed in that familiar outfit, no different from the puppets she had seen before. I don't know if it's a real person. He opened the panel. Name, Ling Wanqing, luck, 10,000, gold, favorability, 100, absolute trust, introduction. Adopted by MOU since childhood, he suffers from paranoia and believes that nothing in the world can be trusted. He never reveals his true face to others. He is born with the Tao fetus, which can be used as a furnace to enhance his understanding of the Tao. It turns out to be the protagonist of the steady flow. MOU understood. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. You don't know what this girl looks like, do you? He thought about it and realized that it was true. She looked so ordinary that it seemed intentional. There are no obvious disadvantages, nor are there obvious advantages. A bit too cautious. Are you also on guard against your own senior brother?
Detecting Ling Wanqing's complete submission to you, this system does not
promote orthopedics, but respects your preferences. The villain's counterattack is successful. Rewards: immortal level formations, talismans, alchemy, weapon refining insights, and matching immortal weapons. Immortal weapons: Tianshu formation plate, talisman Linghui pen, divine casting Qiankuan cauldron, immortal flame pill furnace. In an instant, a huge torrent of information flooded into MOU's mind.
Formations, talismans, weapon refining, alchemy, countless profound knowledge intertwined and
collided in his sea of consciousness, and finally became integrated. His attainments in these areas instantly reached the pinnacle of the lower realm. He thought about it and checked the system space. Sure enough, there was an extra formation plate, a magic pen, a treasure tripod, and an alchemy furnace. But why is a cauldron used for refining tools? While he was confused, information about these magical weapons flooded into his mind, and he understood the Tianshu formation plate and the talisman Linghui pen are both auxiliary immortal artifacts. The functions are relatively conventional, assisting in arranging formations and drawing talismans. The other two are different and are fully automatic immortal artifacts. Throw the materials in and the finished product will come out automatically. For example, the divinely cast Qiankuan Ding. Just throw in the silk thread and imagine what the clothes will look like in your mind, and you can make a piece of clothing. Although the insights of refining equipment include skills such as blacksmithing and tailoring, he still likes to produce the finished product with just one click. You can also make clothes from your previous life. Stockings, JK, made outfit. Thinking of this, his old face turned red. The system's voice continued to sound. Whether to plunder luck? No, luck remains unchanged. Villain points plus 1000. MOU discovered that the reward for capturing this kind of protagonist-level character was much richer than that for capturing a supporting role. This time there are 4 immortal artifacts. He opened his panel. Name: MOU, Realm, Nascent Soul Stage 3, Constitution, Chaos Divine Body, 1%, Pure Yang Kidney Body, Kung Fu, Tianxian Sacred Scripture, Great Burning Heaven Technique, Mid-Grade Heavenly Rank, Upgradable, Chaos Yin and Yang Technique, Upgradable, Spell, Indestructible Golden Body, Magical Weapons, Human Emperor Banner, Ghost Gathering Jade Box, Soul Calming Flute, Special, Immortal Bones, Remaining. Netherworld Ghostfire, Luck, 15,200, Holy Dragon, Villain Points, 8,600. With the practice of Chaos Yin Yang Ju, his Chaos Divine Body has also developed to 1% during this period. His Villain Points also reached 8,600. You can go to the mall and splurge now. His spirit can crush the geniuses of the same realm, but he still lacks some skills in terms of magic. Physique and agility. IT can only be considered top-notch, not overwhelming. You can buy some things related to body training.
Brother, don't you want to eat?
Ling Wanqing's sweet voice woke him from his thoughts. MOU came back to his senses, picked up a piece of chicken and put it into his mouth, chewing it carefully. The chicken is tender and juicy, melts in your mouth, and has a light aroma that leaves you with an endless aftertaste.
I'm eating.
Wanqing's cooking skills have improved again. When Ling Wanqing heard this, her pretty face turned slightly red and she smiled sweetly. As long as senior brother likes it. Shu Yuli carefully picked up a piece of meat and placed it in MOU's bowl.
Master, please try this. Thanks. MOU nodded and turned his gaze to Su Mayer in his arms. Sister Mayer doesn't want to eat? No, you can eat it yourself. Su Mayer said lazily. Sitting at the table to eat will affect her efficiency, and hanging up the courtyard was filled with laughter and joy, creating a peaceful and harmonious scene. Ling Wanqing was filled with joy as she watched this heartwarming scene. Judging from today's thunder, senior brother has become stronger again, the Yuanying of heaven. And it is even more powerful than the heavenly Dao Yuanying in his previous life. If the senior sisters practiced a little slower, they should be able to stay and help the senior brothers, right? Unfortunately, in this life, the senior sisters are cultivating at a faster speed. Suddenly, Shu Yuli blinked her big curious eyes and asked, "What kind of person is the Grandmaster?" MOU said bluntly, "Unreliable woman." Su Mayer added lazily, "Liar, you can't believe a word she says."
Shu Yuli's bright eyes widened. I asked the master so unbearable. Ling Wanqing smiled sweetly and explained softly.
Actually, Master is a very good person.
However, it's best not to listen to what she says, and it's best not to agree to her requests.
You nodded.
Just treat what she says as bullshit, or you might get sold out someday without even realizing it.
I see.
Shu Yuli's eyes rolled around and she nodded slightly. If Master's credibility is 100, Ling Wanqing is 60, Su Meier is 30, and Grandmaster is 10. After dinner, Mou returned to the room and placed the jade box for gathering evil spirits on the windowsill. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the jade box, creating a faint glow. In this way, one soul elixir can be produced every month. The magic weapon given by the system is simple and unpretentious, and has already recognized its owner, so there is no need to worry about others coveting it.
What's this? Su Meier in his arms raised her eyes lazily and asked curiously.
I picked it up in the secret realm and can be used to store soul elixirs. Mou explained. Su Meier nodded slightly, a look of suspicion flashed across her face, and then she stopped asking questions. Mou said, Senior sister, I want to sleep. Although the monk can live without sleep, he still retains the habit of sleeping. In my previous life, I worked overtime until midnight every day. If I don't sleep in this life, wouldn't it be a waste of time?
Just sleep and don't worry about me.
Su Meier narrowed her fox eyes, with a hint of ridicule in her tone.
Forehead, but Meng Lanin said she wanted to come here and play the flute for me. Headache.
Why, do you have any objections?
No, I have no objection.
Helplessly, Mou had to sit cross-legged, still holding Su Meier in his arms. I have nothing to do today, but I can't listen to music. Mou sighed secretly, and with an idea in mind, he opened the system mall. There are all kinds of physiques, skills, spells, magic weapons, and elixirs. Then he noticed a limited time offer. Wow, system, you're using this kind of marketing trick too, right? He clicked on it. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power, Part 1, Original Price, 100,000, 50% off, 5,000. Villain Points, Immortal Binding Rope, Original Price, 30,000, 90% off, 3,000 Villain Points, Void Immortal, Original Price, 10 million, 90% off, 1 million Villain Points. Mou's eyes lit up. They actually gave such a high discount. I have to buy it now. The Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power is a top-notch body refining technique. Anyone who has read the novel knows how awesome this thing is. Chapter 28. Pick up the senior sister and chew on her. Mou bought it without hesitation. In an instant, vast knowledge flooded into my mind like a tide. The human body contains 840 million particles that can awaken into a giant elephant. The giant elephant turns into a dragon elephant. The dragon elephant turns into a primordial elephant. And the primordial elephant turns into a divine elephant. If all the particles in the body were cultivated into divine images, the pure physical strength alone would be enough to shatter the entire universe. Although I could only cultivate to the giant elephant level in the previous article, it was enough. Once he completes his training in the previous chapter, he will probably be able to accumulate enough villain points for the subsequent chapters. As for the last two, I have no plans to buy them for now. The void is indestructible, the magical powers are powerful, the consciousness is indestructible, and the true spirit exists forever, but I can't afford it. The Immortal Binding Rope, a powerful immortal control weapon, but because it is a magical weapon, spiritual power cannot support it. At this time, the system voice sounded, Fairy Power Loan. Each time you use the Immortal Binding Rope, the system will automatically replenish your missing fairy power. Limited to once per day, 600 villain points. You are such a good system, you actually want to squeeze out all my remaining villain points. But this is obviously useless. It's all wordplay. Not only does it require you to drain away your spiritual energy, but you are also limited to this one magical weapon. Even if he dies, he will never buy this service. It is even more impossible to buy the Immortal Binding Rope. Mou turned his attention to the ordinary mall. Among the dazzling array of goods, a magical medicine caught the eye. Creation Jade Lotus, 10,000 villain points. It can reshape the cultivator's body, making it immune to all evil, resistant to poison and cold, and able to resist all kinds of soul-stealing spells and magic weapons. When combined with other medicinal ingredients to refine elixirs, it can also shape the cultivator's physical fitness. There are now 3,600 villain points left. Next, save up some villain points to buy this and help Sister Yan Shi rebuild her body.
Uncle Junior Master, can I come in? I'm here to give you a blowjob.
Outside the door, a gentle call interrupted Mo's thoughts. It's Meng Lanian. Mo lowered his head and saw Su Meier in his arms staring at him with a smile on her face, her voice charming. It seems that I have disturbed your tryst with your lover. Mo nodded his head like pounding garlic. Yes, you should go.
You still dare to nod?
Su Meier's tone suddenly changed, and it became cold and chilling. She flashed and transformed into a human form, standing beside the bed, staring at Mo with a frosty face. Mo shook his head like a rattle. No, senior sister, please listen to my excuse. Su Meier chuckled softly. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, but with a hint of danger that made people's heart palpitate. She had a graceful figure and slowly bent down. A pair of arms as thick as snow wrapped around Mo's neck like a
snake, and bursts of faint fragrance came out of his mouth.
Brother, is my sister beautiful? Her voice was so charming that it could almost make water drip out of it, and her eyes flickered with pink light, and her charm was captivating. Mo only felt a faint fragrance coming from his nose. In front of me was Su Meier's delicate and flawless face. Her skin was whiter than snow and as smooth as a baby's. Not only that, from his angle, he could see the two plump white masses and the bottomless ravine. Moreover, she was casting a spell. Mo quickly practiced his skills, calmed his mind, and uttered a word with difficulty: beautiful. Su Meier was a little surprised. This little guy can actually resist my charm now. Interesting. She moved her face closer, almost touching the tip of Mo's nose, and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. So, who is prettier, my sister or your little lover? Mo thought to himself that something was wrong. A fatal question. Before he could respond, Meng Lanian's gentle voice came from outside the door again.
Junior Master? Are you in there?
Su Meier raised her hand slightly, and a flash of pink light shot towards the door. Locking it, her beautiful eyes moved, staring at Mo closely, waiting for an answer. Sister Meier is naturally the most beautiful. Mo stared at the flawless face in front of him. The brain is working rapidly. Su Meier is not Meng Lanian. If the person in front of you is Meng Lanian, you can just attack directly. But this fox demon, if I really fall under the spell, who knows what will happen tomorrow? I remember one time, I was controlled by her charm and went to see third senior sister Xianingbing naked. That time, the two were almost chopped into pieces by Xianingbing. Since my sister is so beautiful, why are you having a tryst with another lover, making her very sad? Su Meier's voice was full of resentment, with a hint of coquettishness, which was tingling and made people feel excited. Mo's mind gradually lost control. He quickly activated the netherworld ghostfire to protect his mind. His vision gradually regained clarity, as calm as the deep night sky. Seeing this, Su Meier was even more surprised. Ordinary cultivators who have reached the state of spiritual transformation would be obedient under her charm, or this little guy is still like nothing. Happen. I need to put in more effort. Su Meier is now in the return to void stage. With the advantages of race and divine body, if she uses her full strength to cast charm spells, even those in the fusion stage will be affected. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms around her slender waist, and the warm touch made her body tremble. Mo stared at Su Meier with his deep eyes, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Junior brother, how about you have a tryst with Sister Meier today and spend a wonderful night together? Su Meier was startled for a moment, and then a charming look appeared between her eyebrows. She said coquettishly with a hint of teasing, my little brother has grown up and dares to tease his sister. Before he finished speaking, Mo felt an irresistible force suddenly coming at him. The world was spinning around him, and in the blink of an eye, Su Meier was pinning him down, and he fell onto the soft bed. Silver threads cascaded down like a waterfall, landing on the face and bringing an unbearable tingling sensation. The elegant fragrance lingers around the nose, seeming to be there and not there, stirring the heartstrings. As expected of a great demon in the return to void stage, this terrifying power is totally invincible. Two warm bodies leaned against each other tightly, their breaths intertwined, and ambiguity filled the air. Suddenly, there was a sound of conversation outside the door. Are you looking for my senior brother? He just went out for something. The voice is soft and graceful. Is that so? Then I'll go back first and come back next time. Wait, come with me. I'll give you what I told you before. Then, silence returned outside the door. Su Meier's jade fingers gently lifted the hair on her temples, and her every move showed her enchanting charm. Mo asked seriously, senior sister, what exactly are you going to do? Of course it's to punish you for making senior sister worry. Su Meier's voice was soft. I almost got scared today. If something really happens to my junior brother, what should I do? I don't believe you. Mo secretly cursed. When I have achieved great success in the future, I will definitely avenge my previous humiliation and pin this vixen under me and teach her a lesson. Brother, do you like your sister? The delicate voice sounded in my ears, like a bewitching magic sound. A pink halo appeared in Sue Mayer's beautiful eyes, and the power of charm surged. Even with the protection of the netherworld ghostfire, Mo still felt dazed and his will gradually weakened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, if that's the case, please don't blame me, senior sister."
Oh? What does my brother want?
Sue Mayer raised her eyebrows slightly. "If you dare take another step forward, everything will be turned upside down." Sue Mayer chuckled, as if she had heard some funny joke. She slowly bent down and brought her beautiful face closer to Mo. The distance between the two was so close that they could feel each other's breath. The plump and soft breasts pressed directly against Mo's chest. His eyes were full of teasing. Mo made up his mind and went for it. He suddenly exerted force with his arms, hugged Sue Mayer tightly, and bit her alluring cherry lips. Chapter 29, Divine Elephant Prison. Suppressing power. The soft and warm touch instantly spreads over the lips and teeth, sweet and tempting, making people intoxicated. Sue Mayer opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked in disbelief at this junior brother whom she usually teased at will. While she was stunned, Mo pushed hard, burning his blood in essence to summon a flying sword. The sword flashed and the roof cracked. He used the blood escape technique and turned into a stream of blood that shot up into the sky. "Senior sister, save me." Sue Mayer slowly came back to her senses, and gently stroked her lips with her slender fingers, wiping away a trace of crimson. She narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth in a dangerous arc. "You're really biting, you're not being honest at all. I guess I'll have to tie you up next time." She opened her panel. Name, Sue Mayer, Realm, Return to Void Stage, Level 7, Practice Multiplier, 2, Reward Multiplier, 2, her cultivation level has improved a level compared to this morning. It takes decades of hard training to advance to each level in the Return to Void stage. What's more, she is a demon, and her cultivation speed is much slower than that of humans. She teased Mo just now, not just because she was angry. She discovered that when she transformed into a human form and came into contact with Mo, the cultivation multiplier could reach up to 777 times, especially when Mo bit her before. The multiplier reached 888 times. As for the first kiss, she didn't really care. After all, he had kissed little Mo before, and the demon race doesn't value these things as much as humans do. That kid got away with it. She snorted, "Just wait and see how I deal with you next time." Sue Mayer thought for a moment and decided not to look for Mo for the time being. If he goes again, the little guy might escape from the sect. Change someone today. Ling Wanqing's room. Meng Lanin held a small wine jug in her hand with a curious look on her face. "Is this what you were talking about before?" Ling Wanqing nodded slightly. "That's right, immortal drunk. Just one drop can make even a wandering immortal drunk." Meng Lanin's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly hugged Xian Renzui in her arms. "Thank you." She jumped out of the room excitedly, the image of her junior master falling into her arms already appearing in her mind. After she left, Ling Wanqing showed a sly smile. "There's more to this immortal drunkenness than just the immortal drunkenness. In fact, she also added Hawan powder. To be more secure, we still use the DOS required to survive the tribulation. There's no way. My senior brother had a very strong physique in his previous life. This life will only be more exaggerated. She will not feel at ease unless she takes drastic measures. Brother, oh brother, in your previous life you devoted yourself to the Tao and remained a virgin until your death. In this life, even if the Tianyuan continent is destroyed again, you can still taste the bliss of this world." Ling Wanqing's smile is as beautiful as a flower, just like a lotus emerging from the water. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a familiar and somewhat teasing voice sounded. "Xiao Wanqing, senior sister is here to play with you." When Ling Wanqing heard the voice, her expression changed slightly. "Where is my formation? Why doesn't it work?" She quickly turned around and saw that Sue Mayer looked normal, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that senior sister didn't hear what I said just now. Is there anything wrong, senior sister?" Ling Wanqing tried her best to make her voice sound calm and natural. Sue Mayer did not answer, but walked straight up to her. The slender jade hands gently covered Ling Wanqing's face and began to knead it. "Junior sister, your puppet is becoming more and more like a real one. I really like it. It feels great to touch." As he spoke, he looked at Ling Wanqing's breasts. Ling Wanqing quickly slapped her hand away and protected her chest with both hands. "What are you talking about, senior sister?
What puppet?
Little junior sister is really naughty, just like your senior brother. He is worthy of being the one who brought her up.
I don't know what senior sister is talking about.
Come to think of it, junior sister, is your puppet really exactly the same as a real person?
Is everything the same?
Doesn't that mean, senior sister, please get out? Not long after Ling Wanqing had an unhappy look on her face, holding a six-tailed white fox in her arms, her puppet and formation skills were still too poor, and they were all seen through, and her true body was directly pulled out. It seems that I have to work harder. Shumei curled up in her arms, her thoughts racing. So in the future that Xiao Wanqing saw, her brother died? The top of Tsuiwei Peak. Mou collapsed to the ground, his whole body felt like it was falling apart, and waves of severe pain came from all his limbs. The side effects of blood escape are too great. He unconsciously licked his lips to remove the remaining blood. I have to say, Su Mei's taste is really great, and there is a faint fragrance in her blood. You forcefully kiss Su Mei, obtaining her first kiss. Although the process was somewhat passive and the ending was somewhat tragic, you still managed to cause her harm by crossing two realms. Reward: Divine Power, Soul Locking, Forbidden Essence, Villain Points plus 400. A lot of information flooded into my mind. Soul Locking and Forbidden Essence is a unique innate magical power possessed by the Skyfox clan. It can seal spiritual power or magic weapons, forcibly blocking the flow of a person's spiritual power, making it impossible for them to mobilize their spiritual power to cast spells within a short period of time. It was a very powerful ability. If Su Mei had used this on him just now, he would not have been able to escape. You are so brave. You even dare to kiss your senior sister. Sister Yan Shi, she was the one who insisted on coming over here.
If I don't go up to her, won't it make me look incompetent?
That's true. Yan Shi chuckled softly. But I remind you, even if we were to combine our strength, it would be difficult to escape from her. You better be careful. Her tone changed and became serious this time. After she recovered her consciousness, she truly realized that everyone on this small hill had unfathomable strength. I originally thought that they just practiced for a longer time and reached a higher level, but now it seems that even if they are placed in the fairy world, they can be regarded as rare geniuses. I know, Yan Shi's mother, Mou teased, she won't really kill me. Yan Shi snorted lightly and said nothing more. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, but at the same time, there is an inexplicable sense of loss. It can't be explained clearly. At this moment, a ray of blue light gently fell on Mou. The warm spiritual energy like spring flowed through the body, instantly healing the wounds caused by the burning essence and blood. Mou stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at the person who had treated him. It was naturally the third senior sister, Xianingbing. She was still sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff with her back to him, noble and cold. A black robe swayed gently in the wind, like a banished immortal descending to earth, so beautiful that it was beyond words.
Thank you, senior sister. Mou bowed and saluted.
Senior sister, Sister Mayor wants to kill me. Can I stay here with you for one night? Xianingbing did not respond, as if she was used to it. Mou didn't hesitate and sat down cross-legged. Anyway, this isn't the first time this has happened. Every time after fighting with Senior Sister 4, I would come here to find Senior Sister 3. Every once in a while, Su Mei would find an excuse to bully him, her junior brother, and he was used to it. He closed his eyes, gathered his mind, and began to practice the divine elephant prison suppressing power. The spiritual energy around the body surged, turned into a vortex, and poured into the body. A particle successfully awakened. A tremendous force like the ancient times awakens in the body. It was like a giant elephant that had been sleeping for eternity, opening its eyes. Every cell in the body is cheering. Mou continued to practice his skills to awaken more particles. 2, 3, 10, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Chapter 30. Nascent soul level. For the power in Mou's body continued to rise. Every time a particle awakens, it brings about earth-shaking changes. Physical strength increases rapidly. Bones, muscles, and meridians are all undergoing transformation and being tempered to become stronger and tougher. As gradually, a faint golden light appeared around Mou. That is a phenomenon that only occurs when the physical body becomes strong enough. The golden light flowed, making him look like a golden god of war, mighty and imposing. The movement of cultivation became louder and louder, and the vortex of spiritual energy continued to expand. The wind was blowing and the clouds were surging, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. On the side, Xianingbing slowly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in her purple pupils. She could feel that Mou was practicing an extremely powerful bodybuilding technique. Judging from the appearance, the level is extremely high, and even among the immortal.
Emperor's skills, it is considered top-notch. As a junior fellow apprentice, I have quite a few opportunities, but that's all. She didn't think that MOU would be able to defeat her in a month. After all, the gap between the two is too big. She also practices bodybuilding exercises. This can only allow MOU to hold on a little longer in the comparative battle. More importantly, her divine phoenix body is much stronger than the pure young holy body. Even if they practiced the same level of martial arts, they could not be defeated by the pure young holy body. Xianingbing closed her eyes and continued to practice. Time passes. In the end, 30,000 particles awakened in MOU's body. He slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light burst out from his pupils. A powerful aura burst out from his body. It was like a sleeping giant elephant waking up, exerting its power over all directions. He could clearly feel that, judging from his strength alone, he was hundreds of times stronger than before. Every gesture he makes contains terrifying power. It seemed as if one punch could blow up Suewei Peak with one slap. You can kill your yesterday self. At the same time, his cultivation is about to break through with the fourth level of nascent soul is just around the corner. During your cultivation, remember to sharpen your heart. Xianingbing's cold words rang in her ears, like a solitary orchid in a valley. MOU was stunned, then bowed. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. This was Xianingbing reminding herself that there was no benefit in practicing too fast. He was still at the fourth level of Jindan a few days ago, now approaching the fourth level of Yuanying. The heart of Tao is the understanding, adherence to and pursuit of Tao. But if your understanding of Tao cannot keep up with your realm improvement, many problems will arise. For example, the foundation is unstable, cultivation becomes slower, combat power is weak, inner demons grow, etc. However, he was not worried about this at all. I believe in the way of heaven. Tomorrow I will arrange an opportunity for myself to understand the Tao. Breakthrough, the fourth level of nascent soul. In the Dantian, the nascent soul figure, which was originally only the size of a fist, quickly grew and became the appearance of a child. She is as delicate as a piece of jade, with beautiful eyes and delicate features, and is very cute. The second stage of the nascent soul period is becoming an infant. MOU only felt comfortable all over. His five senses became more acute, and his perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became clearer. He gave a satisfied smile. He was confident that he could easily kill an ordinary divine transformation cultivator. Xianingbing noticed MOU's breakthrough, but she still had that icy expression that hadn't changed for thousands of years, without much fluctuation. Everything that needs to be said has been said. It was his own choice. People can only grow up through their own experiences, and the impact of this thing is not that big. It just takes longer to pay off the debt in the future. After completing his training, MOU lay on the ground and looked up at the starry sky. The sky is dotted with stars and the Milky Way stretches across it, which is extremely magnificent. Recalling the Qin family that he had to deal with, It can be considered a half-demon cultivation family. According to Qin Shou's memory, it seems that there is more to it than that. Even in the future he did not see the complete picture of the Qin family and also refine the soul flag. Even among the demon cultivators, few would go to refine the soul banner. Could it be that the Qin family is actually a family of evil cultivators? As soon as this thought came to his mind, the tragic scene of the destruction of Mo village emerged in his mind. The screams of the villagers, the thick smell of blood, the collapsed houses, the scenes passed through my heart like a knife. Senior sister, MOU suddenly said, have good, evil, and demons existed since ancient times? What's the difference? After a few breaths, Xianingbing's cold voice sounded like the dripping of an icy spring. It has existed since ancient times. Demons use spiritual energy to transform into demonic breath, taking it all for themselves without giving it back. They drain the pond to catch all the fish, causing a shortage of spiritual energy in future generations. Evil, using others' lives to aid one's own cultivation, harming others for one's own benefit, stripping away the fat and oil, and preventing the rise of new talent in the world. Both tend to disturb the mind and lead to murder, and are condemned by the world. MOU was stunned for a long time before he fully understood what she meant. Those who swallow spiritual energy and do not return it are demons, and those who take human lives to cultivate are evil. The proliferation of evil cultivators will destroy the future environment, and the rampant evil cultivators can wipe out the contemporary human race. Could you please not speak in such a flowery way? MOU slowly sat up, shook his head gently, and stopped thinking about it. Suddenly, he remembered something important. If we just leave the roasted rabbit in the forest, what if it gets eaten by other monsters? But soon, he smiled with relief. Tang Si is a son of destiny. Or maybe he had picked up the little girl by chance. Or even if there was no body, he could find a way to resurrect her. To be honest, he has never seen a way to resurrect a person. I don't know if it can be done. At the same time, In a forest on the edge of Tianxian territory, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, silver light shines down, and the shadows of the trees dance. The silent night sky was suddenly torn apart by a sharp bird cried out. A gigantic blue-black bird demon was madly chasing a young man. "Damn beast! How dare you chase me?" the young man roared, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. "You have already received your death." The young man was Tang Xiat. He held Xiaowu's body tightly in his arms, his feet moving like the wind as he quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Roar! Several wind blades whizzed over, cutting through the air and heading straight for Tang Xi's back. Tang Xi suddenly turned sideways and barely dodged, but he was still hit by a wind blade and immediately bled profusely. "Damn it!" Tang Xi gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that something was wrong. There is no way he can defeat this Jindan stage monster now that he had come to look for Xiaowu today. But he discovered that Xiaowu was, he swore that he would find the person who roasted Xiaowu. That arrogant guy actually left some evidence behind. One day, he will find the owner of these needles. The fragrance emitted from Xiaowu's corpse attracted the monster. Although Tang Xi has reached the peak of foundation building, he is still unable to defeat the golden elixir monster. Roar! The Qingxian bird demon attacked again. Several sharp wind blades whizzed over and directly knocked Tang Xi away. Tang Xi struggled to get up, glaring at the bird demon angrily, with sparks of hatred in his eyes. "You're forcing me!" he roared, his voice full of ruthlessness. He looked down at Xiaowu's body, his eyes filled with resentment and regret. "Xiaowu, I promise you that I will avenge you. I will not let anyone who hurt you go." After saying that, he swallowed the roasted rabbit in a few bites. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted from the body. The aura continued to rise, breaking through to the golden core realm in an instant. Chapter 31, Scared Sister Mayor. Chaos Star Region, Star City. Mou walked out of the teleportation array holding the six-tailed white fox. After settling Chu Yuli, he came straight over. He gave all the magic weapons given by the elders to Chu Yuli and handed her over to Ling Wanqing. The Go Daolu and the mortals can probably get along very happily. Su Mayor didn't say a word about being bitten yesterday. As if it never happened, the two still get along well and there is no awkwardness at all. To be honest, Mou still felt a little guilty. After all, he took her first kiss. "Brother Mo, what a coincidence!" A clear voice suddenly came, interrupting Mou's thoughts. Mou looked up. The man who came was handsome, gentle, and elegant, with extraordinary temperament. He instantly recognized the man's identity. Yuhang, Feng Yinxiao. One of the 7 stars in the Star Holy Land, a candidate for training as a sect leader, the one he used to take the blame. That he is in the nascent soul stage, just like him. "It's a coincidence indeed," Mou responded calmly. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Yinxiao's eyes. "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for several years, Brother Mo not only solved the problem of his cultivation regression, but also reached the nascent soul stage." "Congratulations." Mou nodded slightly. "It was just a fluke." Feng Yinxiao smiled gently and said, "I wonder why Brother Mo came to our Chaos Star region? Someone has offended me and is here to kill me."
Mou's tone was calm, as if he was talking about family matters. Feng Yinxiao raised his brows slightly when he heard this.
"I see. Brother Mo is a true hero who takes pleasure in settling grudges."
Mou nodded slightly. This person is really good at telling lies with his eyes open. He can even describe revenge as a pleasure. Feng Yinxiao's gaze turned and fell on the 6-tailed white fox in Mou's arms.
"I guess this must be Senior Su?"
Su Mayor didn't even raise her eyelids, obviously too lazy to pay attention. Seeing this, Mou said calmly, "I have something important to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, without waiting for Feng Yinxiao's response, he turned around and strode away. Feng Yinxiao watched Mou go away, a gleam in his eyes. Why did 2 of the 5 great prodigies of the Tianqian Holy Land come to the Chaos Star region? Or did they discover something? At this moment, a black shadow appeared beside him like a ghost, silently.
"Sir, do you want to monitor them?" "No need. Tianqian Holy Land is a righteous place and will not do anything out of line. Let others deal with the trouble."
Mou walked straight towards the city center. There are shops on both sides of the street, and the streets are bustling with people. The colorful signs sparkled in the sun, and the air was filled with the scent of fireworks. Su Mayor in Mou's arms suddenly asked, "What do you think of Yu Hong?
How's it going?" "Looks like a decent person."
"Why do you say that?"
Su Mayor asked curiously. "I hate people who always have this kind of gentle expression. They're either very cunning or a tortoise." MOU commented bluntly, turtle. Sue Mayer was puzzled. She could understand that he was very cunning, but what did turtle mean? Two-faced turtle, no, it's even worse than two-faced turtle. It's simply boiling sheep. Sue Mayer was even more confused. What was going on? MOU explained. He's the kind of idiot who loves to make people regret things, who forgives betrayal and says things like, if you love her, you have to forgive her. Upon hearing this, Sue Mayer couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter as sweet as a silver bell. If everything can be forgiven, then he deserves everything he's been through. MOU nodded repeatedly. Sue Mayer changed the subject. But I think Yu Hong is the former, he's very cunning. Sister, you're very good at distinguishing good from evil. That man isn't evil, but he's not as good as he appears. MOU nodded. He thought so too. After buying the map of the Chaos Star region, the two rushed to the Broken Star State. In Broken Star Province, deep inside the Qin family residence, there is a secret cave. The smell of blood was everywhere and it was sickening. In the center of the cave, a pool of blood was rolling, countless resentful souls were struggling and roaring, and the shrill wails were endless. Beside the blood pool, Qin Jun sat cross-legged, surrounded by black air and with a ferocious face. A nascent soul stood respectfully beside him. Ancestor, according to your instructions, tens of thousands of babies have been captured. These babies were carefully selected according to your requirements. Each one of them was born on a year, month, and hour, and was born with a heavy dose of resentment. As soon as they regained consciousness, their parents were killed, further catalyzing the resentment within them. Very good. Qin Jun looked at the resentful souls rolling in the blood pool, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not far away, in a secret formation. MOU took it all in, his brows furrowed. And they're killing their parents. By that standard, it seems unacceptable to open an evil cultivation factory with a pregnant woman. He muttered softly. Sue Mayer did not respond to his complaints. MOU was puzzled and called out softly, Sister Mayer? Still no response. MOU lowered his head and found that the white fox Sue Mayer in his arms was curled up in a ball, her petite body trembling slightly. Get that thing away. Sue Mayer's voice was filled with tears, and she was obviously very scared. MOU followed Sue Mayer's gaze. Beside him, a translucent ghost was floating there quietly, without any sound. It turned out to be a ghost. MOU thought to himself, and then he was shocked again. Ghost. Then I felt something was wrong. He is a monk. What is he afraid of? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a vengeful spirit with no cultivation. It seems that it was accidentally locked here when I was setting up the formation just now. He was suddenly moved and understood that Sue Mayer was actually afraid of ghosts. Thinking of this, MOU unconsciously raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Sister Mayer, are you afraid of ghosts? Sue Mayer huddled tightly in MOU's arms. The little fox buried its head deep in his chest, not daring to look up. Her muffled voice came from MOU's arms. You should take it away quickly. He, Sister Mayer, if you don't bully me in the future, I will get rid of him. Okay, I promise. You're too insincere, but since you said so, I'll agree to it. Okay, it's gone. After hearing this, Sue Mayer slowly poked her little head out of MOU's arms. However, as soon as she looked up, she saw the translucent ghost floating in front of her, staring at her with two empty eyes. She let out a horrible scream. If it weren't for the soundproofing effect of the formation, the entire Qin family would probably have heard the scream. Sue Mayer quickly shrank back into MOU's arms, her body trembling even more violently. Get him away. She pleaded in a tearful voice, her voice filled with fear. Inner demon. I don't know how it came about. MOU whispered softly. This time, the system voice sounded, villain points plus 200. He was slightly startled. There's actually a villain point. However, he did not continue to scare Sue Mayer. This time, Sue Mayer's body was emitting a faint pink light. MOU felt like he was near death. If this continues, this area will become a ruin. He patted the trembling little fox gently. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. He raised his hand and condensed a cluster of ghost fire to send the innocent resentful soul to be liberated. Okay, this time it's really over. Woo, you bad brother, you actually bullied me. Chapter 32, Destroying the God with One Punch. MOU felt helpless. The current Sue Mayer is completely different from the charming and enchanting vixen last night. It's really gone, I'm not lying to you. Sue Mayer extended her spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings carefully.
She only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the vengeful spirit had disappeared, but she still huddled in MOU's arms, her voice trembling a little. Let's go back, okay? She stretched out her furry little paws and pointed at a soul flag not far away. MOU looked over and saw countless resentful souls struggling and wailing on the soul flag, which was eerie and terrifying. Then I understood that he was afraid. Isn't this too exaggerated? But he looked at the human emperor banner in the system space. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up in a playful manner. I don't know if Sister Mayor, who has returned to the void, can defeat myself, who is in the nascent soul stage and holding the human emperor banner. Thinking of this, he felt secretly happy. I can finally turn the tables and become the master. Let this vixen who bullied me experience the feeling of being pinned to the ground and ravaged. Be careful, don't get yourself into trouble. Yen, she reminded quietly. MOU nodded and turned to look at Su Mayor. Don't worry, Sister Mayor. I can handle just a few transformed gods. You can just watch from the side. Su Mayor finally calmed down and rolled her eyes when she heard that. Stop bragging. You just reached the nascent soul stage yesterday. How could you possibly defeat them? I just checked. The Qin family has 3 transformed gods and 33 nascent souls. Since we've already seen that they are evil cultivators, we can just ask the Starry Holy Land to deal with them. This is their territory. MOU said confidently, don't worry, I'm very powerful now. He also wanted to take this opportunity to examine the results of his cultivation during this period. Well, if you can't beat me, I'll help you escape. Although Su Mayor said this, her body still honestly curled up in MOU's arms, not daring to look outside. MOU nodded slightly. Suddenly, Yenshi's voice suddenly rang in his heart. Just 3 incarnations. I'm ready. Relax your mind. MOU was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that he hurriedly explained, Sister Yenshi, that's not what I meant. I really want to fight them on my own. Can you do it? Yenshi questioned. You have to know that MOU is only at the 4th level of nascent soul now. How could she possibly defeat 3 god transformation stages without her strength? It won't be too late for you to help me when something really goes wrong. Alright then. MOU turned his gaze to Qin Jun, who was practicing not far away. At the 2nd level of the spiritual transformation realm, it should be easy to win. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and MOU disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind Qin Jun. He clenched his right fist tightly, and with the force of thunder, he smashed it hard on Qin Jun's back. Qin Jun was immersed in cultivation. How could he have expected that someone would dare to attack him here? Boom, with a loud bang. Qin Jun's back was pierced directly, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the cave's protective formation and instantly turning into a ball of blood mist. MOU raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Is this the end? Am I too strong, or is he too weak? It was blown up by just one punch. However, he did not stop. He turned around and punched the nascent soul warrior, smashing him into pieces. The only remaining wisp of Qin Jun's soul was suspended in the air, and he seemed to have not yet come to his senses. When he finally realized what was happening, he let out a shrill scream. Ah! You rat! You actually attacked me by surprise. He really couldn't understand why the enemy would sneak in here. What made him even more unbelievable was that a nascent soul cultivator could actually blow up his own spirit transformation body with a single punch. Qin Jun was horrified, but he knew very well that in his current state he was no match for MOU. He made a prompt decision and teleported out of the cave with the soul flag. MOU noticed him leaving but didn't chase him immediately. Instead, he used the ghost fire of the underworld to liberate all the resentful souls in the entire cave. In his mind, Yenshi's shocked voice sounded. Your body is so strong? Although she had witnessed MOU practicing the divine elephant prison suppressing power yesterday, she had never imagined that this skill was so amazing. I picked up the fragments of the bodybuilding technique when you were asleep before. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. MOU said casually. Yenshi opened his mouth, but I didn't know how to answer for a moment. It's not just amazing, it's terrifying, okay? Even in the fairy world, she had never seen such a domineering martial art. This is at least at the immortal emperor level. Su Mayor was still curled up in MOU's arms, her fluffy tail wrapped tightly around her, and she was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. After confirming that the resentful souls had been cleared, MOU slowly came to the sky above the Qin family. This time, There were two more figures beside the Qin family ancestor's soul. On the left is Qin Li, the eldest elder of the Qin family. He is wearing a black robe, his face is haggard, and his eyes are sinister. On the right is Qin Xuan, the second elder of the Qin family. He is wearing a green robe, has a dignified face and a calm aura. Both of them have reached the first level of spirit transformation. Qin Xuan was slightly surprised when he saw Moyu. As soon as he heard the noise, he hurried out. That's the result, a fourth level nascent soul cultivator, holding a timid fox with no realm. Doesn't that mean that he used only one hand to blow Qin Jun's body to pieces? Old thing, you're no good. You can't even beat a Yuanying stage junior. Qin Xuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Li also followed suit and sneered. Forget sneak attacks. Even if I just stand still and he hits me, I won't be blown up. As he said this, he also burst into laughter. Qin Jun's face was as gloomy as water and he said nothing. That he really wanted to let these two old guys taste Moyu's punch. Even now, when he thinks back on that punch, he still feels a palpitation in his heart. Can he take this punch head on? He has no confidence. Moyu's lips curl up in a playful manner. Since you two are so confident, why don't you just stand there and let me give it a try? Arrogant boy, do you think I'm a fool? Qin Li put away his smile and his expression suddenly became serious. After so many years of struggling in the cultivation world, he knew that underestimating the opponent was the most foolish choice. 3 powerful gods stood in the air. With great momentum and overwhelming power, the monks in the entire city felt this astonishing momentum and looked up at the sky. Aren't those the 3 Qin family's gods? Why are they all coming out? Who is that person? How dare he confront the Qin family's ancestor? Hiss. Look, it seems that Patriarch Qin Jun's body has been blown apart. What? How is this possible? Ancestor Qin Jun is a powerful cultivator at the second level of the spiritual transformation realm. Who can hurt him? Who is that person? Shocked comments rang out one after another, and everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Chapter 33, One Against Many, a great war breaks out. Moyu's gaze swept over the 3 powerful gods. Qin Jun was injured and only his soul remained. His strength was greatly reduced and he was not to be feared. The other two were just ordinary people at the first level of the divine transformation realm. There's nothing special about it. The Tianshan sword technique was instantly unleashed, and the sword intense soared into the sky. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. Countless sword lights were like an upside-down Milky Way, covering the 3 gods. The terrifying sword force swept across the entire city, and the void trembled endlessly, as if the heaven and earth were resonating with it. How dare you, a mere nascent soul, be so arrogant? Qin Li's eyes flashed with anger. You too, watch me capture this beast with one strike. He took out a purple-black gourd, surrounded by demonic energy. This is the mid-grade spiritual weapon that he is proud of. He has killed countless nascent soul cultivators with it. However, when the sword light enveloped it, the brilliance on the surface of the gourd dimmed instantly, as if all its spirituality had been sucked away. How is this possible? Qin Li's pupils suddenly shrank. The 3 gods were shocked instantly. Could this be a nascent soul? A single spell destroyed a mid-grade spiritual weapon? In a panic, the 3 of them used their defensive magic weapons, but Moyu's sword power was as continuous as a rainstorm, and every sword light contained the power to destroy the world. The void was constantly shaking under the sword energy puff. Qin Li was hit by the sword light, spitting out blood, and his face turned pale instantly. Old ghostly. Qin Xuan roared and fought back with his sword. Moyu dodged sideways and slapped out with his backhand. The power of 30,000 giant elephants erupted. As the palm wind whistled, a violent force hit Qin Xuan's flying sword. Snap, with a crisp shattering sound, cracks actually appeared on the flying sword. How is this possible? Qin Xuan's face was ashen and his voice was trembling. This is his life-saving magic weapon, and it was shattered by just one palm. Not only is his magic powerful, but his body is also so strong. Break the spiritual weapon with one palm. What kind of monster is this? Countless monks in the city witnessed this scene and were all shocked. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage could actually suppress 3 gods by himself. This completely overturned their cognition. A trace of horror flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. The 3 gods joined forces, but they were no match for that young man. How is this possible? He suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted sternly. Quick, activate the formation. Summon all nascent soul elders. With his order, the entire Qin family instantly boiled over. A magnificent formation slowly rose up, covering the entire sky, and spiritual energy surged like a tide. 32 nascent soul powerhouses came from all directions and joined the battle aggressively.
Boy, you're dead.
Shin Jun laughed grimly. Even if you have the ability to reach the sky, you can't escape death. When the monks in the city saw this scene, they shook their heads and sighed. What a pity! Even such a powerful person can't match the strength of the Qin family.
I thought someone could destroy this demonic cultivator family.
Yes, 3 transformed gods plus 33 nascent souls. On the other side, in a remote courtyard of the Qin family, Morongyi knelt on one knee, her long, inky hair cascading down, covering half of her face, leaving the other half of her beautiful face faintly visible. His chest was heaving violently, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured.
Bitch, how dare you sneak attack me?
Shin Shen looked down at her condescendingly, his eyes full of contempt and anger. He was about to kill the slave who had attacked him. Suddenly, a burst of sword light appeared like an upside-down Milky Way, sweeping across the entire city. The sword energy is powerful and breathtaking. Feeling the power of the sword, Morongyi's eyes lit up and he suddenly realized something. She raised her hand suddenly, and the sword was instantly unsheathed. The sword light was like water, soft yet firm, and it even had some of the charm of Mou's swordsmanship. This is impossible. Shin Xian's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly waved his sword to resist and retreated repeatedly. How can you possess such sword power with your mere qi refining cultivation? Who the hell are you? He stared at Morongyi in disbelief. Morongyi-san smiled. The one who killed you. Not only you, but all of your Qin family must die. The sword light became more and more fierce. Shin Xian dodged in a panic, and his clothes were torn to pieces. Seeing that he was about to die by the sword, he finally lost his composure and screamed. Dragon Guardian! Save me! There was a sound of breaking air and a black shadow flashed by. Morongyi felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground. Blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth, but she still struggled to get up, the fighting spirit in her eyes not diminished at all. How dare an ant act so violently? The dragon protector spoke coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Bitch, I want you to live a life worse than death. Shin Xian took the opportunity to step forward and stepped on Morongyi's abdomen. He pushed aside Morongyi's long hair, revealing the other half of her face, different from the half that is usually exposed. This half of his face was covered with black tumors, like twisted centipedes, hideous and disgusting. He was startled at first, then he smiled cruelly. TSK, that's really ugly. Since only half of your face is disfigured, I'll help you with the remaining half. As he said this, he took out a small knife and prepared to destroy the other half of her face. Morongyi just looked at him coldly without saying anything. At this moment, the entire Qin family compound shook violently. What happened? Shin Xian asked in panic. Don't worry, young master. A thief broke into the Qin family, and the ancestor activated the clan protection formation. Guardian Dragon said in a deep voice. Humph, I see. Shin Xian looked at Morongyi again, with the tip of the knife touching half of her pretty cheek. He was not worried at all that the clown who was stirring up trouble could threaten the Qin family. Their Qin family has been able to stand here for so many years. Countless people who claim to be righteous have come to attack them, but has anyone ever truly succeeded? Mou held the human emperor banner in his hand, with an imposing aura as great as a rainbow, and confronted the entire Qin family formation. Qin Jun's face was gloomy. Evil cultivator? Mou sneered, he can't be considered an evil cultivator. Compared to you guys, he's still far behind. Qin Jun suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of sarcasm. The evil energy of your soul flag is so weak that even among evil cultivators, you would be nothing but a nobody. Before he finished speaking, the soul flag in his hand suddenly unfolded. In an instant, the wind howled, and the terrifying evil spirit surged out like a tide, and the whole world seemed to have fallen into eternal night. The temperature around dropped suddenly, as if winter was coming. I was wondering who you were, but now it seems you're the one who killed my family's son. Qin Jun's eyes were fierce and murderous intent was revealed. Today, I will make you experience the pain of having your heart devoured by thousands of souls. Mou looked indifferent. I'm waiting for my spiritual power to recover. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? The last spirit stone in his hand was completely absorbed, and his originally empty spiritual power was restored. The human emperor banner was waved, and the spirit of the divine banner appeared and rushed straight towards Qin Jun.
You don't know your own limitations.
Qin Jun shouted angrily, and quickly made hand gestures with his hands to activate the clan protection formation. The soul flag in his hand suddenly unfolded, and the countless evil spirit patterns embroidered on it seemed to come alive, emitting shrill roars. In an instant, the wind howled, ghosts cried, and gods howled, and countless resentful souls roared out from the soul flags. The dark mass covered the sky and the sun, as if it was going to swallow up the whole world. Boy, let me show you what a real soul flag is. However, just as he finished speaking, a wisp of white flame suddenly fell into the resentful spirit. Chapter 34 The Daughter of New Luck, Morongi. In an instant, the sea of fire was surging. The originally arrogant resentful souls, in front of the ghost fire of the underworld, were like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. They all let out shrill screams and turned into green smoke and dissipated. Shock. This was the first reaction of all the Qin family warriors present. Snap. The formation was also blasted open by MOU's spiritual transformation banner. There is also a gap between the gods, and the spirit banners given by the system are naturally top-notch. The human emperor banner took advantage of the situation and rolled up, taking in more than 30 nascent soul powerhouses of the Qin family without the strong man. The formation quickly dissipated and could not become a force to be reckoned with. The three powerful gods were shocked again. Qin Jun cried out, "How do you know the weakness of my Qin family's formation?" This little broken formation came out at a glance. MOU said casually. With the support of the immortal level formation, this kind of formation was easy for him. When the people in the city saw the formation dissipate, their eyes were filled with shock. The Qin family, all of them are gone. That man really destroyed the Qin family. Damn it, someone finally destroyed this demonic family. Cheers rang out one after another. It was obvious that most people had long harbored resentment towards the Qin family. MOU ignored the noise around him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the sword light in his hand poured out like a galaxy, instantly shattering the bodies of the two gods. At this moment, only the souls of the three Qin family warriors were left floating between heaven and earth. Lightning flashed in MOU's hands, and the Tianxian thunder technique was ready to be unleashed. Wait! You can't kill me! If, boom, thunder exploded, and the three souls disappeared in an instant. I can only say that they are worthy of being biological children. Even their last words before death are exactly the same. MOU complained. From then on, all 36 strong men of the Qin family were defeated by MOU. Suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible force was twisting the heaven and earth. MOU's heart was filled with alarm, but his body was out of control. He just felt dizzy and his body suddenly became lighter. Looking down, MOU was stunned. Su Mayer, who was originally in his arms, was actually under him, short legs and tender little hands. I actually turned into a child. Damn! I was careless. The knowledgeable MOU recognized the spell instantly. An evil technique used by evil practitioners who cultivate with infants. The infant transformation curse does not affect combat effectiveness. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu, you're so cute now. Inside the ring, Yanxi was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Sister Yanxi, don't laugh. Tell me what to do. I can't solve it. Yanxi said with a smile, this thing needs to be transformed into a spirit to solve it. Ask your senior sister for help, or you can wait a few days and it will transform back on its own. MOU tried it. I really can't figure it out. He could only focus his gaze on the little fox curled up in a ball beneath him. Su Mayer seemed to have blocked most of her perception and was still trembling. If something goes wrong, take him with you to escape, that's it. If something goes wrong, we'll all die. Wait, it seems that all the people in the Qin family combined can't break the vixen's defense. That's okay. He stretched out his little hand and patted the fox's head. Sister Mayer, save me. Are you done fighting? Su Mayer cautiously poked her head out. This time, the wind was calm and the sun was shining. She was a little surprised. You actually defeated, eh? Only then did she notice that she had a cute little doll on her body. She was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, brother? Well, the fight is over. They ambushed me. Su Mayer first used her spiritual sense to explore the entire Qin family, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no ghosts at all. She then focused her attention on MOU. It's so cute when it's small, much cuter than when it grows up. MOU felt a little nervous when he was looked at, so he urged.
Sister Mayor, help me quickly.
Sumayor turned into a white light, changed back into human form, and held MOU in her arms. Oh my brother has turned back into a child, so cute. She gently stroked MOU's tender face, smiling like a flower. That's great, sister can love you well. As she spoke, she hugged MOU tightly in her arms. MOU was suddenly surrounded by a faint fragrance and felt soft to the touch. He looked at Sumayor's stunningly beautiful face and her enchanting fox eyes, and was a little dazed for a moment. Coming to his senses, MOU struggled quickly.
Stop messing around. Help me untie it. Sumayor let go of MOU and winked playfully.
No, such a brother is so interesting. Suddenly, an idea struck her. This spell should be found here. I'll go look for it. After saying that, he disappeared. MOU was suddenly shocked. If she really learns that spell, he may never be able to change back. No. I must practice diligently and surpass the fox spirit within 3 years. He doesn't want to be a child forever. MOU grabbed a member of the Chin family at random and used a secret technique to mark all the Chin family members around him with his spiritual consciousness. Once it is confirmed that they are from an evil family, they can all be killed. And now, start killing. The Chin family's side courtyard was filled with the smell of blood. Chin Xian wiped the blood off the blade, his eyes flashing with morbid excitement. He looked down at the huddled figure on the ground. That's right. You're not half human, half ghost like before. It would be much more pleasant to be a complete ghost, don't you think? Morongi closed her eyes tightly, with half of her face hidden under her messy hair. The exposed half of his face was covered with hideous scars, and blood was still slowly oozing out. She held a dark green bead tightly in her hand, which was gradually getting hot. This was what she found at the Chin family not long ago. TSK, dead? How boring. Chin Xian raised his foot and kicked Morongi. Remember this in your next life. Your 10 years of hard training are nothing compared to the accumulation of several generations of my Chin family. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck and his head was spinning. He saw his headless body. Your family has enjoyed the blessings accumulated over generations, and now you have to bear the consequences of your sins. A childish but cold voice sounded. MOU walked over with his short legs, with an indifference on his face that was inconsistent with his age. The dragon guardian in the dark was stunned. Who was this kid? He killed his master in just a moment. If the top management of the Chin family knew about this, wouldn't he be dead? However, he didn't need to worry about that. A flash of cold light flashed, and he fell to the ground with his pupils dilated. MOU glanced at the half-dead girl on the ground. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and burn Chin Xian's body. Are these big family members so idle? He takes pleasure in disfiguring others. MOU casually threw a Yang Yuan pill into her mouth. He couldn't bear to see human suffering. So I try not to watch it normally, but if I really see it, I will help if I can. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detected the girl of luck, Morongi, suppress her to get rewards. Name, Morongi, luck, 10,000, gold, introduction, gained the opportunity to awaken the physique, then became ugly, practiced slowly and suffered discrimination, heart-eating poisonous body, furnace tripod. Not recommended. MOU looked at the woman in front of him with interest. This is the first time that the system says it is not recommended to be a furnace. I thought the system would accept everyone. Looking closer, the half of the girl's face that was exposed had recovered to its original state due to the effect of the Yang Yuan pill. She was indeed born with a stunning appearance. He reached out curiously and lifted the black hair that covered the other half of his face. Chapter 35 Immortal Level Poison Technique. MOU was stunned. It was also thanks to his strong character, otherwise he would have vomited. That half of the face seemed to be covered with black lymphatic flesh, which was hideous and terrifying. MOU let down her black hair and thought for a moment, this is the same as Chu Yuli. Just go through the process and keep her in the sect. Anyway, Tianxian Holy Land is currently lacking a reserve leader. Morongi slowly opened her eyes. What comes into view is a face as cute as a porcelain doll. Are you awake? A childish voice sounded in his ears. Morongi propped himself up and looked around. There were several corpses lying on the ground, including the headless Chin Xian. Who saved me? Morongi spoke, his voice hoarse. Of course it's me. MOU said. Morongi couldn't help but smile. Such a childish tone, coupled with that cute little face, makes people want to rub his head. Wait. Why are there children here? Could it be that he really saved himself? She released her spiritual sense to investigate, but found that she could not see through the other party at all. There are only two possibilities. Either he is an ordinary person with no cultivation, or his strength is far above his own, but judging from his appearance, He can't be immortal. Thinking of this, Moroni was stunned. It is rumored that there are people in powerful forces who can refine chi in 3 days and build foundation in 100 days. I didn't expect it to be true. Envious.
Thank you very much.
She forced herself to stand up and bowed solemnly.
You are welcome. Mo waved his hand and went straight to the point. Miss, I see that you have amazing bones and are a genius in cultivating immortality. Would you like to become my disciple? Bone amazing. Moroni was stunned, suspecting that he had heard it wrongly. Will you become my disciple?
Why don't you give me the Tathagata palm? She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Moroni looked Mou up and down. A child who looks no more than 6 or 7 years old actually wants to take me in as his apprentice. This world is so weird.
You are younger than me, how can you be my master? Age has nothing to do with strength. What you see may not be true.
Mou spoke lightly, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Moroni felt that the air around her had solidified, and an invisible pressure enveloped her, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was horrified. This boy's strength is so terrifying, even more powerful than that dragon guardian. Could it be the old Jindan child? But how is this possible? Seeing her expression, Mou smiled slightly and waved his little hand gently. In an instant, the magnificent Qin family mansion on the side was neatly split into 2 halves. The fracture is as smooth as a mirror and the cut surface is flat. Moroni's pupils suddenly shrank and her body trembled. This sword force, she recognized it. It was the sword force she had felt before. This person is actually the kendo master. Before, it was thanks to Mou's sword power that she was able to make a breakthrough and defeat Qin Xian. Suddenly, enlightenment came to her. He quickly closed his eyes, held his breath, and concentrated on feeling the remaining sword force on the cut. Mou was dumbfounded. No, sister, can we cheat and act it out? I just do this casually, and you think you can understand the sword skills? Sword momentum is a realm of kendo, followed by higher levels such as sword intent and sword heart. Mou only comprehended the sword power during the foundation building stage. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he did not stay in the chi refining stage for long. After a moment, Moroni opened his eyes, with a gleam of light in them, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. She stood up and bowed deeply to Mou with utmost respect. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. Mou nodded slightly. However, the expected system prompt sound did not sound. System, she is my apprentice now. Not yet. The Kato is the standard for becoming a disciple. Moroni's current favorability, 70 villain points plus 700, forehead. There are so many pressing matters. Mou looked at Moroni again. In our place, you have to kowtow when you become a disciple. Upon hearing this, Moroni frowned slightly and looked embarrassed. After pondering for a moment, she raised her head, her eyes clear, and her tone, though soft, was neither humble nor arrogant, and her words were resounding. I'm sorry, master. I, Moroni, kneel to heaven, earth, and my parents, but I can't kneel to you, a child I've only known for less than a day. So classic. Mou felt emotional. Are you sure you don't want to kneel? He asked again. Sure. Do you know what it means to not kneel down? I know. Moroni nodded, but I have my principles and they won't change. Very good. A hint of appreciation flashed in Mou's eyes. In that case, don't blame me. My superintelligence tells me that it's time to use my super strength. A powerful pressure once again enveloped Moroni, more powerful and more terrifying than before. Moroni only felt like a towering mountain pressing down on him. My legs began to tremble and I could hardly stand. Mou was a little excited at this time. After being the son of luck for so long, I can finally experience what it feels like to be a villain. Moroni gritted his teeth and fought back desperately. Her legs were bent, and her body was shaky, but she still did not kneel down. I will not kneel. She squeezed out a few words from between her teeth, each word full of stubbornness and indomitable spirit. Mou raised the corners of his mouth slightly, increasing the intensity of his pressure. I can help you remove the poison from your body, help you awaken the poisonous body, give you resources, teach you, find someone to teach you cultivation. All you have to do is kneel down. Moroni only felt that the pressure on his body was getting greater and greater, and his bones were creaking, as if they would break at any time. She clenched her teeth so tightly that blood oozed from her gums, but she still didn't kneel down. Even if I remain immortal forever, I will never kneel before a child like you. This is my dignity. This woman is comparable to me, she is indeed a girl of luck. Is this how it feels like a divine canon? Isn't he afraid of death? Mou thought to himself and increased the strength of his hands again. Click, a crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Morongi's body trembled suddenly, and his knees fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound. Mou did not stop there. He moved and jumped in front of Morongi. He grabbed her messy hair and gently pressed her head to the ground. Bang! The Kato ceremony was completed. You used violence to force Morongi to be your disciple. With your future training, I believe she will submit to you. Reward, immortal level poison technique, you. Morongi shouted. She struggled hard to stand up, but the tiny hand pressed down on her head, preventing her from moving. Mou spoke slowly. Without strength, you don't even have the qualifications to refuse to kowtow to me. Dignity? Bottom line? Pride? It's all just a joke. In the face of absolute strength, these things are meaningless. As he spoke, he observed Morongi's reaction. Logically speaking, something should have happened by now. For example, a plugin suddenly appears and can change your fate. Or you may achieve great enlightenment, and the subsequent path of practice will be smooth. Looking at Morongi kneeling on the ground in front of him, looking miserable and pitiful, Mou suddenly felt a pain in his heart. I shouldn't have done it directly like this. It's the former, poisoned, heart-corroding poison. Chapter 36 Heart Erosion Poison. Mou withdrew his hand, activated his spiritual power, and released the heart-corroding poison. A minute ago, this poison might have been a little troublesome for him, but now, with the immortal level poison technique, it can be easily dealt with. At this moment, Yenshi's voice sounded in his mind. When did you become poisonous? Mou smiled slightly and said seriously. Sister Yenshi, I originally intended to get along with you as an ordinary person, but in return I received your suspicion. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. I'm laying it all on the table. Puff. Yenshi couldn't help laughing, and her laughter was as sweet as a silver bell. I'll believe you even if you lower your realm a few more times. Immortal emperor? Do you know what immortal emperor means? If you were an immortal emperor, would you be unable to even draw your sword in front of your two senior sisters? Sister Yenshi, I hadn't awakened before, but now I have awakened. They can be destroyed with just a wave of my hand. Mou said. Okay, my Xiaoyu is the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Yenshi smiled dotingly, as if coaxing a child. At this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, a dark green spiritual energy burst out from Morongi's body and spread in all directions. Mou quickly condensed a spiritual power shield to resist. She actually really has a heart-eating poisonous body? Yenshi exclaimed in surprise. You know all this? Are you really the reincarnation of the immortal emperor? When Mou said that this girl had a heart-eating poisonous body, she thought it was just a casual remark. I didn't expect it to be true. You're kidding. How could I possibly be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? I simply inherited the knowledge of an immortal emperor. Mou explained with a smile. Nothing can explain the system better than the inheritance of the immortal emperor. Oh, what luck, Yenshi nodded doubtfully. Although the inheritance of the immortal emperor sounds more reliable than the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, but she always felt that the latter was true. At this time, a sizzling sound came from the spiritual shield. That poisonous gas can actually corrode spiritual power. After a while, the poison gas gradually weakened and Mou retracted his shield. Morongi slowly stood up and saluted respectfully. Thank you for the guidance, Master. I understand. Without strength, I am nothing in this world. I will work hard to become stronger. Morongi's current favorability, 80, villain points plus 100. Mou nodded slightly. This girl of luck looks okay. It would be troublesome if you accidentally end up killing yourself. And our physique has awakened a lot, and it will probably not be long before she is fully awakened. Morongi looked around and saw that the ground was bumpy and had signs of corrosion everywhere. She was shocked and vaguely realized that it was her own fault. Looking inside, she discovered a green bead inside her body. Now, under Mou's pressure, the bead actually merged into her body. Her body absorbed a lot of the power that escaped from the bead. I'll help you deal with the poison on your face. Mou floated in front of her and raised his hand to push aside her long hair, etc. Morongi hurriedly grabbed his wrist. Master, my face is scary. This face is her biggest pain. She didn't want the only person close to her to see her ugliest side. It's okay, I've already checked it out.
MOU gently broke free from her hand, a faint glow appearing at his fingertips. With the help of the immortal level poison technique, he easily saw through the essence of the poison. It was the heart-eating poison that she had not yet fully mastered. Under MOU's guidance, the poison returned to her body. When the last trace of green disappeared, Moroni took out the bronze mirror with trembling hands. The mirror reflected a flawless face, with skin as white as jade and creamy as cream. She stroked her smooth cheek in disbelief. The nightmare of 10 years was broken just like that. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She excitedly picked up MOU, her voice trembling with uncontrollable fear. Master! She suddenly rushed towards MOU, hugged him tightly, and choked with sobs. Thank you. 10 years of discrimination and ridicule. 10 years of ugliness, yin-yang face, and all the painful memories collapsed at this moment. Although she has found a cure, it will take at least several decades for it to be realized, but it was easily resolved by MOU. This moment, she felt warmth and gratitude she had never felt before. MOU nimbly broke free from Moroni's arms and landed lightly on the ground. It doesn't matter if I can't beat Sumayer. How could it be possible for a chi refiner like you to manipulate me at will? Moroni stared at the young boy in front of her, who had a young figure but calm demeanor. Is Master really only 6 or 7 years old? She couldn't help but ask. Master, I have a question. I don't know if I should ask it or not. If that's the case, then don't talk about it. Master, now, eh? Moroni was stunned. Why don't you play by the rules? Let's go, it's time to go back. MOU turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Master. Moroni hurriedly called him. Look at this, I found it at the Chin family. MOU turned around and saw that she was holding a dark green bead in her hand, the color of which was slightly dull. He took it and examined it carefully. Under your persuasion, Moroni offered her own 9 nether poison pearl fragment. However, this pearl has already completely merged with her. You need to kill her before you can use it. Reward, heart-eroding poison, heart-corroding poison, ranked in the top 100 of the Immortal Realm's poison list. It has a strong corrosive effect on spiritual energy and can stimulate the inner demons of cultivators. Note, with this poison, Moroni is also an excellent furnace for you. MOU simply ignored the system's furnace and tripod theory. He carefully observed the 9 nether poison pearl of fragments of poisonous immortal weapon. Extremely toxic. It is exactly as the system said, completely bound to Moroni. There's a divine mark on it. We're being targeted. As he said that, he casually threw the poison bead back. Moroni caught it hurriedly, looking confused. Ha? What do you mean? MOU explained. The owner of this bead set a mark on it. Once the poison inside is absorbed, it will be triggered. There is an even greater force behind the Chin family. This bead is a fragment of an immortal weapon, and it perfectly complements your physique. Immortal weapon, my physique. Moroni's head was buzzing after hearing this. MOU didn't care whether she could understand or not. He grabbed Moroni's hand and flew into the air on his sword. This moment, a majestic voice like thunder came from the sky above. Please leave my things behind, both of you. MOU looked up and saw a young man in snow-white clothes standing in the air. His clothes fluttered, and he looked like a banished immortal, emitting a suffocatingly powerful aura. His figure is as tall as a pine tree, exuding an arrogant aura that looks down on the world. I can't tell his realm, but he is definitely very strong. I don't know who you are. MOU said. You don't deserve to know who I am. Hand over my things, or die. The young man in white spoke in an extremely domineering tone. Moroni hid behind MOU and secretly looked at the uninvited guest. He looks like a decent human, but aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning if you pretend like this? MOU narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Once something comes into my hands, there is no reason to return it. Chapter 37, Arrogance Requires a Backstage. MOU opened his panel, name, June Woolman, luck, purple, introduction, a major stumbling block on Moroni's path to success. Except for his luck, he's no worse than an ordinary child of luck. June Wuhan? Sounds familiar. MOU searched quickly in his mind, and soon he suddenly realized June Wuhan, Tianshu, one of the 7 stars in the Holy Land of Stars. A demon cultivator, a powerful being in the fusion stage. It is rumored that he will become an immortal. This alone is enough to prove that he is no less valuable than an ordinary son of luck. In that case, I can only take it from your corpses. Jun Woo-in said lightly. He slowly raised his right hand and waved it lightly, and a giant palm suddenly condensed in the void. The giant palm covered the sky and the sun, carrying the power to destroy the world, and slapped down towards Mou and Moromi. He didn't know who the kid in front of him was, nor did he care. A mere Yuanying ant can be killed with ease. Wait! Spare his life. Just as Jun Woo-in was about to make a move, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his action. Mou and Jun Woo-in looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. I saw a person slowly walking out of the void. The man was wearing a white robe with a special star mark on it, which was the symbol of the elders of the Star Holy Land. Judging from its breath, it at least returns to emptiness. Jun Woo-in recognized the person and asked calmly, "Lu Su, give me a reason to let them live." Lu Su said, "He is the holy son of Tianqian Holy Land." Jun Woo-in frowned slightly. When will the Holy Sun appear in Tianqian Holy Land? He turned his gaze to Mou, a child who looked no more than 6 years old. So he was hit by the infant transformation curse? "Give me back my things and let's end this matter," he said calmly. Moromi was shocked. This arrogant man heard the identity of his master. He actually gave in. Who is the master? If you hold on to this support, you can avoid taking thousands of years of detours. I don't know if master will hand over this fragment of the immortal weapon. After all, looking at this situation, it seems a bit dangerous not to hand it over. I've said it before, I never give back what's in my hands. Mou's tone was flat. This item originated from an evil cultivator family. You said it's yours, so are you also an evil cultivator? Tianshu of the Starry Holy Land is colluding with evil cultivators. Can I assume that you have a hidden conspiracy? Oh, what a big hat. Jun Woo-in snorted coldly, and a monstrous demonic energy surged around him. Even if it is, so what? I'll give you one more chance. Hand over your things, or die. Mou's expression gradually became solemn. The Star Holy Land has always been neutral, and both demon cultivators and ordinary cultivators can stay here. Although the demonic cultivators are not as unscrupulous as the evil cultivators, they do not have any taboos in their actions, but he is not afraid. When practicing magic, one must be prepared to kick down the iron wall at any time. I'm standing here. The thing is on me. If you have the guts, just chop me to death and take it. Mou pointed to his neck provocatively. Moromi was horrified by what she saw. This young master looks harmless, but unexpectedly he is a reckless person with such a huge gap in strength. Shouldn't you try to escape? The master said the thing was with him. Could it be, master, after you die, I will definitely kill him to avenge you. Moromi secretly made up his mind, add Jun Woo-in to the kill list. Then you will die. Jun Woo-in said coldly and was about to take action. Oh, I forgot to mention that Luo Sushin is my senior sister. Mou added slowly. Jun Woo-in's movements suddenly stopped, as if he had heard something terrifying. The monstrous spiritual energy that had gathered dissipated in an instant. Lu Su on the side quickly agreed. Yes, Master Tianshu, the Holy Sun Tianqian is indeed Luo Sushin's junior apprentice. Moromi was a little curious. Who is this Luo Sushin? Jun Woo-in suppressed the shock in his heart and curled up a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Is this what you rely on so arrogantly, Holy Sun Tianqian? Arrogance requires a backer, and I happen to have one. Mou said lightly. He turned around and patted Moromi on the shoulder. Next time you run into trouble, tell them the name of your master, Luo Sushin. The #1 Mahayana cultivator in Tianyuan continent. He is invincible as long as the immortals don't show up. How awesome! Moromi's beautiful eyes widened. The first Mahayana. So awesome. No more detours, super thighs, I have them in this life. There's no chance. None of you will leave alive today. Jun Woo-in shouted angrily. Before he finished speaking, a huge spiritual hand condensed in the sky and pressed down towards the two of them with the power to destroy the world. The air seemed to freeze, and the void trembled under the pressure as if it could not bear the weight. Mou looked back at the scene, his expression still indifferent. Just as the giant spiritual palm was about to fall, an invisible force suddenly appeared and stopped it abruptly. Jun Woo-in frowned and without thinking, he swung his palm towards the void. Boom, the violent spiritual energy spread out, obscuring everyone's vision. A clear and pleasant laughter like a silver bell rang out. Jun Woo-in, you actually dared to attack my junior brother. Do you, Xingqian Holy Land, want to start a war with Tianqian Holy Land?
The person who came was Sue Mayer. This is also the reason why MOU was not panicked at all, although I don't know why Sue Mayer didn't show up. She must be nearby. She came to MOU's side in an instant. With a hint of resentment in her charming fox eyes, she originally wanted to see MOU get scared and then beg her to come out, but I didn't expect this guy to be so fearless. I don't know how he lived to this age. Moromi was surprised. No wonder the master was not afraid of anything. It turned out that there was someone nearby. She's actually a girl with animal ears. Tianshu, what exactly are you going to do? Seeing Jun Wuhan take action, the elders of the Star Holy Land changed their expressions drastically. The Holy Sun Tianxian led his men to destroy the affiliated forces of our Xingqian Holy Land. He should be executed. The demonic energy around Jun Wuhan surged and condensed into a pitch-black spear, emitting a violent aura as if it were a substance. The spear came out like a dragon, breaking through the air and heading straight for Sue Mayer's face. Sue Mayer's pupils shrank slightly, and with a wave of her slender hand, pink spiritual power surged and turned into a barrier. The spear hit the barrier, emitting a dazzling light. The powerful impact forced Sue Mayer to take several steps back, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. As expected of Tianshu, his strength is indeed formidable. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, and fighting spirit rose in her eyes. But that's not enough. With a delicate cry, a huge phantom of a celestial fox appeared behind her, with 6 tails stretched out, and the terrifying pressure made the sky and the earth change color. The spiritual energy gathered madly, forming a huge vortex in the air. Jun Wuhan's face was solemn, the spear in his hand trembled, and demonic energy surged out like a tide. In an instant, a giant black dragon rose into the air from the evil energy, bearing its fangs and claws, roaring and rushing towards Sue Mayer of the Phantom. Of the celestial fox behind Sue Mayer lightly swept its tail and met the ferocious black dragon. Boom! The giant dragon and the sky fox collided, and a loud noise shook the earth. The entire space was shaking, as if it could not withstand this horrific impact. 2 figures crossed each other in the sky, as fast as lightning. Every collision was accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations, with pink spiritual power and black demonic energy intertwined and entangled, bursting out with heart-pounding power. Chapter 38. The Time Traveler. Moromi, Master, do you think that sister can win? Moromi asked nervously. Don't worry, she's a 9-tailed heavenly fox, and fighting against someone of a higher level is as easy as eating and drinking water. MOU comforted him, but his eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Although Sue Mayer seems to be fighting on equal terms with Jun Wuhan at the moment, there is a huge gap between them after all. If time goes on for a long time, she will probably fall into a disadvantage. There is a huge gap between fusion and returning to the void. The domain alone is enough to suppress returning to the void and make it unable to move. Tianshu, are you crazy? Are you really going to go to war with Tianxian Holy Land? Elder Lu Su shouted urgently, trying to stop the fight. Jun Wuhan snorted coldly. So what if we start a war? What does our starry Holy Land have to fear? Jun Sha. As his voice fell, MOU felt a chill on his back, and saw a sword energy coming from the void. The sword energy was swift, tearing through the air and making a sharp scream. But MOU moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the sword energy. The sword energy brushed past his cheek, bringing up a sharp wind that made his robe rustle. MOU's eyes flashed and he looked towards the direction where the sword energy came from. In the void, a black-robed figure slowly emerged. His face was stern, his eyes were sinister, and he exuded a powerful aura that made people's hearts fluttered. It turned out to be a powerful person in the Return to Void stage. Master! Moroni exclaimed. Don't be afraid. MOU comforted softly, his tone calm. A mere nascent soul was able to dodge my attack. That's quite interesting. Jun Sha spoke, his voice cold. But that's all. He raised his hand and slashed out with another sword energy. The sword energy was sharper and faster than before, and it arrived in front of MOU almost instantly. MOU's eyes focused, the spiritual power in his body surged wildly, and he used his body skills to dodge skillfully. The sword energy flew past his feet, cutting a deep groove in the ground. Tianxian sword technique. Countless sword energies lingered around MOU, covering Jun Sha like an impenetrable net. The sword energy crisscrossed, and each one contained astonishing killing power. A trifle. Jun Sha snorted coldly, swung the sword in his hand, and a huge sword light appeared out of thin air, easily tearing MOU's sword net. The sword's momentum did not decrease and continued to slash towards MOU. MOU's eyes narrowed, and his body twisted strangely in the air, narrowly avoiding the sword light. The sword like flew past his body and cut off a strand of his hair. Mo was shocked. It's also a blessing that I'm smaller now, otherwise, I would have been hit. The strength of the return to Void stage is too strong, and I am no match for it at all. Boy, you have some strength, but it's a pity that you still have to die at my hands. Junsha sneered, and at the same time began to gather the spiritual power of heaven and earth, preparing to launch the strongest attack. Younger brother. Sumayer was so anxious that her face turned pale, but she was restrained by Junwohan and could not get away to help her. Moroni hid aside, his eyes full of worry. She secretly prayed that Mou could escape danger. Mou looked solemn. This attack cannot be avoided, but if you take it head on, you will definitely die helplessly. He could only take out a hairpin. This was exactly what Xianingbing had given him before. How dare you walk around arrogantly without any trump card, the spiritual power. Condensed by Junsha turned into a giant black dragon, roaring and attacking Mou. Prepare to die. Junsha grinned. Mou was not in a hurry. He took out the divine Qinkuan cauldron and blocked it in front of him. Buzz, the giant dragon crashed into the cauldron. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone was shocked to find that both the mysterious cauldron and Mou himself were intact. Before they could react, Mou had already injected spiritual power into the hairpin. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. A heart-pounding sword energy burst out from the hairpin, tearing the void apart wherever it passed. Not good. Junwohan's face changed drastically, but at this moment he was entangled by Sumayer and could not dodge at all. A shrill scream resounded through the sky, and Junwohan flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a distant mountain. The towering mountain collapsed in an instant, rubble flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Junsha was horrified when he saw this, and no longer cared about fighting with Mou. He turned into a stream of light and flew towards Junwohan. Mou breathed a sigh of relief at this time. If he doesn't die, he will be crippled. Moroni's beautiful eyes opened wide, her mouth slightly parted, her face full of disbelief. My little master actually defeated that guy who looked so awesome. But if she was not mistaken, the power of heaven and earth that Junwohan used in battle was at least at the return to Void Realm. He was killed in seconds. Could it be that my master is the lucky one of this world, but the son of destiny should be me, the time traveler, right? Could it be that she is just a supporting role? Absolutely don't do that kind of thing. Sumayer breathed a sigh of relief, and her figure flashed and landed next to Mou. I was so panicked just now that I actually forgot the life-saving magic weapon that my third senior sister gave to me. With third senior sister's strength, that guy must be dead. Elder Lu Su was stunned. Tianshu was actually defeated, although he and Junwohan are not from the same faction, but now, Junwohan was knocked away in front of him, and if something really happened, he would be to blame. The top of Tsuiwei Peak is shrouded in clouds and mist. Xianingbing sat cross-legged on a piece of bluestone as smooth as a mirror, with a faint purple halo surrounding her body, like a goddess descending to earth. Her stunningly beautiful face still had that same frosty expression that never changed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes abruptly, and a trace of fluctuation flashed in her eyes. The sword energy remaining on Mou was triggered. A family that has reached the level of a spirit being transformed has run into a problem that even the fourth junior sister cannot resolve. Is at the Holy Land of Stars. She immediately activated the magic formula and used the magic weapon left by Mou to construct an external incarnation. It will take some time, and I hope there won't be any accidents during this period. Junwohan vomited blood and his breath was weak. Young master, are you okay? Junsha appeared beside him. Junwohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took out a broken bronze mirror from his arms. The heart-protecting mirror, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, was actually shattered. No problem. He looked in the direction of Sumayer, his fighting spirit undiminished. Now they have no means to deal with me. You go deal with the Holy Sun, and leave the fox to me. Junsha was about to speak out to stop him, but Junwohan had already soared into the sky. Fight again. Mou widened his eyes and looked at Junwohan, who was coming to kill him again, feeling a sense of surprise. Senior sister, isn't that possible? I couldn't kill this guy instantly. Is 100,000 luck just for show? Sumayer narrowed her fox eyes slightly. Brother, you go first. I'll hold them back and come find you later. Before she finished her words, she had transformed into a pink phantom and soared into the sky. Mou frowned slightly. I will indeed affect Sumayer's performance. With Sumayer's strength, if she gives her all and plays all her cards, defeating Junwohan will be a piece of cake, but she also had to focus on protecting herself. However, he is just to return to Void Realm. With so many immortal weapons on him, He can be killed even if he is hit by a weapon. Moroni suddenly realized the young master is indeed the son of luck. Now it's time for the classic teammate sacrifice to the gods. It's bad, I'm not going to die here, am I? Chapter 39. 4 Symbols Formation. Black Tortoise Formation. Su Meier and Jun Wooin confronted each other in the air. With swords drawn, Jun Wooin turned his gaze to Lu Su. Now that the battle is inevitable, Lu Su, are you really going to stand by and watch? Lu Su looked embarrassed, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, I'm sorry. He moved, flew into the air, and stood side by side with Jun Wushang. Junsha's figure also appeared in front of Mou, blocking his way with murderous intent. Mou looked solemn. The situation is very bad now. There is another return to void on the opposite side. Moreover, according to his understanding, the 28 stars in the Holy Land of Stars are at least at the high level of return to void, close to the fusion stage. In other words, Lu Su's strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, Jun Wooin sneered. What about the others? Are you just going to watch? As soon as the words fell, the void in the sky suddenly twisted and ripples appeared. 3 figures emerged from different directions, each emitting a terrifying aura close to Jun Wooin. Mou's heart sank. They are all in the fusion stage, although their combat power may not be as good as Jun Wooin's. They are both real fusion cultivators. Su Meier flashed and stood in front of Mou. Jun, your brother, please leave quickly. They are all in the fusion stage. If you stay here, it will affect my performance. Before Mou could respond, Moroni had already grabbed his arm tightly. The girl's whole body was trembling, and her voice was desperate and tearful. Master, what should we do? Is this hopeless? Mou did not answer, but looked up at Jun Wooin and smiled slightly. The Star Holy Land really values me. I don't even receive such high-level treatment at home. There are 7 branch lines, and 5 of them are here? I heard that none of your branches are harmonious with each other, right? He was not panicked, and the smile on his face did not diminish. I definitely can't die. Even if all the people from the Star Holy Land came, it would be impossible to really kill these 3 sons of destiny. But what to do now is indeed a problem. Can you escape? Cannot. Jun Wushang's mark is still on Moroni. He wouldn't die if he left Su Meier, but he might be beaten half to a pulp. Everyone in the Star Holy Land was somewhat surprised by Mou's reaction. He can still be so calm even at this time. This son of Tianxian is not simple. One of the 3 newcomers stepped forward and bowed slightly to Mou with a very polite attitude. I've long heard that the holy son of Tianxian lost all his cultivation 10 years ago, but seeing him today, he's still as powerful as a dragon among men. I will not participate in this matter. Please spare my Tianquan lineage when Fairy Luo destroys the Starry Holy Land in the future. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Moroni's gaze unconsciously fell on Mou's hand. Unique ring, plus, all my cultivation has been lost. Lu Su frowned, looking hesitant. He is right, really kill these people. How should I explain this to Luo Suxin? Doesn't the Star Holy Land have to bear Luo Suxin's wrath? But to his surprise, the other 2 did not hesitate too much and stood on the same front with Jun Wooin. He weighed the pros and cons and said, then I will go ahead and ask Fairy Luo to keep me in the Tianxian lineage in the future. Jun Wooin snorted coldly. Oh, stupid. There's no point in running away. In this world, being weak is the original sin. Only by being strong can you survive. His eyes were as sharp as torches, staring straight at Mou. I'm saying this one last time. Hand over my things and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll die. Mou was moved when he heard his words. At this point, is there still a way to survive? It's really good. He was too embarrassed to trick them. Moroni slapped his head and woke up as if from a dream. How could she have forgotten about this? The other side just wants the fragment of the immortal weapon. Just hand it over. She gently tugged at Mou's sleeve, a hint of hope in her voice. Master, let's return that thing to him. Her eyes inadvertently swept across Mou's feet. There was an astrolabe. It turned out that the flying magic weapon had already been prepared. Su Meier's gaze moved and fell on Mou. No matter what choice Mou makes, she supports him. Mou shook his head helplessly. I'm really sorry. Are you talking about that bead? It's completely fused with me and cannot be removed. Only my death can change its owner. Moroni was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, her eyes full of disbelief. Master. Master, her voice was trembling and she could barely utter complete words. The moment he suddenly realized what was going on, Moroni felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, and tears blurred his eyes. This fragment of the immortal weapon has already merged with myself, only by dying can you get it out. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, the Master has always been thinking about her and trying to protect her. At this moment, Mou's small figure became extremely majestic and tall. In her eyes, like a towering and majestic mountain, it protects her from wind and rain and guards her. Sumayer looked at Jun Woohan again and said coldly,
"What you want is impossible, we can give you other compensation. How about using a high-grade spiritual treasure in exchange for your thing?"
Jun Woohan frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised that Mou could fuse the poison beads, but soon, a pitch-black spear condensed in his hand and pointed directly at Mou.
"Hand him over. We have a way to get my things and save his life." Mou chuckled and shook his head. "I've said before, once something comes into my hands, it's mine. It's impossible to pay it back."
Moroni took a step forward eagerly, took out the 9 nether poison pearl, and held it in both hands. "The things are with me, they have merged with me. I will go with you, and you let them go." Mou grabbed her and pulled her behind him. "Don't mess around." "Master," Moroni wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Mou. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and spiritual power turned into a rope, binding Moroni tightly, like a dumpling. He then threw her behind him. "What's yours is mine.
Even you are mine. How can I give it back?"
He had no idea that his disciple could be so naive. Can you believe this kind of nonsense? He didn't even dare to hand himself over. God knows what will happen then. Moroni struggled desperately, but was unable to break free from the spiritual power restraints. "I just felt my body getting tighter and tighter, and I could hardly breathe." The tears welled up in my eyes, but I was powerless to stop them and could only let them slide down my cheeks. She also masters, it's not impossible to wait until Master grows up. Damn it, Moroni, you are actually thinking about this at such a dangerous time. She cursed herself in her heart, shame and self-blame intertwined.
"In that case, I will take it from your corpse."
Jun Woohan's face darkened, and murderous intent surged in his eyes.
"Everyone, we've been chatting for so long, it's time to show you my masterpiece."
Mou stomped on the ground suddenly. The Tianshu formation plate under his feet shone brightly, and the dazzling light shot up into the sky.
For symbols formation, black tortoise formation, initiate.
Chapter 40, Tianshu formation plate, Solcoming flute, counterattack. As Mou finished speaking, the earth began to shake violently. An extremely huge shadow of the black tortoise slowly emerged. It roared towards the sky, its voice shaking the 9 heavens, and a majestic and vast aura instantly swept across the entire venue. Jun Woohan's expression suddenly changed.
6th level formation?
Jun Sha also looked horrified. He never expected that Mou was actually a formation master. What is the concept of a 6th level formation? A formation that can fight against the return to void stage. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage could actually set up a formation for the return to void stage. How did he do it? The spiritual power required to set up the formation alone is not something a cultivator in the nascent soul stage can provide. Besides, he is only 24 years old now. What's next? How can he be powerful? A strong sense of dread and even a hint of fear surged in Jun Sha's heart. The other 2 elders of the Star Holy Land who were in the fusion stage looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. Moroni was tied up like a dumpling, unable to move, but still had her eyes wide open. She didn't understand, but was shocked. Anyway, the master is awesome. He is indeed the son of destiny. Sumayer was also a little surprised. She remembered that Mou knew nothing about battle formations before. You might even get lost in Ling Wanqing's maze. I didn't expect that such a high-quality formation could be set up nowadays. This level of understanding is simply terrifying.
Sister Mayor, go on.
Mou's voice suddenly sounded. Sumayer subconsciously stretched out her hand, and a formation plate appeared in her hand. The Big Dipper is painted on it, and only the star at the end of the spoon is bright, emitting a faint starlight. That's the formation plate of this formation. Although it's only level 6, the Black Tortoise formation is extremely powerful, even more powerful than some level 7 formations.
Mou explained. Senior sister, using this, should be able to defeat them, right?
Of course. Sumayer responded confidently. By using this formation, she can definitely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. But when she probed her spiritual sense into the array, her expression changed slightly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Immortal weapon. No wonder Mou was able to set up such a formation. It turned out that he relied on the help of a magic weapon. This way, it can be explained. Jun Woohan noticed the formation plate in Su Meier's hand, suddenly realized something, and snorted coldly. It's just relying on external forces, that's all. The spear in his hand suddenly flew out, turning into a black stream of light and hitting the Xuanwu formation directly. The tip of the gun flashed with a cold light, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Jun Sha and the two elders in the fusion stage breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. I thought he was really a 6th level formation master, but it turns out he just relies on magic weapons, that way it's not so scary. They all took out their magic weapons and attacked the Xuanwu formation. The lights of various magic weapons intertwined together, the roars were endless, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Su Meier also immediately activated the formation. The shadow of the black tortoise suddenly became more solid. It roared towards the sky, and the sound waves rolled, colliding with the attacks of the 4 people. For a while, the two sides were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. Mou took out a large amount of spirit stones and injected energy into the formation, then he collapsed on the ground, feeling somewhat exhausted. After all, he is only in the nascent soul stage, and it is not easy to set up this formation. It was only completed by working together with Sister Yanxi. Then, the system's voice sounded. Detected that Moroni has basically surrendered to you. Moroni favorability, 99. Although she still has some distance from you, she is willing to give everything for you, including her life. Please continue to work hard. Villain points plus 200. Reward, Immortal Artifact Sky Poison Pearl. Sky Poison Pearl possesses the strongest poison and purifying power. Moyu was delighted, but also a little confused. Just 99? Is it that easy? Are you moved by yourself? He quickly checked the system space and found a green bead inside. The toxicity is easy to understand, it can be used to poison, the power of purification is used to detoxify, both are very useful. It's just that it's really useless now. Then he took out the hairpin given to him by Xia Ningbing. At this moment, the hairpin was emitting a faint and warm light. Third senior sister should be here soon, Mou whispered softly. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the light, his intuition told him that it was support. There is nothing more reassuring than having the protagonist at home. They may like to get stuck, but it will definitely save people. Woo! Just as Mou was immersed in his thoughts, a vague whimpering sound came from beside him. He turned his head and saw Moroni staring at him with wide eyes, her eyes full of pleading. Mou casually unsealed the seal on her mouth. Master! Phew! I can finally speak. Moroni let out a long sigh, then asked nervously. You said, can we really go back safely? Although she knew that Mou would not die, she was still skeptical about her own safety. Yes. Mou said calmly. He took out a jade flute and handed it to Moroni. Come on, try blowing on it. Moroni was stunned and didn't know how to react for a moment. It's already this time, and I still have this leisure time. Helpless, she could only reach out. Master, you still have my hands tied? Oh. Mou responded, but did not show any intention of helping her untie the ropes. He stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. Moroni widened his eyes. Master, you can't do this. Mou ignored him and closed his eyes. Sister Yanxi, help me. I really don't know where you got so many immortal artifacts. Yanxi's voice rang in Mou's mind. The next moment, Mou's eyes began to turn red. Yanxi took over his body, picked up the soul-calming flute, and began to play it gently. Eye in the sky, Su Meier gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Although she had the assistance of a powerful formation, she was still only in the return to void stage. No match for the 3 people in the fusion stage working together. At this moment, a melodious music sounded, flowing across the battlefield like a clear spring. Su Meier only felt her body lighten, and the originally stagnant spiritual power began to flow smoothly again, and her speed, strength and reaction were greatly improved. She couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, and saw Mou playing the jade flute. This little guy. Su Meier felt a warm feeling in her heart, and she was also a little surprised. What a monster! The strength of a spirit at the spiritual transformation stage, and it's an immortal weapon. She could tell at a glance that Mou was not proficient in music, but was just forcing himself to play by relying on his powerful soul and the power of the immortal weapon. But even so, the music was enough to have a huge impact on the battlefield. With the help of music, Su Meier gradually turned the situation around and began to gain the upper hand. On the other hand, in the Star Holy Land, a few people felt that the music was like a devil's sound filling their ears, making them feel upset and confused. The circulation of their spiritual energy became sluggish, and their bodies seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, with their movements becoming sluggish. Damn it!
This kid is actually proficient in music and uses it to interfere with us. Jun Sha's face turned ashen. How could a nascent soul cultivator actually be able to influence our minds? How on earth did he do that?
Another elder in the fusion stage was shocked and angry, his eyes full of disbelief. Jun Woohan's gaze fell on MOU, and he immediately understood everything.
High-level magic weapon, so that's what it is.
He turned to look at Su Mayer with a calm tone.
It seems I won't be able to get my things back today. Chapter 41, Support at the Checkpoint. Su Mayer sneered. Young Master Tianshu, are you still going to persist?
It won't be long before someone from our Tianxian Holy Land arrives.
Tianxian Holy Land?
Jun Woohan smiled playfully. Don't forget, this is our Chaos Star region.
Luo Suxin is in the Immortal Secret Realm, and Bai Xuanying is in the Demon Suppression Abyss. If other elders from your Tianxian Holy Land come over, we from the Xingqian Holy Land will not be pushovers.
However, let's put today's matter aside for now. He turned his gaze to Morong Yi and threatened. But you'd better be careful and pray you don't fall into my hands. Seeing this, Morong Yi quickly hid behind MOU, stuck out her tongue at Jun Woohan and made a face.
Master, that guy is so annoying.
He's clearly lost, but he's still so arrogant. MOU did not respond to Morong Yi's words, but just stared at Jun Woohan. It's almost there, it's almost there. Just as Jun Woohan was about to turn around and leave, an extremely cold voice suddenly rang out, like an icy blade, cutting through the sky.
Where do you want to go?
Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared above MOU. She was dressed in a gorgeous black robe, and exuded an extremely cold aura, like an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years. Those purple eyes were like two bottomless cold pools, making people shudder. The person who came was Xia Ningbing. MOU breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the person coming. It arrived as expected, still stuck. Jun Woohan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He felt unprecedented pressure from Xia Ningbing. This pressure comes not only from her strength, but also from her cold and ruthless temperament. It was as if she was an ice and snow empress descending from the heavens, cold, majestic, and unquestionable. Jun Woohan suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a deep voice, "It was you people from the Tianxian Holy Land who stole my things. I am the one who suffered the loss."
Don't go too far. So what?
Xia Ningbing's voice was cold and emotionless. Jun Woohan was burning with anger, but he could do nothing about it. He had no confidence in defeating Xia Ningbing. Although it is just an incarnation, its strength should not be underestimated. Although you are about to take that step, you are only at the fusion stage after all.
Do you really think you can stop me with just an incarnation?
A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jun Woohan's eyes.
You can try.
Xia Ningbing's tone remained calm. Jun Woohan took a deep breath and signaled Jun Sha and the other two elders of the Star Holy Land with his eyes. The four of them simultaneously activated their spiritual power, preparing to break out. Xia Ningbing waved her jade hand gently. In an instant, a terrifying chill swept out, like a cold wind from the underworld, instantly enveloping the four people. Their spiritual power was instantly frozen, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't circulate it at all. Jun Woohan felt a bone-chilling chill that seemed to freeze his soul. He tried his best to mobilize his spiritual power to resist, but the coldness was like a maggot attached to his bones, constantly corroding his body. A scream was heard, and Jun Sha's body exploded instantly, turning into a ball of ice mist and dissipating in the air. Soon after, the other two elders followed his example. Although Jun Woohan is stronger, he can only barely hold on. A thick layer of frost had formed on the surface of their bodies, and their movements became slow. Damn it. Jun Woohan was terrified and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't understand why an incarnation in the fusion stage could be so powerful.
Do you really want to kill us all?
Jun Woohan said gloomily. Xia Ningbing did not respond, but gently clenched her jade hand. Jun Woohan's body exploded instantly, turning into a ball of ice mist and dissipating into the air, leaving behind only an unwilling roar.
Master!
Master! Moroni looked at the scene in front of him, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak.
Who is that senior?
He's so powerful. With just a light pinch, he killed them all of them.
MOU also came back to his senses from his shock.
He calmed himself down and explained. That's your uncle, but they're not dead. Even he was deeply shocked by Xia Ningbing's strength. He knew she was very strong. After all, she was the reincarnation of the Empress, but I didn't expect that just an incarnation could be so powerful. This is too horrible.
Hey, wasn't it crushed? Moroni tilted his head, looking confused. Sumayer landed lightly beside MOU. Their spirits have escaped.
Although senior sister is very powerful, she cannot defeat them with just her incarnation. She explained patiently, her voice charming and engaging. Besides, we are still in the Chaos Star region. If we really kill him, it will be difficult to go back. MOU nodded. This is true. Once you kill someone, there is no going back. Being hunted doesn't matter, but once the interdomain teleportation array is blocked, one can only cross the domain physically. It's torture just thinking about it. It's really troublesome that Jun Wuhan ran away. The only thing he could use to deal with Jun Wuhan was the sky poison pearl. The actual operation was too difficult, and I died before the poison was even administered. Let's wait for the senior sister to come out.
Of the secret realm, Jun Wuhan is from the Tianshu lineage.
I don't know the other two, but judging by their clothes they look like they are from Tianji and Kaiying. MOU took note of it silently. Moroni suddenly understood and nodded, not quite understanding. Xianingbing also slowly fell down when she saw MOU. Ripples appeared in her cold purple eyes, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Although the smile is very faint, it is like the melting of ice and snow and the return of spring to the earth, which makes people feel extremely stunning. MOU was completely stunned. Normally, third senior sister is as cold as ice, like an iceberg that has not melted for thousands of years.
Now she is actually smiling. Wait, is she laughing at herself? Senior sister, you are laughing at me too. Help me change back. MOU came back to his senses and said angrily. Isn't it just turning into a child?
Is that so funny? Xianingbing retracted her smile and returned to her cold and indifferent expression, as if the smile just now was just an illusion. She shook her head gently, her voice cold.
I'm not laughing at you, I just remembered something funny.
She explained lightly, then waved her hand gently, and a soft light enveloped him. MOU just felt a warmth in his body. Immediately afterwards, he felt his body growing rapidly, and that long-lost sense of familiarity returned. He looked down at himself and finally turned back to normal. It's really uncomfortable to have a smaller body. It's inconvenient to do anything. Moroni was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened. The master, who was just a little boy, suddenly grew up. What kind of magical spell is this? Besides, master is so handsome after growing up. She secretly looked at MOU, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. It should be normal to become a master in the world of immortal cultivation, right? This is what is written in novels. Xianingbing raised her hands lightly, and 4 rings fell into MOU's hands. Seeing this,
Sumayer immediately became unhappy.
She twisted her graceful body, moved closer to Xianingbing, and said coquettishly,
Senior sister, you're going too far. What about me? You're being biased. Xianingbing said calmly, you don't usually go down the mountain.
After saying that, her figure slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Sumayer had no choice but to give up. She put her head close to MOU, and her furry fox ears trembled.
Come and see what's inside?
Chapter 42. Is there still someone who steals disciples these days? Suiwei Peak. Xianingbing's consciousness returned to her body. She slowly opened her eyes, a complex emotion flashed in her purple pupils, and she exhaled gently, as if to spit out all the waves in her heart. There is more than one immortal weapon. There are so many immortal artifacts in the lower realm, plus Junior Sister's 9-leaf destiny grass. She pieced together the whole story. A catastrophe occurred in the Tianyuan realm that was powerful enough to destroy the world. So he took a gamble and spent all his savings. Most of it was given to MOU, and some was distributed to others. Even so, under the deduction of heaven, defeat is still inevitable. So God allowed Ling Wanqing to foresee the future, use her to unite everyone and deal with the crisis together. Unfortunately, based on her experience, a disaster of this level cannot be solved by people from the lower realm, but she was an immortal emperor in her previous life, and even the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan realm could not deduce her future. In that case, let her, as their senior sister, help them. After all, they have lived together for so many years, and the people on Suiwei Peak have long been family to her. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, just like the ice and snow melting and spring returning to the earth. Xiaoyu was really cute when she was little. Tianxian Palace, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe.
The starry Holy Land is going too far.
How dare they touch our people? Shang Suzi roared angrily, his voice echoing in the hall. His usually amiable face was now scowling with anger, his eyes wide open. Several elders were also outraged.
It's a competition between peers, but Tianshu has already taken action personally. How many years has Xiaoyu only been practicing? If it's all like this, is there any point in continuing the sex inheritance? That's right, we can't just let it go like this. Shang Suzi suppressed his anger and said, I'm going to the Xingqian Holy Land to demand an explanation. He rubbed his hands together, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Those people almost forgot that Tianxian Holy Land not only has this generation's Luo Suxin, but he was also the one who suppressed an era back then. At this time, Xing Xian, who was standing in the corner, suddenly spoke. The ancestor is back. I just saw her. Shang Suzi was stunned for a moment, then ordered, I will go to the Starry Holy Land first. You must tell the ancestor about this immediately. In the deacon's hall, the smell of sandalwood curls up, the sunlight shines through the window lattice, casting mottled shadows on the ground. This is Chu Yuli. The deacon elder introduced her and his eyes fell on Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli lowered her head, her ordinary face after disguise concealing her true beauty. He twisted his fingers nervously, feeling uneasy. I just took on the task of managing the medicine garden. I just secretly took away a few herbs. How did he get caught by this deacon elder? She really didn't mean it, she was just afraid of being poor. Seeing that there was no one in the medicine garden, I just accidentally took a few plants, sitting on the main seat. Yishime looked at Chu Yuli with interest. This girl acted cautiously, with a look of tenacity in her eyes, gives people a feeling of gentleness and purity, the elder deacon added, his tone tinged with appreciation. This is the true disciple sent by Lanin herself. I think he must have extraordinary qualities to become the true disciple of Zuan Peak. Chu Yuli quietly raised her head and glanced at the deacon elder with gratitude. This is clearly an act of pleading for oneself, even though the identity is wrong. Fortunately, there are few people in Suiwei Peak, and there is no special token for personal disciples. No one knows who their master is, otherwise I would really lose all my face. The saint's apprentice went to the herb garden to steal vegetables. She didn't care, but the master probably was too embarrassed to go out and see people. Shime nodded. The little girl from Zuan Peak was quite discerning and saw the uniqueness of Chu Yuli at a glance. However, she wants this disciple, and no one else can do it. She stood up and cleared her throat in a serious tone. Chu Yuli's heart sank. It's over, still have to be punished. I hope this matter will never be spread. Chu Yuli, Yishime said in a dignified voice, are you willing to be my disciple? Chu Yuli was stunned. She glanced up at the woman. She is wearing a purple gauze dress, and her figure is graceful and elegant, with a mature charm in her every move. Don't know who it is? It's actually bigger than Meng Lanin's. Wait, now is not the time to think about this. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I already have a master. Chu Yuli hurriedly saluted respectfully with a firm tone. I know. I will tell your master about it. Yishime spoke in a flat tone, but she was very upset inside. What a hassle. Theoretically, the entire Tianxian Holy Land is her disciples, but the system says that you must be a disciple, otherwise it won't count, and you have to be willing. She felt a little headache. Among the several disciples, only Mou and Ling Wanqing are less worrying. As for the rest, I took a lot of effort to get them done. Chu Yuli's mind was in a mess and buzzing at the moment. Are there people who steal apprentices? This person's status is obviously higher than that of the master of Zuan Peak, and much higher. He must be a person at the level of the Supreme Elder. The Grand Elder's status is higher than that of the Master, and Grandmaster Yishime doesn't care about anything, but she thought she was Meng Lanin's junior sister. All kinds of thoughts rolled around in her mind, becoming a tangled mess. No, we can't panic now, play dumb first, and then go back and ask Junior Master Wanqing what to do. She immediately put on an admiring expression and looked at Yishime eagerly. Senior, my master is very powerful. He saved my life. No matter what, I will never betray him. Unless master tells me personally, I won't agree. Yishime raised her eyebrows and looked at the girl in front of her with interest. This little girl is quite principled. Do you know who I am? Your master? Even if she comes before me, she has to be respectful. The deacons and elders also joined in. Yes, Chu girl, this opportunity is not available to everyone, you have to seize it. Chu Yuli said firmly, no matter what, I will never betray master. Seeing how persistent she was, Yishime stopped forcing her. Forget it, I'll go talk to your master first. After saying that, she disappeared from the spot with a flash of her figure, leaving behind only a faint fragrance. Originally she was heading to Zuan Peak. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, turned around and headed towards Tianxian Peak. When Chu Yuli saw Yishime leaving, she quickly ran back to Tsuiwei Peak.
Mou probed his spiritual sense into the ring and couldn't help but gasp. I have never seen so many spirit stones in my life. Everywhere you look, you see mountains of top-grade spirit stones. A rough count reveals that there are over 100,000 of them. In addition to spirit stones, there are also a large number of magic weapons, skills, elixirs, and natural treasures, which are dazzling and eye-catching. Among them, there are even 3 spiritual treasures. A magic spear, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. A knife, a sword, low-grade spiritual treasures. Although these magic weapons are all inclined towards the path of magic cultivation, they are not suitable for Mou to use, but if it were sold, it would definitely be a considerable fortune. How is it? Are there any good things? Sumayer couldn't help but ask when she saw Mou in a daze. About 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Mou came back to his senses and answered truthfully. Chapter 43, The Ferocious Beast. Gu Dio. Mou left behind those natural treasures and spiritual stones, which were worth about 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones. The rest were all handed to Sumayer. Sister Mayor, let's split into 3 and 1. You're the main force, and I'll. He was about to tell the distribution plan, but before he could finish his words, he felt a pain in his ear. It hurts, it hurts. Sumayer had come to his side without him knowing, and her slender hands were pulling his ears with a little force. Brother, is your little thing really worth your attention? Mou turned his head to look at Sumayer, only to see that her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and a hint of resentment flashed in her enchanting eyes. Didn't you say that third senior sister is biased? Mou muttered softly. You dare to talk back? Upon hearing this, Sumayer increased the strength in her hands. No, I don't dare. Mou quickly begged for mercy. You are strong, you are the truth, and everything you say is right. Sumayer snorted lightly, then let go of her hand and threw out a storage ring. This is what the Qin family found. Although it's not much, there is one very interesting thing, she said mysteriously. Mou took the ring and probed his spiritual sense into it. There really aren't many good things in there. If converted into top-grade spirit stones, there wouldn't even be 1,000. His eyes swept across the ring, finally stopping on an inconspicuous black bottle in a corner. The bottle lay there quietly, but it exuded a strong evil aura that made people feel cold and shudder. Mou's heart moved and he took out the small black bottle. Sister Mayor, is this it? Yes, brother, this is an interesting thing. Sumayer smiled sweetly, with a hint of mystery in her voice. Mou opened the lid. In an instant, a strong evil spirit surged out like a flood that broke through the dam, rushing straight into his mind and making him unstable. A streak of pink light flew out from Sumayer's fingertips and turned into a barrier, protecting Mou and Moroni firmly. What is this? Mou asked in amazement. Blood of the Gu Diao. Sumayer and Yan Shi's voices rang out at the same time. Gu Diao? Mou was puzzled. I know. It's a ferocious beast. Moroni on the side suddenly spoke, her voice excited. There is a beast in the water, called the Gu Diao. It looks like an eagle but has horns. It makes sounds like a baby and eats people. Yes, that's it. Sumayer looked at Moroni in surprise and nodded slightly. Mou looked at his little apprentice in shock. He didn't expect her to be so knowledgeable. I don't know which scholarly family he comes from. Compared with her, there is a huge difference between me, a wild child from a mountain village, and her. Moroni raised her delicate little face slightly, looking proud. In her previous life, she had read a lot of books and her memory was far superior to that of ordinary people. For her, this knowledge was just a piece of cake. She enjoyed the feeling of showing off her talents in front of these indigenous people, especially since this person is his master, and he is also a handsome guy. Sumayer looked at the two of them and continued to add. This isn't actually the real blood of the Gu Diao. It's synthesized using a secret method. When she said this, a hint of sigh appeared on her face. I never thought there would be such a wonderful secret method in the world that can be used to refine the blood of the Gu Diao. What a pity, she shook her head, her face full of regret. This Gu Diao's blood has not yet been fully refined. Otherwise, it would allow the human race to obtain the Gu Diao's bloodline. Uncle Master, since it was done by the Qin family, they have the secret method. We can find it and do it ourselves. Moroni's eyes lit up and he said excitedly upon hearing this. Mou also looked at Sumayer expectantly. Sumayer looked at Moroni and exclaimed, Little girl, you are so smart.
In fact, I have already found the secret method.
She smiled slightly and took out a tattered ancient book from her storage ring. The cover of the ancient book is badly damaged, exuding an ancient atmosphere. The two of them stared at the ancient book, their hearts filled with curiosity. Suddenly, the ancient book in Sue Mayer's hand spontaneously combusted without fire and turned into ashes in an instant. Moromi widened his eyes in disbelief. She didn't understand why Sue Mayer wanted to destroy the secret method. Mo frowned slightly and said, "Is this a sorcery?"
Sue Mayer nodded. This secret method requires sacrificing 9 trillion human infants in order to obtain the pure blood of the Gu Diao.
Her voice was calm, but there was a flicker of disgust in her eyes. However, even she had to admit how powerful the Gu Diao was. A race hidden in the long river of time and fate, perhaps. This was the only time these people came into contact with the word Gu Diao. Mou and Morongi were both stunned. 9 trillion, what a terrifying number. Were there so many people in previous human history? Morongi's heart was filled with shock and anger. She couldn't imagine that so many innocent lives had to be sacrificed in order to gain power. Su Mayer continued. It's impossible for a small Qin family to get so many babies, so their goal is the worst one, tens of millions of babies. But even so, they are still far from this goal. As she spoke, she sighed softly. What a beast. No wonder Sister Mayer wanted to burn it. Mou took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Su Mayer continued. So this thing is just interesting. It doesn't do anything to us, but the fact that we discovered it now can be considered as solving a big problem for this place. Mou nodded. This was probably Chu Yuli's chance, but they came too early. But it's okay this way. Over 500 years, who knows how many babies will die during this period. Asa God in his previous life, Chinsho didn't know these things. That's really strange. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Detected that you have successfully destroyed the opportunity of Chu Yuli, the daughter of destiny. Now that the fragments of Gu Diao blood refining have been destroyed, the blood of the Gu Diao has fallen into your hands. Chu Yuli will no longer have the opportunity to obtain the Gu Diao bloodline. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward, bloodline of the ferocious beast Gu Diao, villain points plus 1000, begin blood implantation. Unlike the fusion of the pure yang kidney body, the fusion process of the Gu Diao bloodline was silent and without any ripples. Mou closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes in his body, but his brows furrowed slightly. Why does it seem like nothing has changed? Wrong. He calmed down, felt more attentively, and finally found a slight difference. Now he can hide himself better. As he tried his best to hide, his aura was restrained and his figure became illusory, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Even some cultivators in the return to void stage might not be able to easily discover him. This is a very suitable ability for assassination. With this, combined with the heavenly poison pearl, he was confident that he could kill Jun Wuan. Sure enough, it really seemed like Chu Yuli's opportunity. It seems that he has some other abilities, but his cultivation level is too low now, so they have not yet been revealed. At this moment, Yan-Shi's voice sounded in his mind. That Gu Diao bloodline might be useful in the future, so you can keep it. Mou nodded and put the bottle of blood into the storage ring. I can give it to Chu Yuli when I get back. I guess it will be useful to her. Chapter 44. Asking for an explanation. Mou turned around and wanted to ask Moromi more about the Gu Diao, but she saw that her eyes were red and she was trembling slightly. I couldn't help but be stunned and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Moromi raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice choked with sobs. "No, it's okay, just a little emotional." Mou probably guessed what she was thinking, patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. This is how the world is. Strength is everything. There will always be people who will do anything to become stronger. Just take care of yourself and avoid those things. Sue Mayer raised her eyebrows slightly. There are a lot of things like this. It's okay to see them more often. It's just that some people died. Mou also said, "That's right, don't be too sad." Moroni took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, Master, I lost my composure." She paused and explained. "I once vowed to save all living beings from suffering, but those evil cultivators will do anything to cultivate their evil skills. Refine living people into puppets, absorb their essence, blood, and souls, just to improve one's own cultivation. I once witnessed an entire village being slaughtered by evil cultivators. No one, young or old, was spared." At this point, Moroni's voice was already trembling noticeably. She bit her lips tightly, as if trying hard to control her emotions. Master. She raised her eyes to look at Mou, and her originally dull eyes suddenly lit up.
How do you think we can make this world a better place? Mou was slightly startled and asked curiously, Xiaoyi, are you from a medical family?
In the Chaos Star region, the only way to be so kind and save all living beings from suffering is through medicine. Moromi shook her head. No, I just learned medicine from my mother. To be precise, it was the oath she made in her previous life when she inherited her teacher's medical skills to first, develop a heart of great compassion and pity, and vow to save all living beings from suffering.
I've sworn to relieve the suffering of every soul.
This is very troublesome, Mou murmured. It would be fine if it was a casual oath, but a vow like this that I can still remember, this will affect your practice, he analyzed.
This is the Chaos Star region.
The spiritual energy is scarce, only about 20% of that in other regions.
Cultivators will do anything to cultivate, and the Starry Holy Land never cares about these things, which is why evil cultivators are rampant.
As for the solution, Mou gave Sumayer a look for help. Why do these disciples always like to give him these difficult problems? Sumayer just looked at him with a half smile, as if she was enjoying a good show.
Oh. I see.
Master, what you mean is that as long as we destroy the Star Holy Land and replace it with a reliable force, the problem can be solved, right? Moromi suddenly became excited, her starry eyes sparkling as she stared at Mou. Mou nodded subconsciously. Although I don't know how she came to this conclusion, but maybe it's feasible?
The person who wants to capture me is also from the Star Holy Land, right?
So as long as we destroy the Star Holy Land, we can kill two birds with one stone. Moromi became more and more excited as he spoke. Mou nodded again. You are really smart.
You can get the answer without saying anything, although I don't know if it's useful.
Suddenly, he remembered what Jun Wuhan said. There is no point in escaping. That's true. Even though he hadn't provoked Moromi just now, given her personality, she will come to the Star Holy Land sooner or later. Holy Land of Stars. In a dark secret room, the smell of blood filled the air. Jun Wuhan walked out of the pool of blood slowly, and every step was accompanied by the sound of dripping blood.
Tianxian Holy Land, he murmured softly, his expression gloomy. Reshaping the body is not difficult for a cultivator in the fusion stage, but it's not a pleasant feeling. That he raised his hand and waved, and a paper crane appeared out of thin air. His lips moved slightly, as if he was telling something to the paper crane. Then he snapped his fingers, and the paper crane turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the secret room in an instant. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness. Tianshu, what exactly did you leave at the Qin family that you're willing to go against the Tianxian Holy Land to get? Jun Wuhan let out a breath.
That thing is very important to me, and it's only a matter of time before we become enemies. At this moment, the entire Star Holy Land began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Jun Wuhan frowned slightly, and looked outward through numerous obstacles above the sky. Shang Suzi stood in midair, spiritual power surging around him, and a violent aura swept in all directions. He is attacking the Star Holy Land's protective formation. Tianxian Holy Land, Shang Suzi. At the same time, in an ancient hall. An old man in a black robe was sitting alone at a stone table, holding a chess piece in his hand and concentrating on playing chess. He has a thin face, deep eyes, and his every move reveals a transcendent temperament. Suddenly, a burly man strode in. He was wearing black armor, had a rough face, and exuded a strong aura. He is the Xuanwu Star Lord of the Star Holy Land. Your Majesty, Shang Suzi is causing trouble outside and wants us to give an explanation. Xuanwu Xingzuan said in a deep voice while handing over a paper crane. The old man in black robe took the paper crane and shook it gently. The paper crane turned into a ball of flame and burned in the air. After the flames died down, several lines of writing appeared in the air.
Mou, Su Meier, and Xianingbing are undoubtedly peerless geniuses.
Mou, who is at the 4th level of Nascent Soul, and Su Meier, who is at the 7th level of Return to Void, can defeat 3 people at the fusion stage. Xianingbing can instantly kill 3 fusion stage cultivators with just her incarnation. The old man in black robe stared at the words in the air, his eyes flickering. Then, his eyes fell on the chessboard, and he waved his hand lightly, and the 3 white pieces lit up.
Your Majesty, what is a peerless genius?
Seeing that the old man in black robe remained silent for a long time, Xuanwu Xingzuan couldn't help but ask. Currently, in the entire history of Tianyuan continent, only Luo Suxin and Bai Shuangying are confirmed to be peerless geniuses. The old man in black robe said calmly, without any emotion in his tone. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu Xingzuan's pupils suddenly shrank and a look of shock appeared on his face.
So, should we keep them? He hesitated for a moment and then asked. They naturally referred to Mou and Su Mayer, who were still in the Chaos Star region. No, they're not important. The old man in black robe shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the chessboard. In the center of the chessboard, a white chess piece is the most dazzling, shining brightly, like a rising star. At the edge of the chessboard, another white chess piece is less bright, but also shining brightly and cannot be ignored. The three white pieces that have just lit up are similar in brightness to the other white pieces on the board and are in the second tier. The old man in black robe waved his hand lightly, and several black chess pieces appeared out of thin air, surrounding the two most dazzling white chess pieces, as if to completely swallow up their light. Just at this moment, the hall began to shake again, and the original chess game was instantly destroyed. Xuan Wu Xingzuan frowned slightly. What about Shang Suzi? If you don't give me an explanation, it seems that I won't be able to get rid of you so easily this time. The old man in black robe waved his hand lightly, and the scattered chess pieces flew back to the chessboard, restoring their original state. You go negotiate with him and agree to whatever he asks for. Chapter 45. This is just too much. What can you do? In the Tianxian Holy Land, inside a magnificent hall, Elder Qingxian looked solemn and bowed to Yi Shimei above him. Ancestor, this is what happened. Xiao Yu was bullied outside. Yi Shimei nodded slightly, indicating that she already knew. She took a sip of her fragrant tea and asked leisurely, Do you know where the master of Zuanf Peak went? Elder Qingxian was stunned, obviously not expecting Yi Shimei to suddenly ask this. Ancestor? Your disciple has been bullied. He couldn't help but remind him. I know. First, tell me where the master of Zuanf Peak went. Yi Shimei's tone remained calm. Although Elder Qingxian was confused, he still answered truthfully. Not long ago, she said she had a bad feeling and went out to hide. But this is not important. What's important is Xiao Yu. They are still in the Chaos Star region and haven't come back yet. He was a little anxious. Why Yi Shimei looked at him helplessly and sighed softly. I'm only at the Tribulation Crossing stage. It's no use looking for me. Do you want me to bear the pressure from a bunch of scattered immortals and captured Jun Wuhan? Elder Qingxian was suddenly speechless. That's right, the ancestor's strength is limited, and the sect has long been handed over to the sect master for management. Are we going to go to war with the Star Holy Land? Qingxian asked hesitantly. You're asking me? Go ask Shang Suzi, he's the sect leader. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shimei's figure disappeared in the hall like smoke. Without a trace, Elder Qingxian stood there blankly, looking at the place where Yi Shimei disappeared, his heart filled with confusion. We can suppress them now, but don't really start a war for now. Wait until Su Xian comes back. Yi Shimei's last voice was heard in the air. Yes. Qingxian reacted and said quickly, on Suiwei Peak, in Ling Wanqing's room. You said there's a strange woman who wants to take you in as her apprentice? Ling Wanqing sat at the table, playing with an exquisite teacup in her hand, and asked in confusion. Chu Yuli nodded slightly. She seems very powerful and doesn't take Zuanf Peak Masters seriously at all. Ling Wanqing frowned slightly. A woman who doesn't take the master of Zuanf Peak seriously and is still hanging around outside, it's only the master, right? What does that woman look like? She asked. Chu Yuli recalled the woman's appearance and spoke slowly. Purple clothes, great figure, and a very serious look. Serious? Then it's not EXAMA.AS. Everyone knows, the master is an alcoholic and has nothing to do with seriousness. It was probably some supreme elder who had just come out of seclusion. Ling Wanqing understood and no longer cared about it. Don't worry about her. Remember, you are from Suiwei Peak. You don't have to be afraid of anyone. Chu Yuli nodded obediently. At this moment, Ling Wanqing suddenly changed the subject. From now on, if you want to steal vegetables from the herb garden, you don't need to take a special mission. You can just steal directly. We all do it anyway, and no one will say anything. Chu Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly, like peach blossoms in March, delicate and beautiful. I was caught stealing vegetables by my junior master. Wait, so they do this often. Chaos Star region, the holy land of stars. Shang Suzi stood in the air, spiritual energy surging around him, like a god of war, with overwhelming power. The Starry Sky Holy Land disregarded the rules set by the 9 Holy Lands and attacked the younger generation. Today, you must pay the price.
His voice was calm, yet filled with undeniable authority, echoing in the air. The next moment, Xuan Wuxingzuan appeared outside the sect protection formation and confronted Shang Suzi in the air. "Shang Suzi, don't push your luck." Shang Suzi restrained his breath and spoke calmly.
"Come out? Little snake turtle, I thought you were going to stay in your shell forever? 3 lives, not 1 less." Upon hearing this, Xuan Wuxingzuan's expression changed. The Shang Suzi was naturally referring to Jun Wuhan and the other 2 elders. Jun Sha has died at the hands of Xianingbing. Jun Wuhan and 2 elders in the fusion stage returned to the Star Holy Land. Impossible. Xuan Wuxingzuan flatly refused. "Are you from Tianqian Holy Land going to go to war with us? Let's start the war. My Tianqian Holy Land is not afraid of anyone."
Shang Suzi said lightly. Xuan Wuxingzuan's heart sank. He knew Shang Suzi was not joking.
Jun Wuhan cannot die. Xuan Wuxingzuan gritted his teeth. He is one of the 7 stars chosen by His Majesty. If you kill him, His Majesty will not let you go. An enemy of your Majesty? Shang Suzi laughed. He's just an old man half buried in the ground. Why should I be afraid of him? Well, in that case, I'll take a step back.
Jun Wuhan can keep his life, but, Shang Suzi smiled faintly, I will cut off his heavenly soul fetal light.
What?
Upon hearing this, Xuan Wuxingzuan was shocked. The heavenly soul and fetal light is the most important soul among the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a cultivator. Once it is cut off, it is almost impossible to repair it later. Not only will your cultivation level be greatly reduced, but there will be no possibility of further progress.
You're going too far.
Xuan Wuxingzuan was furious, his eyes were red.
That's too much? Shang Suzi sneered, that's me, what can you do about it?
Murderous intent suddenly rose from him, and a terrifying aura swept out, making Xuan Wuxingzuan breathless.
Good. 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 Xuan Wuxingzuan laughed in anger. Shang Suzi, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In that case, let's fight.
He roared, his voice spreading like thunder. Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from Xuan Wuxingzuan, and he confronted Shang Suzi head-on. However, Shang Suzi only waved his hand lightly, and Xuan Wuxingzuan flew backwards. He was vomiting blood, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were full of shock and fear.
How is this possible? Xuan Wuxingzuan was horrified. How can your strength be so strong? He couldn't understand why he was defeated in just 1 move when they were both Mahayana practitioners. How can a frog in a well understand the vastness of the universe?
Shang Suzi stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering. Xuan Wuxingzuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a voice. All right. This voice came from the depths of the Holy Land of Stars, majestic and ethereal, as if it came from above the 9 heavens.
Shang Suzi, I agree to your conditions.
Upon hearing this, Xuan Wuxingzuan was filled with resentment and anger, but he could only lower his head helplessly. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures flew out from the Holy Land of Stars. It was Jun Wuhan and the 2 elders. Jun Wuhan looked gloomy. He guessed what Shang Suzi was thinking. The Tianqiu lineage is a demonic path, there is only utilization and being utilized. There is no such absurd thing as being crippled and still being a holy son. Without the protection of the Holy Land, he would surely die the next time he met Sumayer. Shang Suzi waved his hand lightly, and the 2 elders were instantly reduced to dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Without even having time to scream, then, he stretched out his finger and gently tapped Jun Wuhan's brow. At this moment, Jun Wuhan felt an indescribable fear surge in his heart. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move. A shrill scream pierced the sky. His body was shaking violently, veins popped out on his forehead, and sweat was pouring down like rain. Pain, endless pain. He felt his soul being torn into pieces and his consciousness gradually became blurred. I wanted to struggle, to resist, but I couldn't move. I can only watch my soul being torn apart bit by bit, but I can do nothing. This kind of pain is 100 or 1,000 times more intense than any physical torture. It was as if I had fallen into an endless abyss, with darkness all around and only endless pain and despair. After a moment, Shang Suzi withdrew his finger. Jun Wuhan had collapsed to the ground, like a dead dog with its bones pulled out, his whole body twitching, his eyes dull, like a living dead. Xuan Wuxingzuan noticed Jun Wuhan's situation, his eyes were bloodshot and he questioned him angrily. Wait, Shang Suzi. You clearly said that you would only destroy his heavenly soul and fetal light, so why did you also destroy his earthly soul and shu-angling spirit? Chapter 46. I will confess my love to my junior master tonight, Shang Suzi replied calmly.
I am very happy that you can agree to my conditions. But I don't like your attitude just now.
Although his voice was calm, it carried unquestionable authority.
You, Shang Suzi, you are untrustworthy and do not act in a righteous way. You are unworthy of being the leader of the righteous path. Xuanwu Xingzuan roared. Shang Suzi looked at him calmly. The right way? For you? Are you worthy? Xuanwu Xingzuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Okay, that's the end of it.
A faint voice rang out from the depths of the Holy Land of Stars, like an oracle, making it irresistible. Xuanwu Xingzuan had no choice but to bow his head and agree. Shang Suzi turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing, leaving only one sentence echoing in the air for a long time.
As long as it's within the rules, you can play however you want. What if I want to violate it? Oh, don't forget, the rules protect you.
As the last word fell, his figure completely disappeared. Xuanwu Xingzuan clenched his fists, but was helpless. He picked up Jun Wuan, who was lying dead on the ground, and then a voice came to his mind. The 7 souls are still there, and you know how to use them.
Notice them and reselect Tianshu. Xuanwu Xingzuan felt a tightness in his heart, but he still spoke, yes.
The sun is shining brightly in Tianxian Holy Land. INMOU's courtyard, lights flickered inside the house, steam was rising and the air was filled with mist.
Master, I'm
a little nervous. Don't be afraid, shall we, relax.
Well, but I still feel a little fine. Then,
Master, please take off your clothes. Moroni's voice was shy and her cheeks flushed. Outside the door, Meng Lanin's footsteps stopped and her breathing became rapid. Nervous? Taking off clothes? A single man and a single woman are in the same room, and they are still saying such embarrassing things. Could it be? Could it be that they have already, in such a short period of time, he not only accepted a new apprentice, but even got to the point of taking off his clothes? Meng Lanin's heart was in turmoil, and all kinds of unbearable thoughts came to her mind. She could even see a little Mou calling her senior sister in front of her. No. Absolutely not. Jealousy was boiling in Meng Lanin's heart, her lips were bitten white, and her nails pierced her palms. She raised her hand and was about to knock on the door. This time, another sound was heard in the room.
Xiaoyi, you're really good at cooking.
You're so skilled.
Have you done this often before? No, this is my first time. Master, you are really strong. How does it feel? Are you comfortable?
My blood is boiling and my whole body feels refreshed.
It's like an electric shock.
Then I'll work harder and make Master tired so he can have a good sleep. Then a slight panting sound came from the room, ambiguous and unclear. Meng Lanin was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Woohoo, that's too much. Why is Junior Master like this? Meng Lanin's eyes were moist and tears were welling up in them. No. This can't go on. Tonight, she will capture Junior Master Uncle. She turned her head and walked out of the yard with her long legs. Suddenly, she turned back, bit her lips lightly, took out the jade flute and started playing it in the room. Candlelight flickered. Moroni was panting, her cheeks were flushed, and she was sweating profusely. Her fingers moved across Mou's back, and the silver needle flickered with a faint light.
Master, how are you? Are you feeling sleepy now?
She reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead.
However, your condition is too bad now. You will need to lie down for at least 7 days to fully recover.
He was seriously injured and suffered such severe mental damage. She didn't know how her master managed to get through it like nothing happened. When she thought that her master did this for her, she was so moved that she wanted to cry.
Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. You're really good at acupuncture.
Mou lay on the bed, not caring at all of forcibly activating the soul calming flute, and the Tianshu formation plate only resulted in a little bit of backlash. This injury is not as serious as jumping off a cliff. Moroni carefully twisted the silver needle in her hand and slowly injected spiritual power into Mou's body. The secret method passed down from ancestors can not only restore the mind, but also help people sleep more comfortably. This was the first time she had done this for a human being. She had previously tried it on a human model. Mou was completely immersed in a comfortable state. He felt that the meridians in his body were being nourished by a warm energy, which made him feel indescribably comfortable. Suddenly, a sad flute sound floated into my ears, melodious and graceful. For some reason, Mou suddenly thought of Feng Qiuhuang. Unlucky.
Master, someone is playing a tune.
Moroni was surprised. Mou shook his head. Don't worry, It's probably some supreme elder.
Xiaoyi, tell me about that Gu Diao. I'm curious about his abilities.
His eyes were narrowed and his voice was lazy.
Gu Diao? Moroni no longer paid attention to the flute sound outside. After thinking for a moment, he spoke while giving acupuncture.
The Gu Diao lives in water and is good at stealth.
It has two forms, leopard and eagle. In eagle form, its feathers are indestructible. As for the leopard, I'm not sure.
MOU responded softly. In addition to stealth, the Gu Diao bloodline also has at least one ability to increase defense. He came back directly after leaving the Holy Land of Stars. I heard that Shang Suzi caused a big commotion over there. Jun Wuhan and the two elders are both dead. Originally, Jun Wuhan was only half disabled. What a pity. The demon sect doesn't keep useless people otherwise. He also wanted to try the assassination ability of the Gu Diao bloodline, this time when fighting with Jun Wuhan. He discovered that he had a big flaw: there is no suitable means of attack. Although the formation can be used in combat, sufficient preparation time is required. The Human Emperor Banner, the Soul Calming Flute, and the Sky Poison Pearl, although powerful, are not pure enough. They have too many functions and are not perfect in killing, and the viewing effect is not good. He likes the ones with more special effects. Now there are two options. First, fire. He combined his three types of fire to create a powerful spell. Second, weapons. The challenge that his master left for him and Jianzi of the Sword Sect. The bet is a flying sword, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Now that he is in the nascent soul stage, he is ready to fight. Both can be done at the same time. Studying spells while preparing for battle, his thoughts gradually became blurred, and MOU fell into a deep sleep in comfort. Seeing this, Moroni gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. I'm so tired. Outside the house, Meng Lanin held the jade flute, and the last note dissipated in the air. She bit her lip and turned away. Tonight, I will use the immortal drunk to boost my courage and confess my feelings to Junior Master. Moroni looked at MOU's strong body, and suddenly a bold idea emerged in his heart. Touch it. Her cheeks flushed slightly and her heart beat faster. This is my master. How could he have such thoughts? But master's skin looked so good, completely different from that of a girl. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke MOU's back. While Moroni screamed and quickly withdrew his hand, as if he had been electrocuted. The feel of a boy's hand is really different from mine, hard and elastic. She lowered her head shyly, blaming herself deeply. How could she do such a thing to her master? Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Moroni apologized in a low voice, her voice as thin as a mosquito. She quickly covered MOU with a blanket and prepared to leave. At this moment, a book on the table caught her attention. Records of the goddess Qiangming. Moroni blinked. She knew this book. An indescribable work from the previous life, but how could this happen in this world? How about, take a look at what's written inside? After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but turn the page out of curiosity. Author, Cape? Moroni was stunned. Isn't Haijiao the indescribable forum in the previous life? Could it really be written by a time traveler? She continued to read. Suddenly, a book next to her completely shocked her. Martial Universe, how is this possible? Chapter 47, Breaking Off the Engagement. Late but arriving. Martial Universe, pen name, Tianya. Ling Qingyue gently flipped through the beautifully bound book in her hand, her voice cold. The pages in her hands exuded a faint scent of ink, which intertwined with the cool aura on her body, forming a unique charm. Qingyue, you've been standing here watching for a long time. Are we going to cancel the engagement? Ling Yunshue's voice came from behind, with a hint of helplessness. I know that Tianya's books are indeed good, but there's no need for you to be so obsessed with them, right? Ling Qingyue closed the book, turned around, and looked at Ling Yunxue with a cold gaze. Master, I just think this book is interesting. Ling Yunxue walked to Ling Qingyue and looked at her outstanding disciple, feeling a complex emotion in her heart. Qingyue, are you still thinking about that man? Do you think he could be like the protagonist in the novel, overcoming all odds and coming to you? She asked softly, her tone worried. That incident had a great impact on Ling Qingyue, and she was worried that Ling Qingyue would develop a mental demon because of it. Ling Qingyue was slightly startled, then shook her head. Master, you worry too much. I'm not that naive. Her voice was indifferent, without any emotion. Ling Yunxue sighed and spoke earnestly. Qingyue, I know you feel bad, but you have to understand that person is not qualified to enter our Taiching Holy Land. He is just a casual cultivator in the qi refining stage, and you are the holy maiden of the Taiching Holy Land.
The gap between you two is like the difference between heaven and earth.
If you keep thinking about him, it will only breed inner demons and be detrimental to your cultivation.
Besides, you have a purine body. Even if you lose your virginity, you still have a lot, I understand, Master.
Ling Qingyue interrupted, her cold eyes calm.
Master's teachings, Qingyue will remember them in her heart.
Seeing this, Ling Yunxue felt a little relieved.
I'm glad you understand.
She paused and asked again.
What are your plans for canceling the engagement?
I just received news that Shang Suzi caused a big disturbance in the Star Holy Land. It is said that it was because Su Meier was attacked by Jun Wuwen in the Chaos Star region. The Holy Sun Tianxian was also present at the time. Ling Yunxue said this while observing Ling Qingyue's expression. Ling Qingyue looked calm and continued to listen. She doesn't seem to care about these things, Ling Yunxue continued.
Besides, Su Meier won.
You have to know that she just returned to the void stage. She was able to defeat Jun Wuwen, who was in the fusion stage. Hearing this, Ling Qingyue remained calm. Ling Yunxue suddenly felt bored and stopped keeping the secret. I think the Holy Sun Tianxian also played a big role in this. He's so powerful, and Shang Suzi is extremely protective. Ling Yunxue shook her head, her tone helpless, and said nothing more. When Ling Qingyue heard this, a strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. In this case, it's even more necessary to retreat. The Tianxian Holy Land is so powerful, it will definitely not accept a defiled woman. What's more, Shang Suzi is so protective of his people. If we conceal this, we will definitely end up in trouble if we are discovered.
Ling Yunxue nodded. That's true. Forget it. Let's cancel this engagement.
In Tianxian Holy Land, in MOU's courtyard, Moromi was holding Against the Gods, Extra Edition, and reading it with great interest. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, and her heartbeat fluctuated with the plot of the book. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, pulling Moromi back from the world of the book. She was so startled that she almost dropped the book in her hand. Moromi quickly hid the book behind her and walked to open the door with a guilty conscience, like a child who had
done something wrong. Junior Master?
Moromi was a little surprised to see the person standing outside the door. Ling Wanqing smiled slightly and asked in a gentle voice.
Xiaoyi, where is your master?
Moromi turned around and saw Mou still lying quietly on the bed, immersed in a dream from setting up the formation to playing the flute. The damage was great and he has not recovered yet.
Master, he's still sleeping.
Moromi spoke in a low voice, afraid of waking Mou. Ling Wanqing nodded. Ling Qingyue is here to break off the engagement.
I'm going to call you. Having said that, she suddenly frowned and looked into the room.
It's okay, I'll go to the sect hall.
She knows Mou too well. It was just a fatal injury. Don't think that he was fine before.
He was just holding on it just to break point. 3 days to it takes 3 days to wake up from this level of injury. Yet if your mind is hurt, even pills won't work. She was about to leave when Moromi stopped her.
I want to go and see.
Ling Wanqing looked at her doubtfully, but nodded. The kitchen was steaming hot. Xu Yuli stood in front of the stove, holding a wooden spoon in her hand, gently stirring the soup in the pot. When she heard the conversation outside, her pretty brows furrowed slightly, and a feeling of displeasure welled up in her heart that Ling Qingyue actually looked down on Master and even dared to cancel Master's engagement. This is outrageous.
When she reaches the Mahayana stage of cultivation, no, it's an
immortal, she must tie that man up and use him as a cauldron for her master. Xu Yuli swore secretly in her heart and stirred the wooden spoon in her hand more vigorously. After thinking about this, she focused her attention back on the soup in front of her. She carefully put the herbs in one by one. These herbs were exactly what she got from the medicine garden. Each one looks quite extraordinary. When Master came back this time, he looked very tired. She wants to use these herbs to make a pot of nourishing soup for her master. Master will definitely be very happy. The corners of Xu Yuli's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sweet smile. At the same time, while Mou was sleeping, the system's voice sounded. World line change detected. Rededuce the opportunity. Deduction completed. Because of your existence, Xu Yuli willingly discarded her own 4th grade elixir. Without this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult for her to establish her foundation. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: Heavenly Dao Foundation Building Pill. Heavenly Dao Foundation Building Pill assists Qi refining cultivators in building a perfect Heavenly Dao foundation, and can also make up for past regrets. Villain points plus 300.
Chapter 48. A perfect Plantianchuan Holy Land, Tianxian Peak Hall. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified, and there was a heavy feeling in the air. Ling Wanqing and Moromi walked into the hall and found a corner to sit down. Not on both sides of the hall, people from the Taiqing and Tianxian Holy Land sat opposite each other. In the Taiqing Holy Land, Ling Qingyue and Ling Yinxue looked calm. On the other hand, on the side of Tianxian Holy Land, everyone's face was gloomy, with unresolved anger condensed between their brows. Elder Qingshan kept making hand gestures with his hands, his brows furrowed, as if he was deducing something. No one spoke for a long time. Moromi couldn't hold it in any longer, so he leaned close to Ling Wanqing's ear and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Junior Master, what happened?" Ling Wanqing made a gesture to keep quiet, and with a slight movement of her fingertips, a soundproofing formation instantly condensed, enveloping the two of them. Ling Qingyue, the holy maiden of Taiqing Holy Land, wants to cancel senior brother's engagement. Moromi turned around and looked at the expressions of the two groups of people, probably guessed everything. Isn't this a replica of Dupo's broken engagement? That's too much. Anger welled up in her heart, and she asked again, "Master, do you like that Ling Qingyue?" Ling Wanqing recalled the past. In his previous life, Mou's evaluation of Ling Qingyue was, "She is like a lump of ice. It takes a lot of effort to melt her. If nothing special happens, there is absolutely no possibility for him and Ling Qingyue. He doesn't have the patience to." In the end, it turned out to be true. Even though his senior brother passed away, he and Ling Qingyue were just ordinary friends. They are just ordinary friends, there is no way they can be together. Ling Wanqing said firmly. "I see." Moromi's eyes were filled with anger and hostility as he looked at Ling Qingyue. This person is really bad. He even wanted to cancel his master's engagement. She rushed forward and broke out of the formation. As soon as she came out, she attracted everyone's attention. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. Today you are not here to cancel the engagement, but I am here to do it on behalf of Master. Before she could finish her words, Ling Wanqing quickly took action and sealed her mouth with spiritual power. Moromi struggled desperately but couldn't break free from the restraints. Ling Wanqing smiled apologetically to everyone. "I'm sorry, this is my new disciple. He's still young and doesn't know much." She was a little emotional when she saw her master's engagement was broken off. "Please forgive her." The elders looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Shang Suzi waved his hand. "That's fine. Children speak without restraint. We won't argue with the young ones." As he spoke, he looked towards the Taiqing Holy Land meaningfully. Ling Yinxue and Ling Qingyue also nodded slightly, indicating that they didn't care. Ling Wanqing quickly pulled Moromi back into the soundproof formation. Her voice was low but urgent. "What are you doing? That's not what I meant." She broke off the engagement because she lost her virginity, not because she looked down on senior brother. Moromi felt his head buzzing. "Lost your virginity? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" She just wanted to find a hole to crawl into now. It was so embarrassing. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. "If that's the case, just quit. Why keep her around? It's not like senior brother and she have any feelings for each other anyway." Ling Wanqing said softly, "Don't be anxious. Not only do they have no feelings for each other, in fact, they don't even recognize each other now. Even if they are together, they don't know that the other person is engaged to them." In his previous life, Mou only found out that he had a fiancée many years later. However, this life ended before it even began. Don't know what happened. The nine-leaf destiny grass brings too many variables. Elder Qingshuan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and the movements of his hands finally stopped. Shang Suzi quickly asked, "How is it? Have you figured out who caused Qingyue to lose her virginity?" Qingshuan's old face turned red. "You were waiting for this? What else?" Shang Suzi asked back. "Are you kidding me? How could I be considered a qi refiner? Where can I put my old face?" Elder Qingshan said righteously. He certainly wouldn't admit failure. The man seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog and could not be seen at all. There must be a powerful person who was proficient in divination to protect you. He thought he had reached a very high level of attainment in divination. "I didn't expect that I would fall into the hands of a qi refiner. In the past few decades, he has only used divination 3 times. One time, it was Busuan Tianya's identity, that is, Mou, and it Succeeded. A few years later, he came across a wonderful book called Fairies Cultivation, Pure Love Edition, and was so amazed that he wanted to find the author and ask him to update the book. However, he didn't expect that the man seemed to have anticipated this and used a secret method to block his divination. I didn't expect that. It's only been a few years today. He unexpectedly fell into trouble again at the hands of a youngster in the chi refining stage. Shang Suzi frowned slightly. The series of actions that Elder Qing Xian just took were clearly divination techniques, but he didn't point it out. Even Qing Xian couldn't find that person, which only means that there are few people in the entire Tianxian Holy Land who can find him. At this time, Ling Qingyue spoke. I also ask all the seniors to agree to Qingyue's cancellation of the engagement. Shang Suzi nodded slightly. There was no way they would agree to MOU marrying someone who had lost her virginity. This engagement was originally made by Yishime in order to assist the Taiqing Holy Land and save face for Ling Yinxue. If it succeeds, that's the best. If it doesn't, that doesn't matter. In fact, he himself was strongly against the two of them being together. Xiaoyu will ascend to the upper realm within 500 years, and Ling Qingyue will inherit the position of sect leader and will have to stay in the lower realm for at least 3,000 years. 2,500 years of separation is still too long for young people who are less than 500 years old, Shang Suzi said. I agree to cancel the engagement. Is there anyone who objects? The hall was silent. Su Qiyun, the master of the Spirit Beast Peak, looked at Morong Yi, as if thinking about something. Seeing that no one objected, Shang Suzi was about to announce the result, etc. Su Qiyun suddenly stood up and interrupted Shang Suzi with a serious expression. I think this is inappropriate. He paused and said, when Fairy Yi made this engagement, we invested a lot of effort and resources in the Taiqing Holy Land. Nowadays, you can just quit and leave. How can such a good thing happen? Ling Yinxue couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. She adjusted her sleeves gracefully, her tone calm yet dignified. We can return all the previous aid. However, Su Qiyun waved his hand and looked at Ling Yinxue with a meaningful smile on his face. No, that's not necessary. I have a better plan. Chapter 49, Marrying a Daughter. Oh? Ling Yinxue raised her eyebrows with interest. Tell me about it. Su Qiyun cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Since Qingyue has already, then this engagement naturally cannot continue. But this engagement was made by Fairy Yi herself, so it can't be easily annulled. He paused, looking over the crowd. So, I have a perfect method. It can maintain the relationship between the two holy places without embarrassing the holy son or holy daughter. Shang Suzi's eyes lit up. Oh? Tell me, what exactly is the perfect method? Su Qiyun smiled slightly, his eyes moving between Ling Yinxue and Ling Qingyue, finally settling on Ling Yinxue. How about having the Taiqing sect master marry off my daughter and become Xiaoyu's Taoist partner? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the shocking proposal. Marrying a daughter on behalf of another, is this human language? Although everyone knows that Ling Yinxue and Ling Qingyue are only mother and daughter in name, only even Ling Yinxue is still single, but this is too ridiculous. The smile on Shang Suzi's face froze. There is actually such an outrageous person in my own sect. Recalling Morong Yi's divorce on his behalf, after he ascends to heaven. What will happen to this holy land? Morong Yi was stunned. Is the world of cultivating immortals so open? Can we still play like this? However, that woman is really pretty, and it's not impossible for her to be my master's wife. Ling Wanqing was excited. What a huge profit! Instead of wasting time on Ling Qingyue, this ice cube, it would be better to capture her master. If she had thought of it earlier in her previous life, her senior brother wouldn't have been single all his life. Senior brother will definitely like it. She remembered her senior brother saying, he doesn't have any special splits, he likes anything as long as it looks good. Ling Yinxue, the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan continent in Shang Suzi's generation, is no worse than Ling Qingyue. Ling Qingyue widened her beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. Tianxian Holy Land actually made such an outrageous request. Let master marry on her behalf. This is simply worse than killing her. Ling Yinxue frowned slightly. She elegantly picked up the teacup and took a sip to hide her inner turmoil. When he put down the cup, a playful smile appeared on his lips. The Spirit Beast Peak Master really loves to joke around. She leaned lazily against the back of her chair, her voice soft and charming. I wonder if you're serious or just trying to tease me. Shang Suzi coughed lightly, looking embarrassed. He was about to open his mouth to reject this ridiculous proposal. Su Qiyun spoke first. Don't be impatient, just listen to me.
He looked at Ling Yunxue with a sincere gaze.
This marriage contract was originally an agreement between Fairy Yi and you.
It is also a testament to the friendly cooperation between our two holy places. Now that Saint Qingyue has had an accident, it is only natural for you, as her master, to fulfill the marriage contract on her behalf. Moreover, Xiaoyu is a disciple of the Grand Elder and is of the same generation as us. If she were to marry Qingyue like before, it would be inappropriate. Ling Yunxue frowned slightly and asked back.
Isn't he the Holy Son?
He will definitely succeed the position of sect leader in the future.
What's wrong with that, just like Qingyue?
Su Qiyun quickly gave Shang Suzi a wink. Shang Suzi understood and explained, Xiaoyu has no intention of becoming the sect leader. The next sect leader will be, his eyes swept across everyone and finally locked onto Moroni.
He's Xiaoyu's latest apprentice. Everyone's eyes turned to Moroni. She was stunned. How could I become the candidate for the sect leader inexplicably? But the crowd did not stay on her for too long. She is not the centerpiece of this drama. Su Qiyun continued to talk. See, there's no problem with the seniority, it fits perfectly.
Ling Yunxue realized that this reason was useless and asked instead.
But I'm already old. How can I be the Taoist companion of the Holy Son Tianxian? Su Qiyun disagreed. Master Taiching, you're joking.
You were the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan continent back then. Although Ling Yunxue is not young, time has not left many traces on her. Instead, it gave her a more mature charm. That elegant face was well maintained, and her skin was as white as jade and as delicate as a baby's. A pair of beautiful eyes, looking bright and shining, revealing the unique charm of a mature woman. The luxurious white robe perfectly shows off her curvy figure. The plump breasts, slender waist, and perky buttocks create an exciting picture. Wherever she went, she became a beautiful scenery, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. Ling Yunxue was silent. She didn't expect things to develop to this point. Let her marry off her daughter, absurd, but their Taiching Holy Land really needs the Tianxian Holy Land as an ally. This was how she persuaded Ling Qingyue to agree to the marriage proposal. It's impossible to reject someone just by meeting him, her, right? What would Qingyue think? If she could become a Taoist partner with the Holy Son Tianxian, it will be able to bind the Tianxian Holy Land and the Taiching Holy Land firmly together. This was something she couldn't refuse. In addition, the Holy Son of Tianxian is both superior in appearance and talent. Thinking of this, Ling Yunxue's heart suddenly rippled, and she felt a little moved. She raised her hand and gently stroked her smooth and delicate cheek, which still felt as firm as before. She is still beautiful and charming. Ling Yunxue already had a plan in mind. She turned to look at Ling Qingyue and asked softly, Qingyue, what do you think?
Ling Qingyue quickly shook her head and said anxiously, Master, absolutely not. How can you marry for me? This doesn't make sense.
Her voice was trembling, and she was obviously very anxious. This was the first time she was so excited in all her years of practice. Ling Yunxue shook her head and turned to Shang Suzi.
I agree to fulfill the marriage contract on behalf of Qingyue and Saint Tianxian.
Shang Suzi was stunned. Can you agree to something like this? Can a normal person come? Still, he nodded.
In that case, then let it be so.
Fortunately, MOU didn't know about this engagement, so even if the person was replaced, he wouldn't know. At this moment, Ling Qingyue's voice rang out.
I don't agree. Master, you can't agree to them.
Her voice was not loud, but extremely firm. You are the leader of the Taiching Holy Land and my master.
How could you?
Ling Yunxue looked at Ling Qingyue and sighed softly.
Qingyue, I know what you are thinking. But you have to understand that there are some things that we cannot control. Being in this position, we must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities.
For the future of the Holy Land, sometimes we have to make some sacrifices. Ling Qingyue's delicate body trembled slightly when she heard this. She bit her lip.
But, no buts. Ling Yunxue interrupted her. That's settled.
Master, Ling Qingyue wanted to say something else, but Ling Yunxue had already turned around and no longer looked at her. I agree to this marriage. Please tell Shang Xiaoyu about this.
From now on, he will be my fiancé.
Chapter 50. Ener comes to play the flute 3 days later. MOU woke up slowly. The afterglow of the setting sun shines into the house, dyeing everything golden. detected that you have successfully disrupted the engagement between MOU and Ling Qingyue. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: Purine Mysterious Ice, automatically replenish 500 luck points, villain points plus 500. MOU was slightly stunned. What happened? I slept with him and ended up losing my engagement. Then, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It seems that Ling Qingyue really believes that he will find her one day. Very nice. After all, Tianxian Xingzi doesn't know the other party at all. She took the initiative to cancel the engagement, which showed that the previous events had some impact on her and that she did not want to deceive herself, the son of Tianxian.as, for their relationship. When the time comes, just go to Taiching Holy Land to find her. MOU stood up and stretched. He had never felt so refreshed in all these years. Xiaoyi's acupuncture is indeed effective. The mental energy lost from setting up the formation and playing the flute has also recovered a lot. Open the system space. A pill emitting a soft glow was quietly suspended there. Perfect Heavenly Tao Foundation building pill. It's really easy. There are rewards for everything. As for the medicinal herbs that Chu Yuli damaged, MOU didn't care much. It's just a 4th grade spiritual medicine, not a precious thing. There are plenty of them in the Tianxian Holy Land. MOU pushed open the door and walked out. In the yard, Ling Wanqing was standing under an ancient tree, looking quietly into the distance. Hearing the noise, she turned around with a sweet smile on her face. Brother, are you awake? The sound is clear and pleasant, as beautiful as an oriole. She was wearing a light blue long dress today with a few delicate orchids embroidered on the hem, which made her look particularly fresh and refined. MOU nodded and asked, "Where are you and Xiaoyi?" Ling Wanqing sighed helplessly. Yuli is busy cooking in the kitchen. As for Xiaoyi, she was called away by Master Su Feng. Su Qiyun? Moyu was puzzled. Why is he looking for Morong-yi? Could it be that he asked Xiaoyi to work as compensation because he stole his chicken last time? Su Qiyun, master of Spirit Beast Peak. He is notoriously dishonest and extremely stingy, often haggling over a few chickens. Ling Wanqing nodded. It's him. He said he wants to choose a suitable spirit beast for Xiaoyi. She recalled what happened earlier. She and Morong-yi were about to leave, but were stopped by Su Qiyun. The two hit it off immediately and had a great conversation. It turned out that Su Qiyun was inspired by Morong-yi's words. Since he could divorce his wife on behalf of his teacher, why couldn't he marry his daughter on her behalf? At the same time, he was deeply moved by Morong-yi's youthful arrogance and lofty ambitions, so he decided to give her a spirit beast as a gift. Mou nodded slightly. It seems to be a meeting gift. Ling Wanqing continued. Brother, the Sword Sect's sword trial conference will be held in a month. Third senior sister wants you to go and see it for yourself. Test the sword? Okay. Mou agreed readily. Not only that, third senior sister also said that you and Jianzi will have a competition, and you have to defeat him at the sword test conference 10 years later. Good. Mou agreed confidently. A mere swordsman in the nascent soul stage is not worth mentioning. We don't have to wait 10 years, we can win now. Ling Wanqing nodded seriously. Your swordsmanship is too poor now. Senior sister wants you to practice hard so that you don't lose when the time comes. Mou frowned slightly. Wait, sword play? A sword test? You want me to duel with him? Yes. Ling Wanqing said as if it was a matter of course. Are you sure? He has the sword heart, right? I don't even have the sword intent right now, and you want me to duel with him? Mou complained. The sword testing conference is a grand event held by the Sword Sect, which brings together sword practitioners from all over the world to exchange ideas and learn from each other. The sword testing conference, all cultivators only use their own skills and swords to fight. To select the strongest swordsman in each realm. To put it bluntly, this is an occasion for the Sword Sect to show off. After all, the Sword Sect is best at swordsmanship. Even the 9 holy places find it difficult to compete with the Sword Sect in the way of swordsmanship. He was so bored that he would compare his mediocre skills with others' strong ones. There are still 10 years left. Ling Wanqing said indifferently. In the previous life, the senior brother defeated Jianzi 30 years later. This time, senior brother is stronger. Spend 10 years to comprehend the sword intent and sword heart, and then defeat Jianzi. Isn't that easy? Mou nodded. Got it. Anything else? Ling Wanqing blinked. Also, you must go to the sword test next month. There's a big surprise. Surprise? What surprise? It's not a surprise anymore if you tell me. Ling Wanqing deliberately kept the secret. She prepared something special for Ling Yinxue, something her senior brother had designed before, and he absolutely loved it. You didn't ask any further questions. As Wanqing said, if you know the surprise in advance, it is no longer a surprise.
Master, you're awake.
A crisp voice interrupted their conversation. Mo turned his head and saw Chu Yuli walking towards him with a plate of soup. Come and try the soup I just made. Mo's eyes fell on the bowl of soup and he was stunned. This, you call this thing soup? The bowl was filled with emerald green liquid. Although the color looked pretty good, he could smell the bitter taste like Chinese medicine from a distance. Based on his rich knowledge of elixirs and poisons, this is a reaction between the elixirs, producing a bitter substance. Even among elixirs, this bitter medicine is of low quality, let alone a soup. Master, although it may indeed smell a bit unpleasant, this is yours thoughtful gesture after all.
Chu Yuli's voice became a little low.
She looked at Mou pitifully, her clear eyes full of expectation. Mou's heart melted when he saw her pitiful look. Bang! He quickly returned to his room and welded the door shut. It is always better to digest it in the heart than in the stomach. That's something humans can eat. Chu Yuli felt helpless. She also knew it didn't taste good. She turned to look at Ling Wanqing.
Uncle Master, do you want to try it?
Ling Wanqing looked at the bowl of soup inside in her heart. It's just the loss of a puppet, not a big deal. Not long after, Ling Wanqing finally used the puppet to digest the poisonous soup. This time, the courtyard door was gently pushed open, and Moromi walked in carrying 2 chickens with bright feathers, with an excited smile on her face.
Come and see, the chicken that the spirit beast Peak Master gave me.
Ling Wanqing was slightly stunned when she saw the chicken in Moromi's hand. These 2 chickens are actually Shenling colorful feather chickens in the Jindan stage. As an ornamental spiritual beast, it is extremely difficult for the Shenling colorful feather chicken to grow to the golden core stage. Maybe, the 2 in Moromi's hands are older than Su Qiyan. Even if they went to steal normally, they would only steal those in the qi refining stage. This time Su Qiyan invested a lot of money. Moromi looked at Ling Wanqing's surprised expression and felt a little proud. She smiled and said, this chicken looks delicious.
Let's stew it some other time.
Outside the yard, Su Qiyan, who had just sent Moromi back and had not walked far, stumbled and almost fell. That if you are not from the same peak, you cannot enter the same peak. Why are they all the same? The Shenling colorful feather chicken is an ornamental spiritual animal, not for eating. Night falls. I in the room. Mou sat cross-legged, practicing with great concentration. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door.
Is Junior Master here?
The voice was charming and attractive, with a hint of expectation. It was Meng Lanian. Mou stood up and opened the door. Meng Lanian's originally slightly disappointed expression instantly became full of energy. She thought Mou was not there again.
Ina is here to play the flute.
A crystal clear jade flute appeared out of thin air in her slender jade hand. Mou was delighted and quickly turned sideways. Come in quickly. Before entering the door, Meng Lanian poked her little head out of the door and looked around like a vigilant kitten. After making sure that there was no one around, he walked into the room and closed the door gently. Chapter 51. This is not wine at all. Mou welcomed Meng Lanian into the house and his eyes lingered on the jade flute in her hand for a moment. This jade flute is crystal clear all over and exudes a faint spiritual aura. You can tell at first glance that it is not an ordinary item. Meng Lanian noticed Mou's gaze, smiled sweetly, and handed the jade flute to him.
Junior Master, this flute is called Qingxin. It was given to me by my master. It has an excellent tone. Would you like to try it?
Mou took the jade flute, which felt slightly cool and delicate to the touch.
Good flute, he exclaimed. As long as Junior Master Uncle likes it.
There was joy in Meng Lanian's voice. She walked to the table, sat down, and put the jade flute to her lips.
Then I'll start.
Mou nodded, sat down beside him, and waited quietly. Meng Lanian took a deep breath and began to play slowly. The flute sounds melodious and graceful, flowing in every corner of the room like a clear spring. Mou closed his eyes and listened quietly. Meng Lanian's flute playing skills are indeed superb. Every note is handled just right, making people intoxicated. When the song ended, Mou opened his eyes and expressed his sincere admiration.
Ina is really good at playing the flute. Meng Lanian's cheeks flushed slightly. Master Junior, thank you for the compliment.
She stood up, walked to Mou and handed him the jade flute.
Junior Master, would you like to try?
Mou shook his head, no.
It's okay, I can teach you.
As Meng Lanian spoke, she took the initiative to pull MOU's hand and put the jade flute into his hand. When she touched MOU's warm palm, her heart couldn't help but move slightly, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. She held MOU's hand, placed his fingers on the holes of the flute, and gave him soft instructions. Junior Master, if you press it like this. MOU tried to play the flute according to Meng Lanin's instructions. However, the sound he produced was intermittent and lacked a tune, which made Meng Lanin chuckle. Junior Master, you are so stupid. Meng Lanin scolded him, but her eyes were full of smiles. MOU smiled and said, it seems that I am not very talented in this area. It's okay, take your time. Meng Lanin comforted him. She held MOU's hand again and patiently guided him. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and MOU could even smell the faint fragrance coming from Meng Lanin. Meng Lanin felt MOU's breath, her cheeks became redder and her eyes became a little blurred. Junior Master, she called softly. Today, someone confessed to me again. Meng Lanin suddenly spoke, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. MOU was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I think you must have refused. Meng Lanin nodded slightly, her voice proud. Of course, how could I possibly like him? Then, the two fell into silence for a long time. Meng Lanin suddenly pointed out the window. Uncle Junior Master, look, the moonlight is so beautiful today. MOU looked in the direction of her finger. There were only thick clouds outside the window. Where was the shadow of the moon? He was about to say something when he was interrupted by Meng Lanin. Little master, close your eyes. Ener will give you a gift. MOU closed his eyes as he was told. Okay, open your eyes. What caught my eye was the girl's clenched fist, small and white. What's inside? MOU asked curiously. Meng Lanin slowly opened her hands, and a ball of bright white light gradually rose, floating in her palms, soft and bright. This is the moon Ener gave to Junior Master. Her voice was as gentle as water. The white light gradually rose and condensed into a hazy full moon in the room, emitting bright light, illuminating the room like a fairyland. MOU looked at the girl's flawless face in the moonlight. The moonlight was reflected in her bright eyes, as if they were filled with stars. Meng Lanin smiled slightly, revealing two shallow dimples, beautiful and charming. MOU looked a little dazed, and his heart beat faster unconsciously. Does Junior Master like Ener's gift? There was a hint of trepidation in her voice. MOU came back to his senses, nodded, and praised generously. I like it very much. As long as it's a gift from Ener, I like it. Meng Lanin's cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She took out an exquisite little box from her bosom and opened it. Inside was a few exquisite snacks dotted with golden osmanthus flowers, emitting an enticing fragrance. Master Junior, this is the sweet-scented osmanthus cake I made myself, please try it. MOU looked at the pieces of osmanthus cakes and smelled the faint fragrance of osmanthus, which was mixed with a hint of wine, making people intoxicated. Okay, I'll try it. MOU said, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake and urging the sky poison pearl to purify the impurities inside. The alcohol content in this is too high, just feel a little tipsy. He put the osmanthus cake into his mouth and took a light bite. The osmanthus cake melted in his mouth, sweet and delicious, with a rich aroma of osmanthus and wine, and tasted excellent. It melts in your mouth, is sweet and delicious, and tastes great. Ener's cooking skills are really good. He praised it, saying that it was obvious that a lot of precious ingredients were used in it, and they were completely integrated with the aroma of the wine. She is much better than Chu Yuli, the girl who only knows how to waste elixirs. Meng Lanin watched MOU eat the osmanthus cake, with anticipation in her beautiful eyes. As long as Junior Master Uncle likes it, I can make it for him every day in the future. She said softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. However, MOU ate one osmanthus cake after another without feeling anything unusual. Meng Lanin's heart sank and she felt a little disappointed. She added the immortal drunk that Ling Wanqing gave her into the osmanthus cake, but why does Junior Master Uncle act like nothing happened? Miscalculated. Meng Lanin was secretly annoyed. Junior Master Uncle didn't get drunk, so how should she proceed with her next plan? Uncle Junior Master, can you feed me one? Meng Lanin suddenly spoke. I can only use the backup plan, use alcohol to get the courage to confess my feelings. MOU nodded slightly. He picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and brought it to Meng Lanin's lips. Meng Lanin opened her little mouth and bit it gently. After eating the osmanthus cake, her cheeks quickly turned red and her eyes became blurred. MOU was a little surprised. How could this wine be so strong? Junior Master, Meng Lanin's eyes were blurred and her cheeks were flushed, just like the peach blossoms blooming in March, so beautiful and tempting. Mou looked at the girl in front of him, her eyes, which were usually clear and bright, were now covered with a layer of mist, full of temptation. This is because he is drunk and confused. He was about to help Meng Lanin to the bed to rest, but he saw her take out a wine jug and take a big gulp, still drinking. I don't have to get up for 3 days. Mou reached out and supported Meng Lanin's soft body to prevent her from falling. Suddenly, Meng Lanin turned her head and kissed him on the lips. A faint aroma of wine spread between the two people's lips and teeth, with a hint of sweetness that made people intoxicated. The sweet wine slid down the girl's cherry lips and into the tip of her tongue. This isn't wine at all. Chapter 52. Meng Lanin. Which good person would mix the wine with happiness? Mou couldn't help but stare at the girl in front of him. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes were filled with water, as if holding a pool of spring water. Her lips parted slightly, her breath was like orchid, her breath was alluring, with a hint of sweet wine. Master Junior, I like you, I really like you. Meng Lanin's cherry lips moved away, her voice soft and sticky with a hint of drunkenness. Before she finished speaking, she hugged Mou tightly, her soft breasts pressed against his chest. Then, she raised her head slightly and looked at Mou with loving eyes. A heat gradually surged in Mou's body. This silly girl actually put such a strong medicine in the wine. Now it's okay. People are confused, but the poison of Haiju is too boring. So this kind of thing should naturally be done in a sober state. The sky poison pearl was activated, and the love poison in the two people's bodies was instantly released. As the poison was removed, Meng Lanin's brain suddenly crashed and went blank. How could I have done such a thing just now? I'm sorry. Junior Master, I didn't mean to do that. I was drunk. She struggled to break free from Mou in panic, her cheeks so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Immediately, she secretly regretted it and felt very upset. Why come down by yourself? Such a good opportunity. I could have easily taken down Junior Master. At this moment, a pair of strong arms held her waist and pulled her back into the warm embrace. You're trying to escape right after lighting the fire. How could such a good thing happen? Meng Lanin raised her eyes were shy and misty. Junior Master, Mou didn't say anything else and kissed Meng Lanin's lips directly. His lips pressed down heavily, rubbing against hers, domineeringly robbing her of her breath. Meng Lanin was completely immersed in this passionate kiss. Morongi tiptoed to Mou's door and gently pushed it open. The door was locked and no one opened it. She was secretly upset. Today I accidentally took my master's book away. It would be bad if my master found out. She looked out the window. I don't know if I can get in from there. At this moment, Mou's voice came faintly from inside the house. Xiaoyi, what are you doing sneaking around outside? Morongi's body stiffened. No, nothing, master. I left something in your room. Can I go in and get it? I see, your needle. As soon as he finished speaking, a box of silver needles flew out of the room and landed steadily in Morongi's hands. Morongi took the silver needle, feeling relieved, and quickly turned around and slipped away. Fortunately, Master didn't notice, but why did Master's voice sound weird just now? In the room. Mou also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he locked the door in time. In the early morning, sunlight shines through the window lattice into the room, bringing a touch of warmth. Mou slowly opened his eyes and felt the warmth, fragrance, softness, and smoothness of the jade in his arms. He lowered his head and saw Meng Lanin curled up in his arms, sleeping peacefully. Mou felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. Meng Lanin moaned and slowly opened her eyes. She raised her eyes and met Mou's deep eyes, which were full of tenderness. Junior Master. Her voice was hoarse from just waking up. Soft and pleasant. Woke up? Meng Lanin nodded, her cheeks flushed. She thought of last night and felt shy. She buried her head in Mou's arms, not daring to look at him. Mou chuckled and held her tightly in his arms. What? Are you shy? Hate it, Junior Master is so mean. Meng Lanin scolded, but her tone was full of sweetness. She raised her head and her eyes met Mou again. Those eyes seemed to be filled with starlight, sparkling with love and attachment. If Junior Master Uncle has another woman in the future, will he still like Iner? Mou stroked her hair gently. Of course, Iner will always have a place in my heart. When Meng Lanin heard this, a sweet feeling arose in her heart. She turned over gently, and her clothes instantly covered her graceful figure. Then I'm relieved, she smiled playfully, but I have to go now. Master is out, and I have to help manage Zuan's Peak. I'll play the music for Junior Master some other day, she winked mischievously, or, Junior Master, you can come to me. After saying this, he disappeared from the room. Mou looked in the direction where she disappeared, with a faint smile on his lips. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. detected that you have successfully intercepted the Girl of Luck. The villain's counterattack is successful. Chapter 53, Cultivation is not impossible. Reward, Immortal level music, automatically replenish luck, 3000, villain points plus 3000, goddamn, he used Immortal Drunken Happiness powder that has absolutely nothing to do with him. However, MOU is still quite satisfied. Now his villain points have reached 9800. The luck has also reached 18700. It's considered quite rich. With a thought, he opened the connection with the soul ring. Yanxi's beautiful figure appeared beside him, with a hint of anger.
Xiao Yu is really something.
He found a new girlfriend and didn't even let me, his master, see her.
Sister Yanxi, is this something you can actually look at?
MOU said helplessly. After the two of them played around for a while, Yanxi stopped joking and returned to the soul ring. MOU called Chu Yuli and Moroni. He took out the Yin Ju of the Chaos Yin Yang Ju and handed it to them.
This is an immortal level technique that I accidentally found in a secret place.
Both of them were shocked. Chu Yuli widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. As far as she knows, there is no real immortal level martial arts in the entire Tianxian Holy Land, or even in the entire Tianyuan continent. Master actually had it and gave it back to me. A warm feeling welled up in her heart and she was deeply moved. She will definitely repay her master well. Moromi was also excited. Master is indeed a man of destiny. This level of skills can be easily found in secret realms. Now that she has such a backer, she can do whatever she wants as long as her master doesn't use her as a sacrifice to the gods. There is no problem giving master acupuncture every day. The two took over the Chaos Yin and Yang art. Chu Yuli lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito.
Master,
please give us this technique. She felt shy, but also a little expectant. Moroni's eyes flickered slightly. It's not impossible, although she thought so. She was still a little shy. MOU said seriously, although this is a dual cultivation technique, it can also be practiced normally. It is much better than the techniques in the Tianxian Holy Land.
I don't have that kind of idea about you, don't worry.
The current Chaos Yin Yang art has been upgraded to the second level of Immortal, and the speed of cultivation has become even faster. Chu Yuli and Moromi both nodded, then realized that they had misunderstood and fled away. After they left, Yanxi appeared beside him, with her eyebrows slightly raised and a hint of surprise.
Immortal level skills? Where did you get them? Of course it's from the Immortal Emperor's inheritance.
MOU said. Yanxi was speechless for a moment. Yes, since there are already Immortal Emperor level body refining techniques, it doesn't seem strange to have another Immortal level technique.
Sister Yanxi, do you still remember the bet we made before? MOU asked jokingly. Yanxi was slightly startled, then she reacted and snorted. Of course I remember. Isn't it just washing feet? What I said counts. But, show me your technique.
She stretched out her hand, palm facing up, and stopped in front of MOU. She was very curious about what kind of martial arts could make those two young girls look so shy. MOU didn't care and directly handed the Yinju to Yanxi. Yanxi took the technique and read it carefully. She was calm at first, but gradually, her bright red eyes revealed an unconcealable shock, and she murmured to herself. In this world, there are such strange techniques? How can the cultivation speed of a second-grade immortal technique reach such a high level? And this is only half. She suddenly looked up at MOU, her voice urgent. Xiao Yu, do you have a significant other? MOU nodded, took out the Yang Ju and handed it to Yanxi. Yanxi took over the Yang Ju and read it carefully, the shock on his face becoming more and more intense. After a long while, she slowly spoke. Xiao Yu, I can be sure that this technique is definitely not just the second-grade immortal, it can be even higher, but, she shook her head slightly and returned the two martial arts books to MOU. I don't know what the requirements are for advancing this technique. Having said that, she sighed softly. If you can find a way to advance, this technique will definitely be more powerful than the Great Burning Heaven technique I gave you before. MOU nodded gently, then asked, Sister Yanxi, do you want to practice this technique? After all, the soul can also be practiced. Yanxi's delicate body was slightly startled, her beautiful eyes moving with a hint of anger. Good boy, now you're actually thinking of becoming my disciple. This is a pure dual cultivation technique. She raised her slender hand and took the Yinju handed to her by MOU, with a teasing tone. Since you have practiced the Yang Ju, I will study this technique carefully for you, so that I can guide you in your practice in the future. MOU smiled slightly. Thank you, Sister Yanxi. Looking at MOU's smile, Yanxi felt her heartbeat quicken slightly. In a way, Could it be that she really has feelings for Xiaoyu? She watched Mou grow up, but it's not impossible to develop it this way. Maybe one day she will actually teach dual cultivation herself. In the next month, Mou's life was fulfilling and busy. During the day, he practiced swordsmanship with Xianingbing, and at night he would fight with Su Meier. Occasionally, he would discuss the art of flute playing with Meng Lanin. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the eve of the sword sex sword test. Mou boarded the spirit boat with his 2 disciples and Ling Wanqing.
Master, there are so many disciples here. Are they all going to participate in the sword test?
Moroni blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Mou nodded. The sword trial is the most grand sword competition in Tianyuan continent, so Tianxian Holy Land will naturally send disciples to participate. The group sat down on the spirit boat. Mou's gaze fell on Moroni. This time you are going to participate in the sword test of the Qi refining stage.
This is a very rare opportunity, so take advantage of it. After all, masters don't wait long to practice Qi refining. Moroni nodded vigorously. Master, don't worry. I will definitely help you get first place.
Mou nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his gaze to the front of the spirit boat, falling on the cold figure. This sword test was led by Xianingbing and the sword peak master who was in the tribulation stage. Xianingbing, who was sitting at the bow of the boat, also attracted the attention of many disciples. After all, they rarely have the opportunity to see this cold and beautiful uncle on weekdays.
Xianingbing sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, immersed in cultivation. At this
moment, there is only one day left before the system's 200th comparison. A 100-fold reward would make her very excited. Even now, she is determined to get this reward. After all, judging from how she taught Mou this month, there was absolutely no way he could defeat her. He has a strong physique and abundant spiritual power, but lacks offensive means. In a true duel between masters, he didn't even have the chance to fully utilize his physical and spiritual advantages. This is also the reason why she urged Mou to practice sword during this period. Only when your offensive means are up to par and without flaws can you be considered qualified and have a place in the world in the future. Mou withdrew his gaze, and at this moment, a snow-white little fox jumped lightly into his arms.
Sister Meier, are you going to try out the sword too?
The little fox nodded gently, her voice sweet and charming. You all are gone, I can't stay there alone, but there is no room for me here, so I can only sleep with my brother tonight.
Chapter 54. Followers of the Sun Brother, look over there.
Su Meier pointed in a direction with her fox tail. Mou looked in the direction she pointed. I saw Meng Lanin walking towards me quickly. Behind him was a young man in a white robe, and behind him were several younger brothers, looking very aggressive.
Your young wife is being harassed,
Su Meier said jokingly. Mou recalled that person. Jianfeng's true disciple, Zhang Ruifeng, he is now at the first level of nascent soul, the same realm as Meng Lanian. Mou recalled that when he was still a Jindan, he had carried out a mission with him, but it's been too long, so I don't have much impression. Thinking about it this way, he hadn't been in the inner gate of Tianxian Holy Land for many years, and he was afraid that many people didn't recognize him anymore. Meng Lanian walked to Mou, gently took his arm, and looked back at Zhang Ruifeng.
I already have someone I like, please stop harassing me.
She turned to Mou again, her voice aggrieved.
Junior Master, this is the guy.
He confesses his feelings to me from time to time. I've told him no, but he still won't listen. After saying that, she leaned her head on Mou's shoulder and looked at Zhang Ruifeng angrily. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze fell on Mou and he was slightly stunned. Mou put his arm around Meng Lanian's waist to express his attitude.
Wow, someone actually managed to gain the favor of senior sister Meng? Who is he?
I don't know. I've never seen this guy before, but he looks quite handsome.
Shu, keep your voice down. Didn't you see that senior brother Zhang's face has changed?
Several disciples behind Zhang Ruifeng began to whisper. Mou realized that these disciples really didn't recognize him, so he spoke loudly.
I, Mou, am the holy son of Tianxian Holy Land. I'm sure you've all heard of me.
He glanced at the people in front of him and said, Iner is mine.
No matter who it is, it's best not to have any ideas about her.
As he spoke, he gently put his arms around Meng Lanian's slender waist and pulled her into his arms. If you leave now, I can forget about what just happened. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples around him immediately started talking, their voices filled with surprise and confusion.
What? He is the legendary Holy Son? Hasn't he already? How come he's here? What a shame. I used to adore the sun.
I haven't seen him for 10 years. I thought he had left the sect. Everyone was talking about it, and there was a mixture of shock and regret in their eyes when they looked at MOU. Their memory of MOU still stuck at 10 years ago, when he was a genius who lost all his cultivation and became a cripple. And one day, Meng Lanin snuggled in MOU's arms, listening to the discussions around her, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. MOU felt the person in his arms trembling, and gently held her hand, signaling her to stay calm. Zhang Ruifeng also came back to his senses from his shock at this moment. He strode forward, his voice trembling with excitement.
Junior Master. It's really you. Do you still remember me?
MOU frowned slightly and nodded. I have an impression. We know each other, but why are you so excited? Also, why is this script different? Zhang Ruifeng said excitedly. Master Junior, you still remember me?
Do you remember?
10 years ago, we were on a mission together in the Sunset Mountains. We were attacked by monsters, and you were seriously injured. In order to save us, he turned to look at Meng Lanin, his eyes full of anticipation. Senior sister Meng was there at the time, so she must remember it too. Meng Lanin nodded. Of course she remembers that time. She saw with her own eyes that in order to protect them, the junior master uncle disregarded his own safety and fought against a powerful monster. His figure left a deep impression in her heart. It was at that time that she fell in love with her junior uncle. MOU also recalled what happened before. It seems that there is such a thing. That was his first and last mission after he reached the Jindan stage. That time, the monster was guarding a magical herb, and he just needed it, but he didn't want to reveal his own cards, so he let the others escape first. In the end, it took a lot of effort to deal with the monster. When he returned, he was seriously injured. Later, Sister Yen she drained away his spiritual energy and he became a otaku like Wanqing. Zhang Ruifeng continued.
After that, Junior Master's majestic figure has always been imprinted in my mind.
Before, I heard that Junior Master Uncle often sacrificed himself to save his fellow disciples, even at the cost of his own life. At that time, I dismissed it and thought it was fake. Only later did I realize how ridiculous I was.
Zhang Ruifeng's tone was full of admiration and self-blame. Meng Lanin smiled happily. She thought so at the time, and now, she has become the first person to defeat Junior Master Uncle. However, although everyone admires Junior Master Uncle, that was a different matter from what we are talking about now. She snorted and said to Zhang Ruifeng. In that case, I belong to Junior Master Uncle, so please don't bother me again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruifeng quickly waved his hand to apologize. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Meng, I actually wanted to ask you about Junior Senior Uncle's news.
I didn't mean to harass you. He paused and continued explaining.
When you rejected me the first time, I gave up.
Later, I heard that you often see Junior Master, so I wanted you to introduce him to me. He scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment and apology.
It's just that I didn't know you would misunderstand me.
Meng Lanin widened her beautiful eyes. She always thought that Zhang Ruifeng was pestering her ever since he confessed his love to her for the first time. She always found him annoying and stayed away from him every time she saw him. As a result, he actually wanted to find Junior Master Uncle, as expected of Junior Master. He actually had someone following him for 10 years. MOU was surprised. In the past,
Meng Lanin would act coquettishly with me from time to time, and someone would come to
her to confess his love. The one he's looking for in love isn't Meng Lanin, but himself. Zhang Ruifeng carefully took out a storage ring from his arms, held it in both hands and handed it to MOU.
Junior Master, you lost your cultivation in order to save us.
I have searched through ancient books over the years, and these spiritual medicines are more or less effective in repairing spiritual roots.
Please accept them, Junior Master.
MOU was speechless for a moment. Save him, and lose his cultivation. It did save him, but his cultivation was absorbed by Sister Yen. He waved his hand. No need, what happened before has nothing to do with you. I am now Junior Master.
Please accept it.
Zhang Ruifeng interrupted MOU, bowed deeply, and his body trembled slightly. He was deeply moved. The Junior Master was so kind that he still considered his feelings at this time and was afraid that he would blame himself. MOU said helplessly, my cultivation has recovered now. As he spoke, he slightly revealed his aura, and a powerful spiritual power wave spread out instantly.
Yuan Ying level 5.
Zhang Ruifeng suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of shock. Not only him, all the disciples around were stunned. Chapter 55. Brother, just let your sister take a sip. The Holy Sun's cultivation has recovered. Not only has he recovered, he has also reached the nascent soul stage. At the age of 24, even if the Saint's son reaches the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, he is still the number 1 person in the Tianyuan continent. Shock, ecstasy, all kinds of emotions intertwined on everyone's faces. The selfless and gifted Son of God from the past is back, and he became even more powerful. In just 10 years, he broke through from the 1st level of Golden Core to the 5th level of Nascent Soul. Even Jin Zi, who is known as the best Nascent Soul cultivator of the contemporary era, only reached the 1st level of Nascent Soul at the age of 24. What a terrifying speed of cultivation of the Holy Son, it's unheard of. Zhang Ruifeng was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He looked at Mou and choked up. Great! Junior Master, your cultivation has recovered. Mou smiled and said, I've recovered a long time ago, don't worry. Zhang Ruifeng nodded as if relieved, the joy in his eyes was beyond words. Then, he seemed to remember something and asked impatiently. Junior Master, I'm here to participate in the sword test this time. Are you here too? I think Junior Uncle Master must be determined to defeat Jin Zi and take the title of the greatest Yuanying stage cultivator of the contemporary era. Mou shook his head and turned his gaze behind him, landing on Moromi. I brought my apprentice here, and she will participate. Asking him to practice sword fighting during a sword test, what a joke. Use your fist to knock the sword away. Although the rules allow it, it will definitely be criticized. Maybe next time I come, the rules will have been changed because of this. So, he should just take a look. By the way, let's see if I can fulfill the bet that my master made. A mid-grade spiritual treasure, plus the system rewards. There must be something good. And, me? Moromi's thoughts were brought back to reality by this sudden call. She was just immersed in the shock of her master and other fellow Taoists. There is my uncle Su Meier who sneaks into master's room every night, and there is Ling Yunxue who is engaged, and now there is another one. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze also turned to Moromi, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As expected of Junior Master, even as his disciple, he's a truly gifted man. Not only is he beautiful, but he also possesses an extraordinary aura. One look at him reveals he has the potential to become a sword immortal. Moromi was slightly delighted. Ever since she was rescued by her master, many people have praised her for her good looks. All this is thanks to the master, who saved me from the abyss. Then Zhang Ruifeng took Mou aside to chat with him. He seemed to have endless things to say, and he didn't stop until Meng Lanin left. Finally, after Mou hinted many times, he left reluctantly. Mou looked at his departing back and sighed softly. Little fanboys and the like are really troublesome. On the side, Chu Yuli lowered her head, her delicate body trembling slightly. Lost, she actually lost, completely defeated by Meng Lanin. The master actually admitted his relationship with Meng Lanin in public. Even though I was so close, I didn't seize the opportunity. They must not have done that yet, definitely not. I still have a chance, we'll win. As night falls, the sky is dotted with stars. The huge spirit boat flew slowly in the sky, making a slight humming sound inside the spirit boat, in a spacious room. The lights were on brightly. Sister Meier, is this what you call sleeping? What else? You put a lot of pressure on me. You're not developing feelings for the sister you grew up with, are you? You're such a pervert. Su Meier's voice was playful and charming. At this time, Su Meier was lying lazily on Mou. Her body was soft and warm, and her slender white legs were rubbing against him restlessly. Mou sighed helplessly. Sister Meier is beautiful and sexy. Any man would feel that. Su Meier chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, brother, but please don't touch me with your vagina. Otherwise, I'll strip you naked and throw you into your apprentice's room. You don't want to become a pervert who attacks his apprentice, do you? Mou widened his eyes. What a cruel heart. If this happened, absolutely social death. He calmed himself down and said seriously. What's the reason this time? Makes you angry? Makes you worried? Or makes you scared? Su Meier said aggrievedly, her voice full of resentment. I went to play with you several times before, and I saw you hanging your 10,000 souls banner at the door. I just realized now that you were secretly playing with your wife. I'm so sad that you're like this. Mou said seriously. Sister Meier, if you feel itchy and want to fight, you don't need to find a reason. If you want to experiment with charms, I'd be happy to do that as long as you don't do anything too outrageous. Su Meier's eyes moved, showing her charm. You are such a boring person, she grumbled softly, put her nose close to Mou's cheek and sniffed gently. That little girl is no longer a virgin,
but your body hasn't changed at all. Do you have any special physique? Mou was shocked. Can you see this? He answered truthfully, pure yang holy body. So that's how it is. Brother, our Skyfox clan has a spell that absorbs yang energy. Since you have so much yang energy, how about letting me absorb some? As Sumayer spoke, she extended her pink tongue and gently licked her red lips, her pink pupils shimmering with an alluring glow. How do I suck it? Do I have to do that kind of thing? Mou asked nervously. Sumayer chuckled and raised her eyebrows. That's a nice thought, of course, not just breathe in the air and the yang energy will come out. She slightly opened her cherry lips and made an inhalation motion. You can tell at a glance that he is even better than Meng Lanini, but Mou shook his head desperately. Without distance, it's okay. But without distance, it's not okay. He doesn't want to do such a disadvantageous thing. Please, Sumayer started to act coquettishly, her voice soft and sweet. Just let me take a puff and rest for a day at most. I will definitely make it up to you then. I have to fight Jianzi tomorrow. Just as Mou finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his wrist. Sumayer had grabbed his wrist at some point, her breath as sweet as orchid. This is my first time. Don't worry, I will be responsible. I will take good care of you when you are weak. Mou was about to activate the human emperor banner to resist, but found no response. It was as if his spiritual power had completely solidified, and not a single drop could be mobilized. The magical power of the Skyfox, locking the soul and forcing the essence. Is there anything that can save lives without spiritual power? Mou's brain was working rapidly. Immortal golden body? It can only be used once a month. What a loss. Sky poison pearl, just kidding, it's too exaggerated. Immortal power alone. He quickly opened the system mall and found that the immortal binding rope and the immortal power loan were still available, and there was a discount. Consumes 3600 villain points. A thin golden thread appeared in his hand. As long as he thought about it, it could turn into a long rope to tie up Sumayer. The immortal power loan of the immortal binding rope is limited to once a day, each time for 10 seconds. Hard control any enemy below the fairyland for 10 seconds, at the cost of draining away the remaining spiritual power. With this trump card, Mou suddenly felt confident and looked straight into Sumayer's seductive eyes. Sumayer noticed Mou's change and raised her eyebrows charmingly. It seems that my brother is ready, so I will start. Suddenly, Mou thought of a question. Wait, senior sister, does absorbing yang qi count as replenishing yin? Chapter 56 Yin and Yang Reversal. Sumayer frowned slightly and chuckled. At this time, junior brother is still thinking about practicing. He is really studious. Then before I teach you the technique, I will explain it to you in detail. Then, Sumayer began to explain patiently to Mou, but she sat very close to Mou, and her posture was so intimate that made Mou feel a little uncomfortable. Mou listened to her explanation, but found it boring and almost fell asleep after one stick of incense. So, my technique can be considered a kind of yin-yang complementation. Finally, Sumayer ended the impromptu lecture and focused her attention on Mou again. She looked at Mou's drowsy appearance and felt a little annoyed. Really? I'm teaching you so seriously, and you're actually dozing off here. Mou suddenly came to his senses and felt secretly annoyed. Bought things I didn't need. The pure yang kidney body will not be affected by the yin-yang complementary exercises. Seeing that he was still distracted, Sumayer gave him a cold look. Brother, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn your lesson. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Mou came back to his senses and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He could use the immortal binding rope to teach Sumayer a lesson and let her know that she was not someone to be bullied. Just as Sumayer was about to perform that special technique, a golden light suddenly appeared. The immortal binding rope wrapped around Sumayer's hands and feet like a spirit snake, binding her tightly. What is this? Panic flashed in Sumayer's beautiful eyes. She had never seen such a strange magic weapon. Her spells, soul, and physique were all suppressed in all aspects, and she was completely unable to put up any resistance. Her intuition told her that this was a magical weapon. Mou looked at the tied-up Sumayer, and a sense of mischievous pleasure surged in his heart. Seeing her like this, Mou felt emotional. The immortal binding rope smells so good. Sister Mayer, are you scared? He chuckled and said, I was just giving in to you before. Sumayer was tied up uncomfortably and she kept struggling, trying to break free, but the binding rope kept getting tighter and tighter, making it even harder for her to move. Stinky little brother, let me go. Mou felt secretly happy when he saw Sumayer's appearance, but time is running out, bang. You stinky brother, you dared to hit me?
Sumayer was both ashamed and angry. Time was running out, so Mou quickly dodged and ran away. He must find Xiaoningting to seek refuge. As Mou rushed out of the room, the golden light of the immortal binding rope converged and fell down in an instant, and Sumayer regained her freedom. Her figure flashed and turned into a pink afterimage, appearing in front of Mou, blocking his way.
Stinky brother, run, why don't you run?
There was a smile in Sumayer's eyes, and a hint of teasing appeared at the corner of her mouth. Mou laughed dryly. Senior sister, I was just joking with you just now, don't take it seriously.
Are you kidding?
Sumayer approached Mou step by step, a faint fragrance emanating from her body. Sister, I am serious.
Mou retreated again and again until his back was against the wall and he had nowhere to retreat. Senior sister, what do you want to do?
Sumayer moved lightly with her lotus steps, and lifted Mou's chin with her slender jade fingers.
What do you say?
Of course.
I'll let you taste my power.
Before she finished speaking, she picked up Mou and threw him onto the bed. Sumayer jumped lightly and stood beside the bed, looking down at Mou. Your spiritual power is now exhausted.
Can you still use that immortal weapon?
Mou shook his head and said seriously, Senior sister, if you really want to use the skills, you will regret it. Regret?
Sumayer chuckled, and her fingers gently stroked Mou's cheek. You actually dared to hit me. I will regret it if I don't teach you a lesson.
She slowly approached, ready to perform her technique. Mou's heart beat faster and his throat became dry, but he was completely unable to move. Then, a stream of spiritual power surged out of his body, and suddenly stopped halfway. Sumayer's pretty face instantly lost color, and fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. A powerful backlash force erupted from Mou's body, as if it was going to absorb her skills.
How is this possible?
She wanted to break free, but she was too weak. Mou sighed, Senior sister, I just warned you that you will regret it. Sumayer's body trembled slightly, her breathing became rapid, and streams of spiritual power flowed uncontrollably from her body towards Mou. No, don't, stop. She bit her lip, trying to resist the loss of spiritual power, but ultimately she couldn't control it. With a soft cry, Sumayer's body trembled violently. More spiritual power poured into Mou's body. He directly broke through to the 6th level of nascent soul. He was a little nervous, but nothing should go wrong, right? He quickly relaxed his mind and stopped absorbing the other party's spiritual power. Then, Sumayer sat beside Mou tiredly, feeling powerless all over. Her face was tired, but still beautiful.
Brother, how could you? Sumayer asked weakly, her voice trembling.
I told you there would be problems, but you insisted on trying it.
Mou said. Sumayer snorted softly. Although she felt embarrassed and annoyed, she was more surprised the magical powers of the Skyfox clan would actually suffer backlash. Stinky little brother, you really made your sister look at you with new eyes.
She said breathlessly, with a complicated look in her eyes. Seeing that she was weak, Mou quickly injected spiritual energy into her body. His own spiritual energy had been exhausted, all of which was absorbed from Sumayer. Feeling Mou's concern, Sumayer felt warm in her heart. She raised her head, looked at Mou's handsome face, and suddenly reached out and pinched his cheek. Don't think that this is the end of it, Sumayer said coquettishly. When I recover, I will definitely thank you.
Mou smiled and nodded.
Okay, I'll wait. But before that, Sister Mayer should have a good rest. I will take good care of you during the 2 days you are weak. Sumayer leaned against Mou and closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually became steady and a peaceful expression came over her face. Mou let out a breath. Why is this the reaction? I almost couldn't control myself. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Detected that you use tactics and excellent acting skills to lure the enemy deep into your territory and absorb Sumayer's chi.
The villain's counterattack is successful.
Chapter 57, The Way to Endure the Battle, Reward, Method to Endure the Battle, Method for Enduring the Battle. The infant and the girl are paired with yin and yang, lead and Mercury are combined to form the sun and the moon. The dragon and the tiger are used to harmonize, and the spirit turtle absorbs all the blood of the golden crow. Villain points plus 3000, How to Endure the Battle. Mou was startled. Isn't this the one where Zhu Beiji fought against 7 spider spirits alone and made them gasp for air and exhausted? Then, a large amount of indescribable knowledge flooded into his mind. Even the experienced Mou couldn't help blushing. If you cut open his head now, it will definitely be yellow inside. This technique can add joy, make Meng Lanin happy, and also increase endurance in combat. This is a serious battle. Of course. Informal ones are also fine, very useful. At this moment, Yan Shi's surprised voice sounded in his mind. You've made it big. You actually beat your senior sister? I've seen you bullied since you were little, it's rare for you to win. From now on, I can beat her every day. Mou raised the corners of his mouth slightly, full of confidence. Although the immortal binding rope can only be used once a day, it can at least allow him to win 10 seconds. Yan Shi couldn't help but smile after hearing this. She didn't believe Mou's big talk at all. Just brag. Yan Shi shook her head. If she didn't absorb your yang qi, you would definitely not be her opponent. But, she paused, her tone filled with wonder. I didn't expect your physique to be a rare variant. You are indeed a person of great luck. Your physique is different from that of ordinary people. Mutated physique? Mou was puzzled. Yan Shi explained patiently. That's right. Your physique is a variation of the pure Yang Saint body, which gives you the ability to resist the essence gathering technique. There was a hint of joy in her voice. Mou hasn't asked her any questions for a long time. Even when it comes to alchemy, there is no problem. She almost feels like she doesn't exist. Her only role every day is to chat. Mou nodded thoughtfully. I didn't expect that Yan Shi had already figured it out in his mind without me having to explain it. He carefully put Su Meier down and gently covered her with a blanket. There was a sudden knock on the door. Mou walked over to open the door and found Ling Wanqing standing at the door. Ling Wanqing went straight to the point. Senior Sister Xia asked me to tell you not to fight with Senior Sister Su these few days. She needs to concentrate on her cultivation and has no time to care about you. If something happens to you, she won't heal you. And Senior Sister Su, if she bullies you again in the next few days, Senior Sister Xia will throw her out. After saying that, Ling Wanqing poked her head into the room. Senior Sister, did you hear that? Mou subconsciously blocked the door, but was still a step too late. Ling Wanqing had already seen Su Meier lying on the bed. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and she looked breathless and exhausted. Ling Wanqing blinked her bright eyes and looked at Mou in surprise. I said nothing happened between us, do you believe me? Mou said helplessly. I believe it, and I won't tell anyone else. Ling Wanqing nodded seriously. I didn't expect that in this life, the senior brother would actually take down the fourth senior sister directly. His senior brother is really awesome. The two have been fighting since they were young, and now they have finally achieved a happy ending. It is not easy. Mou looked at the smile on her face that she couldn't hide, and knew that she didn't believe it at all, but it's not a big problem. Wanqing won't tell anyone. Ling Wanqing turned around and left happily with brisk steps. Senior brother got another one. The second day, Sword Sect. A huge stone monument stands quietly. The body of the steel was broken in the middle, and the broken end was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut off by some supreme power. In the distance, Jianfeng, Peak Master Lu Qianchen, introduced everyone. This is a sword monument, conceived by heaven and earth. It can measure the level of sword intent. The deeper the sword mark, the stronger the sword intent. He paused, a glint of reverence in his eyes. 50 years ago, your uncle Bai Shuangying split this monument in half with a single sword strike. Since then, she has been universally recognized as the most powerful swordsman of all time. Lu Qianchen gently stroked the long sword at his waist, and the sword body emitted a low humming sound, resonating with the owner's complex emotions. My sword intent can leave a mark 7 feet and 6 inches on it. Any disciple with sword intent can give it a try. Xianingbing looked at the stone tablet in the distance. The severed sword monument still exudes a sharp sword intent at the broken end, as if telling the story of the earth-shaking sword strike. Back then, her expression was calm, but there were twinkling stars in her purple eyes. Usually, sword intent is divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man, but above that, there is the ultimate sword intent that surpasses the heaven level. If you want to cut off this sword monument created by heaven and earth, you can only do it with the ultimate sword intent, who exactly is Bai Shuangying, the reincarnation of the sword immortal from the upper realm. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Since Bai Shuangying could do it, she could do it too. With a light tap of her toes, Xianingbing's figure became ethereal and transformed into a stream of purple light, flying towards the sword monument. Zhang Ruifeng walked up to Mou and said eagerly, Master Junior, let's go and try it together. Mou shook his head. I don't have sword intentions.
Zhang Ruifeng's heart-tightened junior master is extremely talented. He has already comprehended the sword intent, so how could he not have it? It must be because I have been busy recovering my skills over the years and neglected the way of the sword, he said solemnly. Junior master, I will never forget your kindness. I'm leaving now. Mou looked at Zhang Ruifeng's receding back, completely confused. What the hell is going on? He Meng Lanin and other disciples above the nascent soul stage also followed. Mou gently stroked the little fox in his arms. Sister Mayor, are you going? The sword monument only detects the sword intent and does not require much energy, so it will not be a burden to Sister Mayor. Su Meyer said weakly, no. At this time, Morongyi walked to Mou. Master, I have now mastered my sword skills. Mou nodded slightly, a small achievement in 1 month, not bad. Each realm of Kendo can be divided into 4 small realms: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Morongyi first started learning when he saw his sword skills. Now, he has made some progress in 1 month, which is considered very good in the entire Tianyuan continent. Morongyi didn't continue talking about this topic anymore. She looked at Su Meyer. Master, why do you look so weak? Do you want me to prescribe some medicine for you? Su Meyer nodded slightly when she heard this, her voice weak and feeble. Okay. Then please transform into a human form so that I can take your pulse. Su Meyer jumped out of Mou's arms, turned around, and turned into a graceful and beautiful woman. Seeing this, Mou quickly reached out to support her. Su Meyer's face was as pale as paper, her body was trembling slightly. She leaned weakly on Mou, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Thanks. Morongyi took a step forward, placed her slender jade fingers lightly on Su Meyer's wrist, and concentrated on taking her pulse. After a moment, her brows furrowed, her face full of shock. Isn't this the pulse sign of excessive sexual intercourse? It came out subconsciously. Yin deficiency? Then she quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had said the wrong thing, but the disciples around heard it. The disciples who stayed here were all at the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Even if they had not received Mou's favor in the past, they had heard of his name and had great respect for him. At this moment, their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Mou, and the meaning was self-evident. He just announced his relationship with the senior sister of Zuan Peak yesterday. Today, my senior sister is suffering from yin deficiency. Isn't this too fast? The Holy Son is mighty. A role model for our generation. The disciples were whispering to each other and discussing. There was a subtle atmosphere in the air. Chapter 58 Revenge. Being bitten. Morongyi hurriedly explained. My fellow brothers and sisters have misunderstood. Yin deficiency is not only caused by excessive sexual intercourse. For example, staying up late, overwork, excessive thinking, and even improper diet can all lead to yin deficiency. Master Su may have been practicing too hard recently, which is why he is like this. The disciples around looked at each other in confusion. Although they did not continue the discussion, the suspicion in their eyes was obvious. Mou was about to speak when Su Meyer leaned her whole body against him. She leaned close to Mou's ear, her breath as sweet as orchid, her voice charming to the core. Brother, you don't want to default on your debt, do you? On the surface, her voice was very low, as if she was speaking to Mou, but everyone present could hear it clearly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then a low cry of surprise and whispers broke out. The Holy Son is indeed the Holy Son. How can we possibly hope to achieve such a blessing? Everyone's eyes were focused on Mou, their eyes full of admiration and envy. Faced with this sudden situation, Mou was not at all panicked. He calmly put his arms around Su Meyer's slender waist, looked straight into her captivating eyes, and a provocative smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Meyer's delicate body trembled slightly, but she showed no sign of weakness, and stared at Mou with her seductive eyes. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly ambiguous. There was a sigh all around. The Holy Son is going too far, showing off his affection in front of everyone. Morongyi watched the scene and whispered, since it's already like this, why not just give him a kiss? These words seemed to turn on a switch, and the disciples around started to make a fuss. Yeah. Give me a kiss. The sounds rose and fell, becoming louder and louder. Liu Qianqian, the head of Jianfeng Peak, stood aside, scanning the scene. Seeing that the 3 people from Suiwei Peak had no intention of stopping him, he tactfully remained silent. Mou hugged Su Meyer, looked at her teasingly, and transmitted a message. Sister Meyer, it's hard to get off the tiger. You're playing with fire and getting burned, right?
Sumayer looked at Mou with her foxy eyes, and a warning flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mou looked at her stunningly beautiful face and felt an urge to play a mischievous trick on her. He slowly lowered his head and moved closer to those beautiful red lips. As the distance shortened, Sumayer's breathing became faster. She originally just wanted to play a trick on Mou, but she didn't expect that this guy would actually dare to kiss her in public. As the distance between the two of them got closer, Sumayer could even feel the warm breath spraying on her face. She subconsciously wanted to step back, but Mou held her waist tightly, preventing her from moving. Sumayer made up her mind and took the initiative to move forward, standing on tiptoe. Her pink lips gently touched Mou's lips. Mou was slightly stunned by the soft touch. He originally just wanted to scare her, so why did she actually kiss him? Cheers suddenly broke out around him, but Mou was too busy to pay attention to them. Moist, soft, sweet, all kinds of feelings come to my mind. However, before he could savor it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lips and the smell of blood filled the air. Sumayer actually bit off a piece of his flesh. Mou quickly turned his head away and urged his spiritual power to heal his wounds. When he looked at Sumayer again, there was blood on her red lips and her eyes were full of provocation. This is pure revenge. The system will sound a prompt at the appropriate time. Detected that you forced Sumayer to kiss you in public, causing her to lose face. The villain's counterattack is successful. Villain points plus 2000. Anyway, I didn't lose anything. I kissed her and even earned some villain points. Mou used magic to wipe the blood off Sumayer's lips and let go of her waist. Then he turned to the people around him and said, "Okay, let's go." The disciples also left tactfully. Ling Wanqing stood aside with a knowing smile on her face. Liu Qianqian turned his head away awkwardly. Times have changed. Young people today are much more open-minded than they were back then. Sumayer, however, acted as if nothing had happened. She turned into a white fox and jumped into Mou's arms. She looked at Moroni. Is there any medicine that can be used to treat it? Moroni came back to her senses and looked at Mou very seriously. Equal amounts of Cornus officinalis, mulberry, Cuscuta australis, Polygonum multiflorum, Schisandra chinensis, and Epimedium. Or use the corresponding spiritual medicine for each medicinal material, but the level cannot be too different. Grind the mixture into powder, use a small amount of white wine as a guide, and take it 3 times a day. This will enhance your virility. Mou was helping Sumayer remember the prescription when he suddenly realized something. Wait, aphrodisiac? Isn't that yin deficiency? Master's wife's is another one. This one is for master. Moroni showed an expression that said, "I know everything, that Mou. Now there is no way to wash away the blame even if you jump into the yellow river." On the side, Chuyuli clenched her hands tightly and her body trembled slightly. That's too much. A second one appeared, and do that kind of thing directly, in front of my face, even in deficiency, woohoo. But soon, Chuyuli adjusted her mentality. Over the years, what kind of storms has she not seen? Even if you can't be first, strive for second will win. She silently memorized the yin deficiency prescription prescribed by Morong Yid. It will definitely come in handy one day. Everyone waited quietly for other disciples to test their sword intent. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the distance. Mou turned his head and saw a middle-aged man and a young man walking towards him. The leader of the sword sect, Lingyun Sword Master, and the sword master, Chu Wangyan. Lingyun Sword Master's gaze swept across everyone in Tianqian Holy Land, and finally stopped at Liu Qianqian. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "Elder Liu, it's been a long time since we last met, and you're still as elegant as ever." Liu Qianqian nodded slightly. "Master Lingyun, how are you?" The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Mou didn't pay much attention to their conversation, but looked at Chu Wanyan. "This person is my opportunity this time." A mid-grade spiritual treasure. Chu Wanyan seemed to have noticed Mou's gaze as well. That he raised his head and his eyes met Mou in the air. "I guess this must be the holy son of Tianqian?" Lingyun Sword Master's voice sounded at the right time, interrupting the eye contact between the two. Mou bowed slightly and saluted Lingyun Jianzuan. Junior Mou greets Senior Lingyun. "I heard in the early years that the holy son of Tianqian had lost all his cultivation. Now that I see him, I am even more impressed by his achievements than before. At only 24, he has already reached the 6th level of nascent soul. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the fastest cultivator in the Tianyuan continent today." Lingyun Sword Master looked Mou up and down, his eyes full of admiration. Mou smiled and said, "It was just luck. I got a little bit of opportunity." Jian Zichu looked at Mou in surprise. At this age, reaching this level is astonishing. Lingyun Sword Master didn't say anything more. He stretched out his hand and motioned everyone to follow him.
Everyone, please follow me. The seats have been prepared.
The disciples who have left marks on the sword monument will be led by someone later. A group of people followed Ling Yun's sword master and walked towards the sword test site. While walking on the road, Ling Yun's sword master suddenly spoke.
Master Lu, I wonder if your sword peak has produced any talented swordsmanship disciples in the past 10 years?
Chapter 59. The Son of God loves beauty. Lu Qianchen looked solemn, his brows slightly furrowed. During these 10 years, Jianfeng had indeed not produced any outstanding sword geniuses. Zhang Ruweifeng barely counts, but he and Jian Zichu falsely claimed that they were of the same generation, so pushing him out would be a bit of a humiliation to himself. Seeing this, Ling Yun's sword master showed a smug smile on his face. To be honest with you, Elder Lu, I recently found another good seedling while traveling outside. From the very beginning, I taught him the basics of sword moves. After 3 months, he has already reached the minor success level of sword moves.
Although he's not as good as Zhong Jianzi, he's still considered a pretty good genius, huh?
Lu Qianchen remained silent, but his brows furrowed even tighter. Even in the realm of sword power, he has no outstanding talents. Mou followed the group quietly. It took him about 10 days to complete this step. After all, it's hard not to be happy when being forced to practice sword by 2 perverts. Later on, I learned more and more things, and my progress became slower. Until now, I still have no sword spirit. There's no way around it.
I'm a collector.
When I see an interesting weapon, I always feel itchy if I don't practice its power. At this time, Moroni quietly approached Mou and whispered.
Master, that person is so good at pretending. It only took me 1 month to go from beginner to minor success.
Although the sound was small, it was clearly audible to the monks present. Ling Yun's sword master suddenly stopped, his body stiffened, and the expression on his face froze instantly. Lu Qianchen's eyes lit up and he reacted instantly.
Haha, look at my memory.
I forgot to introduce myself just now. This is Moroni, the candidate for saintess of our Tianxian Holy Land, one of the future heirs of the sect, and the disciple of the current saint's son. He is also a genius in swordsmanship, and was accepted as a disciple by the Holy Son just a month ago. Under the guidance of our saint's son, he has already reached the realm of minor success in swordsmanship in just 1 month. Ling Yun Jianzuan's expression suddenly became very strange, as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He could only cough lightly and try to change the subject. Since the saint's disciples are so powerful, I guess, boom. Before he could finish his words, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance, interrupting him. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw that the towering sword monument had been split into 2 halves, and now a silver diagonal line appeared on one of the halves and was slowly extending. The upper part of the sword monument slowly slid down along the diagonal line and finally fell to the ground with a loud bang. This scene happened so quickly, yet it seemed to be stretched to eternity. Everyone present held their breath, staring at the sword monument in the distance without blinking, the same question echoing in their minds: who on earth has such terrifying strength? Mou stood in the crowd with a calm expression. Who else could it be but Xianingbing? Ling Yun's sword master stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open with disbelief. After a long time, he came to his senses and turned to give instructions to Chu Wanyan.
You take them to the stands, I'll go over and take a look.
Before he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the sword monument. The people from Tianxian Holy Land present were also discussing this. Chu Wanyan stood in place, his eyes never leaving the split sword monument. His eyes first showed shock, then turned to admiration, and finally ignited a strong desire to fight. However, he quickly calmed down and, following the instructions of Swordmaster Ling Yun, led Mou and others to the sword testing stands. The group came to the stands and sat down in the exclusive area of Tianxian Holy Land. This time, there were only a dozen or so people scattered in the stands, and it was obvious that most of them were attracted by the strange vision of the sword monument. Mou looked around. The ones that have arrived now are the Ancient Holy Land, the Taiqing Holy Land, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Xingqian Holy Land, and the host Zhutian Holy Land. This is the Zhutian realm, and the sword sect is a subsidiary force of the Zhutian Holy Land. This time, Moroni's voice sounded beside him.
Master, why are we sitting so far away? And why did Junior Master Uncle set up a formation around us? Is he doing something shameful?
Mou pondered for a moment and found a reasonable reason for Ling Wanqing. Your junior master is cautious by nature. This way, he won't be easily ambushed by others, and it will also be easier for him to keep an eye on other people's movements.
Moroni suddenly realized and her eyes lit up. I understand. Are we planning to launch a surprise attack on the Holy Land of Stars? Mou shook his head. I checked.
The last one we fought was against the Tianshu, Tianji, and Kaiyang meridians.
The two who left were from Tianxian and Tianquan.
They had no ill intentions towards us.
The Yuhong and Yaoguang clans didn't show up, so their positions are unclear.
The people coming to the Star Holy Land nowadays are of the Yuhong lineage, judging by their attire.
Moroni listened carefully and nodded. I understand.
Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Not long after, Xianingbing walked over gracefully. Her expression was as calm as water, and there was no sign that the earth-shattering sword strike just now was from her hand. She looked around and finally sat down in the seat in front of Mou. After sitting down, she waved her slender hand, and a few streaks of light flashed, strengthening the original formation a little more. Mou understood her thoughts at a glance. The noise just now was too loud. I want some quiet time. People from other forces arrived one after another, and the sword test began, but Ling Qingyue never showed up. After all, only specialized swordsmen would be interested in this kind of occasion. Soon, Mou noticed a figure. Ling Yinxue, the leader of Taiching Holy Land, actually came here in person. Mou was slightly surprised. It is rare for the leader of a sect to attend such a small occasion in person.
Ling Wanqing seemed to notice Mou's gaze.
She moved closer to Mou and spoke softly.
Brother, look, Aunt Shui is here too.
She's dressed so beautifully today. Mou's gaze fell on Ling Yinxue. She wore a body-hugging cheongsam that perfectly wrapped her figure, making her look conservative yet sexy, especially the fullness of her chest, which formed obvious folds on the cheongsam and was a bit bigger than Su Meier's. Mou was slightly surprised that Ling Yinxue had such a great figure. However, he quickly looked away. After all, Ling Yinxue is not only the master's sister, who also held him in her arms when he was a child, but also his mother-in-law. He didn't dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. He said calmly, well, Aunt Shui looks good in anything she wears. Ling Wanqing smiled and said nothing more. Ling Yinshue's eyes slowly swept across the stands, and finally, she noticed Mou. The little kid who used to call herself Auntie Shui in her arms has now grown to be so handsome and tall. She clenched the book in her hand and felt pressured. This is the Mou strategy book given to her by Ling Wanqing. She hesitated for a long time, but ultimately did not dare to step forward. Let's make more preparations. Finally, she found a lone foundation building. Disciple from the Tianxian Holy Land cast a spell and asked, "Does your holy son have anything he particularly likes?" The disciple's eyes were blurred as he searched his brain, thinking of what had happened in the past 2 days. He answered with certainty, "The holy son loves beauties." Chapter 60, How to Quickly Capture a Man's Heart. Xianingbing noticed Ling Yinshue's behavior. Although I didn't hear what she asked, I didn't pay much attention to it. She knew Ling Yinxue and knew that she would not do anything out of line. It took a bit of effort to cut off that sword monument just now, but it was also a great reward. The sword wallet by Shuangying left on the sword monument actually brought her sword realm to a higher level. Who is she? This doubt couldn't help but arise in Xia Ningbing's mind. Practice the way of the sword to the extreme and become the supreme immortal emperor. Everyone has their own expertise, and even she cannot compare with Bai Shuangying in the way of swordsmanship. No, not just her, even all the immortal emperors of her era could not compare with this second senior sister in the way of the sword. Then, she checked the comparison. Cooling time. Cooling time. 1 stick of incense. The other side. Ling Yinxue was slightly stunned. Love beauty? It is suitable for Mou's age. She waved her hand gently, lifting the spell on the disciple. The disciple was confused and had no recollection of what had just happened. Ling Yinxue walked gracefully to Mou's side and sat down. A faint fragrance wafted away with her movements, elegant but not cloying. Mou just watched Moroni go to test the sword, and when he turned around, he saw Ling Yinshue's dignified figure. I was a little surprised and felt a little pressured. After all, this is his mother-in-law. Auntie Shui, why are you here? He greeted calmly. Why, can't I come and see you guys? I haven't seen you in years. Ling Yinxue responded, her voice soft but a little nervous. Mou quickly said, yes, of course. Ling Yinxue slightly turned sideways and tilted her body towards Mou. He flipped through the book in his hand as if nothing had happened. How to win a man's heart quickly. One of the strategies Ling Wanqing gave her. Mou sensed her approaching, smelled the faint fragrance, and moved to the side unnoticeably. Ling Yinxue focused on the book in her hand. I have already inquired about my preferences, and I like beautiful women. Next, show your charm. Simply put, seduction. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and struggled internally for a moment, thinking that they were already engaged. She gritted her teeth and cast a spell to extend the slit of the cheongsam to her waist, but when she noticed that Mou didn't notice immediately, she adjusted her sitting position, leaned back slightly, and crossed her legs elegantly. This action finally caught Mou's attention. His eyes subconsciously shifted to the past black stockings. Cheongsam, he had never seen Ling Yinxue dressed like this. On weekdays, she always dresses conservatively, not to show off her appearance, and now, dressed like this, it's amazing, but why are there stockings and high heels in the world of immortal cultivation? He calmed himself down and tried to look away. Can't watch, she is Ling Qingyue's adoptive mother, his future mother-in-law, and his master's sister. You must never harbor bad thoughts. Ling Yinxue frowned slightly. Why doesn't Xiaoyu look at herself? Are you not charming enough? She made up her mind and cast the spell again. The originally conservative neckline suddenly became open. Auntie Shui, what are you doing? Mou couldn't help but ask. Ling Yinxue's cheeks were already flushed. She didn't expect that she would do such a bold move. When she heard Mou's question, she felt even more ashamed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She hesitated, not knowing how to answer, so she just made up an excuse. It's a little hot. After saying this, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. She's already like this, and this idiot still can't see what it means. No wonder Ling Wanqing wanted to give me some strategy. It turns out I'm such a tough guy. Mou, it's better not to make up this excuse. Even a fool can tell it's a lie, but since no one said anything, he couldn't guess what it meant, so he could only assume that she was just hot. Could it be that Aunt Shui is trying to seduce me? Absolutely not. Ling Yinxue continued to flip through the book in her hand to satisfy men's desire to conquer. Ling Yinxue seemed to be lost in thought. She suddenly remembered that Mou had always called her Auntie Shui. Could it be that he likes this forbidden love? What a little pervert he actually has. Such a hobby. This is not mentioned in the other senior brother strategy manual given by Wanqing. Also, there is something wrong with Wanqing, who in their right mind would write a guidebook specifically for becoming a senior. Just as she was in a state of confusion, Mou was also in a state of confusion. In the conservative world of cultivating immortals, which normal person would dress so revealingly? Even the slutty vixen sleeping in his arms wouldn't dare to dress like this, and where did those black stockings and high heels come from? Suddenly he remembered that he seemed to have drawn these before, and only Ling Wanqing had seen them. Mou subconsciously looked at Ling Wanqing, who smiled back. Suddenly, he understood everything. Ling Wanqing must have made those drawings into real objects and given them to Ling Yinxue as gifts. At this time, Ling Yinxue pretended to move casually. Mou's breathing stagnated slightly. He admitted that he was indeed attracted. Ling Yinxue's beauty, with the charm of a mature woman, is like a jar of aged wine, which becomes more delicious the more you taste it. But he quickly calmed down and secretly warned himself not to be seduced by beauty. Those who practice Taoism should keep their minds as calm as still water and not be moved by external things. But on second thought, he felt that he had gone too far. We monks should follow our hearts. If you like it, you like it. If you appreciate it, you appreciate it. Why hide it and deceive yourself? He raised his head and looked at Ling Yinxue calmly. At this moment, he felt that his state of mind had reached a higher level. He realized that Aunt Shui was the opportunity given to him by heaven to cultivate his heart of Tao. Ling Yinxue felt flustered when he looked at her, and her cheeks flushed, like the peach blossoms in March, so beautiful and tempting. She was secretly happy, but also a little hesitant. Xianingbing is still here, so she can't do anything. More outrageous, Xu Yuli was originally watching Moronyi's battle on the sword testing stage, when she accidentally noticed Mou's own master is actually looking at that ant? Mou looked at it for a long time and suddenly remembered that he still had a system. Then he opened Ling Yinxue's panel. Name: Ling Yinxue, luck, purple, favorability, 70, complex ingredients, introduction, one of Mou's future concubines, possessing the morning dew flower rain body, a top-grade furnace tripod. Just 4 lines of text bring an explosive amount of information. Study the most important things first. System: is that the morning dew flower rain? Chapter 61. Only children make choices. I want them all. Yes. Mou calmed himself down and asked again. The ingredients are complex. What are they specifically? The composition is too complicated, mainly family affection, a small amount of love, and some inexplicable emotions. Mou was stunned. Love, then the one in the harem can also be explained, but their relationship, forbidden love. Does Aunt Shui have this hobby? I didn't expect that he is so frivolous even though he is so old, but it's not impossible. That's not right. Does Ling Qingyue know about this? Mou felt his thoughts were in turmoil and his mind was in a mess. He forced himself to calm down. His brain racing, trying to figure things out. Ling Wanqing must be aware of this. This so-called surprise was probably planned by her. Those ambiguous clothes were the props she gave to Ling Yinxue to help her conquer her. Even Meng Lanin's previous immortal drunk was her work, only she could add a dose of Hawan powder to the immortal drunk, which was sufficient for overcoming tribulations. Mou's gaze inadvertently swept across Ling Wanqing. She was staring intently at the sword-testing platform, her expression calm and without a trace of guilt. The marriage has been called off, but Ling Yinxue still does this. The reason is obvious. I want to maintain the relationship between the two parties through myself. I just didn't expect that the sect leader would make the sacrifice himself. However, they didn't know that they were the real culprits who broke the engagement. Stao Yu. Ling Yunshua's soft voice suddenly sounded, pulling Mou back. Mou responded. Ling Yunshue smiled slightly. Auntie Shui has been practicing a new leg technique recently and accidentally injured her meridians. Xiaoyu, can you help Auntie Shui massage them? Before she finished speaking, she had already turned sideways and placed her legs on Mou's thighs. Mou only felt his legs sink. Why, you don't want to? Ling Yunshue asked softly. How could that be? If it's Aunt Shui, then of course it's okay. Mou nodded in agreement and began to clear her meridians, speak while massaging. Auntie Shui, you don't have to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, Mou felt the jade legs in his hands suddenly tense up, but he didn't stop what he was doing. Master actually never told me that Qingyue and I were engaged. Auntie Shui is so smart, she must know why. When Ling Yinxue heard this, her body trembled slightly, and she instantly understood what Mou meant. The engagement is fake, but the real purpose is to help them with the Taiqing Holy Land under the name of the engagement. Instead, she misunderstood Yishime's true intention. She raised her eyes to look at Mou, only to see him lowering his head and concentrating on massaging her, his expression serious and gentle. For a moment, both of them fell into silence, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, Mou spoke. Aunt Shui, can you tell me what happened in Taiqing territory? Ling Yunxue sighed softly, her voice sounding tired. The passage to the demon realm guarded by the Taiqing Holy Land, from top to bottom, the passages in every realm are almost collapsing. She suddenly cried out softly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Be gentle. Mou paused and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, Aunt Shui, I'll be gentler. Ling Yunxue steadied her breathing and continued. Our Taiqing Holy Land can no longer contact the ancestors of the immortal realm. And now, the only person left in the Taiqing Holy Land is an 8 tribulations loose immortal, who is about to pass away. After his death, the strongest person will only have a 5 tribulations level. Perhaps before the passage to the demon realm falls, the Taiqing Holy Land will be divided up by other holy lands. Even if Yishime is the supreme elder, she certainly cannot control the entire Tianxian Holy Land, so I must make some sacrifices. She raised her eyes to look at Mou, her gaze complicated and incomprehensible. Xiaoyu, do you understand? Mou did not answer immediately. Why Yishime can't control the entire Tianxian Holy Land? So far, he has never seen an elder who was disrespectful in front of Yishime, but he didn't know the specific reason. He raised his head and spoke softly. It's okay, Aunt Shui. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely help you. After hearing this, Ling Yunxue showed a gentle smile. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Even with Mou's help, what can be changed? However, this sentence unconsciously made her more accepting of Mou. When I'm really with him, I'm not as resistant as before. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Mou's mind. Ling Yinshua's current favorability, 80, intimacy, automatically replenish luck, 800, villain points plus 800. Please keep up the good work. Mou looked at Ling Yinxue. I saw her eyes were tightly closed, and her originally fair cheeks were stained with a layer of crimson. At this moment, Yenxi's voice sounded in his mind. What a pity, Mou asked in his heart while circulating his spiritual power for massage. Sister Yenxi, why is it a pity? Yenxi chuckled. Of course it's because of this physique. You've already had a relationship with that little girl Qingyue, so you can't take her in anymore. Mou was shocked and couldn't help but ask back. Is it really that exaggerated? This morning dew, flower, and rain body. Yenxi said, you are in this small lower world, so naturally you don't understand. People with this kind of physique can produce a spiritual fluid that has many uses. Being able to form a Taoist partner with someone of this physique is a feat that ranks 74th on the list of pursuits by immortal cultivators.
MOU asked, "Can this be ranked?" "But Sister Yan Shi, you are wrong." "Whom?" Yan Shi raised an eyebrow.
"Only children make choices.
I want them all." This sentence made Yan Shi stunned for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. "Is the situation in Taiching Holy Land so bad?" Xiao Ningbing listened to the conversation between the two people behind her and thought in her heart it was indeed Yi Shimei's intention not to tell Xiao Yu about the engagement. If he hadn't asked, it might have taken decades to find out.
The problem with the Taiching Holy Land is not a big deal. We will find an opportunity in the future to destroy those passages to the demon world. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Cooling completed. Chapter 62 System, how can you slander someone's innocence like this? Restatement rules, you will be suppressed to the same realm and enter the contrast space to fight with the target. The comparison space will 100% copy all the abilities of the target. Winning will earn you rewards, and losing will lead to a penalty game. You can also get rewards through punishment games. You can start comparing at any time. Xiao Ningbing did not rush into anything, but instead analyzed MOU's strength. After all, this is the first real battle. She also has the Immortal Emperor level body refining technique, so there is no need to worry too much. The formation magic weapon and the music magic weapon are difficult to play a role in this kind of battle. After a moment's thought, you can come to a conclusion. Xiao Yu is definitely not her match. She closed her eyes and spoke silently in her heart. Start. 200th comparison starts. Entering the comparison space, in an instant, Xiao Ningbing's consciousness descended into a pure white space. Not far away, MOU stood silently, like a sculpture, with a stern expression. Battle begins. The system just finished speaking. Xiao Ningbing immediately summoned her flying sword, intending to end the battle quickly. The sword flashed like a rainbow, going straight for MOU. However, the void in front of MOU trembled slightly. A large and ancient tripod suddenly appeared, with complex and mysterious runes engraved on its body, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. Immortal weapon. Xiao Ningbing's heart trembled. Another magical weapon. Although it is not a combat-type immortal weapon, its power is undoubtedly devastating in the battle. At the nascent soul stage, the huge tripod came crashing down towards her with unparalleled power. The space seemed to be crumbling under this force, and terrifying waves swept in all directions. Xiao Ningbing was an immortal emperor in his previous life. He had experienced countless life and death battles and had extensive combat experience. She instantly determined that this attack of MOU had obviously exhausted all of his spiritual power. With his current level of cultivation, it was already difficult for him to activate the immortal weapon, let alone a full-strength attack. After this blow, he will definitely fall into a weakened state and will no longer be able to fight back. It really fits his usual reckless style. This attack was extremely powerful, and even ordinary gods could not withstand it. Unfortunately, I met her. Xiao Ningbing sighed in her heart, but her hands did not slow down at all. She quickly changed her strategy from offense to defense. The sword light flowed, turning into layers of sword curtain barriers, facing the big cauldron. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A golden light flashed, and a golden rope sprang out like a snake and instantly tied around her waist. The seemingly simple entanglement made Xiao Ningbing stiff and all over. She was horrified to find that her spiritual power, soul, physique, and even all the strength in her body were completely sealed and she could not use any of it. The sword curtain defense that had just been condensed disappeared without a trace under this strange golden rope, like ice and snow meeting the sun. At this moment, Xiao Ningbing was like a helpless mortal who could only watch the big cauldron fall towards her. Boom, with a loud bang, the cauldron smashed heavily on Xiao Ningbing. Without any suspense, she was killed instantly. Battle failed. Xiao Ningbing's consciousness returned to her body, but there was still a trace of confusion in her eyes. Defeated, she actually lost, and the defeat was so complete and so quick, there wasn't even a chance to resist. Why is this happening? Xiao Ningbing frowned, feeling extremely confused. Why does MOU still have the spiritual power to activate the second magic weapon? Without immortal power, it is impossible to truly activate immortal artifacts, let alone activate two at the same time. However, she was, after all, an empress who once stood at the pinnacle of the immortal path, with a strong mind and broad knowledge. After a brief moment of confusion, she knew the reason. The place of battle is system space, that MOU is a disposable consumable, a puppet that can burn everything without any scruples. This kind of combat is completely different from reality. MOU consumed all his spiritual power the first time, and directly burned his life the second time. At all costs, just to defeat her. However, she still uses the combat thinking in reality, try to win the battle with minimal losses. In this case, how can we not fail? Xiao Ningbing sighed softly, and she understood in her heart. Next time, try your best to kill MOU in the shortest time possible. And you will win the battle. Thinking of this, her originally dim eyes rekindled the fighting spirit. The world is so vast, who can remain invincible forever? After failure, find out the reason and stand up again immediately. This is the right way. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in her mind. Punishment game, kiss Mou on the cheek, limited to 1 month. Xianingbing suddenly came back to her senses, and her calm mood began to ripple and spread out. Kiss Xiaoyu's face. How could she do such a thing? Complete the punishment game to receive this reward. If the system is not completed, all functions will be closed. Note: do not forget the oath you made with your heart. As the system finished speaking, a slight cracking sound was heard, like porcelain breaking. A crack appeared in Xianingbing's Dao heart. Deep down, she had already made her choice. She was unwilling to do such a thing. At least not now. Detected that you have caused a crack in the Dao heart of Xianingbing, the daughter of Fortune. Xianingbing, as the reincarnation of the immortal emperor, has luck, talent, and strength far exceeding yours. You have transcended 3 realms and broken her Dao heart. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: invincible sword intent. Mou? System: how can you slander someone's innocence like this? Before Ling Wanqing and Meng Lanian gave you the drug, you said it was me who gave it to you, so I endured it. Su Meier and Moron Yi instigated the kiss, and you said I forced you to do it, so I put up with it. Now, I haven't touched Xianingbing in the past few days. She even chopped me for a month when I was practicing swordsmanship some time ago. Why do you say I did that? Be gentler. Ling Yunxue felt the sudden increase in force on her legs and couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. The voice is melodious and moving, like the singing of an oriole. Sorry, Aunt Xue, I'll be gentler. Upon hearing this, Mou quickly calmed his mind, reduced his strength, and moved gently. After inspection, correct system response. Mou, please refer to the system test results for everything. Mou sighed helplessly. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. I won't lose anything anyway. You can't just say it was me and Xianingbing will come and bite me, right? He raised his eyes and his gaze fell on Xianingbing in front of him. She stood quietly, her back slender and straight, her whole body emitting a chill that kept people at a distance, like an ice sculpture. It still maintains its previous posture, calm and peaceful, but since the system said so, it means that there might really be something wrong with her Dao heart, but it definitely couldn't be because of me. It must be because he was stimulated by the sword intended by Xuanying when he saw her when he chopped the sword monument just now, although I don't know the specific strength of senior sister Bai, but she cut a sword monument in half. Xianingbing only cut half of the sword monument in half. Comparing the two, the difference is obvious. So I felt like I lost. The invincible heart of Taoism was also shattered. Yes, that must be it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Mou didn't care too much about this matter. Whoever did it should comfort them. Moreover, for this reincarnation of the Empress, a broken heart and so on can be cured by just staying quiet for 1 night now. Since he also has the sword intent. Of course I have to take part in the sword test, get the mid-grade spiritual treasure from Chu Wangyan. Chapter 63 Invincible Sword Intent. Mou concentrated and looked inward, and a mysterious feeling surged in his heart. Is this the invincible sword intent? As soon as he thought about it, the sword intent flowed out from his dantian and instantly circulated through his limbs and bones. It was as if every cell had turned into an extremely sharp sword, ready to cut through everything. He was filled with strength, a strength that did not come from spiritual power, but from a belief in invincibility. As long as he believes that he is invincible, this sword intent will continue to grow stronger. The realm of sword intent has reached perfection, and there is no need to spend time honing it. He checked the system introduction. Invincible sword intent: the stronger the Dao heart, the stronger the sword. The more invincible the faith, the more invincible the sword. The normal level is the ultimate sword intent. As the system explained, Mou automatically knew what the ultimate sword intent was. It is a powerful sword intent that only people from the upper realm have. With this, it would be a genius to put it in the upper realm. This invincible sword intent is quite suitable for him. He dared to fight against the god of transformation when he was in his golden core stage, and dared to threaten to merge with his nascent soul stage. In any case, he believed that he was invincible. As for the specific level, you will know when you go to the sword monument and chop it. Mou gently patted Ling Yunxue's thigh. Aunt Xue, I'm going to take part in the sword test. Okay, go ahead. Ling Yunxue's delicate body trembled slightly, and she quickly retracted her long legs and straightened her clothes. She restored the slits in her neckline and skirt, and a faint blush appeared on her face, making her look beautiful and charming. Seeing her like this, Mou couldn't help but want to laugh. He handed the little fox in his arms to Ling Wanqing, and with a flash of his body, he jumped out of the maze. When Chu Yuli saw MOU go out, she finally felt relieved. She was also worried that MOU would do something shameful with Ling Yinxue in the formation. Even though there are only 3 spectators here, we can't do this. An inexplicable emotion suddenly surged in her heart. I really want Master to massage my legs, but this seems a bit outrageous. You can also massage Master yourself. MOU walked out of the formation and looked towards the sword testing field. The sword test is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is an arena system, where the top 100 sword cultivators are selected from 100 arenas. The second stage will be a ranking battle, but as long as you get into the first 100, you will have a chance to comprehend the sword intent left by the ancestors of the sword sect. The battle venue was arranged in another space. MOU swept his spiritual sense across the scene and took in the entire situation. There are 100 arenas, arranged from high to low, and the strength of the contestants is roughly distributed in this way. Only the first arena is a little special. Logically speaking, this should be Chu Wangyan's position, but he is not on the stage now. There is another monk on the stage. MOU didn't care too much. He moved and entered the ring space. Appearing on the first ring opposite him was a Taoist priest in a grey robe. The Taoist sat cross-legged, his aura restrained. Like a rock, the Taoist in grey robe sensed MOU's arrival, opened his eyes, and slowly stood up. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would dare to compete with Jianzi for the first place. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly rose, and a sharp sword intent burst out from his body, flowing around him endlessly. On the stands, Ling Wanqing looked at the Taoist in grey robes and whispered softly, I didn't expect it to be a heavenly grade, top grade sword intent. And he has already reached the state of perfection in sword intent, and is only 1 step away from sword heart. I originally thought he chose that position because no one dared to challenge Jianzi. Now it seems he has some skills. It's just, why does he look familiar? Chu Yuli was puzzled. Uncle Master, what is heavenly rank sword intent? Ling Wanqing explained. Sword intent is divided into 3 levels based on the 3 elements of heaven, earth, and man. Each level is further divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Chu Yuli tilted her head. Since we've already divided heaven, earth, and man, why do we still need to divide them into upper, middle, and lower? Why didn't we divide them into 9 ranks in the beginning? Ling Wanqing was slightly stunned, then smiled. No matter what, there are different levels. In the beginning, there were only heaven, earth, and man. Later, people at the same level discovered that there were differences between them, so they were divided into several levels. If you really want to investigate, there are actually more detailed subdivisions. Some people even created a sword intent ranking to give all sword intents a specific ranking. But this kind of thing can't be counted. It still depends on the person who uses it. Even the most ordinary sword intent can release terrifying power in the hands of senior brother. Chu Yuli nodded. Is that so? Master is truly amazing. MOU felt the powerful sword intent surrounding the grey-robed Taoist priest, and his expression remained calm as he responded. Chu Wanyan has been the number 1 Yuanying for so long, now it's my turn to take the position. Upon hearing this, the Taoist in grey robe was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud towards the sky. Good. Very good. Could you please leave your name, fellow Taoist? Tianxian Holy Land, MOU. MOU responded calmly. At the same time, the sword intent in him was released without reservation. When this sword intent came out, it seemed as if the entire space was shaking, carrying with it an aura that looked down upon the world. The Taoist in grey robe was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether it was because of MOU's name or his unique sword intent. He silently took out a pot of wine, tilted his head back and poured it into his mouth. The wine slid down the corners of his mouth, making him look even more unruly. Then, fellow Taoist, do you know who I am? MOU summoned his flying sword and spoke bluntly. I don't know. Fellow Taoist, I didn't expect that you have never even heard of my name. The Taoist in grey robe laughed wildly. Are you famous? MOU asked in confusion. The Taoist in grey robe slowly turned around, with his back to MOU, and sighed. Okay, that's great. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the air on his sword, transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Fortunately, I don't know myself. Slip away. Slip away. MOU, could you please not make the word cowardly sound so refreshing and refined? He then sat down in the ring, waiting for the next challenger to eye in the stands. Ling Wanqing's eyes lit up as she looked at the gray-robed Taoist priest running away. She remembered. Wasn't that the Frost Swordsman? This escape posture is exactly the same I in the previous life. After the senior brother defeated Jianzi, Xuanghua Swordman boasted that the senior brother was nothing special and even threatened to challenge the senior brother. As a result, he met his senior brother several times and was beaten half to death by him every time. But how come he became so cowardly in this life? After Frost Swordsman escaped, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mou did not catch up with him. In the future he saw, he was chased and hacked by Mou just because he said a few bad words about Mou. It was said to be an accidental encounter, but no matter where he escaped to, Mou would happen to meet him. 10 times. 10 times, he was beaten up by Mou 10 times. It is better not to provoke such a vengeful person. He still felt a little uneasy. After much thought, he made a decision. The Frost Swordsman is dead. From now on he will be the Qingfeng Swordsman. Suddenly, he remembered that a secret realm would be opened in the ancient domain soon. Mou will go there more than 30 years later. Go there early and see if you can take advantage of Mou's opportunity to avenge your past life. Chapter 64, Challenging the Sword Sex. Sword Master Mou sat quietly on the stage, closing his eyes to rest. The stands were crowded with people, and discussions were heard one after another. Finally, many people's eyes fell on Mou. Look, someone actually dares to challenge Jianzi on the Yuanying stage sword test platform. So he's the holy son of Tianxian Holy Land. That's not surprising. But it's a pity that he is too young. Jianzi has been training for almost twice as long as him. In the stands, Zhu Wanyan looked at Mou with fighting spirit rising in his eyes. He did not agree with what those people said. Based on Mou's current strength, he is definitely capable of fighting with me. He even had a faint feeling that the sword intent that Mou had just emitted was stronger than his own. If he had not reached the realm of Sword Heart, he would most likely not be a match for Mou. However, he was not in a hurry to challenge Mou. It has become an unspoken rule that the key battle is placed in the second stage. Zhu Wanyan moved and turned into a stream of light and flew to the second arena. 3 breaths later, there was a loud bang and the original champion of the second arena, Chen Jianfeng, fell heavily to the ground. All the audience were amazed, and the noise was even louder. Jianzi actually made it to the second arena. Doesn't this mean that he thinks Tianxian Shengzi is capable of fighting him? How old is Tianxian Shengzi? 24, right? Jianzi is over 40. That Chen Jianfeng was also a master who had comprehended the sword's heart not long ago. I didn't expect that he would be defeated by Jianzi in just 3 breaths. Jianzi is much stronger than he was 10 years ago. Mou looked calm and turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. Just then, a figure appeared in front of him. Chen Jianfeng, the swordsman who had just been defeated by Zhu Wanyan in 3 breaths, was now looking at Mou with an indignant look on his face. He was filled with anger and had no place to vent it. If I can't beat Jianzi, is it possible that I can't beat this kid who came out of nowhere? At the age of 20-something, I only achieved this top 100 result by relying on my status. Who among those who can defend the top 10 arenas is not a veteran strongman at the 9th level of the nascent soul? What is the basis for this Mou? The more Chen Jianfeng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he said with disdain, "You're only at the 6th level of the nascent soul, yet you dare to sit in this position? I really don't know who gave you this." Before he could finish his words, he felt a chill in his throat. A chill instantly spread throughout my body. He lowered his head and saw a sword at his throat. The sword emitted an icy light, as if it could take his life at any time. Moreover, the sword actually carried a sword intent that even terrified him. Chen Jianfeng's body stiffened instantly, and beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. He could even feel the stinging pain from the tip of the sword. "Do you want to go down by yourself, or should I do it?" Mou had appeared in front of him at some point, retracted his sword, and said lightly. Chen Jianfeng felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly took a few steps back. "Thank you for showing mercy, senior." He turned and ran, no longer having the arrogance he had before, and his back looked in a disheveled state. It's so terrifying. No wonder even Jianzi recognizes his strength. In the stands, the audience was stunned and talked a lot. This is such a powerful and terrifying sword intent. Chen Jianfeng was actually defeated in one move? Then, who will win in the end, him or Jianzi? Ling Wanqing was a little surprised. "Brother, have you reached this level so quickly? It seems that there is a 98% chance of defeating that swordsman. I just don't know if my current senior brother can cut off the sword monument." But then she felt that it was unlikely. The time is too short. Even in his previous life, Senior brother only realized his own ultimate sword intent after observing the sword intent of many predecessors. In this life, apart from the two senior sisters, senior brother has not seen many powerful sword intents. How could he possibly comprehend the ultimate sword intent? For today's senior brother, the probability of cutting through the sword monument is only 80%, even including an on-the-spot breakthrough. What's the difference between having an 80% chance of cutting off the sword monument and bringing humiliation upon oneself? Xianingbing stared at Mou quietly. Her eyes were not as clear as usual, but rather a little cloudy. She could see that Xiaoyu's previous move was the ultimate mid-grade sword intent. The invincible sword intent, although not yet stable enough, has already taken shape. Even in the fairy world, this is an extremely powerful sword intent. The advantage is that the upper limit is high, and the disadvantage is that it requires the user to be extremely strong inside. Xiaoyu is fine now, but I am the one who is in big trouble. Without the system, she had no confidence in breaking through to that legendary realm. There is a flaw in the way of heaven, and the road to heaven is cut off. Legend has it that the path to the highest heaven has been completely severed. When she promised the system that she would abide by the rules of the game, the system also promised to find that path for her. In this life, even if she were to start over again, she would just be following the same old path. The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt, and the stronger her doubts about herself became. The problem of cracks in the Tao heart is becoming more and more serious. I've started to have wild thoughts. If it is not resolved quickly, problems will arise sooner or later. Xianingbing closed her eyes, practiced her skills, and tried to calm her mind. Wanqing, she called softly. Ling Wanqing came back to her senses after hearing the voice. Senior sister, what's the matter? Help me find where the Tao heart fruit might appear. Okay, senior sister, I'll go back and check, and tell you as soon as I find it. Ling Wanqing responded, although I don't know why third senior sister wants the Tao heart fruit, but she remembered that soon, a secret realm would appear in the ancient domain. It was there that my senior brother in his previous life obtained a Tao heart fruit. It's a bit early now, but it should be available. Xianingbing's tense nerves relaxed slightly since Ling Wanqing agreed. It means it exists, after all. He ate the 9-leaf destiny grass and saw the future. Take Xiaoyu with you when you go. If you bring along a local chosen one, the chances of success will be much higher. There is really no other way. Punishment game is also an option. I started to have wild thoughts again. Ever since he defeated Chen Jianfeng, no one has come to challenge Mou again. Helplessly, Mou could only turn his attention to the second arena. There is no rule that the champion of the first ring cannot challenge the champion of the second ring. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Chu Wangyan. Chu Wangyan slowly opened his eyes, with fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Since you can't wait any longer, let's get started now. He summoned his flying sword, and the sharp sword intent burst out from his body, as if to tear apart everything around him. Chu Wangyan, the 9th level of nascent soul, the upper grade of heavenly rank, the sword intent of breaking delusion, the sword heart is slightly accomplished. Please teach me. Mou smiled slightly. Don't be impatient. He threw the challenge. Remember the bet you made with my master? A mid-grade spiritual treasure. Chu Wanyan caught the challenge letter with one hand without even looking at it. Master has decided this, so I will naturally remember it, provided that you defeat me. Chapter 65, Hanming Sword. In the stands, Ling Yun's sword master took out a deep blue flying sword. The sword body was shining brightly and emitting an oppressive chill. This sword is called Hanming, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. It was born in the ancient, frigid land of the far north, and was naturally nurtured by the cold and dark energy. The icy aura it exudes is incredibly powerful, and ordinary cultivators simply cannot resist it. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to the sword. An amazing scene happened. Ice crystals appeared on Ling Yun's sword master's fingers and spread along his arms. Liu Qinshan glanced sideways slightly, with surprise in his eyes. You should know that Ling Yun's sword master is in the late stage of tribulation and is not far from the Mahayana stage. The fact that this sword could affect him by itself showed how extraordinary it was. Ling Yun's sword master withdrew his hand and continued the introduction. Besides this chilling aura, this sword also has the effect of tempering the body and nourishing the soul. As long as you carry it, both your spirit and body will gradually become stronger. It is especially effective for those with damaged spirits and souls. At the time, Elder Yi of your sect took a liking to it and said that this sword was perfect for his young disciple. We will use this sword as a bet. If Saint Tianxian can defeat my Zong Jianzi within 100 years, this sword will belong to her. Otherwise, she will give my sword sect a top-grade spiritual treasure.
Xiao Yu will not lose. Lu Qianqian just looked at the sword-testing platform quietly, his tone calm and unquestionable, but he remembered that Mou liked to use fire, and this sword was not suitable for him in any way. Ling Yun's sword master was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then burst into laughter. Elder Lu truly has confidence in his own holy son. He changed the subject, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. But I am also very optimistic about my disciple. He has already achieved a small level of swordsmanship.
To be able to achieve a small level of swordsmanship at the nascent soul stage in his 40s, this talent needs no further explanation. Lu Qianqian nodded slightly. Chu Wanyan's talent in swordsmanship is indeed very high. The only ones who can suppress him are by Xuanying and Xianingbing, but he still didn't think Mou would lose. He was also present when Mou was undergoing the tribulation. Mou was able to remain unscathed from that terrifying heavenly calamity, so one can imagine his strength. However, he was not sure whether Mou could defeat Chu Wanyan. Defense is one thing, attack is another. At this moment, an old man in a white robe next to him suddenly spoke.
Why don't you all guess who will win between the two of them?
Bai Su, an elder of the Yuhan lineage in the Holy Land of Stars, is notorious for his greed for money. This is the location of the 9 holy places. Those who can stand here are all rich and powerful. Elder Xiaotian of the Zhutian Holy Land, Fairy Inha of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Elder Manfeng of the Huanggu Holy Land, and Master Qianqian Sword of the Tianqian Holy Land. Elder Xiaotian curled his lips in disdain.
Is there any suspense? Could it be that the holy son of Tianqian can still defeat our Jianzi?
Fairy Inha nodded her head slightly to show her agreement.
Tianqian Xingzi is indeed talented, but it is obviously impossible for him to defeat Jianzi now. Elder Manfeng let out a rough laugh. Since you all favor Jianzi, then I'll bet on Tianqian Shangzi. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Elder Bai Su's eyes flashed, and he immediately followed. Then I'll bet on Jianzi, 100,000. The others were speechless. Did anyone mention betting on spirit stones? Is there something wrong with your brains? To participate in the junior competition that happens once every 10 years, I have to pay 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Ling Yun's sword master tried to dissuade him. That's not necessary. Before he finished speaking, Elder Xiaotian took the lead. All right.
If that's the case, then I'll also bet 200,000 on that kid Wanyan to win. Those present are all top figures from various forces. At a time like this, they cannot lose face. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's sword master had to swallow back the words he had not yet spoken. My superior has already spoken, so I won't spend his money anyway. Fairy Inha also opened her red lips and said, Jianzi, 100,000. Lu Qianqian glanced at everyone and sneered in his heart. Isn't this a big pit? According to common sense, how could Mou, who had practiced for 20 years, defeat Chu Wanyan, who had practiced for more than 40 years? However, they were doomed to miscalculate. Mou cannot be measured by common sense. Just based on the terrifying thunder tribulation he saw that day, there was no way Mou could lose.
Isn't it just 300,000?
I'll follow. Lu Qianqian said lightly. Even Manfeng dared to donate 100,000 to support Mou, so what else could he not dare to do? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded.
What's the point of betting on such a small amount of spirit stones? Since you all want to gamble, why not bet a little more?
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. I saw a woman walking slowly towards me. She had an elegant figure and noble temperament, and her every move showed her extraordinary grace.
Fairy Tai Ching. Everyone stood up and saluted the newcomer respectfully with awe in their tone. The person who came was naturally Ling Yunxue.
At this moment, she had lost her shyness and regained her former elegance and grace. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. I'm betting on the holy son of Tianqian, 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed suddenly. 1 million top-grade spirit stones is not a small amount. Even though they are all elders of the major holy places, they cannot casually take out such a huge amount of spirit stones. Elder Xiaotian laughed dryly.
Fairy Tai Ching, you're joking. This is just a small bet for fun. Any more would be bad and would damage the harmony.
Elder Bai Su also quickly agreed.
Yes, this is just a game. Why is Fairy Tai Ching taking it so seriously? Are you scared?
Ling Yunxue said with a playful smile.
Or do you also think the Holy Sun can win?
At the same time, the battle on the sword testing stage also entered a fierce stage. The sword energy is everywhere and the spiritual light is shining. Mo found that he was fully capable of winning this competition easily. Maybe it is the nascent soul of heaven, or maybe it is the invincible sword intent. He found that he could defeat Chu Wanyan if he used a little more strength. But he didn't. If Chu Wanyan is really dealt with quickly, won't the fun for the group of people above be over? He is now enjoying the fun. Everyone raised the bets, raised them hard. So he only used a strength slightly weaker than Chu Wanyan's. By the way, I can use Chu Wanyan as a whetstone to hone my sword skills. Chu Wanyan was full of fighting spirit at this time. Mo's strength is much stronger than any opponent he has encountered before. This made him extremely excited. He vaguely realized that his strength would soon be able to improve further and break through the bottleneck. Yes, I am indeed scared. Elder Xiaotian said frankly, although their Zutian Holy Land is powerful, it is far stronger than the Taiching Holy Land, but he was just a small elder in the tribulation crossing stage. How could he dare to provoke Ling Yinxue, the sect leader? Don't be fooled by Ling Yinxue's pretty looks. Anyone who is cultivated to this level would be a demon who eats people without leaving any bones behind. What about you? Ling Yinxue turned her gaze to Bai Su. Elder Bai Su watched the battle on the field nervously. Judging from the current situation, Mou has no chance of winning at all, and Chu Wanyan's advantage is very obvious, but this is what scares him. Ling Yinxue is not a fool. Although the Star Holy Land is not weak, it is definitely the poorest. 1.1 million is a huge sum of money. It's not something you can just take. If he really lost, he might even have to pay for his coffin. He was about to refuse, but at this moment, something strange happened. The atmosphere on the entire sword testing stage suddenly changed, and Chu Wanyan, who was already powerful, became even more powerful. Sword energy was everywhere, spiritual light was overflowing, and the entire arena was shrouded in a vast ocean of sword intent. Ling Yun Sword Master exclaimed. Wanyan actually broke through. Chapter 66. Breaking through on the battlefield is useless. Lu Qianqian frowned. Chu Wanyan comprehended a deeper level of swordsmanship during the battle and achieved great success in swordsmanship. If this kind of talent is not compared with some monsters, it can be said to be extremely terrifying among normal cultivators in Tianyuan continent. Now, Mou's situation is even more dangerous. The words of rejection that were on the tip of Bai Su's tongue were swallowed back in an instant. His eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, "I'll do it! 1 million. Fairy Taiching won't regret it, right?" Today, the Taiching Holy Land has long lost its former glory, and with the Xingqian Holy Land behind him, what is there to fear? This is 1 million top-grade spirit stones. If you miss this opportunity, you may never have it again. Of course I won't regret it. Ling Yinxue's voice was still cold, but her gaze unconsciously turned in the direction of Mou, and worry was revealed in her beautiful eyes. 1 million top-grade spirit stones were indeed nothing to her. What she was really worried about was whether Mou would get hurt. Although she didn't say it, she now tacitly accepted that Mou was her fiancé. In the distance, Xianingbing was also watching the fight on the ring with a calm expression. Although Chu Wanyan made a breakthrough in the battle, Mou never used his full strength from beginning to end. Invincible sword intent. Maintain an invincible heart, and you will become stronger when facing a stronger opponent. The gap between the ultimate sword intent and the heavenly sword intent is like a chasm, which cannot be made up by a small realm. What's more, Mou also possesses the immortal emperor level body refining skills. Chu Yuli stared at the battlefield intently, her delicate little face full of tension. "Uncle Master, do you think Master can win?" 10%. Ling Wanqing said lightly. That's right. After Chu Wanyan's breakthrough on the spot, Mou's chances of winning became even greater, because she knew her senior brother too well. Whenever Mou showed this seemingly stressed expression during a battle, it meant that he was not using his full strength. Chu Yuli was slightly surprised. A 100% chance of winning? It turns out that the master is so much stronger than she imagined. Her understanding of master is so superficial. At such a critical moment, she actually doubted her master's strength. I must find an opportunity to get to know master more deeply. On the sword testing stage, sword shadows intertwined and spiritual power surged. Mou's figure was graceful and at ease, and he wielded the sword in his hand freely, like a swimming dragon. For him, Chu Wanyan's breakthrough only added a little bit of fun. The invincible sword intent was extremely powerful. The delusion-breaking sword intent was like a child swinging a sword in front of it, posing no threat at all. Coupled with the power of the divine elephant to suppress the prison, Chu Wanyan had no chance of winning. Mou still used Chu Wanyan to hone his sword intent. Chu Wanyan became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and his sword became more and more fierce. After his sword heart was perfected, his sword intent became even purer. The two fought back and forth, and the battle
was difficult to determine. Every confrontation stirred up waves of spiritual power. Finally, Xu Wangyan gradually realized that Mo was not using his full strength at all and seemed to be playing a trick on him. But if he continues like this, he will lose sooner or later, and lose miserably. Xu Wangyan retreated decisively and kept some distance from Mo. He took a deep breath, the spiritual power in his body circulated wildly, and the sword in his hand made a buzzing sound. One sword breaks the delusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a sword light and flew towards Mo. This is the strongest attack he can currently deliver. Mo watched Xu Wangyan attacking. With his current physical condition, it seems that he cannot dodge this attack. In that case, let's have a head-on confrontation. Fighting spirit burst out from Mo's eyes, and his invincible sword intent instantly swept across the entire arena. He swung the long sword in his hand and slashed towards Xu Wangyan's sword. Light, the two sword lights collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling light. The entire sword testing platform was shaken, the light dissipated, and two figures appeared. Mo's long sword was pressed against Xu Wangyan's eyebrows. Just a slight push would take his life. Xu Wangyan's long sword stabbed Mo's arm, tearing his clothes, but failed to hurt him at all. The winner has been decided. How is this possible? Elder Bai Su cried out in shock. Xu Wangyan actually lost, a breakthrough on the spot, and still lost 1,100,000. This amount of spirit stones is not a small amount for him, it is simply costing him his life. Ling Yun's sword master's face was full of disbelief. The mastery of swordsmanship actually lost to the perfection of sword intent. This is totally unreasonable. And the terrifying sword intent erupted at the last moment, and even he felt subtly suppressed, and his mind trembled. This feeling had only been felt once, when seeing the sword intent left by Xuanying and Xianingbing on the sword monument. In this case, I can only say that Wangyan's loss was not unfair. It is truly terrifying that the Tianxian Holy Land can produce 3 such powerful sword cultivators in a row. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian was also quite surprised, but soon he showed a relieved smile that he was worrying too much. Mo's sword intent already had the same feeling that Xuanying had given him back then. A faint smile also appeared on Ling Yunshue's beautiful face. Everyone, don't forget the bet you just made. As the number 1 person in the nascent soul stage, this fiancé is pretty good. Elder Xiaotian frowned slightly and responded in a deep voice. Of course I won't forget. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Su intentionally or unintentionally. Fortunately, he did not have the impulse to continue gambling, otherwise it would be too late to cry now. You don't have to think carefully about it. Can the knowledge of fairy Tai Ching be compared with that of a mere elder of a holy land like us? Elder Manfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, I saw at first sight that this boy was extraordinary, and now I see that it's true. Fairy Inha pouted and muttered somewhat unhappily. What? You, Tianxian Holy Land, actually hid a genius for so long. How boring. Chu Yuli cheered excitedly. Master 1. Now Master is the number 1 nascent soul cultivator in Tianyuan continent. Her little face was filled with pride, as if she was the winner. Ling Wanqing nodded slightly. She was not surprised at all that Mo won, or rather, it would be surprising if he lost. You actually have such strength. My defeat is not unfair. Xu Wangyan looked at the marks on Mo's hand caused by the sword and sighed sincerely. That was the mark left by his full strength attack. A lot of the power was dissipated, but it only scratched Mo's clothes, without even a trace of blood. The gap between the two was really too big. However, even if Mo's physique was not so strong, he knew that he was still no match for him. That invincible sword intent was so terrifying that even if he broke through to the peak of swordsmanship, it would be difficult to match it. Mo retracted his sword and spoke softly. In addition to practicing swordsmanship, I also train my body. Xu Wangyan bowed deeply to Mo and spoke sincerely. Thank you for your guidance. I have benefited a lot from this battle with you and have made great progress. At first, he didn't understand why Mo hid his strength and fought with him for a long time. It wasn't until the battle was over that he suddenly realized Mo had already seen that he was about to break through the bottleneck, so he deliberately suppressed his strength and fought against him. Take this opportunity to enlighten myself and help myself break through to the Sword Heart Realm. He will always remember this kindness. Chapter 67. Another clue to the Fairy Fire advice. Mo was puzzled. It's because you have a good understanding. He had no intention of giving Xu Wangyan any guidance, he just wanted to hone his own sword skills. Good understanding is only part of the story. Your guidance is the key. Xu Wangyan looked serious and his tone was full of gratitude. Seeing that he was so stubborn,
MOU said no more and turned around and walked off the stage. Chuanyan looked at MOU's tall and straight back and was filled with admiration. After just 20 years of practice, one can reach such a state. What a blessing it is to be born in the same era as such a genius. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his heart burning with fighting spirit. He will not be discouraged by failure, but will work harder to practice and strive to surpass MOU as soon as possible and become a true swordsman. The stands were still noisy. Gen Z broke through the sword heart and achieved great success, but he still lost. That sword energy is too terrifying. I wanted to draw my sword and feel it just now, but my sword didn't want to come out. Don't you want to? Or maybe you don't dare. This sword intent is too terrifying. I almost bowed down to it with that aura that looked down on the world. What do you think? Can the Holy Sun Tianxian cut through the sword monument? This can't be right. He's still a long way from being the white sword immortal. Besides, didn't someone already cut him off once today? How come two such powerful people appear in one day? I think he has some hope. Maybe he can do it after practicing for a while. MOU returned to the edge of the stands. Suddenly, a beautiful woman dressed in the costume of the Yaoqi Holy Land appeared in front of him. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. She is much prettier than most of the female cultivators in Tianxian Holy Land. Of course, she still can't compare with a top beauty like Meng Lanin. Young master, are you interested in coming to our Yaoqi Holy Land? The voice of the fairy Inha is charming. Her eyes are moving and her gaze is bright. We in Yaoqi Holy Land are all beautiful sisters. She deliberately prolonged the ending tone, and her tone was ambiguous. MOU's eyes lit up when he heard this. The Holy Land of Yaoqi is the place that all male cultivators dream of, because it does not accept male monks. It is an all-female Holy Land and is full of beautiful women. Their Yaoqi secret technique is the top-level technique pursued by female cultivators across the continent. More importantly, there is a special ritual in the Yaoqi Holy Land, Yaoqi baptism. It is said that bathing in the Yaoqi lake can cleanse one's body and mind and improve one's cultivation. That if he had the chance, he would like to take a bath with Meng Lanin. How about it? If you come to our Yaoqi Holy Land, you will be the only holy son. Seeing that MOU seemed a little moved, Fairy In had tempted him again. MOU shook his head and refused. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Tianxian Holy Land has treated me well. How could I betray the sect? Tianxian Holy Land gave so much. Once you enter the door, you will become the son of God. Even though his cultivation was abolished, he was still able to maintain the status and treatment of the son of God. On weekdays, his status is the same as that of the peak master, and he can do whatever he wants. Where can I find such outrageous treatment? Like Junwoin, he only had 2 souls destroyed, and he was abandoned before his cultivation level even reached the bottom. It might have been refined into a magic weapon, a puppet, or something. If Fairy Inha was a little disappointed when she saw that MOU was unmoved, but she was not annoyed. If the Holy Sun changes his mind, Yaoqi Holy Land welcomes you at any time. She was just trying it out, without holding out much hope. At this moment, a cool breath enveloped them. Ling Yunxue appeared in front of MOU at some point, blocking his view. Her cold eyes, now filled with a hint of annoyance, stared directly at Fairy Inha. What does your Yaoqi Holy Land mean by this? She had just left for a moment and someone came to poach her. What would happen if MOU really fell in love and was abducted to the sacred land of Yaoqi by this witch? When she thought of this, Ling Yunxue felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. Fairy Inha looked at the two of them and blinked. Senior Taiching, what are you saying? The Holy Sun is not a disciple of the Taiching Holy Land. Why are you so anxious? Ling Yunshue's heart trembled, but she remained calm on the surface. His master and I are close friends. Is there any problem? Fairy Inha smiled sweetly. Her gaze passed over Ling Yunxue and fell on MOU. Remember what I said, we welcome you at any time in Yaoqi Holy Land. After saying that, Fairy Inha floated away, leaving Ling Yunxue and MOU behind. Ling Yunxue turned around, her eyes fell on MOU, her tone serious. Xiaoyu, stay away from people from Yaoqi Holy Land. They are not good people. MOU felt that her words seemed to contain some personal emotions. Ling Yunxue waved her slender jade hand, and an exquisite storage ring appeared out of thin air, floating between the two of them. This is the 1 million top-grade spirit stones I won from the bet with them just now. Now, it belongs to you. MOU was shocked when he heard this. This is no small amount, you know. The total assets of the 3 fusion stages of the Star Holy Land only amount to 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. He quickly waved his hands. Auntie Shui, How can I accept this? Ling Yunxue smiled lightly and put the storage ring into MOU's hand. If I ask you to accept it, then accept it. The things that your Tianqian Holy Land gave me are far more than this. As soon as the ring was in MOU's hand, the system's voice sounded, "You successfully intercepted MOU's opportunity, 1 million top-grade spirit stones, reward, 10 million top-grade spirit stones, automatically replenish luck, 200, villain points plus 200, MOU was shocked. Is there a reward for this too? Still 10 million, I have never seen so much money in my life, the system is awesome." MOU looked at Ling Yunshue's eyes full of concern, hesitated slightly, and finally accepted the storage ring. After all, this was Aunt Shue's kindness, and he could repay her later. When Ling Yunxue saw MOU accept it, the corners of her lips rose slightly, revealing a relieved smile. The two returned to the center area of the stands. Ling Yun's sword master stared at MOU with complicated eyes. There is admiration, emotion, and some indescribable emotions. He slowly spoke, "The Holy Son is extremely talented, unrivaled in the world. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the best of the younger generation in Tianyuan continent." He took out the Hanning sword, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "This is the bet your master and I made back then, the Hanning sword." MOU's gaze fell on the Hanning sword, and he felt a chill coming towards him, which cheered him up. The sword is about 3 feet long, with a fine ice blue line on the spine, like a sleeping ice dragon. The sword is simple, but it exudes a heart-pounding chill. Good sword. At this moment, Yenshi's voice sounded in MOU's mind, with uncontrollable excitement. "This sword is not simple. It will be of great benefit to you and me." MOU's heart moved and he asked quickly, "Sister Yenshi, is there anything special about this sword?" "This sword was born from the purest and cleanest cold and abyss energy between heaven and earth. This cold and abyss energy has an incredible effect on repairing damage to the soul. Doesn't that mean that with this, Sister Yenshi's soul will be able to recover quickly? Not only that, we can also use this sword to find the place where it was born. There is definitely the Frost Abyss Immortal Fire there." Chapter 68 Immortal Weapon, Frost Sword Hanming Immortal Fire. MOU exclaimed. Yenshi explained. "That's right, it's the coldest and purest ice-attributed fairy fire in the world. Not only is it infinitely powerful, it also has the miraculous effect of tempering the body and nourishing the soul. For you, it is a rare treasure." MOU felt a surge of heat in his heart when he heard this. He stretched out his hand, took the Hanning sword, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Senior Sword Master, for your generous gift of the sword." The moment his fingertips touched the hilt of the sword, a bone-chilling chill penetrated his heart, which cheered him up and made him want to put the sword in his pocket. However, the Hanming sword did not move at all. Ling Yun's sword master held the hilt of the sword tightly in his hand, obviously reluctant to part with it. "Senior?" MOU reminded in a low voice. Ling Yun's sword master then reluctantly let go of his hand. "I hope you will make good use of this sword." MOU took the Hanming sword with both hands, detected that you have successfully intercepted MOU's opportunity, Hanming sword. Without the Hanming sword, MOU not only lost a powerful means of attack, but also could not obtain the Hanming Immortal Fire, and at the same time could no longer restore Yenshi's soul. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward, Immortal Weapon, Frosty Sword, contains the ultimate ice, capable of freezing even time and space, and has a powerful inhibitory effect on filth and evil. Automatically replenish luck, 1000, villain points plus 1000. MOU hurriedly checked the system space. I saw a crystal clear long sword floating quietly above the mountain of spirit stones. The sword exudes a soft moonlight-like light, cold and holy, yet with a hint of heart-pounding chill. This sword is purer and colder than the Hanming sword. It seems that just one glance at it can freeze a person's soul. There are dots of starlight on the sword, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky, mysterious and profound. The frosty sword seemed to sense MOU's gaze, trembling slightly and making a crisp sword sound, as if responding to his call. This sword has spirit. MOU was ecstatic. The power of the Xuangyi sword was definitely far beyond that of the Hanming sword. Just when he was getting excited, Ling Yun's sword master's reminder brought him back. "When the time comes, you still have to go to the sword tomb to gain enlightenment on the way of the sword. Don't forget." Ling Yun's sword master looked at MOU with mixed feelings. This is the sword he has treasured for many years. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't feel sad to give it away just like that, but he is the leader of a sect after all, and his words are law. Since he lost the bet, he naturally has to accept the defeat. "Okay, thank you, Senior." This sword is really great. Moyu responded quickly, his excitement hard to hide in his tone. This frost sword is so powerful. Ling Yun's sword master was heartbroken. Please don't bring up things that are not related to the topic. Moyu put the Hanming sword into his storage ring. Just then, a light sound of footsteps came into his ears. Looking up, he saw Ling Wanqing supporting Morongyi and walking towards him. Morongyi's face was pale, with blood at the corners of his mouth. He was obviously seriously injured and his breath was weak. Master, Morongyi called out weakly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Moyu felt distressed and walked forward quickly, asking with concern, "How badly are you injured? How could someone as strong as you be beaten like this by a chi-refining cultivator?" As soon as he said this, Moyu felt that there was nothing strange about ITINA competition. Injuries are inevitable, the son of luck has not grown up yet, and he may not be able to win if he meets the top disciples of other major forces. Ling Wanqing handed Morongyi to Moyu. "She's fine," but she frowned and didn't continue. Moyu supported his apprentice and was about to ask a question when suddenly, an angry shout was heard. "This girl has such a cruel heart. How dare she openly kill my Star Holy Land disciples in the arena?" Baisu strode over, his eyes wide open, staring at Morongyi, the anger in his eyes almost devouring her. Ling Yunxue protected Moyu and others behind her with an unhappy look on her face. "Baisu, what do you mean?" Ling Yun's sword master frowned slightly, took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Elder Baisu, please be careful with your words and don't jump to conclusions. This arena was left by my sword sex founder. It can be used to transport cultivators out when they are on the verge of death, thus protecting their lives. In all these years, there has never been a case of anyone dying in the ring." At this time, Lu Qianqian also arrived and protected Moyu and others behind him. Baisu waved his hand, and a disciple appeared in front of everyone. There was a faint green light coming from his body, which was particularly strange. Moyu saw through his situation at a glance. The poisoning is severe and the heart is failing. Even gods cannot save him. Although he could cure the heart-eroding poison, he was powerless to stop the damage it had caused to the heart. It's like a person who drinks paraquat. Paraquat can clean it up, but pulmonary fibrosis cannot be reversed. Everyone was silent. Although he didn't die, it was no different from being dead. Only a medical expert can treat this kind of injury. But this is a sword cultivation activity. Where do the medical masters come from? The roar of Beetlejuice broke the silence. "This is Zhou Tong, a disciple of the Yuan lineage of the Xingqian Holy Land. I fought her in the ring, but she poisoned me. Now I'm doomed. There are rules for sword trials. You can only use your cultivation and sword realm to fight against the enemy. This little girl has done such a thing now. She must be severely punished." Morongyi bit her lip, stared at Baisu, and retorted harshly. "It was obviously him who used the hidden weapon first. Impossible, there is absolutely no way he could use a hidden weapon. I had already clearly forbidden the use of concealed weapons before we set out. He would never do such a thing." Elder Baisu roared, not giving Morongyi any chance to defend himself. "Although we, the Yuan clan, use hidden weapons, we are also open and honest. We would never do such despicable and shameless things." At this time, Moyu heard subtle sounds coming from around him. "I saw it. It was indeed the poison that woman used. That woman looked pretty, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. I almost thought the Star Holy Land was targeting her." At first, no one knew what was going on. After all, no one was interested in chi-refining battles, but as the voices supporting the Holy Land of Stars rang out, these voices grew louder and louder, spreading rapidly like a snowball. In the end, the voices supporting Morongyi were completely drowned out. From some subtle discussions, Moyu also knew that Zhou Tong was the illegitimate son of Baisu. No wonder he is so protective. Morongyi looked coldly at those around her who slandered her, her eyes full of anger. Finally, she looked at Bei Suan was about to speak. Moyu interrupted her. "My disciples would never use poison without reason." Baisu looked gloomy and pointed at Zhou Tong on the ground. "Your disciples don't use poison? How do you explain Zhou Tong's incident? The one lying dead now was his beloved son, and this matter would definitely not end so easily." Moyu said indifferently. "What explanation do you need? If he's dead, he's dead. You don't have any evidence to prove that it wasn't your disciple who used the hidden weapon first." Baisu was so angry at Moyu's words that he was shaking all over and was about to speak. Lu Qianqian's momentum suddenly burst out and pressed towards Baisu, forcing him to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Chapter 69, Heart Control Gu. Seeing that the scene was becoming increasingly chaotic, Ling Yun's sword master raised his hand to stop everyone from arguing. Well, our sword sect has a retrospective magic array. We can tell right from wrong at a glance. He waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of everyone, starting to replay Moroni's battle. Everyone restrained their aura and looked towards the light curtain. Eye on the light curtain, on the number 1 ring, Moroni stood proudly, and opposite him was Zhou Tong. He is one of the most outstanding chi-refining disciples of this generation in our Xingqian Holy Land. The voice of Elder by Su rang out. I once defeated a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage while still in the chi-refining stage. As he said this, he glared at Moroni fiercely. Moroni hid behind Mou, poked out her little head, and gave him an equally fierce look. Eye in the picture. The battle has begun. Moroni and Zhou Tong fought back and forth, their bodies intertwined, swords flashing, and the fight was difficult to separate. Suddenly, Zhou Tong changed his moves, and the long sword flew out of his hand and went straight for Moroni's face. Moroni's pupils shrank and he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the sword. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The flying sword exploded in the air and turned into countless tiny fragments. The fragments rained down on Moroni from behind. This is obviously a special magical weapon. Moroni dodged sideways, but many fragments still pierced her body. Zhou Tong took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. A short knife appeared in his hand and stabbed Moroni in the chest. Moroni tried her best to dodge, but the blade still pierced her abdomen. At this critical moment, a green light suddenly appeared on Moroni's body, and a powerful force burst out, knocking Zhou Tong away. In the end, the two men fell to the ground at the same time and were teleported out of the ring. The replay ends and the truth is revealed. How is this possible? Elder Bai Su's face turned pale as he stared at the light screen in disbelief. He could never have imagined that his son, whom he had high hopes for, would do such a thing. Elder Bai Su looked at the dying Zhou Tong and cried out in pain. How confused? Tonger, why are you so confused? Fairy Inha chuckled. Ah, Elder Bai Su, you trust your son so much, it really shows the deep love between father and son. Man Foam laughed and clapped his hands. This little girl looks delicate, but she's really ruthless when she fights. She can even turn the tables in such a desperate situation. It's interesting. The surrounding disciples also began to discuss. I remember Zhou Tong as a nice guy, but I didn't expect him to do something like this. It seems like he deserves what he's end up like this. He's bringing this upon himself. Ling Yun's sword master looked at Elder Bai Su with sharp eyes. Now, what else do you have to say? Elder Bai Su was speechless and had no answer, so he could only lower his head dejectedly. Tonger, he might be confused for a moment. Enough. Lu Qianqian stood up suddenly, his aura bursting out. At this point, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Bai Su's old face turned red, and he opened and closed his mouth, but he still couldn't squeeze out a complete sentence. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Ling Wanqing walked lightly to Zhou Tong's side and observed something carefully. She looked up and called out, "Senior brother." Mou walked closer upon hearing the sound. What's wrong? Mind-controlling insect. He's been controlled by someone. Ling Wanqing looked solemn. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. What? You said someone used witchcraft to control my son. Beetlejuice exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Ling Wanqing nodded slightly. I have a little knowledge of Gu magic, so I'm sure I'm not mistaken. It's the mind control Gu. Mou looked at her in surprise. Even though the person in front of him was just a puppet, he still had such keen observation skills. It is worthy of being the innate Taoist fetus. Liu Qianqian frowned and pondered. In other words, someone secretly planted a poison on Zhou Tong, manipulating him to assassinate Moroni, intending to use this to provoke a dispute between the Tianqian Holy Land and the Yuhang lineage? Elder Bai Su's face was terribly gloomy, and his fists were clenched. He already had some guesses in his mind. Some time ago, someone from the Xingqian Holy Land did come and try to win over the Yuhang lineage to deal with the Tianqian Holy Land, but they refused. I didn't expect that they would use such despicable means to recruit them into the army. When he returns to the sect, he will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, pull out the mastermind behind this, and tear him into pieces. Fairy Inha walked slowly to Mou's side, her breath as fragrant as orchid. It seems that there are quite a few people who are concerned about your Tianqian Holy Land. Little brother, would you like to consider switching to a safer sect?
For example, our Yaoqi Holy Land? Mou smiled calmly. Fairy, you are joking.
Ling Yinxue glared at Fairy Inha fiercely. If Fairy Inha didn't care at all and still smiled like a flower. Liu Qianqian didn't take Fairy Inha's words to heart. There is no way Mou would be tempted by the Yaoqi Holy Land. After all, his senior sisters on the mountain were far superior to the women in the Yaoqi Holy Land in terms of appearance and temperament. As for other things, the Yaoqi Holy Land is even less likely to compare with the Tianshan Holy Land. He turned and looked at Ling.
Wan Qing. Can you tell which sect this gu comes from?
The Tianyuan continent is vast and boundless, and the number of sects that use gu is countless. No matter what purpose that person has, if he dares to plot against them, he must pay a heavy price. Ling Wanqing was silent for a moment and shook her head slightly.
I don't know.
There was a layer of gloom between Lu Qianqian's brows. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. This is not good. Ling Wanqing lowered her eyes and stared at Zhou Tong's body with a serious expression. In fact, she saw something, but speaking out such secret things will inevitably arouse other people's suspicion and may even expose one's own secrets. This witchcraft comes from the killing demon cult. The leader of the slaughter demon cult, the slaughter demon ancestor, is one of the strongest beings in the Tianyuan continent and stands at the top of all living beings, the real strongest, much stronger than the current senior sister. A tribulation immortal, only a few hundred years away from overcoming the last tribulation and ascending to the immortal world, but according to memory, the slaughter demon cult will not appear in the Tianyuan continent until 200 years later, when senior sister Bai Shuangying ascends to heaven. Why are they coming out now? Ling Wanqing shook her head gently, putting her chaotic thoughts behind her. The most urgent thing was to solve the problem at hand. If we revive him, perhaps he can provide some clues about the person who cast the poison. She also didn't know the whereabouts of the killing demon cult, so she can only get it from this person. When she came into contact with things of that level in her previous life, the killing demon cult had already been destroyed by her third senior sister. She continued. There's no need to elaborate on detoxification treatment. The most difficult part is removing the poison.
The mind-controlling gu is extremely evil.
To remove it, one must use a spell that has a strong ability to control filthy things.
Fairy Inha snorted softly. That's easy to say, but do you know this kind of magic? Not to mention removing the poison, even detoxification and healing, not one of us here can do it.
Mou's eyes lit up slightly. Has a restraining effect on filth. Isn't this the frost sword? However, he has no medical skills. Zhou Tong should just wait for death. Chapter 70, 7th rank doctor, poison master, and alchemist. Everyone looked at each other and the atmosphere fell into silence. Those who can come here are all a bunch of rough men who practice swordsmanship. Who of them would be able to save people? At this time, Xianingbing, holding the sleeping little fox, walked out of the formation slowly with Chu Yuli. She also heard the conversation just now. Someone wants to deal with the Tianshan Holy Land, and in order to find out the mastermind behind it, this person must be rescued. She had spells to remove filth, but she was powerless to detoxify or heal. Heart eroding poison is an extremely terrifying poison in the fairy world. If you don't prepare the elixir to deal with the heart eroding poison in advance, you can basically wait for death. Mou also noticed Xianingbing. He turned his head and his eyes fell on her slightly pale face. Sister, you look a little unwell, are you okay? Xianingbing shook her head silently, her purple eyes still cold, yet with a hint of gentleness.
I'm glad you're okay.
Mou felt a little relieved. If it was really me who broke her faith, she would definitely not be so calm. He said, how could it be possible that he was the one who broke his senior sister's faith in Taoism? Looking back on all these years, I feel the care my senior sister has given me. Not only did she guide me in my cultivation, but every time I got injured in a fight with Sister Mayor, she was the one who healed me. After this matter is over, I must help my senior sister find an opportunity to repair her Dao heart. At this moment, a voice sounded.
Master, Huichun Jinren is here.
Xu Wanyan came over with a white-bearded old man with a youthful face and an immortal demeanor. A look of joy appeared in Ling Yun's sword master's eyes. This is a guest elder of my sword sect, a cultivator in the fusion stage, proficient in medicine, alchemy, and poisons.
He is a renowned medical expert among us. Huichun Jinren didn't bother to be polite.
He walked straight to Zhou Tong and put his fingers on his wrist. He frowned and carefully sensed the faint vitality in Zhou Tong's body.
Doctor, how is it? Can it be saved? Elder Bai Su asked anxiously. Master Huichun sighed deeply.
Alas, I never thought that I would actually witness this legendary heart-eating poison with my own eyes in this lifetime. This poison is sinister and tyrannical, extremely vicious. According to ancient records, even in the immortal world, it is a terrifying poison. The strongest point is that the damage is difficult to reverse. There's no hope. He's been deeply poisoned, and his heart has been severely corroded. If he were a gene downstage cultivator, this level of corrosion wouldn't be a problem. What a shame, what a pity. Elder Baisu was struck by lightning when he heard this. He rushed forward and grabbed the sleeve of True Man Huichun. Doctor, please take another look. He must be able to be saved. This is just a poison given by a chi refining stage cultivator. He must be able to be saved. As long as you can save him, I will give you a low-grade spiritual treasure. Master Huichun wanted to get angry. He was a 7th-rank physician, so how could he have been treated so rudely? But when he heard about the low-grade spiritual treasure, all his anger disappeared in an instant. Even someone of his status only has a low-grade spiritual treasure. Who on earth is this person who can so easily take out a low-grade spiritual treasure? He looked at Ling Yun's sword master, seeking an answer. Ling Yun's sword master nodded slightly and explained, "This is Elder Baisu of the Starry Sacred Land." Upon hearing this, Huichen Jinren was startled and immediately suppressed his temper. He can't afford to offend this person. He patiently explained in detail. Elder Baisu, it's not that I don't want to save you, it's just that I'm powerless. This boy has been deeply poisoned. It's not difficult for me to detoxify him, but this heart-eroding poison is causing damage to the heart, and I am helpless. Not to mention me, there are few people in the entire Tianyuan continent who can treat it. What's more, there's a faint aura of evil about this boy, which has exacerbated the attack of the heart erosion poison. Master Huichen shook his head again, his tone helpless. It's difficult. I can do it, Moromi suddenly spoke, his voice a little weak, but extremely determined. Not only can I remove the poison from his body, but I can also heal his injuries. Everyone looked at Moroni in surprise. Even a 7th-grade doctor couldn't do it, but this little girl could actually do it. Hope rekindled in Elder Baisu's eyes, and he quickly came to Moroni. Really? You can really save my son? If you can really cure it, I will give you this set of low-grade spiritual needles that I have treasured for many years. Make a deal. Moroni's eyes lit up, and his originally weak body instantly became full of energy. This is a low-grade spiritual treasure. Even his master had just obtained a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Master Huichun frowned and looked at Moroni unhappily. Little girl, don't. He had intended to make a sarcastic remark. After all, in his opinion, how could a little girl who was still wet behind the ears possibly cure the heart-eating poison that even he was helpless to cure? But when he found out about Moroni's condition, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat, and his face was filled with shock instead. You actually have the heart-eroding poison body. Did you poison this kid? Moroni raised his head and responded proudly. So what? Master Huichuan's eyes were full of admiration. Little kid, I'm a 7th-grade poison master. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Someone actually wanted to snatch his disciple in front of the Holy Sun Tianxian. Master Huichun looked at everyone's puzzled expressions and asked in confusion. Is there a problem? Sword training would only waste her talent. It's better to let her make poison with me. This is the path she should take. He didn't know Moroni's identity, but weren't all those who could test the sword in this arena reckless swordsmen? Mou stood aside, speechless. What the hell is going on? Is there anyone who steals disciples when you go out? Moroni turned to look at Mou and winked playfully. Master, I'm going to help him get treatment. Please don't let your precious disciple be snatched away from you. After saying that, she walked towards Jotong. Only then did Huichen Jinren notice Mou, who had been silent, and looked him up and down. My friend, you are only at the 6th level of Yuanying, at most a 4th-grade poison master. And I am not only a 7th-grade poison master, but also a 7th-grade alchemist and physician. This girl has a better future with me, so I hope you will bear the pain and let her go. He had no intention of disparaging, he was simply stating the facts as he saw them. He believed that this fact would make him realize the gap between them and give up his poisonous body. Mou was very upset. I refuse. Although his medical skills are not as good as Huichun Jinren, but he is at least a system-certified immortal-level poison master and alchemist. Are you polite? It was because Huichun Jinren had a good attitude that he didn't curse at anyone. Ling Yun's sword master quickly stepped forward to smooth things over.
Don't blame me, Saint Tianxian. This old man always speaks like this. He just loves talents too much.
Only then did Huichun Jinren know who the person in front of him was, but he still refused to give in. Even though you are the holy son of the Holy Land, you are not good at poison. I have devoted myself to studying the way of poison for thousands of years. I dare say that even in your Tianxian Holy Land, no one can compare with me in this area. When Lu Qianqian heard this, he couldn't help but cough lightly.
It doesn't matter whether we have anyone from Tianxian Holy Land or not.
Since she is already a disciple of my Tianxian Holy Land, there is no reason for her to take someone else as her master. In fact, there are indeed no cultivators in their Tianxian Holy Land who specialize in refining poisons. There might be some affiliated forces, but he doesn't know about them. Upon hearing this, Master Huichun was secretly delighted.
That's wrong. There are countless great ways in the world.
She can join your Tianxian Holy Land, but that doesn't stop her from learning the way of poison from me. He turned to Mou, his tone sincere.
How about this? Holy Son, how about you consider it?
Lu Qianqian said no more. What Huichun Jinren said is correct. This is the consensus in the spiritual community that if they are two different paths, you can indeed study under different teachers. When Ling Yun Jinzuan heard this, his expression suddenly turned ugly.
No, absolutely not.
If Morongi really took Huichun Jinren as his master, given that old man's virtue, he would directly join the Tianxian Holy Land unless he has the ability to get Morongi to join the sword sect in return. But what is the level of their sword sect in Tianxian Holy Land? Can he win?
No. He doesn't have the ability, you know?
Chapter 71. The rejuvenating master slides to his knees at lightning speed. Huichun Jinren stared at Mou, and other people's thoughts were not important. The one who actually makes the decision is the son of God. At Mou sighed helplessly. It seems that this old man will not give up unless you show some real skills. He slowly walked to Morongi. The girl was concentrating on examining Zhou Tong's condition. When she noticed her master approaching, she smiled slyly.
Don't worry, master. How could I betray you?
Just based on her own attainments in medicine and poisons, she is able to surpass that old man. Why should she worship him as her master? Mou nodded slightly.
Of course I believe you.
His eyes fell on Zhou Tong. His face was purple, his lips were black, and his breath was weak.
The heart-eroding poison is indeed overbearing.
It not only corrodes the heart meridians, but also erodes the soul.
You haven't fully mastered the poison yet. How are you going to detoxify? Morongi smiled confidently.
9 heart cleansing needles can break this poison. This acupuncture method uses qi to control the needles, and the needles go to the special acupoints. The 9 needles are connected in a chain to cleanse the heart meridian. The first needle is to break through the barrier, inserting it into Tanzhong to break down the outer barrier of the toxins. The second needle is to drain the toxins, inserting it into Juk to guide the toxins' flow. The third needle is to clear the source. She explained in detail the mysteries of each acupuncture point and each acupuncture method. Mou nodded slightly. I don't understand it, but I seem to be able to understand it. The medical inheritance that Xiao Yi obtained was indeed
extraordinary. Nonsense. Huichun Jinren suddenly shouted. How can this detoxification method work?
I have been immersed in medicine and poison for many years, and I have never heard of such a method. We should use the detoxification pill as a guide, combined with the rejuvenation technique, to guide the toxins through the meridians, eventually converging at the heart meridian, and then use spiritual power to shatter the toxins.
Little girl, you are still young. Let me handle the detoxification. How about you take over the follow-up treatment? Morongi shook his head.
That method of yours won't work. His body can't hold on that long now. My method can completely detoxify in 1 hour, but yours will take at least 3 hours. By then, the poison will be cured, but his injuries will be too severe.
Even I won't be able to pull him back from the brink of death.
Then, a box of needles appeared in Morongi's hand, and he said to Mou seriously,
Master, I might pass out due to exhaustion of spiritual energy during the detoxification process. Please feed me the elixir then so that I can recover as quickly as possible and continue the treatment. Otherwise, he will surely die. Mou was startled when he heard this and quickly grabbed her slender wrist. In that case, let me detoxify you. I also know a little bit about poison techniques.
When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked.
The Holy Son of Tianqian actually knows how to use poison?
Manfong widened his eyes, there was a glint of light and fairy in his eyes. TSK, you're in your 20s, at the 6th level of the nascent soul, with perfect sword intent and poison skills.
Come to our Yaoqi Holy Land. The Yaoqi fairy might even be willing to marry you if you dare to speak again. I will tear your mouth apart.
Ling Yunxue raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly.
Senior Tai Ching, since the young master is so outstanding, why can't he be both the leader of the Tianqian Holy Land and the fairy of the Yaoqi? Fairy Inha didn't say anything else.
She felt a cold murderous intent. If she continued, her body might really be torn apart. However, not everyone believes that Mou has this ability. Huichun Jinren is one of them. He stroked his beard and spoke earnestly. Holy Son, I know you are gifted, but the way of poison is profound and extensive, and it cannot be mastered overnight.
You are still young, don't be arrogant and endanger other people's lives. Leave this poison to me.
Moromi looked at Mou with some confusion and gave up his seat obediently. If the master says yes, then it's fine. Yelder Baisu looked at Mou nervously, his eyes full of suspicion and worry. Mou placed his hand on Zhou Tong's wrist and spoke calmly. The way of poison is as vast as the ocean.
What you see is but a drop in the ocean.
What's your level?
Educate me?
As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Sky Poison Pearl and its purification ability was activated.
Arrogant boy.
You, just as Huichun Jinren was about to scold Mou for being ignorant of his own limitations, his eyes suddenly widened. Zhou Tong, who was originally covered in green light and was dying, was now recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bruises on his face quickly faded, and his black lips gradually regained their color. The poison has been resolved. Everyone was shocked. Just a moment ago, Master Huichun and Morong Yi were still confidently talking about how difficult it was to cure this heart-eroding poison, how complicated the steps are required to treat it. One takes 1 hour, and the other takes 3 hours, but now, Mou just put his hand on Zhou Tong's wrist and cured this extremely tricky heart-eroding poison. This is simply amazing. Manfong couldn't help but applaud.
Great! Really amazing, worthy of being the son of Tianqian.
There was a glint of light in the eyes of the fairy Inha. She wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a cold murderous intent coming over her, forcing her to swallow back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Ling Yunxue felt quite helpless at this moment. My fiancé is really outstanding. I am this way, won't it always attract some adventurous people? However, this poison technique, it made her think about her own body. Morong Yi's eyes were full of shock. My master is actually proficient in such advanced poison techniques. This method is totally incomprehensible. I studied medicine in 2 lifetimes and integrated the medical knowledge of both worlds. When it comes to detoxification, he is so much worse than his own indigenous master. Xu Wangyan stood aside, looking at Mou with eyes filled with shock but more of admiration. Not only can you find time to refine your body, you can also find time to refine poisons. Time management master. Lu Qianchen smiled with relief. He is worthy of being our own holy son. Elder Xiaotian had a look of disbelief on his face. How could such a young cultivator be proficient in both swordsmanship and poison? Ling Yun's sword master breathed a sigh of relief. Huichun Jinren's skills are not as good as others. It seems that he was worrying too much. Xiaoningbing lowered her head and thought. She vaguely guessed how Mou did it. Only with a powerful magic weapon and profound attainments in poison techniques can such an instant detoxification effect be achieved. If your poison skills are not good enough, magic weapons alone will consume a lot of spiritual power and energy. If you don't have magic weapons and only have the level of poison skills, it will take a lot of time. But Mou is only 24 years old, the magic weapon of time and space. Now, it seems that this is the only explanation that can barely make sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he mastered so many abilities, and each of them was so profound. At this moment, Huichun Jinren only felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped hard several times. Did he actually do it? But soon, the shame was replaced by shock. To be able to do this, this boy's poison skills must be far superior to mine. No. As far as he knew, even the #1 poison master in Tianyuan continent couldn't achieve such a level. That is definitely a method used by an immortal. Either there is an expert guiding him, or it was rebuilt by a powerful person. Master Huichuan's eyes turned and he had a plan in mind. He made a prompt decision.
fell to his knees in front of MOU, and said loudly, "Senior, your poison technique is truly divine. I admire you deeply. I apologize for any offense I caused earlier. I hope you will forgive me. I dare to ask you to accept me as your disciple and teach me the supreme way of poison." Chapter 72 The Collapse of Ling Yun's Sword Master. This kneeling shocked everyone. The master Huichun, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, is now kneeling down to become his disciple. This reversal is too fast. MOU was a little surprised. This master Huichun is truly adaptable and can go to such lengths in pursuit of the path of poison. "I don't accept disciples." He refused indifferently. Huichun Jinren said hurriedly. "It doesn't matter. I can just be a nominal disciple." "No, that's not right. I'm fine as a medicine boy. As long as the master can spare a little time every year to give me some advice, I will be satisfied. Besides, I am a 7th grade alchemist and can make pills for you, master." Everyone was shocked again when they heard this. They were not sure how advanced MOU's poison skills were before, and now it can make the arrogant Huichun Jinren offer to be a medicine boy. This level of poison technique is absolutely terrifying. Seeing that MOU remained indifferent, Huichun Jinren rolled his eyes and turned to look at Moromi with a flattering smile on his face. "Please ask the master for me. I promise to refine pills for you every day from now on without any complaints." Moromi, this world is crazy. She turned her head away and continued to treat Jotong. "It's better to let the master decide on this matter himself." Ling Yun's sword master stood aside, watching Huichun Jinren's actions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. This old guy really is. He can do anything to achieve his goal. So, is it necessary to join the Tianqian Holy Land? MOU was thinking in his heart. It doesn't seem to be impossible. After all, Huichun Jinren is a 7th grade alchemist. It would be nice if he could be used for his own purposes. The highest ranking alchemist in Tianqian Holy Land is only an 8th rank alchemist. It is not easy for him, the Holy Sun, to obtain a 7th grade elixir. When Huichun Jinren saw that MOU was still hesitating, he suddenly became anxious. He looked at Moroni and instantly had some guesses in his mind. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. "Master, do you only accept women?" I can also." "Stop." MOU interrupted him instantly. "If he continues talking, who knows what kind of vicious words he will say." He spoke slowly. "I can teach you poison techniques. But I also have conditions. Every year, you should sort out all the problems you encounter in poison techniques and come to ask me about them. Don't bother me at other times. If I need anything, I'll ask you to make an elixir. How about that?" "Of course, don't worry, I won't exploit you." Upon hearing this, Huichun Jinren was overjoyed and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Okay. Thank you, master." Then, MOU and Huichun Jinren stood aside and watched Morong-yi treat Jotong quietly. Morong-yi explained while giving acupuncture. "This needle is the 9-turn soul returning needle. I got it from a relic. It is divided into 9 turns, a total of 99 silver needles, corresponding to the 81 major acupuncture points of the human body. The 9 rotations are performed simultaneously, one after another, endlessly, to maximize the potential of the human body, nourish the soul, and repair injuries." Huichun Jinren praised repeatedly. "Wonderful, it's really wonderful. This set of needlework is totally unheard of. This old man has really opened his eyes today." If it were before, Huichun Jinren would have certainly sneered at Morong-yi's acupuncture method, or even made sarcastic remarks. He has been immersed in medicine for many years and prides himself on his superb medical skills. How could you easily trust a little girl? But now, the situation is completely different. MOU's mastery of poison techniques completely overturned his understanding. With such an evil master, how could a disciple be an ordinary person? Therefore, he concluded that the acupuncture technique used by Moroni must be some kind of long-lost secret skill. Its mysteriousness was far beyond his comprehension. MOU also nodded in appreciation, but then he thought of something and couldn't help asking, "Can I not take off my clothes during acupuncture?" Moroni paused slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face, which was originally as white as jade. "Master, my cultivation was not high enough before, so I needed to take off my clothes." Not far away, Chu Yuli heard this conversation and was stunned. "Junior sister, she actually took off master's clothes? This is simply
The fourth one, whoa. In the distance, Ling Yun sword master looked at Hui Chun Jinren with grief written all over his face. It hurts. It hurts so much. The 7th grade physician of his own sword sect was gone just like that. The magic weapon is gone, and the person is gone too.
Elder Xiaotian sensed something was wrong with Ling Yun's sword master, so he
walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and consoled him earnestly. Xiao Ling, think more positively.
We can't hinder others from seeking the great path, right? If you could come up with something like this, he wouldn't run away.
In the final analysis, it's because your sword sect lacks competitiveness and a lack of deep foundation that you can't retain talent. Therefore, the sword sect should also reflect on itself and work hard to improve its own strength and competitiveness.
This is the right path. The expression on Ling Yun's sword master's face became increasingly bitter. Yes, the elder taught me that.
He said this, but cursed in his heart, what a psycho. Is this level of poison technique something a normal person can achieve? At this moment, Xu Wanyan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly walked to the side of Ling Yun's sword master and said respectfully, Master, after careful consideration, I have decided to practice the method of body training.
What? Body training?
Ling Yun's sword master was stunned. Although their sword sect also has body refining methods, they are not top-notch. Xiaotian smiled when he heard this. In that case, come to the Forging Heaven Holy Land.
With your talent, you should have come a long time ago.
Xu Wanyan turned to look at Ling Yun's sword master, his eyes revealing a questioning look. Ling Yun Jianzuan was about to cry when he looked at his favorite disciple who he had high hopes for.
Go, disciple.
He suppressed his reluctance and his voice trembled.
That place is more suitable for your development. As your teacher, I fully support you and will never stop you.
As an affiliated force of the Zhutian Holy Land, the sword sect has no right to refuse such things, and now he even has no apprentice left. Ling Yun's sword master felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. What a sin this is! Why are there so many weird things in this year's sword test? The sword monument was broken, the magic weapon was lost, the doctor was poached, and even his disciples were leaving him. The sword sect is finished. You didn't keep looking at Morong Isher's acupuncture. He was different from Hui Chun Jinren. He is not a doctor and has no idea about acupuncture. He then wandered around the stands, thinking about his next plan. After curing Zhou Tong and removing the mind-controlling insect, we can find the mastermind behind this. He actually dared to plot against the 2 holy places. I think he must have some strength. Then he would chop down the sword monument to see what level his sword intent had reached. Tomorrow, I must also comprehend the sword intent left by the founder of the sword sect. In this way, the trip to the sword sect is complete. While I was thinking, an elegant and dignified figure came into view. He smiled and called out, Auntie Shui. Chapter 73, Learn to push yourself. Ling Yunxue walked forward quickly, a faint smile on her delicate face, and her every move showed her nobility. Xiaoyu, do you also know something about poison techniques? Mou explained with a smile, I once inherited the poison technique from a powerful person. Ling Yunxue's eyes, as clear as autumn water, lit up slightly. So how are your poison skills?
Mou pondered for a moment and said calmly.
On the Tianyuan continent, it can barely be ranked first.
Ling Yunxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle.
You kid, she shook her head, and the smile in her eyes grew wider. In a moment, her expression turned solemn. When I was young, something went wrong while practicing the Tai Ching Ju, which caused some cold poison to accumulate in my body.
Do you have any solution?
Mou frowned slightly. This is really difficult to solve. There is one biggest problem: his cultivation level is too low, so he may not be able to find where the poison is. The ability to stay in the dark is also one of the criteria for judging whether a poison is powerful. Ling Yunxue's eyes dimmed when she saw Mou was silent. If she could get rid of this cold poison, her cultivation would definitely improve, and the situation of the Taiching Holy Land would also be improved, but it is not easy to eradicate this cold poison. Over the years, she has consulted many doctors, but none of them were able to help. Forget it, this cold poison has troubled me for many years. Auntie Shui, I can try.
Mou interrupted her.
It's just that my medical skills are limited, and I need a careful examination to confirm. Tonight, I'll help Aunt Shui take a good look at it tonight. If someone is a medical expert, he can even tell Ling Yunxue's condition at a glance, but he couldn't do that. He could only use his spiritual power to explore bit by bit to find out where the problem was. Ling Yunxue's eyes lit up again. Then I'll trouble you. Auntie Shui,
Why are we still being so polite to each other? That's true.
By the way, Aunt Shuet, I suspect that besides Zhou Tong, there are other disciples from various sects who have also been infected with the mind-controlling goo.
Mo suddenly remembered this and said quickly. Ling Yunxue nodded slightly. Don't worry about that.
The Sword Sect still has some foresight. They have already sealed off the Sword Sect and will be able to find out soon. Mo nodded slightly. That's right, if I could sense it myself, how could these sect leaders and elders present here not notice it? After Ling Yunxue left, Xu Wanyan came over again. He said respectfully, Brother Mo, I have something to ask you.
Ask.
Mo had a pretty good impression of him. A cultivation maniac, very easy to deal with, and simple-minded.
How did Brother Mo achieve such success in so many fields?
As soon as Chu Wanyan said this, the surroundings suddenly fell silent and everyone cast curious glances at him.
Good question. Mo picked up a piece of linen and cast a spell to soak it. See? This is a piece of cloth with water in it. He squeezed gently and most of the water was squeezed out. Now, most of the water has been squeezed out.
After saying that, Mo increased the strength in his hands again, and a few drops of water seeped out. He repeated this many times, and he was able to squeeze out some water every time.
Do you understand?
Xu Wanyan nodded thoughtfully. A flame ignited at his fingertips, evaporating all the moisture from the linen.
I understand.
Brother Mo's squeezing force and my flame are both the driving forces for the development of things. What it means is, if you don't push yourself, you'll never know how much potential you have. Mo couldn't help but take a breath. This Chu Wanyan, his ability to understand is really unique, but what he said seems to make sense. The surrounding disciples heard this and started talking about it.
I see, I understand.
As expected of the Holy Son of Tianxian, his teachings are truly beneficial.
No wonder I haven't been able to break through the bottleneck yet.
It turns out I lack the determination to push myself. I'm going to make a Dao heart vow right now, and I must break through to the Golden Core stage this year.
I feel like what the Son of God means is that time is like water. As long as you are willing to squeeze it, there will always be some. What do you know?
Jianzi's words are the correct answer.
We practice for 12 hours a day, so where do we have time to squeeze in? You are absolutely right, Taoist friend.
Mo turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He didn't care how these disciples interpreted it. It is a good thing that disciples from all major sects are practicing hard. After all, there will be a great catastrophe in heaven and earth in a few hundred years, and the power of these people will be needed. Mo turned his gaze to where Moroni was, but found that Hui Chunjinren was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was wondering, a voice sounded in his ears. Master, these are some magical medicines that I have collected in recent years.
Please take a look.
Master Huichun had come to Mo's side without him knowing, holding a storage ring in his hand, looking at him expectantly. Mo wanted to refuse, but then he thought that it was time to prepare the elixir needed for Sister Yin Shi to rebuild her body. So Mo took the ring, scanned it casually with his spiritual sense, and his heart moved. This old man is quite lucky to even have something like this. Ethereal chalcedony liquid, one of the optional auxiliary materials for Sister Yin Shi to reshape her body. A 7th grade elixir, extremely precious that he didn't expect to meet it here, which saved him the trouble of looking for it again. This is the benefit of being the son of destiny. Whatever you want, God will always find a way to give it to you. There were better things inside, but he didn't need them. After putting away the ethereal jade marrow liquid, Mo threw the storage ring back to Hui Chunjinren.
That's all. I'll find you again if I need anything later. Tell me, what's the problem?
Upon hearing this, Master Huichun was overjoyed. He quickly put away the storage ring, rubbed his hands, and raised some questions about poison techniques. These questions seemed extremely profound to him, but in Mo's eyes, they were just basics. Mo patiently answered them one by one. Master Huichun was fascinated by what he heard. He felt as if he had opened a door to a new world, and his understanding of poison techniques had made a qualitative leap. What he learned in this day was more than thousands of years of painstaking study. This medicine boy deserves it. Hui Chunjinren was filled with emotions, and his admiration for Mo was like a surging river, endless. After Mo finished answering, he turned around and returned to Moroni.
Moroni gave the last needle, and all the silver needles on Jotan's body flew
back into the needle box. She breathed a sigh of relief, but her body swayed slightly and she fell backwards. Mo was quick to move and grasped her slender waist,
which was so thin that it could be grasped with one hand, and supported her gently. "Thank you, master." Her face was pale, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her voice was weak. Mo felt a pain in his heart and quickly took out a pill and put it into Morongi's mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, bringing back a hint of redness to her pale face. "Master, I want to sleep for a while," she murmured softly and fell asleep in Mo's arms. Chapter 74, Killing the Demon Cult. Fairy Inha let out a coquettish cry when she saw this. "Oh, I also want to sleep in the little master's arms." Ling Yunxue glared at her. "This lunatic, I don't know what's wrong with her today." She insisted on seducing her man. Mo gently hugged Morongi. The girl in his arms had a soft body and a faint fragrance. This time, Elder Bai Su walked slowly to Mo, took out an exquisite wooden box from his arms, and handed it to him with both hands. "Thank you both for your help. This is the reward you promised me." Mo took the wooden box, which felt heavy in his hand. The surface of the wooden box was carved with exquisite patterns and emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. Opening the wooden box, a set of silver needles lay inside, each one as thin as a hair, flashing with a cold light. It looks quite extraordinary and can be regarded as a magic weapon that is quite suitable for Xiaoyi. Just then, the system voice sounded. "You plundered an opportunity from Morongi, a low-grade spiritual treasure, the mysterious Lady Needle. Reward, top-grade spiritual treasure, Jade Blood Divine Flame Needle, villain points plus 500. Mo was slightly stunned. "Is there a reward for this too?" Immediately afterwards, a large amount of information about the Blue Blood Divine Flame Needle flooded into his mind. Once this needle is used, a doctor can cure all diseases and bring the dead back to life. And a killer can kill people invisibly and destroy their souls. It is also a rare treasure. Moreover, it can be fully activated without the power of immortal spirits. Although Mo does not know medical skills, he knows a little about hidden weapons. This Jade Blood Divine Flame Needle can also exert great power in his hands. "Holy Son, do you have any method to remove the poison?" Seeing Mo silent and pondering, Elder Bai Su couldn't help but ask. "I'll remove the poison." At this time, Xianingbing walked slowly towards them, her voice as clear as an icy spring hitting a rock. "It's her. The fairy who cut down the sword monument with one sword. Oh my god, she's so beautiful, her temperament is absolutely amazing. I would trade 1,000 years of my junior brother's life for a Taoist companion like this." "What the hell are you dreaming about? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Someone in the crowd recognized Xianingbing and exclaimed in surprise. Xianingbing turned a deaf ear to the discussions around her and walked straight to Zhou Tong. She was about to cast a spell when she suddenly coughed lightly, and her originally cold face became even paler. The impact of her broken heart was more serious than she had expected. At this moment, she felt a little overwhelmed. At this moment, Mo took action before her. With a thought, the frost sword was activated silently between Zhou Tong's eyebrows. A small black insect was forced out by the invisible sword energy. It looked ferocious and let out a shrill scream as soon as it appeared. He wanted to escape, but was locked into the sword energy of Xuanyi. A hint of surprise flashed through Xianingbing's heart. Her beautiful eyes moved and she looked at Mo deeply. Then, she flicked her slender fingers and instantly imprisoned the black bug. She mobilized her magical powers and used the mind-controlling goo as a guide to mark all the people around her who were contaminated by the goo's aura. Faint purple halos appeared on the controlled disciples. "Quick, senior sister has already marked the people controlled by the heart control goo." Seeing this, Ling Wanqing immediately let out a cry. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's sword master gave the order in a deep voice. "Get started." The sword sect disciples quickly moved out and captured all the marked disciples. The marked disciples had a dark look in their eyes, as they had been infected with the mind-controlling poison. However, just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thought all the problems were solved, a violent fluctuation of spiritual power appeared, and then several crazy roars suddenly sounded from the crowd. "Long live the god of killing! The god of killing lives forever!" A terrifying aura erupted from the bodies of several monks, and they were about to self-destruct. Not good. "Stop them!" Everyone's face changed drastically. Ling Yunxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and she waved her hand lightly. Those disciples who were about to self-destruct were instantly restrained, but something unexpected happened at this moment. A strange blood color appeared in the eyes of those disciples, and dark red liquid began to seep out of their 7 orifices. A strong fishy smell spread, causing everyone present to cover their noses and step back. In the blink of an eye, it turned into pools of blood, which was extremely horrifying. Ling Yunxue's expression changed slightly. "What a strange method. Who on earth is this god of death? The others also had gloomy expressions, their hearts filled with fear and anxiety. These people who committed suicide were not disciples of their respective sects, but had sneaked in under the guise of independent cultivators. There's such a terrifying force in the world. Mou stared at the glaring blood on the ground, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Are evil cultivators so rampant now? How dare he show up at the sword sect's sword test? Ling Wanqing looked solemn. It really is the killing demon cult. They actually came out. Why, who alarmed them? Moreover, not massacring the city but only stirring up conflict between the two holy places is totally inconsistent with their style. What conspiracy is hidden behind this? Xianingbing didn't care too much about these things. These were just some small, insignificant forces in the lower realm, not worth mentioning. What surprised her even more was Mou's previous move. This time, Ling Yun's sword master spoke and broke the silence. Fairy Xia, the controlled disciples are all here, please lend a hand. Xianingbing shook her head, her voice cold. My junior brother can do this too, let him do it. When Xianingbing said this, everyone was shocked. The holy son of Tianqian not only has extraordinary poison skills, but also knows how to exorcise evil spirits. Is this still a human being? Mou did not refuse. With a thought, he secretly controlled the Xuanyi sword and a blue light flashed. I saw small black bugs flying out from between the eyebrows of those disciples, making shrill screams. As soon as these little bugs appeared, they fled in all directions at an extremely fast speed. However, under the illumination of blue light, they have nowhere to escape. Struggling and twisting, it finally turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated into the air. The whole process only took a few breaths before everyone could react. The disciples who were controlled by the mind-controlling insect had returned to normal. They looked around blankly, obviously not knowing what was happening. Is this the solution? Someone exclaimed, his tone full of disbelief. Son of Tianqian, how powerful! I also want to learn from the Holy Sun and push myself. For a while, there was a constant stream of praise. Everyone was impressed by Mou's miraculous skills. At this time, Zhou Tong coughed violently twice and slowly woke up. Seeing this, Elder Bai Su burst into tears. He rushed forward, held Zhou Tong's hand tightly, and his voice trembled. Tonger, you're finally awake. Zhou Tong looked at his father weakly, his eyes full of confusion. Dad? What's wrong with me? You were poisoned by a mind-controlling goo, and it was the people from Tianqian Holy Land who saved you. Elder Bai Su said excitedly, pointing to Mou and Morongyi beside him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong recalled what he had done before and a look of guilt appeared on his face. He forced himself to support his weak body and bowed deeply to Mou and Morongyi. Thank you both for your help. He had ambushed the people from Tianqian Holy Land, yet was actually rescued by them. Mou waved his hand. No need to bother, let's get down to business first. Do you still remember who cast the spell on you? Chapter 75. The plan to eliminate Luo Suxin. Zhou Tong thought carefully for a while and shook his head. The man was wearing a black robe, so I couldn't see his face or make out his voice. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. By the way, that man gave me a sword. Sword? Ling Yun's sword master interrupted, but the flying sword that can explode? Yes, that's the sword. Zhou Tong nodded repeatedly. That sword was given to me by them. They asked me to use that sword to kill the highest-ranking disciple of Tianqian Holy Land. Ling Yun's sword master's eyes became stern, and an invisible pressure emanated from him. Wang Yan, retrieve the fragments of that sword. Yes. Chu Wangyan responded, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Elder Xiaotian explained with a smile. We at Zutian Holy Land are the best at refining weapons. Give me one day, and I'll be able to deduce which realm's refining techniques that sword originated from. Mou nodded slightly. This ability can be considered a characteristic of the Forging Heaven Holy Land. Every weapon refiner has his or her own unique style and technique, just like a painter's brushstrokes or a calligrapher's handwriting, which is unique and difficult to imitate, and their Zutian Holy Land has studied most of the weapon refining techniques in the Tianyuan continent. His gaze once again fell on Zhou Tong and the other disciples who were controlled by the heart control goo. Do you know anything else? Everyone shook their heads in confusion. Suddenly a disciple spoke up. I remember that person had a strong smell of blood. Then, another disciple spoke. The man was wrapped in a black robe and only used his left hand. I suspect he was left-handed.
MOU wrote down this information so that he could keep it in mind in the future. Afterwards, he stopped caring about these things, and professional matters should be left to professionals. The Sword Sect has a professional crime-solving team. MOU held Moroni in his arms, quietly waiting for the sword test competition to end. His strength was recognized by everyone, so he didn't need to participate in the second round. This time, Elder Baisu walked up to MOU and bowed deeply.
Holy Son, thank you for saving me. I will never forget this great kindness. MOU waved his hand. It's just a small favor. Son, I have a piece of information that may be useful to you.
Elder Baisu waved his hand and set up a shielding formation. This formation blocks out all outside prying eyes. The top leaders of the Xingqian Holy Land, as well as the Tianshu, Tianji, and Kaiyang Meridians, have joined forces with some forces and want to encircle and suppress Fairy Luo. Elder Baisu lowered his voice and spoke slowly. MOU raised his eyebrows.
Why? Senior sister is about to ascend. Are they crazy enough to seek trouble for themselves? Beetlejuice shook his head. I don't know.
The reason they gave us was that Fairy Luo had a magical weapon that could weaken the heavenly tribulation. The Holy Son should know that this item has a fatal attraction for those who are transcending tribulation, Mahayana, or even casual immortals. It is said that with this item, it can help an 8 tribulations loose immortal to safely pass through the last thunder tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm. MOU is shocked. An immortal weapon that can easily defeat the strongest heavenly tribulation, so perverted, this kind of thing is indeed very attractive to those old monsters. No wonder Jun Wuhan and others were not afraid of the senior sister at that time. It turned out that he was already preparing to attack her. Beetlejuice continued. Our Yuhong clan rejected their invitation, so I don't know their specific plans.
MOU nodded slightly. That's enough, thank you.
He couldn't help much with this matter, so he can only go back and tell the senior sister and ask her to make preparations in advance. It is not known how many forces are involved. There are many immortals in the Star Holy Land alone. I'm afraid the eldest sister is in trouble.
Son, you're joking.
You saved my son.
This is what I should do.
I hope you won't say it was me who said it.
Of course, I understand this.
Night falls. After the sword test, MOU and Moroni both ranked first and were qualified to comprehend the sword intent of the Sword Sect's founder. MOU carried Moroni back to the room and gently placed her on the bed. The door opened slightly and Ling Wanqing pushed it open and walked in. Her footsteps were so light that they made almost no sound.
Brother, what's the matter? There is something very important.
MOU turned around and said. Ling Wanqing understood what he meant and quickly formed seals to set up a soundproof formation to cover the two of them. The Star Holy Land is going to take action against the senior sister.
MOU said in a deep voice. Ling Wanqing exclaimed, how dare they?
MOU told her everything that Baisu had told him. Ling Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. I'll find a chance to tell senior sister. After saying goodbye to MOU, Ling Wanqing walked on the corridor under the moonlight, with thoughts flying in her mind. Did this happen in your previous life? Now I remember that my senior sister in my previous life did mention something similar. When she was suppressing the demon cultivators, she discovered that they were plotting against her, but that was decades later. The senior sister was very powerful at that time, and they were no match for her. So, senior sister can solve it herself? No. Wait. Ling Wanqing suddenly stopped and cold sweat slid down her cheeks. This time the situation is completely different. The senior brother had a conflict with them in advance. This will inevitably lead to their plans being brought forward. With the senior sister's current strength, she is no match for them. She let out a light breath. I was careless and something almost went wrong. This time when I go back, I must tell my senior sister so that she can take precautions in advance. Thanks to my senior brother for his timely reminder, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. MOU returned to the bed and sat down. He muttered to himself and checked his villain points. Point 13, 700 points are enough to buy the Jade Lotus of Creation. It's time to prepare for Sister Yen Shi's body reconstruction. I have to find out what secret realms have been opened recently. MOU has never been picky about secret places. As long as he goes there, he will find what he needs. This is what a son of destiny is like. There are many ways to reshape your physique. An ethereal jade marrow liquid is one of the basic ingredients. The better the material, the better the physique. If conditions permit, he still hopes that Sister Yen Shi can have the best physique. If that doesn't work, you must have a physique that can grow. Then he took out the jade box that gathered ghosts. It feels soft to the touch, the jade is delicate, and it emits a faint light. Now the first pill has been condensed. It's time to roll the dice again.
An immortal artifact that produces elixirs? Which immortal inheritance did you find this from?
Yan Shi's surprised voice sounded in his mind. As expected of an immortal from the upper realm, he saw through the purpose of this magic weapon at a glance.
I picked it up from the immortal emperor's inheritance last time. Mou replied. Yan Shi didn't ask any more questions. Open it quickly and see what's produced.
Mou opened the jade box as instructed. A pill lay quietly in it, snow white all over and emitting a bright luster.
The Heart Enlightenment Pill!
Yan Shi exclaimed. It's actually the Heart Enlightenment Pill.
Chapter 76 Cutting Off the Sword Monument. Is this amazing? Mou asked curiously.
Of course. This pill is made from enlightenment tea leaves. After taking it, your enlightenment will increase significantly within 3 days. Even in the immortal world, it is a rare treasure that only the core disciples of major sects can enjoy.
Your luck is truly terrifying.
The quality of this elixir is not high, but it is extremely rare.
I'm so envious.
Yan Shi sighed. Mou smiled and said, So, isn't Sister Yan Shi also very lucky to have met me?
That's true.
Yan Shi smiled brightly. Mou looked at the pill again, his eyes burning. I will go to the sword tomb tomorrow to comprehend the sword intent, and this Heart Enlightenment Pill comes at the right time.
Moroni should be waking up soon.
When she wakes up, I'll brush up on my medical skills so that I can treat Aunt Shui.
Next, let's test the sword intent.
Sword Sect,
Sect Master's Hall. Don't be ridiculous.
When you go to the Forging Heaven Holy Land, you must practice well and don't let your master down. Ling Yun's sword master warned.
Master, don't worry. I will do my best and will never let you down.
Chu Wangyan said firmly. Tomorrow, after comprehending the sword intent, Chu Wangyan will set off for the Zhutian Holy Land to practice.
Master, you should drink less and gamble less in the future. Chu Wangyan said. I know. How come you are more talkative than your master?
Ling Yun's sword master pretended to be impatient and waved his hand, but his voice was filled with reluctance. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time, and the air was filled with the sadness of parting. At this moment, a loud earth-shaking noise suddenly came. Rumble. The sound was dull and long, like the roar of an ancient beast, making people's eardrums buzz and their hearts tremble. The two of them looked at each other with a sudden change of expression. In the direction of the
sword monument in the distance, a huge crack spread from east to west, splitting the towering sword monument into two. Sword monument. The sword monument is broken again.
Ling Yun's sword master exclaimed in surprise. This sword monument is the symbol of the sword sect. It has stood for tens of thousands of years without falling. Even if a powerful Mahayana cultivator strikes with all his strength, it is difficult to shake it in the slightest. Now they are being cut off one after another. This is simply hell. Within 1 day, 2 sword-wielding geniuses appeared who were capable of cutting through the sword monument.
Let's go and take a look. Ling Yun's sword master didn't have time to think about it.
He pulled Chu Wangyan up, his figure flashed, and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the direction of the sword monument. However, when they arrived at the scene, it was already empty. Only the sword monument broken into 4 pieces was left standing there, looking particularly desolate. On the latest cut surface, there was still an extremely domineering sword intent, as if telling the story of the earth-shattering sword just now.
Gone?
Ling Yun's sword master frowned and looked around, but didn't see a single person. This sword intent. Chu Wangyan stared at the broken sword monument, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. This sword intent is so familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Countless images flashed through my mind, trying to capture that familiar feeling. Suddenly, his eyes lit up.
It's Brother Mo.
This is Brother Mo's sword intent.
What? You said it was done by the Holy Sun Tianxian?
Ling Yun's sword master was shocked. That's right.
Chu Wangyan nodded firmly.
The sharpness and dominance contained in this sword intent are exactly the same as Brother Mo's.
There is no doubt about it.
Ling Yun's sword master took a deep breath and felt his head buzzing. Mou, it's Mou again. Come back the fuck up. What are you going to do this time? Ling Yun's sword master felt his scalp tingling and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. At this moment, Lu Qianchen also came on his sword and landed gracefully. He looked at the sword monument that was broken into 2 pieces, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly regained his composure.
It broke again? Twice in one day? Is your sword monument getting old?
Lu Qianchen teased. Ling Yun's swordmaster took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and told them their guess.
Xiao Yu did it? So it seems the sword monument is fine.
Lu Qianchen laughed loudly, his voice full of pride. Ling Yun's swordmaster, he was silent for a moment, looking at the sword monument broken into 4 pieces with complicated eyes, his voice low and helpless. You 3 people from the Tianxian Holy Land chopped our sword sect's 10,000-year-old sword monument into 4 pieces. The corners of Lu Qianchen's mouth rose slightly. You, the sword sect, are incapable of this.
If you were a genius, wouldn't you be able to cut the sword monument into pieces by yourselves?
Okay, stop joking. Ling Yun's sword master waved his hand, interrupting Lu Qianchen's teasing, and his expression became serious.
You should still remember the standard for measuring sword intent on this sword monument, right? Lu Qianchen nodded.
Back then, your sword sect's founder discovered this mysterious stone tablet underground.
Different sword strengths can leave marks of varying depths on it.
Less than 3 feet 3 inches is the human level, greater than 3 feet 3 inches is the earth level, greater than 6 feet 6 inches is the heaven level, and the longest can reach 9 feet 9 inches. Swordmaster Ling Yun nodded, staring at the broken sword monument with burning eyes.
That's right.
Back then, your sect's white sword immortal broke this rule and severed the sword monument with one strike. At that time, countless sword cultivators thought there was something wrong with the sword monument and came to test it, but they found that the depth of their sword marks had not changed at all. In the end, they concluded that it was the sword technique of the immortal world.
Lu Qianchen said.
They think Bai Xuanying is going through a tribulation, so they think that using the immortal sword technique can cut through the sword monument, but Xiaoyu is only at the nascent soul stage. That's right, above that heavenly level, there is an even more powerful sword intent. Ling Yun's sword master's eyes lit up and his face showed excitement. Lu Qianchen thought for a moment and spoke.
But what does that have to do with us?
There are only 3 geniuses like this in history, and it's not something ordinary people like us should consider. Ling Yun's sword master shook his head.
Of course there is.
The great era is coming, and our Tianyuan continent will usher in the most prosperous golden age. Lu Qianchen lowered his head and thought about what he said. Chu Wangyan's eyes were burning out. He also wants to seize this opportunity and seize this golden age. Before they could speak, Ling Yun's sword master suddenly spoke. I have to go report to Elder Shao Tian.
See you tomorrow.
Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun's sword master took Chu Wangyan and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Back in the room, Mou felt bored. The sword monument is indeed specially used to test the strength of sword intent. He lightly chopped it with his sword intent, and the sword monument broke into 2 pieces. He could only be sure now that his sword intent was the ultimate sword intent. The specific level is still unknown. Simply put, the tester blew up. However, no matter what level it is more than enough in this lower world. After all, only 3 people in history have reached this level. Master. Just as Mou's thoughts were in a state of confusion, a gentle voice brought him back. Moromi had woken up at some point and was rubbing her sleepy eyes, muttering to herself. Mou quickly collected his thoughts and walked to the bed and sat down.
Awake, how do you feel? I'm fine, just a little tired.
Moromi rubbed her sleepy eyes and spoke in a soft voice.
Here, this is the reward from Beetlejuice.
Mou took out the Zhuang needle and handed it to her. Moromi opened the wooden box and looked at the silver needle inside that was flashing with cold light. Her eyes lit up.
Good needle. Her eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, master.
You earned this yourself.
Mou said with a smile. By the way, can you teach me medical skills?
Okay, I'll teach you.
Morong-yi became interested. She sat up from the bed and took out a stack of extra thick medical books. This is the medical experience I have summarized. Master, please take a look.
Chapter 77 Heart Strength. Mou took the medical book and started flipping through it. Moromi stood by, patiently explaining the contents of the medical book to him: how to observe, listen, ask, and palpate, how to use medicine, how to use acupuncture and moxibustion. Mou understood the medicine immediately, but the other things were a bit stressful. It is indeed not easy to master these complex medical skills in a short period of time. After all, medicine in the previous life was one of the Most difficult professions. He thought about it, took out the heart enlightenment pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. It is effective for 3 days and can be used for both medical and swordsmanship. The pill melted in the mouth, and a cool air instantly spread throughout the body. Mou felt that his thinking had become clearer than ever before, and he understood more thoroughly what Moroni said. After listening for half an hour, Mou seemed to be reborn, and his understanding of medical skills reached a whole new level. He can now be considered a third-grade doctor. If those doctors who have studied hard for many years knew about this amazing learning speed, I'm afraid you'll be shocked and even doubt your life. After all, it often takes years or even decades of hard work for ordinary doctors to reach the third level, and Mou only took half an hour. After having a certain foundation, Mou also began to raise some questions. Where is the cold poison often located? How to use spiritual power to deeply examine the human body, etc. Through Moroni's explanation, he discovered a huge problem. The cold poison in medical skills and poison skills are not the same thing. Grass. He had no idea which cold poison Aunt Shui had. Moroni seemed to see Mou's real doubts. She turned to a certain page in the medical book and touched it with her slender fingers. Master, look at this, the spirit flame cold cleansing needle. As long as we find the location of the cold, we can use this acupuncture method to solve it. Mou's eyes lit up. He likes this simple and crude method. It is well known that amputation can solve all diseases in the corresponding parts of the body. This stitching also has this wild beauty. In this way, even if Ling Yinshua's cold poison is a medical cold, there is no need to worry. Moroni continued. This acupuncture method requires a lot of cultivation and the intensity of the flame, so I can't help with the cold poison master has. You have to do it yourself. However, Master, if you encounter such a thing in the future, don't be embarrassed. Just speak directly. She winked and said playfully. Isn't it just the loss of kidney yang that caused the cold to enter the body? I'm a professional doctor and I won't laugh at you. Mou, now you can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Never mind, let her think whatever she wants. Sooner or later she would understand that her master's yang energy was limitless. Afterwards, Mou carefully looked at the detailed diagrams in the medical book while listening attentively to Moroni's explanation. Unconsciously, Moroni's voice became smaller and smaller until it was completely silent. Only then did Mou realize that the girl had fallen asleep. However, he has basically mastered this acupuncture technique. Mou looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. He gently laid Moroni down and covered her with a blanket, moving very gently for fear of waking her up. At this moment, Yenshi's voice sounded in his mind. That needlework is not simple. You have found a treasure by accepting this disciple. Oh? Anything special? Mou quickly picked up the medical book and carefully looked over the contents of the acupuncture method. Perhaps due to his lack of experience, he did not see anything special about this acupuncture technique. She slowly said, this is the method of controlling the needle with mental power. Mental strength? Mou was puzzled. She explained patiently. There are countless cultivation systems in the world, the most common of which are the 3 major systems of spiritual energy, spirit, and body. Besides this, there are countless small branches, and mental strength is one of them. Mental strength cannot be cultivated as a primary system because it does not directly provide combat power, but it can be cultivated as a secondary system to strengthen oneself. In the immortal realm, the most famous cultivator who cultivates both mind and strength is undoubtedly the Sunset Immortal Emperor. Rumor has it that when he first entered the Immortal Emperor realm, he used his mental power to shoot and kill 9 veteran demon immortal emperors. Mou's eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. So awesome? That's right, it's a pity that there is only the method of using the mind power, but no method of practicing the mind power. Yenshi sighed softly, with deep regret in his eyes. Sister Yenshi doesn't have one? Mou asked curiously. Yenshi chuckled. What are you thinking about? How could I have something like that? Mind power is a new system in the immortal world. Only a few cultivators know how to practice it. How could they possibly be willing to share it? A wave of regret welled up in Mou's heart. It is a pity that such a powerful force is temporarily out of reach. Seeing what Mou was thinking, Yenshi smiled and comforted him. However, you are lucky. There is a universal method for cultivating mental strength. Hurry up and tell me. Mou urged anxiously. Yenshi said slowly. As long as you push your mental strength to the limit, your mental strength will increase slightly when you recover next time. Your little disciple fell asleep because she was exhausted. When she wakes up next time, her energy will be improved.
This method is a complete waste of time in the immortal realm.
The methods that consume mental energy are already rare, and each improvement is extremely slow. For a cultivator in the immortal realm, this little improvement is like a drop in the bucket and is meaningless. Furthermore, there will be a period of weakness after the upgrade is completed, so the gain is not worth the loss.
But you are only at the nascent soul stage.
For you, even a small improvement in your mental strength will have a significant effect. You can use this acupuncture method to drive away the cold for your mother-in-law. With your strength, it will be impossible to complete it in one go. You can use this opportunity to cultivate your mental strength. During the weekend period after completing her mental training, she can also protect you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
MOU's eyes lit up slightly.
Plus, I just took the enlightenment pill, so my understanding of mental strength will also be improved.
That's right.
It probably won't take long before you can get started with your mental strength.
Yen, she affirmed. Are there any effects after getting started? MOU asked happily. Yen, she smiled sweetly. How should I know? I haven't practiced it before. MOU was not disappointed.
Instead, he began to study the Lingyan cleansing needle with great interest, preparing for Ling Yinshua's arrival. Outside the window, the moonlight is bright, pouring down like flowing water. It quietly pours into the room, enveloping everything in a hazy silver glow, quiet and peaceful. At midnight, a gentle knock on the door came as expected, breaking the silence.
Xiaoyu, it's me.
MOU quickly got up and opened the door, only to see Ling Yinshue standing gracefully at the door. She was wearing a lavender long dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the night breeze, making her incredibly beautiful. The moonlight shone on her, outlining her graceful figure and adding a touch of charm.
Auntie Shui, come in.
MOU quickly turned sideways. Ling Yinshue walked into the room, her eyes moving between MOU and the sleeping Moroni. A complex look flashed across those beautiful eyes.
Chapter 78, Driving into an Opponent. MOU coughed lightly and explained.
Auntie Shui, Xiaoyi has consumed a lot of energy today. Put her here so I can take care of her.
Don't worry, it won't affect us. How could he forget about this?
Moromi hasn't been sent back yet. Ling Yinshue nodded slightly, without saying much, and just sat down gently on the edge of the bed. The elegant posture is like a blooming snow lotus, noble and inviolable. Xiaoyu, let's start, she said softly. MOU walked to Ling Yinshue's side, stretched out his hand, and gently placed it on her jade-like wrist. He felt a cool touch on his wrist, and slowly inserted a stream of spiritual power, carefully sensing the situation inside her body. Not long after, MOU frowned slightly. This is indeed not poison, but an extremely rare ice attribute spiritual energy. It would be more accurate to say it is cold air. Now the sky poison pearl was directly banned. It seems that I have to do the acupuncture myself. The cold air was hidden in the major acupuncture points in Ling Yinshue's body and had already escaped into her body, causing her internal organs to be eroded to varying degrees. These cold airs are extremely stubborn, like maggots in the bones, difficult to eradicate. MOU's expression became solemn. Auntie Shui, I can handle this, but it will take many times.
Recently, I have to give you acupuncture every night.
A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Yinshue's eyes. She was finally saved. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as it can be cured, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Auntie Shui, let me help you mark the acupuncture points now. MOU grabbed Ling Yinshue's cold wrist and marked the acupuncture points where the coldness was located while probing. After a while, as the marks increased, MOU's expression became more and more strange. Tanzhong, Zigong, Yutong, Ruzhong, Rugan, Tianchi, Shinkei, Perineum, a good acupuncture point map. Now it's yellowed. MOU coughed lightly and handed the map to Ling Yinshue.
Auntie Shui, this is where the acupuncture will be performed. Are you okay with it?
Ling Yinshue took the acupuncture point map and her eyes wandered over the marks. Her expression gradually became complicated, with shock, confusion, shyness, all kinds of emotions intertwined. She raised her head and looked at MOU, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Auntie Shui, I am a professional doctor and I never deceive my patients.
What's more, you are my elder.
MOU said seriously. Ling Yinshue looked at the acupuncture point map in her hand and fell into deep thought. Indeed, Every time she felt uncomfortable, it was in her chest, abdomen, and perineum. The locations of these marks matched perfectly with her own feelings, however, these locations also. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking,
Is there any other solution?
although she had prepared herself mentally, it was still difficult for her to accept this point. Mou replied, yes, there is a basic method, which involves acupuncture and drainage at the acupuncture points on the back, but it definitely requires more sessions and a longer course of treatment.
This is the basic usage of Ling Yan Dian needle.
Although the efficacy is not as good as directly targeting the lesion, it can at least avoid some embarrassment. Ling Yunxue fell into deep thought after hearing this. Directly acupuncture the acupuncture points where the cold is located will naturally have the best effect, but the location of those acupuncture points, her pretty face couldn't help but blush, just like the delicate peach blossoms on the branches in early spring, so gorgeous and beautiful. In the end, she chose a more conservative
option. Acupuncture on the acupuncture points on the back. Mou nodded, not surprised by Ling Yunshue's choice.
Auntie Shui, take off your clothes and show your back. The first time I did acupuncture, I couldn't reach the level of Moroni who could perform acupuncture through clothes. Ling Yunshue's body trembled slightly when she heard this, asking her to undress in front of a man. But then she thought, Xiaoyu is her future husband, so it's okay to let him see it. She slowly turned her back and saw Moroni sleeping soundly on the other side of the bed. She raised her hand slightly. Spiritual power flowed through her fingertips, and a barrier was formed, dividing the bed into two. A small double bed, separated by the Mahayana barrier, is like two different worlds. Only then did she feel relieved. Her delicate hands gently stroked the skirt, and after a slight hesitation, she slowly untied it. The lavender dress slowly slid down her jade-like shoulders and smooth back, making a slight, itchy friction sound. Suddenly, the pink and dazzling white back of the beautiful woman appeared in front of Mou without any cover. With one hand, she lifted the hem of her skirt to cover her breasts, and with the other hand, she gathered the falling hem behind her to cover her round and perky buttocks, the smooth and seductive back, the slender waist that can be held in one hand, and the sexy and slender shoulders all exude seductive charm. A corner of the snow-white, round peaks can be vaguely seen, as well as the depth hidden by the falling purple skirt, adding a bit of mystery and temptation. The skin turns a light pink, as if moisturized. The crystal clear morning dew seeps out, sparkling in the candlelight, which is a beautiful sight. It's simply, Mou looked at the vivid and beautiful scenery in front of him, and his breathing couldn't help but stop.
Xiaoyu, we can start now.
Ling Yunxue closed her eyes tightly, feeling extremely shy. Mou took a deep breath, took out the green blood divine flame needle, and began to use the spirit flame cold cleansing needle. The silver needle pierced the acupuncture point, and the pure yang qi wrapped in flames rushed into Ling Yunshue's body, burning the stubborn cold. Ling Yunshue's delicate body trembled, and she let out a charming moan, which was very touching. Mou concentrated on controlling his spiritual power and did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. Silver needles were inserted into the acupuncture points one by one. The pure young fire flowed into Ling Yunshue's body along the silver needle. Ling Yunxue only felt a warm current flowing through her body, dispelling the coldness. This warm current made her feel extremely comfortable, as if a long drought had finally ended with a downpour. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Ever since she started practicing that technique, she has been troubled by the cold and suffers terribly every night. Now, this warm current made her feel the long-lost warmth and comfort. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on Mou's forehead. His spiritual and mental strength were being rapidly depleted. This is completely different from the feeling of casting spells normally, physically and mentally. Exhausted. A moment later, finally, the last silver needle fell. Mou breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel a wave of weakness coming over him. My heart and energy are exhausted, and my body feels hollowed out. He held onto his body and mobilized his spiritual power, and all the silver needles disappeared from Ling Yunshue's back. Ling Yunshue's jade back was still smooth, like flawless white jade, without any marks, only the faint pink and the crystal morning dew on it indicated that Ling Yunshue's heart was not at peace during this period. Nailed it, Mou said tiredly. After he finished speaking, his eyes went dark and his body fell forward uncontrollably. Hearing this, Ling Yunsue turned around and was about to thank Mou, but saw him suddenly fall over.
Xiaoyu!
She cried out in surprise and quickly reached out to help. In a panic, the clothes that originally covered her chest slipped off, revealing her spring scenery. Chapter 79 Sweetness in a Dream. The snow falls in a flurry, turning the terrace into a blanket of silver. The stamens are hidden, the fragrance is hidden, the ice-like skin and jade-like bones are as bright as red cheeks. This was the last scene MOU saw before he fell into a coma. He just felt dizzy and his consciousness gradually became blurred. White cheek bumped into something soft and slightly moist, like a petal covered in dew in the early morning, emitting an alluring fragrance. Ling Yunxue felt her chest sink, and a strange touch came over her, making her mind go blank. Xiaoyu, he actually, Violent spiritual power surged out uncontrollably, and she subconsciously wanted to take action to push MOU away, but he stopped in time and quickly restrained himself, for fear of hurting him. Ling Yunxue looked down and saw MOU's face buried in her chest, warm breath on the skin. Her pretty face turned red instantly, like a ripe peach, so beautiful and tempting. She wanted to push MOU away, but looking at his pale cheeks and feeling his weak breath, she felt reluctant. Xiaoyu? Ling Yunxue called softly, her voice trembling, but MOU didn't react at all and still held her tightly, as if he regarded her as his only support. Ling Yunxue's heart was beating like a drum. She had never been so close to a man, even if he was her fiancé. She wanted to break free, but her body seemed to have lost its strength and became limp, allowing MOU to hold her, unable to move. Maybe it's because I feel heartache. Or maybe it's because she didn't dare to think any further and just looked at MOU's sleeping face quietly. I felt touched, distressed, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Xiaoyu, you are such a fool, Ling Yunxue sighed softly. This is not the sign of exhaustion of spiritual power. It seems that even the soul has suffered considerable damage. This kind of loss will take a long time to recover. What's more, this is only the first day, and MOU will do this every day during this period. I am just lending him support, so what does it matter? The moonlight was like water, shining through the window lattice and gently falling on the two of them, like a layer of hazy silver gauze. Time stands still at this moment, and everything is quiet and silent, only the two people's light. Breathing sounds were intertwined in the air. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over her, and Ling Yunxue came back to her senses of this. She had never experienced such a situation in her hundreds of years of life and was at a loss for what to do. So sweet, MOU said in a daze. Hearing MOU's murmurs, Ling Yunxue felt so ashamed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Xiaoyu was asleep now, not on purpose. She tried to comfort herself, but the strange feeling on her chest made her unable to calm down. She gently straightened MOU's head and let him lean on her shoulder. At the same time, she activated her magic power, and the purple skirt scattered on the side of the bed slowly moved up and wrapped around her delicate body. The boundless spring scenery is completely covered up. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her cheeks were still burning. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the window lattice. MOU slowly woke up, and in the hazy state, his vision was filled with a warm and soft purple. When I fully opened my eyes, half of my vision was the ceiling, and the other half was the two plump and soft breasts wrapped in the purple silk skirt were almost touching the tip of his nose. The clothes were bulging, and the thin fabric seemed like it would collapse under the weight at any moment. It made him feel like he was going through the nascent soul thunder tribulation. They are both like thunder hitting the face, equally shocking and suffocating. MOU subconsciously shrank his head. As he moved, he felt a soft and warm touch behind him, delicate and elastic. It was Aunt Shue's legs. Woke up? At this moment, a cold yet somewhat gentle voice came from above, like the sound of nature. MOU did not respond immediately. He was surprised to find that the towering mountains were so majestic that his view was completely blocked and he could not see Ling Yunxue's face. This scale is simply unfair. Then he felt his body and everything was normal. Not only that, his perception of his surroundings seemed to be clearer. Every flow of breeze and every change of light could not escape his perception. This seems to be the effect of increased mental strength. At this moment, the clothes in front of him became extremely clear in his eyes. Every thread and every texture is clearly visible. Hasn't recovered yet? A beautiful face peeked out from between the two peaks, with a hint of doubt, as if seeing him wake up, and then smiled gently. I've recovered. As MOU was speaking, he was about to stand up, but was gently held down by a pair of delicate hands. The hand gently pressed against his face, soft and boneless, as smooth as jade. You suffered a lot of damage last night. You should rest for a while. Ling Yunxue said softly. MOU did not refuse and felt the softness of the knee pillow, but the huge thunder in front of him still made him feel a little breathless. Suddenly, he discovered that his cultivation had actually improved a little. He is just one step away from breaking through to the 7th level of nascent soul. He just broke through to the 6th level of nascent soul a few days ago with the help of Su Meier. Why? Where does cultivation come from? The conservation of energy no longer exists. To reach this level, even for a genius, it would take nearly 2 years of hard training, and he, after a good sleep, somehow achieved it. Suddenly, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have licked it last night. MOU couldn't help but blush. At this time, the system voice sounded. Detected that you forcibly used Ling Yinxue to cultivate, surpassing 5 major realms and severely humiliating her. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward, warning due essence. This item can be used to improve cultivation, and can also be used to reshape the body after birth. Ling Yunshua's current favorability, 95, automatically replenish luck, 500, villain points plus 500. Chapter 80 Sword Domain Trial. The emergence of the system completely confirmed MOU's guess. He checked the morning dew flower rain essence given by the system, can be used as a material for reshaping the body. It's such a waste to use this kind of thing for cultivation. Ask Sister Yan Shi if she wants this later. If she doesn't want it, then consider using it for cultivation. Seeing that Ling Yunxue did not mention the embarrassing incident last night, MOU pretended nothing happened and just asked, "Auntie Shui, how are you?"
"It's much better now."
Ling Yunxue responded softly. "Auntie Shui, you have to come to me for acupuncture every night at midnight during this period. I have to completely cure it before it gets worse." "Okay. After the sword test, I will go to your Tianxian Holy Land to stay for a while." Ling Yunxue pondered for a moment and agreed. Bang bang bang. Just then, a huge crash was heard. MOU suddenly sat up from Ling Yunxue's soft legs, and only then noticed the barrier in the middle of the bed. Ling Yunxue raised her hand lightly, and the barrier dissipated. The next moment, Morongi's figure rushed out from the barrier, holding a long sword, obviously attacking the barrier. When she saw MOU, a hint of surprise flashed in her clear eyes, and she quickly put away her sword, but due to inertia, she fell forward uncontrollably and eventually crashed into MOU's arms. "Master, I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Moromi quickly got off MOU, a blush on her cheeks. She thought she was trapped, so she attacked the barrier with all her might. Unexpectedly, when the sword was thrust out, the barrier suddenly disappeared. Now it seems that the situation is, Moromi suddenly noticed Ling Yunxue's disheveled clothes and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ling Yunxue noticed Morongi's gaze and subconsciously adjusted her dress. MOU had just been in her arms and had messed up his clothes. Morongi became more certain of his guest. "I didn't expect that Master and Ling Yunxue progressed so quickly and became Master's wife so quickly." Etc. She suddenly realized a more serious problem. Why am I here? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, finally converging into a conclusion that made her extremely ashamed. I actually became a part of their play. MOU didn't know what Moromi was thinking. He just said, "It's getting late, we should go to the sword tomb." As he spoke, he and Ling Yunxue walked out. Moromi hurried to catch up, his thoughts racing. She secretly glanced at MOU and then at Ling Yunxue. Master and his wife, last night, it's too much fun. The three of them came to the entrance of the sword tomb and walked to the area where the Tianxian Holy Land was located. Quite a few people have gathered here. The sword tomb is the burial place of the sword sect's ancestors from past generations, and it is also the sect's heritage. Here are stored the swords and sword intent of countless sword cultivators. Before those sword cultivators passed away or ascended to heaven, they would leave their sword intent here for future generations to comprehend and comprehend. Ling Yun's sword master stood at the front, his voice loud and clear, echoing in every corner. Logically speaking, the disciples of the major sects should be silent and listening attentively at this time. However, the scene was noisy and everyone was talking. "Did you see that? The sword monument has been cut off again. Who could it be this time? Who else could it be?" Fairy Xia probably thought the 3 stone tablets, 1 large and 2 small, looked ugly, so she simply cut them into 4 pieces. How is this possible? Fairy Xia is so cold and aloof, how could she do such a thing? I think it's the holy son of Tianxian. The sword mark left by Jianzi on the sword monument is 9 feet and 7 inches long, yet he was challenged by the holy son across levels. Apart from him, I really can't think of who else it could be. Everyone expressed their opinions, and finally pointed the finger at MOU, believing that he was the one who cut off the sword monument. "Master, did you secretly chop down the sword monument yesterday?" Moroni moved closer to MOU and asked in a low voice. "No, I went there openly, but there happened to be no one there at that time," MOU said frankly. "Didn't you really choose a special time to go there?" Morongi blinked, obviously a little unconvinced, but she knew that the son of fortune liked to hide his strength and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. She herself would occasionally use this method to trick others, and it always worked. This time, Ling Wanqing covered her mouth and chuckled. After you fainted yesterday, your master held you the whole time and didn't go anywhere, so he naturally didn't have time to go to the sword monument. After the sword test is over, there will naturally be no one at the sword monument. When Moromi heard this, her pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her ears, and her heart was pounding. Master has actually been taking care of himself. Master, he is really great. She even had an urge to give herself to him to repay his kindness. At this moment, Ling Yun's sword master raised his voice, interrupting the noise of the disciples below.
Everyone, the time has come, we should go in.
Mou brought Moromi and a group of disciples from the Tianxian Holy Land into the sword tomb. This time, Mou noticed a familiar figure appear beside him. It was Ling Yunxue.
Auntie Shui, aren't you with the people from Taiching Holy Land?
Ling Yunxue shook her head with a complicated expression. Mou looked around and realized that among the 500 disciples from Qi refining to spirit transformation, there was not a single disciple from Taiching Holy Land. The decline of Taiching Holy Land has reached this point. Although this is just one of the sword moves, it is enough to reveal the decline of the overall strength of the Taiching Holy Land. Mou's heart sank as he comforted her. Auntie Shui, don't worry, things will definitely get better in the future. Ling Yunxue forced a smile.
I hope so.
Deep in the sword tomb, fog gradually rises. A strong sword intent came towards him, and the tangible sword energy crisscrossed and buzzed. Suddenly, the view ahead opened up, and a huge area appeared before everyone. The voice of Ling Yun's sword master sounded again, explaining the rules to everyone.
Everyone, what lies before you is the sword domain.
The sword domain is similar to the domain of a cultivator in the fusion stage, but the killing power of our sword domain is even more powerful.
This sword domain was formed automatically by the sword intent left by our predecessors.
The sword intent within it will enter your body, suppressing your physical body, soul, and spiritual power in all directions. You can also take this opportunity to comprehend the sword intent within. The higher the realm, the stronger the oppression. That's why only the best of each realm can enter this place. The deeper you go, the purer the sword will be, and the greater the benefits you can gain. You can go in now. If you really can't hold on any longer, just give up resistance and the sword domain will automatically teleport you out. Don't worry about your life. The voice of Ling Yun's sword master echoed in the sword tomb.
Now, let's get started.
Following the order from sword master Ling Yun, hundreds of disciples filed in and stepped into the sword domain. Mou and Moromi walked side by side and went inside. As soon as he stepped into the sword domain, Mou was surprised to find that the sword intent around him actually avoided him. Is his sword intent too strong? Chapter 81, Understanding the Sword Intention. Mou tried to feel the sword intent around him. This is the outskirts of the sword domain. The sword intent is thin and the power is relatively weak. The quality of these sword intentions is roughly at the lower level of the earth rank. The realm of sword intent corresponds to his own realm, which is the nascent soul stage, because he is the ultimate sword intent. The sword intent in this sword domain will actively avoid him and dare not approach him. However, the purpose of this trip was to observe and learn from the sword intent left by predecessors, integrate it, and finally comprehend his own sword intent. Now these sword intentions are unwilling to approach him, which is troublesome. Mou turned his head and looked at Moromi. Her condition was normal, with some faint sword intent entwined around her. Logically speaking, those who practice Qi refining and foundation building will benefit the most because they don't have the sword intent yet.
How do you feel? Mou asked.
Fortunately, these sword intentions are not strong, and it is easy to resist them.
Moromi said.
That's good. Let's speed up and head to the center of the sword domain. After Mou finished speaking, he raised his foot and walked away. Outside the sword domain, leaders of several major sects were gathering together. Bisu asked Ling Yun Jianzuan.
Any new discoveries?
Ling Yun's sword master had a solemn expression. After a whole day of research, we have confirmed that those cultivators come from the same evil cultivation force that has at least one Mahayana cultivator. Furthermore, these people's faith in the sect has reached a fanatical level.
In order to complete their mission, they can self-destruct without hesitation.
Speaking of this, Ling Yun's sword master couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. A force can only be called a true Mahayana force if it has a Mahayana level expert in every generation, but their sword sect does not have that ability. From time to time, there would be a situation in the sword sect where there were no powerful Mahayana masters in a generation. He is one of them. It brings shame to our ancestors. Upon hearing this, Elder Baisu was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke.
What you said, wasn't it obvious at a glance yesterday? Ling Yun's sword master coughed lightly in embarrassment. They have never appeared in Tianyuan continent before. We are powerless to stop them with such tactics. For a moment, everyone was silent. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian asked, "Where's Xiaotian? Why didn't he come? Did you find any results on the sword?" Ling Yun's sword master responded, "The elder is still studying the sword, so it will take some time." Lu Qianqian nodded and said no more. Not long after, Mou and the others arrived at the core area of the sword domain. Moroni followed behind Mou, her delicate body trembling slightly, her pearly teeth biting her red lips, and fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Her spiritual power was running wildly, trying her best to resist the oppression of the ubiquitous sword intent. It took a lot of effort to barely keep up with Mou. She raised her head and looked forward. What came into view were two slightly embarrassed figures. One is Chu Wanyan. He held a long sword in his hand, staggered, and his whole body trembled, as if he would fall down at any time. The other one was a strange man, who looked stronger than Chu Wanyan and must be the number one person in the god transformation stage, but it's not much better, and it doesn't look like it will last long. Moroni turned to look at Mou beside her. He still looked calm and composed. "Master." Moroni panted, "Why do you seem to be fine?" Mou raised the corners of his mouth slightly and stretched lazily. "Maybe I'm stronger." "You have to work hard too, my second disciple." Moroni's mouth twitched when he heard this. She took a deep breath, forced herself to concentrate, and continued to resist the invasion of the sword intent. Seeing this, Mou said no more. He looked up at the center of the sword domain. There is a platform there, which is the real core of the sword domain. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." Moroni's voice was a little weak. She stopped and her pretty face turned pale. "I will practice here." After saying that, she sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to comprehend the sword intent around her. Seeing her stop, Mou no longer hesitated. He moved his body, turned into a stream of light, and flew forward. Wherever it passed, the sword intents actively gave way, leaving a path to the core. On the other side, Chu Wanyan was moving forward with difficulty. He looked at the platform not far away, his eyes full of desire. "Almost there. We'll be here soon." The core of the sword domain, the area where sword intent is purest. Last time, he failed to reach the center. This time, he must seize the opportunity. However, the further he moved forward, the greater the pressure became, and gradually, he could no longer hold on. Push yourself. Even though his body was almost at its limit, he still did not give up. He hardened his heart and continued to move forward. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past him. He couldn't help but stop and turn to look, his eyes full of surprise. Who is it that can run so fast in such a place? Doesn't he feel the pressure? When he saw the man's back clearly, his surprise was lessened. It turned out to be Mou. If it was him, it wouldn't seem strange. Mou flew onto the platform and landed steadily. Then he no longer avoided the surrounding sword intent, but instead surged towards him like a tide. Even so, these sword intentions still could not have much impact on him. Mou sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to carefully feel the sword intent around him. Star sword intent, water and fire sword intent, slaughter sword intent, moon sword intent, sun sword intent. Countless sword intents, like thousands of stars, swirled around him. Mou sensed them carefully, feeling the mystery contained in each sword intent, integrated into your own kendo to make it more perfect. Outside the sword domain, Lu Qianqian stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the sword domain, and a light sigh escaped from his lips. "Your sword domain is truly getting worse year by year. I remember ancient records that during its heyday, even high-level immortals couldn't even dream of shaking this sword domain." Ling Yunxue nodded slightly in agreement. "Now, this sword domain can be forcibly broken by anyone, not to mention a high-level immortal. Even she can break it as long as she is willing to spend some time." Ling Yun's sword master shook his head bitterly. "It is indeed weakened, and not a little bit." He paused and explained. "The sword monument also contains sword intent, but only in a special environment like the sword domain can it help sword cultivators comprehend the sword intent. The price is that the sword will also be consumed." Lu Qianqian frowned slightly. "But I remember that all disciples who have entered the sword tomb and have achieved success in their cultivation will return here and leave their sword intent as compensation. Theoretically, the sword domain's sword intent should be increasing, right? After all, he himself had left his sword intent here." Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's sword master smiled bitterly and shook his head again. "Our expenses are insufficient to cover our income. If this continues, the sword tomb will become deserted,
and our sword sect will decline as a result. Perhaps, our sword sect's fate is really coming to an end.
Why are we spending more than we earn?
Lu Qianchen was puzzled, Ling Yun's sword master explained. In the past 100 years, the talent of sword cultivators in Tianyuan continent has indeed increased significantly compared to the past. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing, but unfortunately, in recent years, the activities of the demon world, demonic cultivators, and evil cultivators have become increasingly frequent, and countless talented disciples have fallen.
They have no chance to come back. With less sword intent left, the sword domain will naturally become weaker and weaker.
Perhaps one day, our sword sect will be like those once glorious sects, completely obliterated in the long river of history. Chapter 82, The Immortal Weapon Suppressed Deep in the Sword Domain. Ling Yinxue looked at the gradually weakening sword domain in front of her with a complicated expression. In addition to the Taiching Holy Land, there are many other sects, and the situation is not optimistic. Xiao Ningbing listened to the conversation between the few people, looking thoughtful. The person who can set up this formation is quite capable. But she had a vague feeling that the purpose of this formation was probably not just to help the younger generation comprehend the sword intent. Ling Wanqing disagreed. These minor disputes are not critical issues at all. Both the sword sect and the Taiching Holy Land eventually survived until the moment of the destruction of the Tianyuan continent. Although this sword domain is indeed gradually weakening, it has fulfilled its duties and cultivated countless sword cultivators for the world. At this moment, the sword domain suddenly underwent drastic changes. The sword intent, which was originally quite steady, now disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is...
Lu Qianchen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed in shock, the sword intent is actually decreasing?
Ling Yun's sword master's expression was solemn.
Someone is rapidly comprehending the sword's essence. What kind of swordsmanship has he comprehended? Your sword testing venues all have backtracking formations, so there should also be a projection formation here, right?
Lu Qianchen said. Ling Yun's sword master immediately made a hand gesture, and the scene within the sword domain unfolded before everyone's eyes. In the center of the picture is Mou. Everyone was shocked, with different expressions on their faces. Lu Qianchen's eyes were full of relief, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Ling Yinxue's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she was happy for Mou. Ling Wanqing looked surprised. She clearly remembered that Mou had not caused such a huge commotion in her previous life. Now he comes earlier and gains more. Ling Yun's sword master sighed. I hope your holy son can return to the sword sect alive in the future and leave his sword will behind.
Otherwise, the sword sect will be doomed.
Xiao Ningbing frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Mou actually tried to rely on these sword intentions to comprehend the chaos sword intent. Chaos sword intent, one of the most powerful sword intents in the world, has the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, these sword intentions are too thin and there are too few types. It was not enough to support him to comprehend the complete chaos sword intent, and at most he could only condense a prototype. She felt a stir in her heart, and subconsciously wanted to enter the sword realm and give him some guidance with her sword intent. This kind of opportunity for enlightenment is not something that can be obtained just by wishing for it. But then she stopped. His own Taoist faith was damaged, making it difficult for him to provide effective help to Mou. She was secretly upset. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare even in the upper realm. If the chaos sword intent becomes an immortal emperor, it will be the strongest among them. If I had been more decisive and kissed Xiaoyu directly, wouldn't this be the case now? What I lost was just a first kiss, but what he lost was the opportunity to comprehend the supreme truth. Then, Xiao Ningbing reacted and felt ashamed and angry. A crack in one's heart can indeed cause emotional confusion, but this chaos is too much, isn't it? Why was she thinking about these things? Even though she has been single for countless years, she shouldn't be that hungry, right? She quickly practiced her skills to calm herself down. At this moment, the screen suddenly turned black. Ling Yun's sword master was surprised and said, the spirit of the ancestor in the sword domain cut off the picture. It seems that the Holy Son is about to obtain the opportunity of the ancestor. In the sword domain, the sword intent that originally surrounded Mou suddenly retreated like a tide and never came closer again. Mou suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He felt that he was about to comprehend a very powerful sword intent. Why did it stop suddenly? He hates stopping. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in front of him. The figure's face could not be seen clearly, and a faint light was emanating from his body, like a wisp of green smoke, floating and uncertain. My friend, don't be angry. The figure spoke, his voice old and peaceful, reassuring.
Who are you? Mou's heart trembled, and he was secretly on guard.
My name is Chen Henian, and I am the first-generation ancestor of this sword sect.
The shadow said slowly. A great master? Mou was stunned for a moment, then realized, you are the legendary sword god who founded the sword sect and slew countless demons? Chen Henian smiled and said, exactly.
I didn't expect that after all these years, people still remember me.
Mou bowed and saluted. I don't know what you are doing, senior.
He had also heard of this man's name. The immortal slaying sword god is the hero who saved the Tianyuan continent countless years ago. A monk admired by countless people, a true saint.
It's nothing serious, I just want you to leave here.
Chen Henian still spoke with a smile and a gentle tone. Mou frowned slightly.
I don't know why senior wants me to leave. Is it because I absorbed too much sword energy? The founder of the sword sect shouldn't be such a stingy person, right? If you have any problems, please tell me. Perhaps I can find a way to solve them.
His intuition told him that it was time to open up a branch line. When Chen Henian heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled.
You're quite interesting, kid, but you can't solve my problem. You are not me, how do you know I can't solve it? Ha, you are not me, how do you know I don't know that you can't solve it?
A gleam of light flashed in Mou's eyes, and an invincible sword intent burst out, like a peerless divine sword being unsheathed, sharp and daring. Looking down on the world, Chen Henian was slightly stunned. Your sword intent is interesting, but your cultivation is still too low to solve my problem.
Mou said lightly. Who said I'm going to solve your problem?
Once I release my sword will, those sword wills won't be able to escape. Although it's a bit tiring to run around like this, I can still continue to comprehend.
You can't throw me out of here in this state. Chen Henian was slightly stunned, then smiled. Well, since you are so curious, I will let you take a look.
As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the center of the platform slowly opened up, revealing a deep passage. There was a faint cold and evil aura emanating from the passage. Mou thought for a moment and then jumped in. Chen Henian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Are young people nowadays so fearless of death? How dare you jump like that? Bang! With a dull thud, Mou landed steadily on the ground. He looked around and found himself in a huge underground space. In the center of the space, a high platform stood tall. On top of the platform, a pitch-black long sword was firmly bound by countless chains formed by sword intent. This time, Chen Henian also slowly flew to Mou's side, looked at the magic sword with complicated eyes, and said in a low voice.
That's the trouble I'm having. Mou asked, what is this?
A flash of memory flashed in Chen Henian's eyes, and his voice became low. Once upon a time, there was an immortal who came from the upper realm and descended into Tianyuan. He calls himself a god and regards the creatures of the lower realm as ants. He acts recklessly and wants to dominate the entire lower realm. The cultivators of Tianyuan continent refused to accept the humiliation and rose up in resistance, but they were no match for the immortal. They suffered heavy casualties, and almost all the powerful cultivators above the fusion realm were slaughtered.
In the end, the entire Tianyuan continent chose to surrender. Mou asked. I remember that immortals cannot descend to the mortal world, right? Even if they do, they will be suppressed. Won't he be killed even with this? Chen Henian shook his head.
He was indeed suppressed, but he had a magic sword in his hand. This kind of magic weapon would not be obviously suppressed by the rules of heaven. Mou's gaze returned to the magic sword again, his eyes shining.
So, this is the immortal sword, an immortal weapon. Chapter 83, Son of Luck, Blood-Slaying Demon Sword. Chen Henian nodded.
That's right, this sword is a true immortal weapon, and among immortal weapons, its grade is definitely not low. Master. At this moment, an urgent call came from above. Chen Henian said, it's the little girl who came in with you. Mou looked up, but found that it was pitch black above. Just as the upper part could not see the lower part could not see the upper part. Suddenly, a figure rapidly enlarged in Mou's eyes, and Moroni actually jumped down directly. Mou flashed and instantly appeared under Moroni, catching her steadily. Moroni was slightly stunned, then immediately hugged Mou's neck, her little face pressed against his chest, her voice filled with a hint of crying.
Master, I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you were captured by a monster. Mou, he is not Tang Monk, how could he be captured by the monster?
Why did you come down? He asked. Moromi got off MOU, her face slightly red, and explained. I saw that Master was gone, and I thought something had happened to you, so I wanted to ask Master's wife to come and save you. But I rushed all the way to the middle and didn't get automatically teleported out. Then I saw this hole and jumped down in a hurry. She looked around and was surprised to see the magic sword on the platform. Good sword, Master's luck is too exaggerated. You can find good things wherever you fall into the pit. A warm feeling surged in MOU's heart. This girl Moromi seems to be out of touch at ordinary times, but she cares about me so much at the critical moment. Without knowing that she was the child of luck and would not die, she still dared to jump down without hesitation. This is a really nice idea, Chenhenian floated to MOU's side. Let's continue talking about this sword. Immortals are not allowed to stay in the lower realms. This applies to both scattered immortals and true immortals. A scattered immortal will suffer a catastrophe every 10,000 years, while a true immortal will suffer a catastrophe every 1,000 years. In the 16,000 years since he arrived on Tianyuan continent, we finally got our chance. Let's join forces and kill him while he's weak after surviving the tribulation. MOU nodded. It seems this is the origin of the title of Senior, the immortal-slaying sword god. Chenhenian chuckled. This is the effort of the entire Tianyuan continent, and I am just a tiny, insignificant part of it. Although what he said was insignificant, MOU could feel the hardship involved. Planning to kill a real immortal is not an easy task. Senior, you are too modest. Without you, we don't know what would happen to our Tianyuan continent now. MOU expressed his sincere admiration. If we're not there, someone else will do it. Chenhenian waved his hand. However, the disaster did not end after his death. That demonic sword has already drunk the blood of countless creatures, and now stained with the blood of immortals, it has become even more powerful. It possesses intelligence and is trying to escape. We tried our best to catch him, but we couldn't destroy him completely. Finally, a few friends and I came up with this idea. Join hands to set up a fairy formation, gather the sword will of all living beings, and seal the demon sword here. MOU understood. So, the sword domain's main function is to suppress the demon sword. Use a small amount of sword intent to cultivate sword cultivators. When they grow up, they can leave their own sword intent and feed back to the sword domain. Repeating this cycle will not only cultivate future generations, but also continuously suppress the demon sword to prevent it from wreaking havoc on the world again. If I consume all of my sword intent, the magic sword will break free. Chenhenian nodded. Yes, that's right. At this time, Moromi asked. Why don't you try to completely destroy this sword? Can't a Sansien do it? Or, wouldn't it be better to let it ascend to the immortal realm with the cultivators and take it to the upper realm for processing? If you see a bomb on the life trajectory of a lucky child, it will definitely explode now. This magic sword is about to explode. It's not that simple. Chenhenian shook his head. The devil sword will corrode people's minds. Whoever holds this sword will become a machine that knows only killing. As for destroying it, that's even more impossible. The lower realm doesn't have the means to destroy immortal artifacts, not even a wandering immortal can do that. I can try to destroy it. MOU said. He couldn't do such a thing as releasing the magic sword in order to comprehend the sword's meaning, but as long as he gets rid of the devil sword first, wouldn't it be easy for him to comprehend the sword intent? Chenhenian shook his head. Back then, even though we, several peak Mahayana cultivators, joined forces, we were unable to destroy this demonic sword. How could you possibly do it? For countless years, no one has been able to destroy the sword intent in this sword domain just by understanding it, right? MOU asked back. Chenhenian fell silent. That makes sense, although in recent decades he had felt the sword intent rising into the sky outside, causing the sword domain to shake, but the man didn't come in. However, Chenhenian still shook his head, his old face full of worry. The devil's sword is too evil. If I fail, it's not a big deal. I'm afraid it will corrode my mind. If you fall into the devil, I really can't imagine that Tianyuan continent has any chance. He's only in his 20s, yet he has such a high level of cultivation and such a talent for swordsmanship. Although I am a nascent soul and he is an immortal, his sword is not as fast as mine. MOU flipped his wrist and a cold light flashed. The frost sword is unsheathed. In an instant, the temperature dropped sharply and the air was filled with extremely cold air.
This is an immortal weapon. Chen Henian exclaimed, "You actually have an immortal weapon?"
You know, in his era, there were only a few immortal artifacts in the entire Tianyuan continent. Now even those in the nascent soul stage have immortal weapons. Moromi also widened his eyes. This sword is so powerful and beautiful. Yanshu was no longer surprised and just yawned lazily in his soul ring. After all, with the inheritance of the immortal emperor, it is not surprising that he has hundreds of immortal artifacts. Mou held the Xuanyi sword and said, "Senior, this sword can slay all the evil spirits in the world. With this sword in hand, the evil energy of the magic sword cannot erode my mind.
In that case, can we give it a try and cut off the demonic sword?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Henian fell silent again. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. Although you have a magical weapon, your spiritual power is ultimately insufficient to unleash its full power. Never mind, never mind.
Perhaps it's because I'm old that I'm so timid and hesitant. Since you have made up your mind, then give it a try.
Chen Henian flicked his sleeves, and the sword intent that was blocking the three people and the magic sword dissipated. On the high platform, a long sword that was completely black and exuded a monstrous demonic energy was clearly visible to everyone. The magic sword finally revealed its true appearance. This time, the system voice sounded, "The Son of Luck and the blood-slaying demon sword have been detected. Suppress them to receive rewards. Name, Blood-slaying demon sword, luck, 10000. Introduction, the magic sword is imbued with spirits, tempting immortals to descend to the mortal world, bringing disaster to all living beings, and nourishing the sword with blood."
Chapter 84, Lust Leads People Astray.
From today on, the desires for fame, wealth, and power must be avoided. Mou's heart trembled slightly. Son of Destiny, this magic sword is actually also the Son of Destiny. However, Mou didn't have time to think about these things at the moment. A sense of oppression as heavy as a mountain came over him and instantly enveloped his whole body. That was the pressure from the blood-slaying demon sword. Containing true immortal power, although extremely weak, he is still an immortal. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Feeling this tremendous pressure, Moronyi's pretty face turned pale and her delicate body trembled slightly. She instinctively grabbed Mou's arm.
"Master, master." The frost sword in Mou's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue light, and a chill filled the air, instantly dispelling the pressure. The two of them suddenly felt relieved and returned to normal. Chen Henian nodded slightly. He can use the sword domain to help Mou, but he didn't. If you can't even withstand this little bit of pressure, how can you expect to cut off the devil's sword? He waited quietly for Mou to cut off the magic sword. Mou stared at the magic sword, thinking about a solution. Chen Henian was right. He didn't have enough spiritual power. Even with the frost sword, it is impossible to cut the magic sword. Judging from the looks of it, one would need at least the spiritual power of the Mahayana stage, combined with a powerful immortal weapon, to have a chance of winning. Otherwise, keep attacking him, suppressing him, letting the system explode his equipment, and then keep attacking him with new equipment. After all, this is the normal usage of the villain. Counterattack system. Just as Mou was thinking, the blood-slaying demon sword suddenly spoke, his voice full of temptation. "You too, if you help me escape this predicament, I will acknowledge you as my master and help you become immortals." "How do you do that?" "You are very strong. You have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. You must be the top genius in this world. You have a magical weapon, but your cultivation is not enough to unleash its full power. The girl next to you is quite talented, but unfortunately her cultivation is still shallow. If she encounters a strong enemy, I'm afraid she won't be able to protect herself. As long as you kill that old man and release me, I will give you the power to dominate this underworld. In the future, even if you reach the immortal world, I will still be able to help you dominate." Mou had a blank expression on his face, and there was no emotion in his heart. He still knows clearly what he can do and what he cannot do. Instead of listening to the magic sword, it would be better to just kill him and get the system reward. However, Moronyi seemed to be affected to some extent. Her eyes were confused and she took a step forward unconsciously. Mou raised his hand, and the Xuanyi sword instantly appeared in front of Moronyi. The cold air rushed into Moronyi's body, instantly dispelling the distracting thoughts in her mind. Moronyi suddenly woke up, cold sweat oozing from her forehead, and looked at Mou with lingering fear. "Master, it's okay, I'm here." Mou comforted her, but at the same time he became more alert. This magic sword is indeed powerful, it can even influence people's hearts silently. If he hadn't had the frost sword protecting him, he probably wouldn't have survived. "Oh? Your sword is really good. It can actually resist my spell?
The blood-slaying demon sword was a little surprised, but then regained his composure.
Boy, if I'm not mistaken, there are several stunning beauties outside this sword domain. One of them is even at the Mahayana stage, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Take me up, and you will gain endless power. Then, they will all become your furnace. Not only that, except for them, the entire world, anything you want, can become your furnace for your enjoyment. What people in the world pursue are nothing more than fame, wealth, power and sex. If you don't love the country, you will love beauty. This is an eternal truth. The Yuan takes the Mahayana as a cauldron. This is a good thing that only happens in dreams. No one can refuse this. Moromi showed a strange expression when he heard this. The Mahayana you are talking about is my master's wife.
That woman who is dominating the world also wants to seduce the master.
As for the remaining fusion, she is my uncle master. She originally thought that sooner or later she would belong to the master. After all, harem stallion stories are all like this. The one who writes about appearance is the protagonist, but thinking of the terrifying feeling of oppression from Xianingbing, she still didn't say it out loud. The blade of the blood-slaying demon sword trembled slightly. A Yuan stage cultivator really found a Mahayana as his companion? How is this possible? Why didn't his previous owners have such good things happen to them? There was not a single monk who was stronger than his master and who did not want to kill them. As a result, he had no choice but to escape from the fairyland to the underworld. If he had such a backer, how could he end up like this, trapped by a group of ants? The blood-slaying demon sword was filled with jealousy, but he did not give up and continued to seduce. Then you will definitely be at a disadvantage in dual cultivation, but with me, you can turn the tables and ride on top of her. Moromi was completely shocked. Can this be used as a reason to deceive people? Is there any difference between riding on top and lying down? Mou's eyes lit up slightly. It wasn't that he was moved by the magic sword's words, but that he finally thought of a perfect way to deal with the magic sword. How could he forget the immortal binding rope? As long as immortal artifacts can be fully used, they are conceptual weapons in the lower realm. Using the fairy power given by the system, I can completely seal the magic sword in 10 seconds and take this opportunity to cut him off of the god in charge of singles in the underworld. Although the immortal binding rope will drain the remaining spiritual energy, it will be completely fine as long as you use the frost sword first. He has no spiritual power, so the system can only help him replenish it. Lust can lead people astray. At that time, I only thought about bundling play, and I only thought of such a simple usage. Now, from today on, the 3 desires of fame, wealth, and power must be avoided. Mo Jin noticed the subtle change in Moyu's expression and immediately understood. It seems that this guy is moved. As long as he works harder, this person will be able to help him reach the highest point. The blood-slaying demon sword, is not an ordinary demon sword. There was a system when his spiritual intelligence was first born. As long as you kill the enemy or murder the master, you can gain kill points and become more powerful. Just a few years ago, he felt that he was gradually weakening and would soon die completely. He hardened his heart and exchanged all his remaining killing points for luck. A full 10,000 points of luck. Use your luck to fight for that glimmer of hope. Moreover, with the blessing of luck, it will definitely be more convenient to act in this world. It won't be like before, where he was ambushed and killed by a few Mahayana ants. Sure enough, just a few years after this change of fortune, someone came next. He will use this idiot to slaughter all the people in the Tianyuan realm and avenge the seal. Then, he ascended to the fairyland, killed his master, and reached the highest point with his sword. With this in mind, he continued to persuade. Boy, I see you're missing a piece of your immortal bone. I guess you still have a great enemy in the world. Take me, gain endless power, and kill all those people. Ride all those women and enjoy them to your heart's content. Mou ignored him. He now has one last question. Is Chenhenian trustworthy? After he used the immortal binding rope, he experienced a period of complete spiritual vacuum. Not if Chenhenian had bad intentions, he would be powerless to resist. He believed that the sword god of killing immortals was a good person, but after so many years, who knows what this is? Soon, he came up with a solution. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Chenhenian. Senior, I can deal with this demonic sword, but it will take some time. Please help me keep an eye on my disciple. After saying that, Mou closed his eyes, his spiritual consciousness surged out, and he began to try to invade this sword domain formation. As long as he controlled this sword domain, he wouldn't have to worry about Chenhenian. Although his current realm is too low, he is also an immortal level formation master, and it is only a matter of time before he can completely control this formation.
Chapter 85 Humph, want to escape? Chinhenian nodded slightly, his gaze fell on Mou. With a hint of admiration in his eyes, the young man's determination is truly rare. Faced with such temptation, he remains unmoved and sticks to his original intention that he is truly a promising talent. That he couldn't tell what Mou was going to do, so he just thought he was making preparations. With a wave of his hand, the sword intent surged, isolating the magic sword again. Then Chinhenian spoke. If you can truly destroy this demonic sword, then you can comprehend the sword intent within this sword domain at will. But I have a small request. I hope that after you two reach the fusion stage and comprehend the sword realm, you can return here and leave behind 10 different sword intentions. Although there is no longer any need to suppress the demon sword, I still hope that this sword domain can continue to train future generations. Okay, Senior, I will. Mou responded while continuing to seize control of the formation. Moroni stood quietly aside, although she had no idea what her master would do. She believed in him. Chinhenian observed Mou quietly, with both anticipation and doubt in his heart. How on earth is this kid going to destroy this magic sword? He trusted Mou very much and was not worried at all that he had any conspiracy. For a sword cultivator, the sword is like the person, and the person is like the sword. Mou's sword is so holy, without a trace of evil. He himself can never be an evil person. Suddenly, Chinhenian's eyes fixed. He keenly sensed something strange of this. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. His ability to control the sword domain has actually weakened. He suddenly looked at Mou, and found that Mou was actually trying to seize control of the sword domain. This kid not only has such a terrifying talent in swordsmanship, but his formation skills are also so good. Chinhenian's heart was in turmoil. This is an immortal formation. At the beginning, several of them, the Mahayana cultivators, had spent a lot of effort to set up this formation, and now, a kid in the nascent soul stage can actually gradually control this immortal formation. Although it may be because the formation has become weaker, even if anyone came here at the time, it would be impossible for them to seize control of the formation. This kid actually wants to cut the magic sword in this way, but can he do it? It takes a lot of energy to seize the formation by jumping levels. If you are not careful, you will faint from exhaustion and fail. At the same time, outside the sword domain, Ling Yun's sword master held the control token of the sword domain in his hand. His brows furrowed. He found that his control over the sword domain was gradually weakening, and the light on the token was becoming dim. What happened? Ling Yun's sword master was confused. He could feel that some changes seemed to have taken place inside the sword domain, but he could not find out the specific situation. Liu Qianchen stood aside and saw that Ling Yun's sword master had a strange expression, so he asked, Ling Yun, what's wrong? Ling Yun's sword master shook his head, nothing. Although he said that nothing was wrong, Ling Yun's sword master was very confused inside. He had a hunch that what happened inside the sword domain might be related to Mou. Could it be that the ancestor passed on the sword domain to that kid Mou? This is the foundation of their sword sect. Can it be passed on to others at will? Doesn't this mean that his position as the sect leader is no longer secure? In the sword domain. Mou stood up and let out a breath. It's done. With the help of the Tianshu formation disc, he gained complete control of this sword domain. Fortunately, he had a method to endure battles and was able to fight for a long time. In addition, his mental strength had improved recently, otherwise he would have fainted from exhaustion before completing the task. How is this possible? Chinhenian widened his eyes. He could hardly believe his eyes. This kid actually did it. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage actually invaded an immortal formation and successfully took control of it. This is simply hell. He is only in his 20s, right? Can those formation bodies, sword bodies, immortal bodies, and Taoist bodies do it? Absolutely not. He had also seen many talented people, but never anyone with such strength at this age. It seems that Mou might be the reincarnation of a powerful immortal. After a long time, Chinhenian came back to his senses. Now that you have gained control of the sword domain, how are you going to deal with the demon sword? If he could destroy the demon sword with just this formation, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? So he was very curious about Mou's methods. Mou said calmly, Senior, please watch carefully. One sword is enough to cut off the magic sword. At the same time, he also guessed in his heart that Chinhenian was the sword god of killing immortals from that year and would not do anything to him. Chinhenian really wanted to get rid of the magic sword completely, no matter what the cost. Moroni was dumbfounded, his head buzzing. This sword domain is actually controlled by the master. Is it possible? Isn't this the foundation of their sword sect? Although she already knew that her master was a formation master, wasn't this formation level 2 exaggerated?
MOU waved his hand, the sword intent dissipated, and the magic sword appeared. Boy, it seems you have made up your mind. Pick me up and I will help you become the strongest. Seeing that the restraints were weakening, the blood-slaying demon sword spoke again. MOU injected all the spiritual power in his body into the Xuanyi sword. The blue light on the sword became brighter and brighter, and the chill was overwhelming. The Xuanyi sword emitted bursts of clear sword sounds. This was her first battle, and she was trembling with excitement, eager to fight alongside her master and slay demons and monsters. Seeing this, the blood-slaying demon sword snorted in disdain. You don't know your own limitations. With your meager cultivation, even if you hold an immortal weapon, what can you do to me? It will only make me angrier. MOU ignored the blood-slaying demon sword and continued to inject spiritual power into the frosty sword. Seeing that MOU was so stubborn, the blood-slaying demon sword became even angrier. He felt that these two people might have not seen his strength, which was why they were so rude. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. The sound of the blood-slaying demon sword became icy cold and filled with murderous intent. Today, I will cut off one of your arms as a slight punishment. Before he finished speaking, the blood-slaying demon sword began to vibrate violently. He actually broke free from some of the sword's restraints. The monstrous demonic energy surged out and instantly filled the entire space. The cold and evil aura made people shudder. Seeing this, Chen Henian's face changed suddenly. Careful. He never expected that after being suppressed for so many years, this magic sword could still burst out with such terrifying power. Moroni was so scared that she quickly hid behind MOU, but she still raised her middle finger in provocation. Garbage. Watch my master chop you into pieces with one sword. MOU's eyes focused, and the frost sword in his hand suddenly slashed out a sharp sword light, heading straight for the blood-killing demon sword. Seeing this, the blood-slaying demon sword laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, that's it? Nothing more than that. This tiny bit of power can't hurt me at all. Despite saying this, he still chose to avoid it. He hated the pure power of the sword energy, which made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing this, MOU snorted coldly. Want to escape? Chapter 86, Weapon Spirits Have Genders. There's no reason not to choose the frost sword. The golden light shone, and the immortal binding rope instantly wrapped around the blood-slaying demon sword. The blood-slaying demon sword's heart trembled in fear. He was actually under all-round suppression, and his immortal power was completely sealed. What kind of weird method is this? He has been in the fairy world for many years and has never seen such a thing. A nascent soul stage cultivator who had exhausted his spiritual energy, trapped him with some unknown magic weapon. Immediately afterwards, the sharp sword light, wrapped in endless chill, attacked him. No! The blood-slaying demon sword let out a shrill roar. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the binding ropes. However, all resistance is futile. The sword light slashed at him fiercely, and the pure power made him feel a burning sensation. Snap! With a crisp sound, the blood-slaying demon sword broke into two pieces and fell to the ground without a sound. The monstrous demonic energy was also purified by the cold air emitted by the frosty sword and dissipated into nothingness. MOU's figure swayed and his face turned pale as paper. He gripped the frost sword tightly, leaning the tip of the sword against the ground, and only then was he able to stabilize his body. It is not difficult to say that his spiritual power is exhausted, but the previous seizure of the sword domain consumed a large amount of his spiritual power, and now he is at the end of his strength. On the side, Chen Henian was completely stunned. One sword. With just one sword strike, he cut off the demonic sword that several Mahayana cultivators had been unable to deal with back then? Then why did MOU seize the sword domain just now? A thought flashed through Chen Henian's mind. Could it be, this is his backup plan in case the magic sword escapes? Chen Henian felt a spontaneous admiration for MOU. He was indeed the reincarnation of a powerful being, a true monster. Moroni's beautiful eyes were shining with excitement, her gaze still fixed on the place where the sword energy dissipated, and a charming blush appeared on her pretty cheeks. Master, so handsome. She felt her heart skip a beat. Her heart was pounding and her heart was trembling. At this moment, Moroni suddenly discovered that MOU was in poor condition, and the excitement on her pretty face was instantly replaced by worry. She hurried forward and held MOU's hand. Master, are you okay? It's okay, it's just a bit consuming. MOU shook his head slightly, but his gaze turned to the broken blood-killing demon sword, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Go quickly, that sword is a valuable asset, don't waste it. Although the blood-slaying demon sword has been broken into two pieces, it is still an immortal weapon after all. Of the material used is so precious that it is far beyond comparison with ordinary things in the lower world. He turned to look at Chen Henian, who was still in shock, and asked, "Senior, this sword belongs to me. Is that okay with you?" When Chen Henian heard Mou's voice, he came back to his senses as if from a dream and waved his hands quickly. "No. No objection, that's your trophy, it should belong to you." Moromi supported Mou and collected the broken remains of the magic sword, and afterwards, Mou sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and restored his spiritual power. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Mou's mind. "Detected that you have successfully killed the Son of Fortune, the blood-slaying demon sword. Reward, strengthen any magic weapon. Unlock the magic weapon's intelligence and open the magic weapon growth system. The growth method is determined by the magic weapon's characteristics. Plundering the blood-slaying demon sword's luck plus 10,000, villain points plus 10,000. Mou is trembling with excitement and new system features. There are also such generous rewards for luck and villain points." At this time, Moromi gently placed her hand on his forehead, bringing a cool feeling. "Master, why are you shaking?" Mou felt the warm touch on his forehead, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he suppressed his inner excitement. "I'm just a little excited that the world has been rid of this great scourge, the Devil Sword." "Oh. I'm glad Master is okay." Moromi withdrew her hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Mou took a deep breath and began to think about which magic weapon to strengthen. The system will determine the growth method of the magic weapon based on its own characteristics. For example, with a sword, one might become stronger by swinging the sword, or by killing people. He has quite a lot of magic weapons now, and I really don't know which one to give him. After thinking about it, he decided to give Xuangyi the sword. "What I am best at is kendo. The most likely way for Jin to grow is to become stronger by killing people. It is simple and crude, which suits his taste." Moreover, the frost sword not only has a gorgeous appearance, but also has unique special effects that are pleasing to the eye. The most important thing is that weapon spirits have genders. Just based on this point, the frost sword can completely defeat the sky poison pearl and the human emperor banner. System: strengthen the frost sword. Frost sword enhancement completed. Growth method: extraction, killing, purification, cultivation. The frost sword can become stronger by repeating the above actions. The system's voice sounded in his mind, and Mou understood. Killing: you can become stronger by killing any living creature. Purification can increase power by purifying evil spirits. As for cultivation, the frosty sword spirit can also practice martial arts, just like the cultivators. Mou opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He could feel that the connection between the frosty sword and himself had become closer. It's as if they are connected by blood and have the same thoughts, and there is no barrier between them anymore. At the same time, the frost sword became even more powerful, although the specific level is unknown. It is obvious that it is sharper and colder. Mou stretched out his hand and gently stroked the blade of the Xuangyi sword. The Xuangyi sword emitted bursts of clear sword sounds, like a cheerful chant, as if it was enjoying Mou's caress. Although the intelligence of the frost sword has increased, it will still take a few days for the sword spirit to fully form. He retracted the Xuangyi sword and turned to look at Chen Henian. "Senior, don't forget what you promised me before." Chen Henian stared at the sword in Mou's hand, his eyes full of shock. He could clearly feel that this sword was more powerful than before. That sharp aura even made his heart palpitate. Hearing Mou's words, Chen Henian suddenly came back to his senses. "Of course I won't forget. I can comprehend the sword intent within this sword domain at will. However, you have already gained control of this sword domain, so there is no need to ask me." Chen Henian paused, his tone became sincere, and he bowed deeply to Mou. "I am here to thank you for resolving a huge disaster for Tianyuan continent." Mou quickly helped Chen Henian up. "Senior, you are too kind. If you hadn't risked your lives to seal the demon sword back then, I wouldn't be able to do anything." Afterwards, Mou sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. In an instant, countless sword intentions in the sword domain rushed into his body frantically. Outside the sword domain, Ling Yun's sword master frowned and looked solemn. He discovered that his connection with the sword domain had been completely severed. The sword intent has begun to decrease again. "Ling Yun, what exactly happened?" Lu Qianchen asked. Before Ling Yun's sword master could answer, something strange happened. In the entire sword domain, a huge vortex appeared out of thin air, madly devouring the surrounding sword intent. The sword intent rushed into the center of the vortex at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared. What just happened? Ling Yun's sword master asked in shock. Xianingbing stared at the sword domain with a serious expression. The demon sealing sword formation, what is sealed inside? She asked coldly. Demon sealing sword formation?
Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion.
I know this formation.
Ling Wanqing suddenly spoke and answered everyone's questions. This is a sealing formation that can only be constructed using the sword intent of cultivators above the fusion stage. Only when facing a powerful swordsman who cannot be completely killed will this formation be used to seal him. Ling Yun's sword master frowned and asked.
So, you mean, this is actually a sealing formation?
A violent spiritual power suddenly burst out from Xianingbing's body and pressed towards Ling Yun's sword master.
Let me ask you, what kind of evil demon is sealed inside this sword formation?
Her voice was like ice, freezing cold. Ling Yunxue instantly understood what Xianingbing meant. The pressure of the Mahayana period was released without reservation, pressing towards Ling Yun's sword master. The weakening of the sword's power means that the sealed demon inside is about to break free, and the disciples of the major sects are still inside.
Master Ling Yun, should you give us an explanation? Chapter 87, Nascent Soul 7th Level, Infant Transformation. Ling Yun's sword master was sweating profusely.
I don't know either. He was complaining in his heart, what the hell is going on? Didn't you two comprehend all the sword intent of our sword domain? Why are you blaming me? He doesn't understand. Moreover, these two people are too scary. It would be fine if Ling Yunxue was a Mahayana. Xianingbing's combined power could make him breathless. The sword domain is a place for sword cultivators to practice swordsmanship, established by a great master.
I've never heard of any evil demons being sealed there.
Ling Yun's sword master, under tremendous pressure, told what he knew. Xianingbing frowned slightly and withdrew her pressure. Ling Yunxue also restrained her breath and asked.
Ningbing, do you know anything? Demon sword.
Xianingbing uttered two words. She knew that period of history and instantly guessed what was sealed in the sword domain. Ling Wanqing explained at the right time.
Back then, the immortal slaying sword god joined forces with several powerful Mahayana masters to defeat an extraterritorial demon, but the demon's magic sword disappeared.
Now it seems that the demon's sword must have been sealed here by them.
I feel so tired.
Third senior sister doesn't like to talk, so I have to act as the translator. It was also thanks to her having read a lot of books in her previous life, otherwise she might not have been able to keep up with third senior sister's thinking. Ling Yunxue said anxiously.
What are we waiting for? Quickly open the formation and let us in.
Xiaoyu and the disciples are all inside.
Ling Yun's sword master was sweating profusely.
The formation has changed hands. I suspect the Grandmaster transferred control of the sword domain to a disciple in order to seal the evil demon. But everyone, don't worry too much. With a wisp of consciousness from our sword sect's founder in the sword domain, there shouldn't be any serious problems. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Xianingbing said coldly, I'll break this formation. She also had some knowledge of formations. Although she was not proficient in them, she was more than capable of solving this incomplete formation. After saying that, Xianingbing turned into a stream of light and flew straight to the edge of the formation. Seeing this, the others followed closely behind. In the sword domain, Mou was suspended in the air, sitting cross-legged like a sculpture, surrounded by sword energy, constantly absorbing the sword intent around him.
Chen Henian and Morong Yi waited quietly by the side. Master, he is really amazing. Morong Yi exclaimed in amazement. Chen Henian nodded slightly.
Your master is about to comprehend another ultimate sword intent. With such talent, even in the immortal world, he would be an extremely terrifying genius.
Senior, what is the ultimate sword intent? Morong Yi asked. Chen Henian explained patiently. Above the heavenly stage is the ultimate.
The so-called ultimate sword intent is to integrate the supreme laws of chaos, fate, cause and effect, creation, destruction, reincarnation, etc. into the sword intent.
So powerful? Which one did Master comprehend?
Chaos. There are many kinds of sword intent here, and he actually wants to merge all of them to comprehend the chaos sword intent.
However, speaking of this, Chen Henian shook his head, seeming a little regretful. But what? Morong Yi asked. Chen Henian sighed. How easy is it to comprehend the Chaos Sword intent? If it were really that simple, wouldn't everyone in the Immortal Realm's top powers possess a Chaos Sword intent?
Although the sword energy here has been accumulated over millions of years and has a wide variety, the quality is still somewhat lacking.
Ah! What should we do then? Moroni said anxiously. All right, Master is so powerful, he must be able to comprehend the Chaos Sword intent on his own, right?
She changed her mind and hope rekindled in her eyes. Chenhenian thought for a moment and shook his head.
His swordplay is too immature, it's like it was forced out.
It's like forcing a child to practice calligraphy.
Even though they can form the characters, they lack the spirit. How can they succeed?
If he were to rely on himself to comprehend the ultimate sword intent, it would probably take time for him to settle down. If he wants to achieve success quickly, he needs to go through at least 3 more sword realms like this before he can comprehend the ultimate sword intent.
Moroni's eyes suddenly widened. 3?
The entire Tianyuan continent has accumulated sword intent for countless years, but it still takes 3 more to comprehend the Chaos Sword intent.
Isn't this too difficult? Difficult? Chenhenian smiled. This is Chaos Sword intent. How many geniuses in the Immortal Realm are unable to comprehend it in their entire lives? Suddenly, Chenhenian frowned. There's too much noise here, people from outside are coming in. Is it my uncle and the others? Moroni asked. Chenhenian said.
Fortunately, they didn't come in to attack the formation directly, so it won't affect your master's comprehension. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then turned serious again. I intend to use this divine consciousness to help your master. In this way, he can comprehend the Chaos Sword intent with only 2.5 sword domains. Chenhenian laughed loudly towards the sky, his voice full of heroism and relief. I thought the demon sword would eventually appear, so I absorbed a large amount of sword intent into myself, just to destroy it. I never thought that even though I couldn't defeat the demon sword myself, I could become a part of the Chaos Sword intent.
It was worth it.
Moroni's eyes were slightly red, and an inexplicable feeling of emotion welled up in her heart.
Senior, just go ahead and rest assured. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I can help you. Last wish? Chenhenian was slightly stunned, then smiled.
This is just a wisp of divine consciousness.
My real body is still in the fairyland.
Moroni, why didn't you say so earlier? It made me waste my feelings. You previously exaggerated how difficult it was to comprehend the Chaos Sword intent.
Were you also trying to inflate your own value? Chenhenian said no more.
His body flashed and turned into countless dazzling sword lights, all of which merged into MOU's body in an instant. The sword energy around MOU surged wildly. A terrifying suction force emanated from his body, madly devouring the surrounding sword intent. At this time, MOU was at the critical moment of comprehending the sword intent. He originally felt that the sword intent around him was becoming increasingly thinner. He even began to doubt whether he could not even comprehend the rudiments of the Chaos Sword intent. However, at this moment, a powerful and pure torrent of sword intent surged into his body. He was pleasantly surprised. With this help, he will be able to steadily comprehend the prototype of the Chaos Sword intent. With this step from 0 to 1, it is only a matter of time before you fully comprehend the Chaos Sword intent. At the same time, his cultivation level also broke through naturally, the 7th level of nascent soul, infant transformation. At this time, his nascent soul was like a young boy, transforming into a soul. On the other side, Xianingbing and others continued to break the formation and approached the core of the sword domain. This formation seals the evil spirits. When evil spirits appear, disciples are still in danger. Therefore, she could not use violence to break the formation. After a while, they broke through the layers of sword intent obstacles and reached the inner layer of the formation. The scene before them stunned everyone. MOU was sitting cross-legged in the center of the vortex of sword intent, madly devouring the sword intent around him. Ling Yun's sword master was stunned for a long time before he spoke first.
If he continues to suck like this, will the evil spirit come out?
Chapter 88, left foot steps on right foot, spiraling up to heaven. Xianingbing looked at MOU, her voice as cold as ice.
The magic sword is gone.
She was secretly surprised. She didn't expect that MOU was still continuing to comprehend the Chaos Sword intent. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, it is still a little short of the mark. However, at least he could steadily comprehend the rudiments of the Chaos Sword intent with this prototype. It is only a matter of time before I fully understand it. She breathed a sigh of relief. Mo is still young and has plenty of time. When everyone heard Xianingbing's words, they looked confused. Ling Yinxue frowned slightly, glanced at the surrounding environment, and opened her red lips slightly. A great battle took place here, and there's still lingering demonic energy and an extremely cold aura. Judging from the results, it's clear that the demon sword was defeated. But where does this extremely cold air come from? Who destroyed the demon sword? Ling Yun's sword master pondered for a moment and then spoke. This question is not difficult. I will ask the ancestor and find out. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, made hand gestures, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he was communicating with someone. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. How could this happen? Ancestor. Ancestor is missing. However, at this moment no one cared about the whereabouts of his ancestor, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Mo. They could feel that Mo was getting stronger at an astonishing speed. He was comprehending an extremely powerful sword intent. Gradually, the sword intent around became thinner and thinner. Mo felt the sword intent around him gradually disappear, and felt a little disappointed. It's still a long way off. He murmured, there is still a long way to go to comprehend the complete chaos sword intent. As the final sword intent was absorbed into the body, the system's voice sounded in Mo's mind. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the opportunity of Mo, Moromi, Ling Wanqing, and other children of destiny. You devoured the sword sex sword domain, and the sword sex founder refined it, making it so that the children of destiny who came after you will never have the chance to obtain this opportunity again. Rewards: Chaos Sword Intent, Yin Yang Sword Intent, Sword Dao Realm, Perfect Sword Soul. Mo was ecstatic. I was just worried that I couldn't fully comprehend the Chaos Sword Intent. The system will send it directly to IT. Also comes with a Yin Yang Sword idea. Moreover, he directly helped him cultivate his sword skills to the level of Sword Soul perfection. Now, his strength has made a qualitative leap. Sword Soul is the realm after Sword Heart, and can generally only be achieved by sword cultivators. In the Return to Void stage, after that comes the Sword Domain of the Fusion period, and the Unity of Man and Sword in the Tribulation period, and now, he is only in the nascent Soul stage, but he already possesses the Sword Spirit. If this were to get out, it would probably shock the entire cultivation world. Please choose whether to plunder the fortune of other children of fortune. Mo didn't see Tang Xi's name, so he chose no. Automatically replenish Chi Luck 3000 villain points plus 10,000, Mo. You discovered a problem. System, how do you calculate the luck of your plunder? Calculated based on the current luck of the Son of Luck and the importance of the opportunity to plunder in his cultivation, kill and take away all the luck. Mo's eyes lit up slightly. In other words, the higher his own luck, the more luck and villain points he will gain from plundering his own opportunities. After gaining good luck, he can gain even more next time. Left footsteps on right foot, spiraling up to heaven. Mo calmed himself down. He took out the frost sword and ran his fingertips across the sword. A sense of blood connection and intimacy surged in his heart. It resonated with his soul, as if the sword was a part of his body. Even his soul can be integrated into the sword body and blend with the spirituality of the frosty sword, making the power of the sword even more powerful. This is the sword soul. Now, facing Chu Wangyan, the pressure he exerted alone was enough to make the opponent's sword tremble and surrender, unable to be unsheathed. Even if he were to spar with Xianingbing or Bai Xuanying, he would still be able to fight with a thought. The frost sword turned into a stream of light and sank into the body. Mo slowly landed beside Moromi. He turned around and bowed deeply towards the place where Chen Henian last disappeared. Thank you, senior. He heard the conversation between the two and knew what happened. His achievements are inseparable from Chen Henian. At this time, Xianingbing and his group finally arrived. Ling Yinxue came to Mo first, her beautiful eyes full of concern. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Mo shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yun's swordmaster rushed to Mo. Where's the Grandmaster? What on earth happened here? Mo pondered how to answer. Ling Yun's swordmaster seemed to have suddenly figured something out and spoke to himself. I see. The ancestor first gave the sword domain to you, hoping to join forces with you to get rid of the demon sword. You succeeded, but his consciousness also dissipated. And the ancestor promised you that if you helped him, the remaining sword intent in the sword domain would belong to you. So, when you bowed to the void just now, you were thanking the ancestor, right? He didn't even think that Mo could forcibly seize the sword domain, because that is impossible. Since Mo was able to obtain the sword domain, it meant that the ancestor believed in him. Then, what I said is the most likely outcome. Mo nodded slightly. That's pretty much it. There are slight differences, but not that big. He added. I also promised your ancestor that I would come here in the future and leave 10 sword intentions. Ling Yun's sword master immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This is good. The sword sect won't be finished. Although the sword domain is gone, at least he is not dead yet. With the level of sword intent that Mo had demonstrated before, it would not be difficult to attract sword cultivators again. He asked curiously, can I see what kind of sword intent you have comprehended? Mo raised his hand. A wisp of chaotic sword energy emerged from the fingertips. The sword energy seemed to have existed since the beginning of the universe. It was ancient and mysterious, carrying an indescribable pressure that made people's hearts palpitate. Liu Qianqian and Lingyun Jianzuan's pupils shrank. What a terrifying power! Even they felt suppressed. Xiaoningding's cold eyes were filled with ripples, and her shock was hard to conceal. Chaos Sword Intent. Complete Chaos Sword Intent. You really comprehended the Chaos Sword Intent from this sword domain. This kind of talent is truly terrifying. Naturally, there are geniuses in the fairy world who can comprehend the Chaos Sword Intent by consuming a small amount of resources, but all of them took a long time. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, are already considered fast. But what about Mou? How old is he? Not even 30 years old. This talent is unmatched even in the upper realm. Moromi was also deeply shocked by this chaotic sword energy. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head, and she seemed to have grasped something. She immediately closed her eyes and concentrated on comprehending. Although the other people present were not sword practitioners, they could also feel the terrifying power contained in that chaotic sword energy. Mou waved his hand lightly and retracted the chaotic sword energy. This is what I learned from the sword realm. When I comprehend the sword realm in the future, I will leave this sword intent here for sword practitioners all over the world to comprehend. Lingyun's sword master was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Okay, that's great. He originally thought that it was a blessing that Mou could attract some sword cultivators, but now, who wouldn't come when the sword intent is released? From now on, their sword sect will no longer need to advertise. If anyone does not come, it will be their own loss. Only 6 came from the 9 holy places. This situation will never happen again. Their sword sect is about to become stronger. Chapter 89. The sword sect master wants to join the Tianqian Holy Land. Munfeng looked around with a frown on his face. Strange, why don't I see any other disciples? Mou explained. Before, the sword energy was all converging in the center, and they couldn't withstand it, so they were kicked out. Although the formation has changed hands, the operating logic has not changed. Everyone was completely relieved when they learned that no disciples were injured or killed. Mou looked at Lingyun's swordmaster. Has the sect master found out the origins of those people yesterday? Lingyun's swordmaster responded. Elder Xiaotian should have a result soon. I'll go and urge him to give the Holy Sun a satisfactory answer. Mou nodded slightly, a fierce murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Those who dare to attack his apprentice must pay the price. Lingyun's swordmaster looked around at everyone and spoke loudly. Now that the sword test has been forced to be interrupted, I am truly sorry. You can stay in the sword sect for a few more days, or you can return directly to your respective sections. Others had no complaints about it. After all, sword testing itself is a charity for the sword sect. Naturally, they would not be ungrateful and do such shameless things as cursing as soon as they put down their bowls. At the edge of the crowd, Xiaoningding stared at the area where the demonic energy and cold air were the most concentrated, although no one raised this question. But she clearly remembered that the sword intent and spiritual power attributes of the immortal slaying sword god recorded in ancient books were completely different from what she saw before her. Moreover, in addition to these 2 auras, the air still lingered with the unique aura of Mou's golden rope magic weapon. All the evidence seems to point to Mou. He was the one who destroyed the magic sword. However, this is not surprising for Destiny Child. Perhaps Mou once obtained a one-time magic weapon with extremely cold properties in some unknown secret realm. It was with the help of the magic weapon that he successfully destroyed the magic sword. While Xiaoningding was thinking, she suddenly felt dizzy. For her now, breaking the formation by force would be too exhausting. We must find the Dao Heartfruit as soon as possible. On the other side, Moromi also woke up from his epiphany. She now has a deeper understanding of the sword. Seeing that nothing happened, everyone dispersed and went back to their homes. After the crowd dispersed, Lingyun's sword master called out to Liu Qianqian, who was about to leave. Liu Qianqian stopped and turned around to ask, anything else? Lingyun's sword master smiled awkwardly. Old Liu, it's like this. Stop. Liu Qianqian interrupted with a frown. Don't call me that, it sounds awkward. Lingyun's sword master coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and put on a serious expression. Master Lu Feng, I have a favor to ask of you. Speak. I want to join your Tianqian Holy Land and become an elder. I would like to ask you to help introduce me. Don't worry, I don't want your salary. I can teach the disciples and eliminate the demons. I will do it all. I will never eat or live for free. You, the dignified leader of the sword sect, want to come to my Tianqian Holy Land to be an elder? Your Tianqian Holy Land has 3 abnormal sword cultivators. I want to go in and learn from them. What about the sword sect? I have already made proper arrangements for the sword sect, and it will be ready in a few days. What about the Forging Heaven Holy Land? Well, Elder Xiaotian has already told me his attitude before. There is no problem over there. Liu Qianqian pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. I will report this matter to the sect master. This was also the first time he encountered such a strange thing. Normally, if there is a casual cultivator above the fusion stage who wants to join the Tianqian Holy Land, as long as you do a simple background check, you will basically pass. A top-level tribulation crossing expert like Lingyun Jianzuan is naturally no exception, but the problem is that he is the leader of the sword sect. The sword sect is a subsidiary sect of the Zhutian Holy Land. This matter involves 2 major holy places and is Not easy to handle, however. If Lingyun Jianzuan, the top tribulation crossing expert, can be successfully brought into the Tianxian Holy Land, it will undoubtedly be a huge boost to the overall strength of the Tianxian Holy Land. Besides, this is free labor, don't miss it. Only when Lu Qianxian agreed did Lingyun Jianzuan finally let go of his worries. Mou returned to his room on the spirit boat of Tianxian Holy Land and sat down cross-legged. With a slight thought, he took out the magic sword. That was broken into two pieces. At the broken end of the magic sword, wisps of demonic energy twisted and entwined as if they had life, emitting a heart-pounding evil aura. Sister Yan Shi, can you take a look at what material this is made of? As soon as he finished speaking, a red figure slowly emerged beside him. Yan Shi took the blood-slaying demon sword from his hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. This is actually blood-glorious demonic gold. Then she felt a little regretful. It's a pity that it has been affected by your immortal weapon and cannot be reshaped. Bloody demon gold? Mou was puzzled. This is an extremely rare magic treasure. It can only be nurtured and born after a long period of time, watered by the blood of countless immortals. Furthermore, blood-glorious demon gold has an extremely extraordinary characteristic. That is, by absorbing blood, one can continuously improve one's own rank and become more and more powerful. Even for an immortal, it is not easy to obtain such a divine object. It often requires a huge price. Yan Shi explained. Xiao Yu, you've really found a treasure this time. This is the 5th grade blood-glorious magic gold. Although it may be of no use to you now, in the eyes of the demonic cultivators in the upper realm, it is definitely a treasure that is enough to drive them crazy. If you sell this after you ascend, you will definitely get a lot of resources. What about now? What's its use? Mou asked. Well, since you already have a magical weapon, it would be a waste no matter how you use it. Blood from the lower realm is also difficult to use to improve its grade. Yan Shi pondered for a moment and gave a fair evaluation. Upon hearing this, Mou put the fragments of the magic sword into his storage ring. Although it is of no use to him now, it may be useful to him someday. He thought about it and opened the system panel. Name, Mou, Realm, Nascent Soul Stage 7th level, Constitution, Chaos Divine Body, 5%, Pure Yang Kidney Body, Kung Fu, Chaos Yin Yang Art, 2nd level Immortal, Battle Enduring Method, Spell, Spirit Flame Cleansing Needle, Magic. Powers, Immortal Golden Body, Soul Locking Forbidden Essence, Magical Weapons, Frost Sword, Immortal Binding Rope, Jade Blood Divine Flame Needle, Special, Heart Eroding Poison, Purine Mysterious Ice, Sword Intentions, Chaos, Yin and Yang, Invincibility, Kendo Realm, Perfect Sword Soul, Miscellaneous Studies, Pills, Weapons, Formations, Talismans, Poisons, and Sound, Luck, 34,200, Holy Dragon, Villain Points, 34,200, yeah, my luck and villain points have increased a lot. Mou nodded with satisfaction. This period of time has yielded great results. The trip to Jianzhong was not in vain, especially the luck. 34200. IT will spiral up to heaven soon. The Chaos Divine Body also increased by 5% during the practice and dual cultivation process during this period. Chapter 90. Boomerang. Mou thought carefully about his next plan. Auntie Shui has a cold in her body. We need to resolve it quickly when we get back this time. As for Sister Yan Shi's body, we must go to the secret realm as soon as possible to collect the materials to rebuild her body. Senior Sister Xia's Dao heart is damaged, and we need to find a suitable spiritual medicine to repair it. We also need to go to the secret realm to do this. Ling Xingyue, you should also take some time to go find her. There's a demon sect undercover agent in the Tianxian Holy Land, Yi Lingluo, so that's a lot of stuff. Mou rubbed his eyebrows, but then the corners of his mouth rose again, revealing an excited smile. But that's what makes it interesting. Suddenly, he remembered the opportunities that Yi Shimei had left behind. One of them is to assist the ancient saint to go down to the secret realm. There is a ready-made secret realm. Any place that can be favored by the ancient saint must be a large secret realm. Unfortunately, that happened 30 years later, after helping Aunt Shui get rid of the cold poison. Go out and try your luck. Mou made a decision in his heart. If you go to dangerous places and auction stalls more often, it shouldn't be difficult to find a large secret realm within half a month. When Elder Xiaotian heard that Sword Master Ling Yun was going to join the Tianxian Holy Land, he was stunned. He opened his mouth and squeezed out a dry sound after a long while. Xiaoling, you are not kidding, right? Ling Yun's Sword Master looked at Elder Xiaotian seriously and said earnestly. Elder Xiaotian, you can't hinder me from seeking the Great Way, right? Ultimately, it's because Jutian Holy Land itself lacks competitiveness and a weak foundation that it can't retain talent. Therefore, the Forging Heaven Holy Land should also reflect on itself and work hard to improve its own strength and competitiveness. This is the right path. This is true for the Forging Heaven Holy Land, and it is also true for the Sword Sect. So I decided to go to Tianxian Holy Land and study hard to see how they improve their competitiveness. Elder Xiaotian was speechless. He felt his blood boiling and his vision went dark. Didn't I say these words myself? But he never expected that Ling Yun's Sword Master would use these words to shut him up. But you can't just leave like this. Elder Xiaotian said anxiously. You are the leader of the Sword Sect. If you leave, what will happen to the Sword Sect? Ling Yun's Sword Master sighed. Elder, you also know that although the Sword Sect and the Forging Heaven Holy Land are affiliated, they are not completely affiliated. I didn't sell myself to you, the Holy Land of Casting Heaven. I have the right to choose my own path. What's more, I have already arranged the affairs of the Sword Sect, and they will not be affected by my departure. The Sword Sect is still the same Sword Sect, except I'm missing. You can rest assured. Elder Xiaotian fell silent. Ling Yun's Sword Master was right. They really had no right to stop him from pursuing his own path. Oh, never mind. Elder Xiaotian waved his hands helplessly. Since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. I will report this to the sect master. Ling Yun's Sword Master was delighted and bowed. Thank you. By the way, Elder Xiaotian, have you found out who the owner of that weapon is? Elder Xiaotian frowned and shook his head slightly. Difficult, this item is extraordinary. I need to bring it back to the Forging Heaven Holy Land and have the other elders examine it together to confirm it. Ling Yun's Sword Master couldn't help but feel a little regretful. That's a shame, but thank you for your concern, Elder. In that case, I'll take my leave now. After receiving Elder Xiaotian's reply, Ling Yun's Sword Master turned and left. After he disappeared, Elder Xiaotian raised his hand and gently stroked the fragment of the magic weapon, and sighed. Oh my god, how could you do such a thing? Joining the cult, attacking the people of Tianxian Holy Land, and provoking conflicts between the two Holy Lands. Now even our Forged Heaven Holy Land can't protect you. If the time comes to make a decision, don't blame us. After Ling Yun's Sword Master left, he didn't go far before he ran into Huichun Jinren. Master Huichun is beaming with joy at this moment and seems to be in a very good mood. When he saw Ling Yun's Sword Master, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by pride. Brother Ling Yun, look, my old bones have finally found a good home. Don't waste your energy trying to keep me. I will never go back. With the guidance of the Holy Sun Tianxian, it will not be impossible for my poison technique to reach the immortal level in the future. All we have to do is change the place to save people and make pills. Seeing his smug look, Ling Yun's Sword Master was speechless. He is now the quasi-elder of Tianxian Holy Land, and his status is much higher than that of Yaotong. Don't worry, I won't keep you. Ling Yun's Sword Master said lightly. By the way, it's impossible for the Holy Son of Tianxian to want pills every day. What do you do normally? You don't eat for free, do you? Master Huichun snorted softly. Tianxian Holy Land is such a large sect with so many people, so there will naturally be places where they need me. I won't bother Sword Master to worry about me. Ling Yun's Sword Master raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Congratulations then. I also have to get busy with the Sword Sect's affairs. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind only a dashing figure. Boring. Master Huichun shook his head. He had originally expected his old friend to be envious. They are truly ignorant. They simply cannot comprehend the terrifying level of MOU's poison skills. The top of Suiwei Peak is shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Luo Suxin was dressed in a white dress as white as snow, sitting in front of a guqin, her slender hands gently stroking the strings. The melodious sound of the piano flows out, clear and ethereal, echoing in the valley. Ling Wanqing stood behind her. Big sister, this is all I know. You must be careful. Luo Suxin nodded slightly, her gentle gaze falling on the strings. Well, Xiao Yu is thoughtful. Thank him for me. Ling Wanqing nodded, turned and left, and soon disappeared into the clouds. And not long after, a lazy figure appeared on the top of the mountain. Yi Shime was dressed in purple, holding a wine gourd in her hand, and her steps were somewhat casual and unrestrained. She walked to Luo Suxin, sat down on the ground, tilted her head back and took a sip of wine, then handed the wine gourd to Luo Suxin. Want a bite? Luo Suxin shook her head slightly. Master, you know I don't drink. Yi Shime didn't force him, took back the wine gourd and started drinking by herself. What realm are you in now? The 7th level of Mahayana period. There are still 3 thunder tribulations. Luo Su thought to himself. Oh, that's good. How long will you be away this time? Yi Shime asked casually. Today. Why don't you go meet your fellow junior brothers and sisters? Xiao Yu hasn't seen you in several years. Luo Suxin shook her head. This time the harvest is huge, I need to find a place to refine these resources. Yi Shime nodded slightly and took another sip of wine. The 3 veins of Tianshu, Tianji, and Kaiyang in the Holy Land of Stars have bullied your junior brother. Let's take care of him while we're at it. Chapter 91. Living with Aunt Shui. Luo Suxin smiled and joked. There are so many immortals in the Starry Holy Land. You're causing me so much trouble all of a sudden. Aren't you afraid that I'll die out there? Yi Shime also smiled. Just die if you want to. You guys are more rebellious than the other. She paused and continued. Only Xiao Yu respects me as his master, but he likes to go out and commit suicide every day. Wanqing is worry-free, but she doesn't even want to show her true face to me. If you were all dead, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Luo Suxin didn't respond, but gently stroked the strings with her fingertips. The melodious sound of the piano echoes among the mountains. The two were silent for a moment, and after a long time, Luo Suxin finally spoke.
Master, I plan to kill all the demonic and evil cultivators before ascending.
Yi Shimei stood up suddenly and put down the wine gourd.
Don't be surprised. Of course, not all of them. Only the ones that are visible. I can't find the ones that are hidden. Is that what I'm surprised about? Do you have that kind of strength? To be the enemy of half of the Tianyuan continent alone?
Yes. Luo Suxin responded indifferently. Yi Shimei gritted her teeth. This traitor has reached his rebellious phase again. After a long while, she asked, why? Luo Suxin did not stop playing the piano, and the sound of the piano remained clear.
Provide a stable environment for the younger students to grow up.
Bullshit.
Yi Shimei interrupted without any hesitation. Do you need to worry about their strength?
Luo Suxin's fingertips paused slightly, and the sound of the piano also stagnated.
Master, I'm very curious, why did you accept me as your disciple?
Upon hearing this, Yi Shimei raised her head and took another sip of wine, her eyes a little vague as she spoke casually.
Isn't it okay to look at you?
Luo Suxin smiled, gentle and charming. I have been cultivating in Tianqian Holy Land for hundreds of years, and I have consumed more cultivation resources than any other elder disciple. But I never completed the mission of Tianqian Holy Land. Aside from being known as the most powerful cultivator, I have never made any contribution to the Holy Land. Even if I were to ascend to the Immortal Realm, I never said I would join the Tianqian Immortal sect in the Upper Realm.
Except for me, they are all like this. Isn't it useless to just claim to be the strongest? It will give you a lot of face outside. Who would dare to easily provoke our Tianqian Holy Land?
Yi Shimei curled her lips and disagreed. Luo Suxin shook her head. Tianqian Holy Land is already the strongest force, and there is no need for me to consolidate this position. Since you've done so much for me, I naturally need to do something for you before I leave. There are still demonic cultivators in the world today, and you want to eliminate them, so I will help you deal with them. Yi Shimei was choked by Luo Suxin's words and sat back on the ground angrily. So rebellious, can a child of destiny really fight against 30% of the top strong people in the world? She was also unsure. Yi Shimei picked up the wine gourd again and took a big gulp. It's up to you, do whatever you want, but don't expect me to save you if you die out there. Luo Suxin smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, the weather changed, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Yi Shimei's eyes suddenly widened and she retreated violently.
Are you crazy? Are you going to survive this catastrophe like this?
Luo Suxin continued to play the piano calmly. A thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and fell straight down. She did not dodge or evade, allowing the thunder to hit her. Boom. There was a loud bang and lightning flashed everywhere. A powerful aura burst out from Luo Suxin's body, sweeping in all directions. The 8th level of Mahayana period. The lightning dissipated and the sky returned to calm again.
Evil doer.
Yi Shimei looked at Luo Suxin from afar, her eyes full of envy and emotion. Send another one away.
Master, the next time we meet will probably be before I become an immortal.
Luo Suxin's voice echoed in the air, but her figure slowly disappeared. Yi Shimei sat back on the ground, silently took a sip of wine, her expression complicated and incomprehensible. This time, the system voice sounded. Detected a new child of destiny, Moromi, location, Jutian domain, sword sect, host, please accept him as your disciple as soon as possible. Yi Shimei shook her head helplessly.
System, I need more information.
That Chu Yuli before was clearly Xiaoyu's disciple, but you didn't tell me in advance, causing me to run around everywhere. None. The system responded coldly. Yi Shimei sighed, forget it, let's just leave it alone for now.
Zutianyu is so far away, it's too troublesome to make a trip there. It would be easier to lure Chu Yuli away from his apprentice. This system doesn't recognize grand disciples, it only recognizes disciples. How stupid, there is no system more stupid than this, but after all, he can become the Immortal Emperor. Once you become the Immortal Emperor, all problems can be solved, whether they are from the upper world or the lower world. One day later, the towering mountain gate of Tianqian Holy Land came into view, and the spirit boat slowly landed in the square. Mou got off the spirit boat, stretched, and felt relaxed all over. The trip to Jianzhong was perfect, the only regret is that we were unable to find any trace of the evil cult until the very end. Elder Xiaotian said that he would go back to investigate, but he didn't know how long it would take. Auntie Shui, I will help you arrange accommodation at Suiwei Peak now. Master will definitely be very happy when he knows you are here.
Mou turned around, but didn't see Ling Yunxue, and couldn't help but feel puzzled.
Aunt Shui?
Shu? A cold voice suddenly sounded in the void, deliberately lowered, but still couldn't hide its elegance and beauty.
I'm here.
It was Ling Yunxue's voice. Mou looked in the direction of the sound and saw a faint purple halo looming in the void, as if it had merged with the surrounding clouds and mist.
Auntie Shui, what are you doing? Mou was a little confused. Don't let your master know I'm here.
Ling Yunshue's voice came again, with a hint of helplessness.
She and I had some conflicts recently, so it's not convenient for us to meet.
If she met Yi Shimei, who knows how that indecent guy would make fun of her.
A conflict?
MOU was slightly stunned. Is there a conflict between Master and Aunt Shui? As far as I know, these two elders have always had a good relationship. How could they suddenly have a conflict? However, it was just a contradiction, normal, so he didn't ask any more questions. Okay. MOU nodded. Then Aunt Shui, what will you do next? I'll live with you these few days. Ling Yunshui added with a barely perceptible hint of shyness in her voice. Since you're going to give me acupuncture anyway, it saves me from running back and forth. Okay, no problem. MOU quickly agreed. Of course, it's nice to be able to live with Aunt Xue. It is both convenient and pleasing to the eyes. Go ahead and do your work. I'll follow you in secret. Ling Yunshui's voice became softer. MOU responded, then flew up on his sword, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards Tsuiwei Peak. After he left, the square gradually became lively. The disciples on the spirit boat came down one after another and gathered together with the disciples who came to greet them, whispering and discussing. Have you heard? The Holy Sun defeated Jianzhong's Jianzi and is now the #1 in the nascent soul stage. Holy Sun? Which Holy Sun? Didn't MOU lose his cultivation? You're out of touch with the news. The current Holy Sun can kill the Sword Sect's Sword Master in one strike. Killing Jianzi instantly is nothing. You haven't been to the Sword Domain, so you don't know. The Holy Sun cut off the Sword Monument with one sword and split the Sword Domain with one sword. There is such a thing? The disciples looked sideways in disbelief. Chapter 92 Spring Water Jade Pot. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. It was the sun himself. Little Master Uncle is so amazing. I really want to marry him. It was late that night, and he was already with senior sister Meng. No, junior sister, you still have a chance. The Holy Sun loves beauties. I also heard that he and Uncle Su also. What? The Holy Sun is actually with senior sister Meng and Fairy Su at the same time? Enjoying the happiness of having two wives? As soon as these words were spoken, a heartbreaking sound suddenly rang out in the square. Rumors about MOU spread quickly throughout the Tianxian Holy Land like wings. It's nothing more than two things. The saint's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and the saint's son is romantic and loves beauties. MOU naturally knew nothing about this. He was rushing to Tsuiwei Peak at full speed at this moment. At Tsuiwei Peak, the courtyard gate opens gently. MOU stepped into the courtyard, and a familiar and refreshing scent hit him in the face. An ancient tree stands quietly in the center, with lush branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows. He glanced around casually, but his gaze froze in an instant. In front of his house, a lazy figure leaned against the doorframe, holding the wine gourd in the air, sipping it slowly and leisurely. A simple, an elegant purple robe was draped loosely on her body, revealing her delicate collarbone. Her black hair was casually tied up, with a few strands hanging down, making her skin look even whiter than snow. There was a hint of lazy charm between her eyebrows. It was his master. MOU's heart trembled, and a warm feeling immediately surged in his heart. After not seeing Master for so many days, I felt a little bit of longing when I saw him again. Yishime is not only his master, but also his savior. If Yishime hadn't rescued him back then, he wouldn't even have been able to leave Mo village. It goes without saying, when you arrive at the Tianxian Holy Land, there has never been any force where an orphan picked up from outside can become a holy son as soon as he enters the sect and be trained to be the next generation leader. Yishime almost gave him whatever he asked for, never restricting him and never criticizing him. On weekdays, he was allowed to do whatever he wanted and his practice was never restricted. Apart from being frivolous, he has no shortcomings, simply the perfect master. Master. MOU hurried forward and saluted respectfully. At the same time, silently recite in your mind and open the system panel. Name: Yishime, luck, 100,000, color, favorability, 100, introduction, founder of Tianxian Holy Land, cultivated countless immortals, but none of them could enter the Mahayana stage. He possesses the body of a spring water jade pot and possesses a top-grade furnace. Note: invincible existence below the Mahayana stage. After obtaining the power of immortal spirits in the Mahayana stage, it can be easily controlled. With your current strength, it is recommended to escape quickly. MOU paused, his eyes fixed on Yishime, his heart filled with shock. So awesome, 100,000 lux, colorful, isn't this a low-end version of practicing chi for 100,000 years? Although he is older, he still cannot beat Mahayana, but the connections he has accumulated are real. This way, everything can be explained. No wonder he holds such a high position in the sect. No one said anything even if it became waste, and all resources were distributed as usual, even though we have the template of the protagonist. No one dares to cause trouble in this sect. And it turned out to be the spring water jade pot. Detected that you have successfully gained the trust of Yishime, the daughter of fortune. You entered the Tianxian Holy Land, became her disciple, gained her trust, and established a deep bond between master and disciple before heading to Wushan together. This was truly a brilliant move. For this master-disciple play, you must have made unimaginable efforts. The villain's counterattack is successful. Reward: immortal body, endless lifespan, talent increases with age, a replacement puppet is obtained every 1,000 years, please choose whether to plunder Lucknow, villain points plus 10,000. Yishime noticed MOU's straight gaze, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she was secretly happy. Xiaoyu is still the best. Unlike those traitors,
None of them are easy to deal with. Luo Sushin didn't look back at her, Bai Xuanying didn't look at her directly, Su Meier didn't open her eyes to look at her, and Ling Wanqing didn't look at her seriously. As for Xianingbing, she felt cold just by looking at her. It is indeed a bit too much for me to try to steal this filial disciple away. She waved her hand lazily, and a stone table and stone bench instantly appeared and landed in the yard. Sit. Mou calmed himself down. Immortal body, infinite lifespan, is also a good thing. We can have fun discoing on the grave later. Having a substitute puppet every 1,000 years is not bad, it is equivalent to having an extra life, and now I've given one away. It's enough for him to have fun for a long time. He stepped forward and sat down casually on the stone bench. Master, what's the matter? Yishime filled a glass of wine, pushed it in front of Mou, looked at him with seductive eyes, and slightly opened her red lips. Xiaoyu, tell me, how does your teacher treat you? The corners of Mou's mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong with Lao Deng today? Is there something wrong with your brain because you missed him too much? After thinking for a moment, Mou said in an exaggerated tone. Master's kindness to me is as great as a mountain, a gift that has given me a new life. I have no way to repay you. Even if I work like a slave in my next life, it would still be hard to repay Master's kindness. If the Master does not abandon me, I am willing to pledge my life to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishime was amused to the point of shaking with laughter. You're such a smooth talker, you're the only one who's always talking nonsense. She laughed and scolded, you're even offering your body to me. You're so shameless. She shook her bare hands lightly, and the wine gourd drew an arc in the air, carrying a faint aroma of wine. The smile faded away, and Yishime's tone changed, becoming more serious. Master, let me ask you, are you willing to help me solve my problems? Mou's heart moved, knowing that the main topic was coming. Master, please give me your orders. I will do my best to protect you even if it means death. I guess he made a bet with someone and sold himself out. It's just a job and a fight, no big deal. It doesn't have to be a death sentence. Yishime chuckled and leaned back lazily, the collar of her purple robe sliding down slightly, revealing her graceful shoulders and neck, full of charm and natural beauty. However, she didn't care about these details. Master has taken a fancy to your little disciple, Shu Yuli. Ahem, Mou almost choked on a sip of wine and started coughing violently. Master, what did you say? Could it be that old Deng is drunk and confused, depend on contacts? No, you must run away quickly. Yishime raised her eyebrows slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied with his reaction. Why, didn't you hear clearly? Master said that he has taken a fancy to your disciple Chu Yuli and wants her to practice with me and become my disciple. It turned out that they were not lesbians, and Mou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Etc. Isn't this even more insane? How could someone compete with his own disciple for a disciple? Mou coughed lightly and asked tentatively. Master, I just recently passed the 3rd grade medical certificate exam. If you are sick, I can give you a full body checkup. Yishime's almond-shaped eyes widened as she pretended to be angry. You little bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Does your master look sick? She raised her jade arm slightly and pointed her fingertips at Mou's forehead with gentle force and a hint of anger. You heartless little thing, how long have we not seen each other and you're already hoping that your master will get sick? After the joke, Yishime restrained her smile and spoke in a serious tone. I want your apprentice. Tell me, what does it take to get your consent? Chapter 93 Seducing the Sun. Mou thought for a long time, but to no avail. You know what, he seemed to have seen a similar plot in a novel in his previous life. The Grandmaster and Master of the Son of Destiny fight for their apprentice, but it was so strange when it happened to me. Seeing this, Yishime leaned forward slightly, put her hands on Mou's shoulders and shook him gently. From this angle, Mou could see endless scenery, vast expanses of white snow and deep ravines. Master is really not particular about details. However, he remembered that his master was not like this outside. He would completely let himself go when there were no outsiders around, and he didn't know why. Disciple, please agree to be my disciple. Yishime blinked her watery eyes and said coquettishly, I really need this disciple. The corners of Mou's mouth twitched slightly. Is this Lao Deng necessary? Why do you want Chu Yuli? Want to find a sect heir, but Morongi is obviously more suitable for that position. Master, you are, Mou sighed helplessly. Just ask Yuer directly. It's not easy for me to make the decision for her. Pass the buck when indecisive. This was no loss to him at all. Anyway, at the beginning, he just wanted to tie Chu Yuli to his side and take advantage of her. Now it's the same as changing your identity, and it's easier. Xiaoyu is the best. Yishime giggled, hooked her hands around Mou's neck without saying a word, and rubbed his face. Mou felt the soft touch on his face and the faint aroma of wine, and could only shake his head helplessly. While Yishime's figure flashed and disappeared in the yard. Xiaoyu, your master, Yan-Shi's voice sounded in his mind, and he said after hesitating for a moment. Your disciple may indeed be extremely talented. Even your master would want to snatch her away as his disciple. This is so difficult to comment on, I really don't know where to begin. Mou rubbed his temples and muttered to himself. I think it's more likely that he'll go crazy after drinking, forget it. I don't find it strange that she's crazy.
Yanxi fell into deep thought, his eyes flickering. She didn't think Yishime was crazy. You know, none of her disciples are simple. Even the most inconspicuous Ling Wanqing was beyond her comprehension. Maybe there really is something special about Chu Yuli, but his strength has not recovered yet and he cannot detect it? Sister Yanxi, please don't forget our bet. Mou interrupted her thoughts and reminded her with a smile. Yanxi snorted unhappily.
You win, go ahead and wash it. Who's afraid of who?
I'll help you wash it when there's no one around.
She had already assumed that Mou could win. After all, most of the people on this mountain can become immortals. How could Chu Yuli be bad? Mou was surprised. This is the victory. Don't you wait for the results of the Mahayana period?
TSK, that guy is getting more and more outrageous. Ling Yunshua's voice came faintly. A disciple who steals his own disciple is really sick. Mou remembered that there was a conflict between them, so she tactfully did not respond and turned back to her room. Just as he was about to take out the spiritual bed, Ling Yunshua said,
I don't sleep at night, don't bother.
Mou took back the spiritual weapon, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. Ling Yunshua hid her figure and stood quietly beside him, looking at the speed at which Mou's spiritual energy gathered while he was practicing. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It's too fast, such a terrifying speed. Time flies, the night deepens, and it is midnight. Mou opened his eyes.
Auntie Shua, let's get started.
Ling Yunshua appeared and sat gracefully beside the bed. She hesitated for a moment, then flicked her hand, causing her clothes to slide off, revealing her jade-smooth back. Tianxian Holy Land, Tianxian Peak, a dark secret room. The air was stagnant, with only a few candles flickering in the corners. Yi Ling Luo held the jade plate in her hand and lightly tapped it with her fingertips. Complex runes were engraved on the jade plate. The jade plate flashed, and a black shadow formed in front of her. Ling Luo, this information is very useful.
The black shadow said in a low and hoarse voice, you didn't let me down.
Yi Ling Luo raised her eyes, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Sect Master, I suggest giving up the Tianxian Holy Land.
Mou is incredibly talented and will definitely become the leader of the Holy Land in the future.
And the successive Tianxian sect masters have a tradition of waiting until the next generation has fully grown before choosing to ascend.
As long as he is in power, we will never be able to pose any threat to the Tianxian Holy Land.
You are too young. The shadow chuckled.
On the contrary, this is our best chance. Yi Lingluo's heart was shocked. What do you mean?
The shadow's laughter grew increasingly sinister. The Holy Sun Tianxian loves beauties the most, and our Yumo sect has just such a weapon.
Who? Yi Lingluo frowned.
You. The black shadow uttered a word. You go and approach the Holy Sun of Tianxian and become his Taoist companion.
Controlling him is equivalent to controlling the entire Tianxian Holy Land.
It won't be long before our ghost demon sect will be able to unify both the righteous and evil sects. Yi Lingluo's heart was filled with turmoil, but she could only pretend to remain calm on the surface.
Yes, sir. After the shadow dissipated, she bit her lower lip hard, her teeth almost breaking it. He actually asked her to seduce Mou. She is the holy maiden of the ghost demon sect and has 1,000 changing demonic body. Looking at the entire younger generation of the demon realm, who can compare with her? And then you actually want to seduce me? When she first entered the ghost demon sect, she was given special training because of her extraordinary talent. However, she ascended to the position of saint. Within just a few years, although the first mission was undercover, it was completed impeccably. I thought I would be able to soar to the sky from now on, but who would have thought that I would have to do such a despicable thing? The temperature in the secret room dropped suddenly, and Yi Ling Luo was filled with cold murderous intent, but soon, she forced herself to calm down. The sect master is right. This is indeed the quickest way. As long as she acted cautiously, she wouldn't necessarily lose anything. She stood up and straightened her dress, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Let's find out what he likes first. As the night deepens, a bright moon hangs high in the sky of the ancient Holy Land, Yuhua Palace. Saint, Elder Manphone wants to see you.
The maid reported softly. There stood a woman in white in the hall. She was standing in front of the window, her peerless beauty outlined in the moonlight. Enter. Elder Manphone walked with a brisk pace. When he entered the hall, his face was flushed and his eyes were bright. He stroked his beard eagerly and smiled.
Saintess, this time when I went to the sword sect, I met an extraordinary genius. That kid's talent in swordsmanship is comparable to Bai Xuanying's.
Oh? The ancient saint tilted her head slightly.
Who? The profound saint? Has the saint heard of him too?
Elder Manfeng's eyes lit up. That brat cut off the sword monument and devoured the entire sword domain.
It's even better than Bai Xuanying.
The ancient saint was slightly stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise.
What realm is he in now? Nascent soul level 6.
Elder Manfeng became more and more excited as he spoke. All right, he defeated Jianzi, who was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, with his 6th level of nascent soul cultivation.
Such talent is truly a monster.
The ancient saint nodded slightly, her expression as calm as water, her skin as white as jade under the moonlight. Elder Manfeng suddenly rolled his eyes and joked. Since you've heard of the Tianxian Holy Sun before, how about I discuss this with the sect master and help you propose a marriage through the Tianxian Holy Land? Chapter 94. The conflict between the King of Slaughter and the Holy Land of Stars. Don't. The ancient saint spoke anxiously, then realized her loss of composure and coughed lightly.
Isn't he engaged? Are you engaged? Elder Manfong frowned and thought. I have never heard of it. The ancient saint said calmly. Maybe it's just a rumor. I just heard it.
Elder Manfong shook his head regretfully.
In that case, forget it.
After Elder Manfong left, the white earlobes of the ancient saint turned slightly red. She calmed herself down and took out a piece of letter. Sister Qingyue said she's about to break through to the spiritual transformation stage. She unfolded the letter and her eyes wandered between the lines. He also asked me to go with him to the ancient secret realm that is about to open. Putting away the letter, she breathed a sigh of relief and placed her slender fingers on her chest.
I was almost exposed.
Luckily it was Uncle Manfong who came. She looked at the bright moon outside the window and muttered to herself.
Their cultivation speed is too fast. I should also work harder.
In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shines through the window lattice and falls on Mo's eyelids. He opened his eyes and what came into view was a familiar lavender color, wrapped in two soft and plump breasts. Behind me, there is the same softness, the warmth of thighs, and the pillow of knees.
Awake?
A soft voice came from above. Or I only hear the voice but never see the person. Mo stood up and felt his body. My mental strength has improved again.
Yes, I've fully recovered. He responded with a smile and looked at Ling Yunxue.
She was wearing a lavender dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her every move showed her grace and elegance. Those beautiful eyes, like autumn water, were now filled with a rare tenderness.
You always try so hard.
Ling Yunxue sighed softly, tapped his forehead with her slender jade fingers, and her tone was full of pampering.
Isn't this for Aunt Shui?
Mo joked. Ling Yun's snow-white cheeks flushed slightly, and her fair earlobes were stained with a hint of crimson. She spat lightly but said nothing. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door broke the warmth. Ling Yunxue's figure flashed and disappeared into the void in an instant, leaving only a faint fragrance. Mo stood up and opened the door. Outside the door, Chu Yuli was standing there quietly. She was wearing a simple white dress, with a hint of doubt on her pretty face.
Master.
She called softly.
What's wrong? Yesterday, someone came to see me.
Chu Yuli bit her pink lips. She said she was the Grandmaster, and that she wanted to take me in as her disciple, and that, you agreed.
Mo frowned slightly when he heard this. This old dang is really quick.
She told me that you've agreed.
Is that true?
Chu Yuli raised her little face, her eyes filled with anxiety. Mo looked at Chu Yuli's slightly uneasy eyes and answered decisively.
No, I didn't agree.
He told it truthfully.
I just say, it's up to you to make your own decision. It's your business.
Yi Shimei is the Grand Elder and a powerful person who has transcended tribulation. Whether it's guidance on cultivation or opportunities, she can provide you with much more than I can. You know, I don't have much time to teach my disciples, but she is different.
Whatever you choose, I won't object.
I have something to do now, so think about it carefully. After saying that, Mo gently closed the door, leaving Chu Yuli alone outside. Chu Yuli stood outside the door, thinking about Mo's words. Master said that the final decision lies with oneself. Could it be that? Master is testing me. It must be like this. I had acted timidly and was a fence sitter before, which made my master suspicious of me. If my master encounters danger in the future, will I be in the same situation? When she thought of this, Chu Yuli bit her red lips with her white teeth, and she had made up her mind. No matter how Yi Shimei persuaded her, she would refuse with the most resolute attitude. What the master just said was a hint to me. He still believes in himself, so he lets her make her own choice. I must never let my master down. The next 3 days. Mo still gives Ling Yunxue acupuncture every day, and their relationship becomes closer. Yi Ling Luo was trying to find out about Mo's preferences, but she discovered that the entire sect knew relatively little about Mo. But she is difficult to approach those who know about it and is easily exposed. Yi Shimei focused all her attention on Chu Yuli. She tried every possible way to get Chu Yuli to become her disciple, but Chu Yuli refused. However, this was not a difficult task for her. The other disciples are much more difficult to deal with than Chu Yuli. 3 days had passed and it was noon. Mo leaned against the ancient and vigorous tree in the yard, with a faint glow of jade slip in his hand. He wanted to try to develop a spell similar to the Buddha's wrathful lotus, but progress was slow. Chu Yuli didn't want to be disturbed by Yi Shimei, so she went out to gain experience. Yi Shimei was thinking about how to persuade this stubborn little girl. Moroni has been in seclusion since leaving the sword sect, and seems to have gained some insights into the way of the sword. It is very quiet, and with Ling Yunxue as the guardian, it is simply perfect.
Senior brother.
A clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Ling Wanqing landed lightly on the branch beside Mo. Mo closed the jade slip in his hand and turned to look at this mysterious junior sister.
What's wrong?
Ling Wanqing stroked her clothes with her delicate hands and took out a scroll with a faint spiritual light from her bosom. Brother, I have collected some important information during this period. Over at the Forging Heaven Holy Land, we still haven't found anything about that mysterious weapon. The elder from the Starry Holy Land, Bai Su, was ambushed by a cult on his way back. Although he was injured, he is not seriously injured. Furthermore, just yesterday, the Star Holy Land was attacked by a black-robed man who called himself the King of Slaughter.
The King of Killing?
Mo muttered to himself, with a hint of doubt in his eyes.
It sounds like the force we encountered in the sword sect before.
Ling Wanqing nodded slightly.
It's not like, that person must be
In future memories, the King of Slaughter is the exclusive title for the high-ranking members of the Slaughter Demon cult. The black-robed man attacked a fusion stage sect under the Star Holy Land, slaughtering the entire sect, leaving no one alive.
Imo nodded slightly. Has our Tianqian Holy Land been targeted by them? Ling Wanqing shook her head.
No, according to the intelligence we obtained, his target is not our Tianqian Holy Land, but only the Xingqian Holy Land. The previous actions were only aimed at the Star Holy Land. It seems that it's because the Star Holy Land killed an important descendant of the King of Slaughter.
Junior? Do you have any specific information? Mou asked in confusion. Ling Wanqing said. It is said to be a demon beast. This information is very strange. Why would the cult members care about a Jindan stage demon beast? I suspect it's fake. Chapter 95. Ling Wanqing's stunning beauty. Mou paused slightly, with surprise, confusion, and understanding flashing across his eyes, and finally turning into a hint of amusement, because a Jindan monster in the Star Holy Land fought the King of Slaughter? Tang Xi's father, the mastermind behind this, was actually me. He killed Xiao Wu and diverted the blame, causing the King of Slaughter to attack the Holy Land of Stars? Brother, is there a problem? Do you think that information is true? How could the descendants of the human race be the demon race? Ling Wanqing noticed something strange about Mou, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion. Mou chuckled. That's hard to say. Let alone monsters, even grass can transform. So why is it so strange that the younger generation is a monster? Ling Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. In the spiritual world, the union of humans and demons is nothing new. Help me keep a close eye on the Star Holy Land and the King of Slaughter. Tell me if there's any unusual movement. Mou restrained the playful look on his face and his tone became serious. The power behind the King of Slaughter must be very powerful. Tell Brother Shinshu that we can use this opportunity to weaken the Star Holy Land. Although we can't cause any substantial damage to the Starry Holy Land, it's enough to discuss them. Ling Wanqing nodded slightly. The killing demon cult is indeed powerful. Before they appeared, no one had imagined that there was such a powerful force in Tianyuan continent. If the two sides really go to war, it will be enough to significantly weaken the Star Holy Land and cause them serious damage. Brother, I will go tell Brother Shinshu now. After saying that, he jumped off the branch and prepared to leave. Wanqing, wait a moment. Mou's voice was neither light nor heavy, but it made Ling Wanqing pause. The girl looked back, a hint of doubt flashing in her clear eyes. Brother, is there anything else? Mou stared at her, a dark light flickering in his eyes. You don't believe me, do you? He had long wanted to know what his junior sister looked like, so he took this opportunity to ask. Ling Wanqing's heartbeat suddenly stopped for a beat, then returned to normal. She looked into Mou's eyes, her eyes full of seriousness. Brother, I will always believe in you. She said this with great determination, without the slightest hesitation. Trust, she asked herself this question. Of course she trusted Mou. This trust had already surpassed any emotion in the world, even surpassing her trust in herself. The future she had seen appeared in her mind. When the immortal descends, the sky collapses and the earth breaks apart. In that desperate moment, it was Mou, her stupid senior brother, who resolutely rushed forward to protect her in the sect, and fought a desperate battle with the powerful immortal, and eventually died together with him. She remembered that when she was a child, she was thin and small. When she was picked up by her senior brother, the senior brother would share his share of spiritual fruits with her, teach her how to practice, tell her stories, and hold her to sleep. At that time, after eating the 9-leaf fake grass, she really thought her brother was dead. She hugged her brother and cried every day until her eyes were swollen. The senior brother never felt annoyed and always patiently comforted her and made her happy. A senior brother is the only person in this world who will never hurt her, and the only person she can trust without reservation. He is also the most important person in her life. But why would senior brother suddenly ask this question? Could it be that he noticed something? Just as Ling Wanqing's thoughts were churning, Mou suddenly attacked and grabbed her ear. Then why do you still use this puppet to walk around every day? Tell me, is even your face fake? Ling Wanqing cried out in pain, quickly covered her ear with her hand, pouted, and said aggrievely. Brother, it hurts. I'm not a puppet. I am me. She tried to get away with it, but when she saw Mou's serious expression, she knew she was exposed. She sighed and smiled helplessly. Okay, brother, I admit, this is not the real body. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ling Wanqing in front of him turned into a paperman and flew lightly into the room. Mou looked at his hand, feeling the remaining touch on it. You know what, it's exactly the same as the real thing. Just then, another Ling Wanqing walked out of the room. She was wearing the same light blue dress, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Brother, this is the true body. Mou raised his eyebrows, and in a flash, he appeared beside Ling Wanqing, grabbing her ear again with a teasing tone. Still lying? It seems that you won't tell the truth unless I teach you a lesson. The newly appeared Ling Wanqing also turned into a paperman and flew into the air. Another Ling Wanqing walked out of the room. She pouted, jumped in front of Mou, and hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you.
MOU looked at her and opened the system panel. This is indeed the real body. He reached out and rubbed her face.
You haven't answered me yet. Is your face fake too?
Ling Wanqing felt hit hard. She didn't understand why the puppetry and disguise techniques that had always worked for her in the past were now ineffective in front of her senior brother today. After thinking for a while, she raised her head with a hint of grievance in her eyes, and slowly removed the disguise on her face. A beautiful face appeared in front of MOU. Her skin is whiter than snow, her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her eyes are clear and bright. MOU was stunned. He looked at the incredibly beautiful girl in front of him and was speechless for a moment. He always thought that his junior sister was just a pretty girl next door, but he didn't expect that she was so stunningly beautiful. Yes, this still the junior sister that I raised. He came to his senses and hit Ling Wanqing on the head. You are so beautiful, so don't hide yourself every day. At least don't hide it here, let brother see it, otherwise you won't recognize me if you meet me outside someday. Ling Wanqing covered her forehead and looked at MOU aggrievely.
Brother, hit me. MOU smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Okay, stop making trouble. Don't use puppets to deceive me again.
Ling Wanqing nodded obediently and let go of her hand. As expected, her senior brother loved her the most and was not angry at her for lying to him. Over the next few days, the conflict between the King of Slaughter and the Holy Land of Stars intensified, and another subordinate force in the Return to Void stage was tragically annihilated, with blood flowing like a river, and MOU still lives a peaceful life. Practice, give acupuncture to Ling Yanxue, and occasionally tease Ling Wanqing. 4 days. Later, night. MOU sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the Xuangyi sword in his hand. Observing the sword shone with a cold light, and its spirituality became increasingly powerful, as if it could give birth to a weapon spirit at any time. He gently stroked the sword with his fingertips, feeling the cold touch of the sword. The sword hummed softly, like a lover's whisper, as if responding to his touch.
I don't know whether to do prenatal education.
I hope the child isn't a naughty one. The frost sword made a humming sound and the sword body trembled, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. The gem on the hilt flashed with dazzling light.
Okay, I get it. You must be a good kid.
MOU chuckled and gently wiped the sword with his sleeve. The sword gradually calmed down, and a cheerful mood came from it, and the gem on the hilt also returned to calm. At this moment, a snow-white paper crane flew in from the window, emitting a faint chill. It circled in the air for several times and finally fell.
Third senior sister's paper crane?